The Lord's Empire Chapter 3089 to Chapter 3174. Book 1, Chapter 51 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123. After examining her, Xiaofu found that this poison was quite strange. It seemed to be there, but it didn't seem to be there. How is it? Huameimu asked in concern. Xiaofu replied, this poison is quite troublesome, I need to try it first. Huameimu nodded and continued to wait there, not daring to disturb Xiaofu. The white bird looked at Huadongmei worriedly. Xiaofu pressed a hand against Huadongmei's chest and a massive wave of power entered Huadongmei's body. With the help of this massive wave of power, the poison was gradually expelled from Huadongmei's body, and the surrounding space twisted and became hazy. Huadongmei's complexion gradually became better. Seeing this, Huameimu and the white bird felt quite delighted. If Xiaofu could get rid of this poison, their mother would not have to die. Seeing that his power was useful, Xiaofu gave a trace of a smile. However, when Xiaofu withdrew all of his power, the poison once again entered Huadongmei's body. Huadongmei's body trembled and she coughed up a mouthful of blood, and her aura became even weaker. Mother! Huameimu and the white bird women cried out. Xiaofu frowned and thought about it before saying, even though the poison fears my power, I can't get rid of it. However, I have another method that should be able to save her. The white bird asked, what method? Huameimu said, no matter what method it is, as long as it can save my mother, we'll agree. Xiaofu smiled as he said, in actuality, it's not very difficult. As long as I condense a power crystal and leave it in your mother's body, the poison will not enter her body again. However, if the power crystal disappears, the poison will once again enter her body. Huameimu asked, how long can your power crystal last? Xiaofu replied, it depends on how you adapt to it. If only a small portion is left, it will be consumed by the poison and its power will weaken over time. If it's permanent, I'll need to use some source energy. The blazing white bird went forward and hugged Xiaofu. Husband, can you use some of your origin energy? I will serve you well in the future. Huamei's cheeks reddened as she cried out, husband, I'll have to trouble you. Xiaofu chuckled, this bit of origin energy is nothing to me. She is your mother, so of course I will save her. The two girls were overjoyed and smiled. In Xiaofu's hand, a wave of power continuously gathered in his hand. In the end, it formed a longan-sized crystal ball that gave off an unparalleled power. Feeling this power, the blood in the two women's bodies seemed to stop flowing, and they revealed expressions of shock. Xiaofu pressed the crystal ball into Huadongmei's body. The crystal ball emitted many colorful lights, and countless toxins surged out in fear. Huadongmei's body gave off a colorful light, and her face gradually became ready. Not only did her aura not weaken, but it instead became more powerful. Obtaining Xiaofu's source energy was of great help to Huadongmei. Huamei looked at Huadongmei and asked, is mother fine now? In actuality, this was enough, Huadongmei would be fine. However, Xiaofu thought about how she was Huabaiwu's empress. The Fire Country had attacked Great Qian many times, and the first time, they had caused great losses to Qin. Xiaofu said, not yet, there's still one last step. The blazing white bird asked in confusion, what is it? Xiaofu pretended to be serious as he said, I need to use a special method to activate the crystal ball's full power. Only then can she be safe. A few hours later, Huadongmei powerlessly fell into Xiaofu's arms. Huamei and the blazing white bird's faces became red, they had never thought that Xiaofu would use such a method. However, in order to save their mother, they could only agree and help Xiaofu. Huadongmei looked at the man in front of her and asked, who are you? Huadongmei had been quite angry about this, but in the end, she still obeyed Xiaofu. What made Huadongmei feel quite confused was that her two daughters had also hooked up with this man. Huadongmei was quite curious about this man in front of her. The blazing white bird smiled and was about to tell them Xiaofu's true identity. Xiaofu smiled and said, you'll know in the future. The blazing white bird thought about it. If she told them that this person was the master of Qin, they would not be able to accept it. As such, she did not say it and decided to wait for some time. Huadongmei then asked, is it because of you that blazing white bird has so many supporters? Xiaofu smiled and nodded. Huadongmei asked seriously, what's your purpose? Hu Dongmei was worried that Zhao Fu would find out something that would harm Fire Country. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to harm Fire Country. Moreover, it was your second daughter who asked me to help her." The blazing white bird nodded and said, "Yes, I asked him to help me." Hu Dongmei let out a sigh of relief. Hu Mei looked at the scene in front of her. It was one thing for her and her sister to be harmed by Zhao Fu, but now even their mother had been harmed by Zhao Fu. What should we do now? Hu Dongmei's face also turned red and said, "We must keep this matter a secret. I don't care about you and Blazing White Bird, but don't come looking for me in the future, or His Majesty will kill you. Although you saved me, I won't thank you for doing such a thing to me." Zhao Fu smiled and hugged her as he said, "No, you're mine now, and you're my favorite woman. I won't give up on you." Hu Dongmei's face became red and her heartbeat sped up as she said, "I can't let His Majesty down again." The blazing white bird said jealously, "Husband, you've fallen in love with my mother after just seeing her once? So you have such a taste." Zhao Fu laughed as he said, I like women like the queen. I can go and ask the queen to divorce your father and have your queen belong to me alone." Hu Dongmei immediately said shyly and worriedly, "All right, I promise you. However, you can't come looking for me, I'll go looking for you." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded as he hugged Hu Dongmei, and Hu Dongmei intimately leaned against Zhao Fu. Hu Mei looked quite confused, she had never thought that her mother would submit to Zhao Fu so easily. The blazing white bird suddenly asked, "Mother, how did you get poisoned this time? If it wasn't for husband's help, you might already be dead." Hu Dongmei thought about it and said, "I don't know either." Zhao Fu said, "This poison is quite special, and ordinary people can't get their hands on it. They wanted to poison the queen to death, but perhaps the queen had harmed their interests." The blazing white bird frowned and said, "I can't think of anyone who would try to kill my mother." Book 1, Chapter 52. Hu Meimu said, "Could it be Qin's men? He wanted to poison my father, but accidentally poisoned my mother?" The white bird immediately said, "That's impossible. The Emperor of Qin was right next to her, and he had poisoned her mother." The white bird absolutely did not believe that Zhao Fu would do such a thing. Hu Meimu looked at the white bird strangely, "Why are you so sure?" The white bird did not know how to answer and looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu said, "I don't think it's Qin. Even if Qin poisoned you, he would not have poisoned your father, but Li Baiqing. He is Qin's greatest enemy." Hu Meimu thought for a while and nodded. Zhao Fu shifted the blame to Li Baiqing and said, "I think the person who poisoned you is Li Baiqing. He wants to become the king of fire, so he will definitely kill anyone who stands in his way." Hu Dongmei shook her head, "I don't believe that Li Baiqing is such a person. I think the person who poisoned you is someone else." Hu Meimu also said, "I also don't think it's Li Baiqing." Hearing this, Zhao Fu did not say anything. They still believed in Li Baiqing, and Zhao Fu did not have any evidence. Hu Dongmei's eyes looked at little white bird as she smiled lovingly and said, "After this incident, I've thought it through. With my power, little white bird, you will become the ruler of the Fire Country. You are my daughter and I should trust you more." The white bird was moved and said, "I'm sorry, mother. I was wrong in saying those things to you before." Hu Dongmei smiled and said, "I will only give you one chance. If you can't do it, promise me that you will give up. This concerns the future of Fire Country." The white bird nodded seriously. I won't disappoint mother." Hu Dongmei smiled and said, "Let's get up quickly. Don't let others find us." Zhao Fu nodded. Half an hour later, Hu Baiwu heard the news and quickly rushed over. Looking at the awakened Hu Dongmei, he asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Hu Dongmei thought of what had just happened. Facing Hu Baiwu's concern, she felt somewhat guilty. She softly said, "It's fine, you don't have to worry." Hu Baiwu happily said, "That's great. I've always been worried that something would happen to you." This made it even more difficult for Hu Dongmei to face Hu Baiwu. He said softly, "I'm still a little sleepy. I'm going to rest." Hu Baiwu also felt that Hu Dongmei was somewhat estranged from him. He smiled and said, "You should have a good rest. I won't disturb you anymore. If you need anything, immediately call me. I promise I won't let anything happen to you." Hu Dongmei nodded lightly. In the room, Li Baiqing looked angry. How is this possible? Who gave the queen the antidote? Su Yan's expression was quite unsightly as he said, it seems that the second princess brought people in once. More importantly, the queen has publicly supported the second princess, which is quite disadvantageous to us. Those who originally supported us are starting to waver. Li Baiqing said coldly, I knew that the queen was supporting the second princess. It's a pity that the queen didn't die. Su Yan said solemnly, we have to prepare for the worst. Li Baiqing nodded. We'll start preparing now. I'll leave the rest to you. Make sure to use the most lethal poison that doesn't care about the pain of the poison victim. Make sure that what happened today doesn't happen again. Su Yan said, I promise that what happened today will never happen again. The fiery kingdom returned to a strange state of peace. Li Baiqing didn't do much to stabilize his faction, while the blazing white bird steadily developed. Because of the queen's support, other people trusted the blazing white bird. They believed that the empress would not joke around with the future of the fire country. She supported the blazing white bird, and the blazing white bird would definitely have the ability to become a ruler. If she really had the ability, with the addition of the royal bloodline. Without a doubt, she was more suitable to become the fire country's queen. Zhao Fu had nothing to do. Zhao Fu handed over the management of various matters to the people brought by Hua Mu. She had a lot of talents in her hands. Hua Dongmei quietly left the palace and came here. She looked at Zhao Fu with a blushing face. Zhao Fu smiled and started to have fun. Hua Yinggu was now one of the few generals under the blazing white bird. She had some things to report to Zhao Fu, but when she reached the courtyard, a look of shock appeared on her face. When she had arrived, she had heard some noises and thought that it was Zhao Fu and the blazing white bird. She had never thought that it would be the empress. What was going on? When had the empress fallen into his hands? Suddenly, Hua Yinggu thought about the empress detoxification. This matter was very mysterious. Everyone knew that the empress poison had been detoxified, but they didn't know who had done it. From the looks of it, it should have been done by this man in front of her. She didn't know what abilities Zhao Fu had to be able to detoxify such a terrifying poison. Now that the empress had fallen into this bastard's hands, Hua Yinggu started to resist in her heart and began to accept the current situation. Zhao Fu looked at Hua Yinggu walking over and smiled as he asked, what's the matter? Hua Dongmei was a little shy. Hua Yinggu said, there are more and more people supporting us now, and it won't be long before we surpass Li Baiqing. The matter of appeasing the generals needs to be done by the second princess personally. There are also a few other generals in Fire Country. You need to understand them in detail. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I understand. Come over here. We'll talk about it later. Hua Yinggu walked over and removed her armor. Time continued to pass. The blazing white bird's power was no weaker than Li Baiqing's, and it was hard to believe that such a change could happen in Fire Country in such a short period of time. The originally confident Li Baiqing was starting to feel uneasy. Hua Baiwu's face was cold as he said, he understands that it is time to make a decision. We cannot allow things to continue developing, or else he might not be able to stop it in the future. Hua Baiwu looked at the even more beautiful Hua Dongmei and said, are you planning to support White Bird? Hua Dongmei nodded, I'll give White Bird a chance. If she doesn't become the empress, she will automatically withdraw from the fight. She promised me this. Hua Baiwu heaved a sigh of relief, that's good. There's still a chance. Hua Dongmei looked at Hua Baiwu, have you made your decision? Hua Baiwu said seriously, whoever passes will be the next empress of Fire Country. As for the other person who fails, in order to prevent internal strife, I will take back everything from him. If White Bird loses, it's fine, as she will still be the princess. If Li Baiqing loses, I will let him be the emperor's son-in-law and live a peaceful life. We also need to change our plans for Qin a little. Hua Dongmei's expression was somewhat heavy, I believe that you will handle these matters well. I hope that both of them will have a good ending. Hua Baiwu felt that the distance between him and Hua Dongmei had shortened, and he smiled, what's up recently? Hua Dongmei thought about the things she did with Zhao Fu every day and felt quite anxious. However, she put on a calm expression and said, nothing much. Book 1, Chapter 53 Hua Baiwu said, really? I feel like you're a little distant from me, and I don't know why, but I feel like you're even more beautiful than before. Huadongmei blushed and said, I'm leaving first. Huabaiwu looked at Huadongmei's departing back inside. He wanted to ease his relationship with Huadongmei, but Huadongmei didn't give him a chance. Did you get it? Su Yan asked a maid. The maid nodded nervously, took out a strand of hair and said, This is His Majesty's hair. Su Yan stretched out his hand and received the strand of hair. He sensed the remnant king's aura on it and confirmed that this was Huabaiwu's hair. Su Yan's lips curled up into a smile. The female attendant asked nervously, Lord Su. Where's the thing you promised me? Su Yan said with a smile, I'll give it to you now. Su Yan waved his hand, and a sharp sword light shot out, killing the maid on the spot. This was the reason why the nihility poison would work on specific people. It needed to get something from a person's body. It could be hair, blood, nails, flesh, and blood. It needed to fuse these things with the nihility poison. After the fusion, as long as it sensed a person's aura, it would immediately surge in silently without affecting anyone else. Last time, Su Yan had also bribed Huadongmei's maidservant to get her hair. Hair would fall off every day, so ordinary people wouldn't care at all. After cleaning up the maid's corpse, Su Yan went to an underground room. There were 2 spirit designs here. One of the spirit designs had an invisible ball of air floating above it. This was the remnant of the bitter poison of nothingness from last time. A piece of ice floated above the other formation. It was only the size of a fingernail, and it gave off an extremely cold aura. Its name was the 10,000-year ice poison. This was also a very frightening poison. It could only be found in the 10,000-year ice layer. It was formed from the corpse of an ice worm. The ice worm was extremely rare, so this 10,000-year ice poison was even rarer. If one breathed in even a little, they would immediately feel their bodies being corroded by the extreme cold. Their flesh, blood, bones, and souls would all be frozen. Finally, they would become countless ice shards. It was also more poisonous to people with the fire attribute. People with the fire attribute would feel more pain if they were poisoned, and their bodies would be ravaged by the 2 powers. Su Yan planned to fuse the void bitter poison and the 10,000-year ice poison. Fusing 2 terrifying poisons together was extremely terrifying. Su Yan didn't believe that it couldn't kill Huabaiwu. Even almighty beings would die from this poison. Last time, Su Yan had already promised that he would definitely poison Huabaiwu to death and would not let what happened to Huadongmei happen. This time, Su Yan was fully prepared. Su Yan walked in front of the first array and placed the strand of hair into the magic formation. The magic formation gave off many rays of light, and a type of nothingness energy spread out. The strand of hair turned into many particles and fused into the ball of nothingness energy. Next, Su Yan controlled the 2 poisons and began to fuse them. The 2 magic formations gave off many rays of light, and 2 powerful energies were released. One was the power of nothingness, and the other was the power of ice. The 2 powers slowly merged, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Frost started to form on the ground and walls, and strands of cold air drifted out. Su Yan's limbs were ice cold, and he felt a chill in his heart. He couldn't help but feel some fear. The 2 things fused into a new form, and it was like a line of nothingness energy floating in the air. It spiraled upwards, and there were small ice crystals inside that gave off a resplendent cold light. They looked incredibly beautiful, but at the same time, they were incredibly dangerous. Su Yan took out a small bottle, which gave off a suction force that sucked the fused poison into it. Looking at the small bottle, Su Yan smiled. Huabaiwu also felt quite depressed. He shook his head and did not think about these things. He planned to test Li Baiqing and the fire white bird. If one wanted to become the fire country's king, the most important thing was to have the ability to rule. Huabaiwu planned to set up some tests to see how they would deal with them. There would be many tests, and Huabaiwu would carefully choose one of them to become king. Your Majesty. The queen has left the palace again, a young female attendant respectfully reported. Huabaiwu frowned and said, Why did she leave again? She has never been like this before, and the more she leaves, the more distant she seems. Luckily, she went to his daughter's place, or else Huabaiwu would be even more suspicious. The beautiful female attendant looked at Huabaiwu and walked towards him as she said, "Your Majesty, the queen has neglected you. If the queen ignores you, I can accompany you." Hearing this, Huabaiwu looked at the beautiful female attendant walking over and felt a trace of desire. However, after thinking about it, he said, "Forget it, you can leave." The beautiful female attendant felt quite unwilling. This was a great opportunity for her to reach the heavens in a single step. She took off her clothes and said enticingly, "Your Majesty, you are the Fire Country's king, why can't you have a few more concubines? The queen has neglected you, but we like you." Huabaiwu felt a bit better and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. He thought about it and said, "Come and serve me." The beautiful female attendant felt quite delighted and walked over to Huabaiwu. Suddenly, Huabaiwu's face turned purple and a cold aura came from his body. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. This caused the female attendant, who had been happily walking over, to feel as if her heart had fallen into an abyss. Her face paled as she cried out, "Help!" News of Huabaiwu being poisoned quickly spread. Fire Country was greatly shaken. No one had thought that that person would be so savage. Not long after the matter of the queen being poisoned, he had immediately acted against the king. Even though the queen's death was a big matter, it would not have much of an impact on Fire Country. Huabaiwu could appoint another queen. But with the king dead, Fire Country would change and countless factions would be affected. Some factions would prosper while others would decline. Everyone took this seriously and quickly made preparations for battle to prevent anything unexpected from happening. Beside the river, Huangwu's expression was grave as she walked over and interrupted Zhao Fu, Huadongmei, and the other women. "Something big has happened." Zhao Fu hugged Huadongmei as he smiled and said, "What happened?" Huangwu said in a low voice, "The king has been poisoned and his life is in danger." Huadongmei and the other women's expressions changed and immediately asked, "How did the king get poisoned? What happened?" Huangwu shook her head, "I'm not sure either. I came to inform you as soon as I received the news." Huadongmei hurriedly got up and planned to return to the palace. Huangwu looked at Zhao Fu and said anxiously, "Come with us, maybe you can save my royal father." Book 1, Chapter 54. The white bird hugged Zhao Fu's arm and said, "Husband, you saved my mother. I believe that you can save my father this time." Huadongmei's eyes welled up with tears as she looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Please, I don't want him to die." Zhao Fu looked at Huadongmei and understood that she still loved Huabaiwu, which was why she was so sad. Zhao Fu thought that if Huabaiwu died, the one who would benefit the most would be Li Baiqing because he was the first in line and had the support of many ministers. Now that Huabaiwu could not die, Zhao Fu nodded and agreed to save him. When Xianxia heard the news, she ran to the palace crying. Her father and the queen had always loved Xianxia, and she felt very sad that such a thing had happened. Li Baiqing and Su Yan looked at each other and smiled. Li Baiqing smiled and said, "I hope that nothing unexpected will happen. If he dies, I will immediately become the Fire Country's king." Su Yan smiled and said, "Don't worry. Even if the doctors try their best to save him, in another half an hour, Huabaiwu will definitely die." Li Baiqing smiled and nodded. Su Yan reminded him, "We should contact our own people and wait for Huabaiwu to die. They will support you to become king. As long as you become king, the white bird will not be much of a threat." Li Baiqing smiled and said, "I've already ordered people to inform them that when I become king, I will immediately kill that white bird. I've wanted to kill her for a long time." Su Yan said, "We can't kill her now. After all, she is the second princess. It won't be too late to kill her after we stabilize our power." Li Baiqing smiled and said, "I understand. Let's go and take a look." Su Yan nodded. On the bed, Huabaiwu's body seemed to be frozen. His skin had turned purple and blue, and his entire body was emitting cold air. Frost had formed around him. Many doctors were anxiously working. In the face of these terrifying poisons, they were also helpless. Xianxia ran in crying. Seeing Huabaiwu on the bed, she felt even worse and said, "Hurry and save my father." The doctor beside her sighed and said, "We will do our best to save His Majesty, but there is no effect." Li Baiqing and Su Yan walked in and pretended to be angry. "You are the best doctors in Fire Country, How can there be no effect? If you can't save His Majesty, you will all be buried. If you can't save His Majesty, you will all be buried. Li Baiqing looked at the people around him and said coldly, all of you, go and find a way to cure the poison. Also, bring everyone who is related to this matter to me. This time I will capture the person who poisoned the people and seek justice for the king and queen. Everyone obeyed and left. King Li Jiuyan. Fire, Yan, Chen, and King, Li, Hao, Hua, and Prince, Emperor, 1. However, Li Baiqing did not reveal this and instead hugged Hua Qing'er with a heavy expression as he comforted her, leave everything here to me, I'll save father at all costs. He's like a father to me and I definitely won't let anything happen to him. Hua Qing'er lightly nodded, and her tears stopped flowing. At that moment, Hua Dongmei brought people over. Looking at Hua Baiwu on the bed, her expression was quite unsightly. His condition was worse than hers, and she asked the doctor, how is His Majesty? The doctor said anxiously, he is in danger. If we can't find a cure, His Majesty might die. We have used all sorts of methods and medicinal pills, but there is no effect. Please forgive us, Queen. The Queen's heart sank. She looked at Hua Baiwu before looking to the side and said, she has discovered that Zhao Fu has disappeared. Zhao Fu had followed them here, so how had he suddenly disappeared? Hua Dongmei asked, where is he? Hua Meimu also had a strange look, I don't know, he was just here. White Firebird said, I'll go look for him immediately. Hua Dongmei nodded, hurry up. White Firebird and Hua Meimu nodded and immediately left the room to look for Zhao Fu. Li Baiqing asked, who is mother looking for? I can also help. Hua Dongmei was not willing to reveal Zhao Fu's identity and said, it's a divine doctor that I invited from somewhere else. I want him to try and save His Majesty. Li Baiqing asked, is it the person who saved mother? Hua Dongmei nodded, right now, only he has a trace of a chance to save His Majesty. Li Baiqing's heart was also raised as he glanced at Su Yan. Su Yan nodded, they definitely could not let that person come, or else there might be a chance to save Hua Baiwu. Su Yan left the room and had his subordinates search for that person and do their best to stall him. As long as they could stall for some time and wait for Hua Baiwu to die, they would be able to feel at ease. Zhao Fu had not gone far when Hua Meimu found him and said somewhat angrily, my imperial father is about to die, so why are you still here? Zhao Fu felt quite helpless. Even though he had changed his appearance, if he met with Li Baiqing's intuition would be able to guess Zhao Fu's identity. After all, there was a trace of a bloodline connection between him and Zhao Fu. As Zhao Fu's bloodline continued to grow, this connection became weaker and weaker, but it could not be severed. The white flame bird thought about why Zhao Fu had not gone in and asked, is it because of that? Zhao Fu nodded. The white flame bird pulled Hua Meimu and said, we'll immediately have Li Baiqing and the others leave. Hua Meimu said curiously. Why do you want Baiqing to leave? Do they know each other? The white flame bird said, let's not talk so much. Right now, the most important thing is to save Imperial Father. If we waste any more time, Imperial Father will die. Hearing this, Hua Meimu did not say anything and quickly returned to the room with the white flame bird. The white flame bird looked at Li Baiqing and said, Li Baiqing, come out, I have something to talk to you about. Li Baiqing said. Second princess, what is it? The white flame bird said angrily, why do you care so much? If I tell you to come out, then come out. Don't be like a blockhead. Li Baiqing felt quite angry but did not show it and left with the white flame bird. Hua Dongmei looked at Hua Meimu in confusion and did not know what had happened. Hua Meimu shook her head, indicating that she did not know either. Not long after Li Baiqing left, Zhao Fu walked in. Seeing that Zhao Fu had finally come, Hua Dongmei felt quite delighted and said, come and see if you can save His Majesty. Zhao Fu looked at the doctors. Hua Dongmei immediately said, all of you, leave. Hearing this, the doctors let out a sigh of relief and immediately left the room, feeling quite curious about Zhao Fu's identity. Zhao Fu walked to Hua Baiwu's side and stretched out a hand, and a wave of energy spread out and covered Hua Baiwu's body. Hua Dongmei and the other women waited nervously. Book 1, Chapter 55. This time, the incorporeal laborer wasn't afraid of Zhao Fu's power. Instead, he directly sealed Zhao Fu's power in ice. The light enveloping Huabaiwu's body was gradually sealed by ice. Moreover, it was also spreading towards Zhao Fu, causing Zhao Fu to feel a bone-piercing chill. He immediately retracted his hand and took a step back, his face turning grave. Huadongmei's heart sank, and she quickly asked, "How is it?" Zhao Fu said solemnly, "This time, it's not just the nothingness bitter poison, there's also a terrifying ice-cold poison. With the two poisons fused together, not only is my power unable to remove them, but I'm also affected by them." Huadongmei burst into tears. "What should we do now?" Huamei also looked at Huabaiwu with a sad expression. Now that even Zhao Fu had no way to save her royal father would definitely die. Even though Huaqing did not know who Zhao Fu was, she knew that Zhao Fu was the only person who could save her father. She anxiously said, "Please, save my father, you should have a way." Zhao Fu frowned and said, "Right now, I can only try using my bloodline. However, I might also be poisoned and fall into great danger." Huadongmei looked at Zhao Fu. "I don't know what to do to put you in such danger, but I still want you to give it a try. If you are poisoned, I can use my life to pay for it." Zhao Fu hugged Huadongmei with both hands and said with a smile, "It's not that serious. Although I will be poisoned, it won't be life-threatening. However, I might not be able to put out Huabaiwu." Huadongmei hugged Zhao Fu and leaned her head against Zhao Fu's shoulder. "It doesn't matter if you fail. I won't blame you. I'm yours from now on." Zhao Fu nodded with a smile. Huaqing'er's face was filled with astonishment. She didn't know what the relationship between her mother and the man in front of her was. Why was her usually steady and mature mother in another man's embrace so pitiful? Huameimu also said, "Husband. Although I am already yours, if you can take care of my father, I will thank you for the rest of my life." Huaqing'er's expression became even more astonished. Why is my big sister calling this man husband? Didn't she already have a husband? What happened to my mother and big sister? Zhao Fu nodded. "I will try my best." Zhao Fu walked to Huabaiwu's side and cut his finger. Blood flowed out from the wound. Zhao Fu then pressed his finger on Huabaiwu's forehead. A supreme bloodline power flowed into Huabaiwu's body. A massive might was released, causing Huadongmei and the other two women to feel their bodies sink and the air become heavy. Sensing Zhao Fu's terrifying bloodline might, the three women felt as minuscule as ants. They felt even more curious about who Zhao Fu was. The bloodline power that Zhao Fu sent into Huabaiwu's body turned into bloodline runes and flowed towards various parts of Huabaiwu's body. However, the poison formed a vortex that devoured those bloodline runes. Not only that, but the vortex also devoured Zhao Fu's bloodline and gave off an even more terrifying might. Zhao Fu gathered many bloodline runes, forming an enormous blood-red sword that slammed against the vortex with immense power. The two powers continuously clashed and a shocking aura spread out. The outside world was also affected, and Huabaiwu gave off a terrifying power, causing the ground to crack as he pushed Huadongmei and the other two women backwards. Huadongmei and the other two women used their power to resist, or else they would have been pushed out. Bang, the vortex was slashed apart by the sword, resulting in a massive sound. However, the vortex did not disappear and instead turned into two massive, strange insects. One looked like an earthworm and was transparent. There were small holes on its body and its head was conical. The other looked like a worm and had icy fur on its body. It had a savage-looking mouth and 5 eyes. The two strange insects swam upwards incredibly quickly, wanting to burrow into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and pressed down on Huabaiwu's forehead with his finger. An even more powerful bloodline power flowed into it, forming a blood-red dragon that gave off a powerful aura as it fought with the two strange insects. The transparent spatial insect disappeared and came out of the void, biting onto the blood-red dragon's body. The blood-red dragon flung out its body, sending the spatial insect flying. The ice insect spat out countless traces of cold air, wanting to seal Zhao Fu's body in ice. The blood-red dragon gave off a blood-red aura flame to block the incoming cold air. The spatial insect came out from the other side, wanting to bite the blood-red dragon again. However, the blood-red dragon had been prepared for this, and it turned and bit the spatial insect instead. The spatial insect gave off an ear-piercing cry as its body continuously twisted. The ice insect hurriedly leapt over and bit the blood-red dragon's body. It spat out large amounts of cold air, sealing the part of the blood-red dragon's body that it had bitten. The blood-red dragon ignored the ice insect's attacks and grabbed the spatial insect's body with its claws. It vigorously pulled, ripping the spatial insect in half and swinging its head and claws, sending the two halves of the spatial insect's body flying. The ice insect spat out even more cold air, wanting to seal the blood-red dragon in ice. The blood-red dragon immediately turned and ferociously bit, wanting to bite the ice insect's head and vigorously fling it away. The spatial insect that had been split in half did not die and gave off a formless power, wanting to reform itself. Roar! The blood-red dragon gave a massive roar and a blood-red light shot out from its mouth, bringing with it a massive power as it shot towards the spatial insect. The spatial insect's body turned into many particles and dissipated. The blood-red dragon looked at the ice insect savagely, and the ice insect turned and ran in terror. The blood-red dragon immediately chased after it. After a while, the blood-red dragon caught up to the ice insect and bit down on the ice insect's body. The ice insect vigorously struggled, but the blood-red dragon ripped upwards, tearing off a piece of the ice insect's flesh. The ice insect was in pain and gave off many icy lights. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the ice insect actually self-destructed. An icy power spread out and sent the blood-red dragon flying back. The ice insect disappeared and the blood-red dragon was slightly injured. It turned into a blood-red energy and dissipated. A massive bloodline power spread out and countless traces of poison spread out from Huabaiwu's body, causing his face to gradually become red. Seeing this, Huadongmei gave a happy smile and understood that the poison within Huabaiwu's body had been cleared. Zhao Fu continued to send in his bloodline power, continuously clearing the poison within Huabaiwu's body. However, the two waves of poison that had flowed out had not dissipated yet. One lingered in the air and the other floated in the air, giving off a cold aura. Zhao Fu immediately said, "All of you retreat further away." Zhao Fu was worried that the two waves of poison would attack the others. Hearing this, Huadongmei and the others immediately retreated far away and carefully looked at the two waves of poison floating in the air. Book 1, Chapter 56 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. Zhao Fu continued to send his bloodline power into Huabaiwu's body, cleansing his body of the poison. Zhao Fu retracted his hand and looked at the two orbs of poison floating in the air. With a wave of his hand, he cut open Huabaiwu's forehead, and a ball of blood floated out under Zhao Fu's control and floated into one of Zhao Fu's hands. A wave of energy entered the ball of blood, and the ball of blood gave off a suction force that sucked in the two orbs of poison. Zhao Fu was unable to control these two orbs of poison, so he could only use Huabaiwu's blood to condense them. Huabaiwu was poisoned, so his blood had this effect. After the two orbs of poison fused into the ball of blood, a three-colored orb appeared. It looked like it was half the size of an egg. Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief and put the orb away. Huadongmei smiled as she walked over and said, "Are you done?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "There's still one last step." Huadongmei's face became red as she said, "Do you really have to do that?" Huameimu's face also became red as he said, "That's not too good. Moreover, my royal father is a man, so your method probably won't work." Hua Qing'er looked at the two of them in confusion. Zhao Fu pretended to be serious as he said, "I'll be leaving then. If anything happens, don't blame me and don't come looking for me." Huadongmei hurriedly called out to Zhao Fu, "Don't." Li Baiqing looked at the white flame bird in front of him and asked, "Why did you bring me here?" The white flame bird said, "Nothing much." Li Baiqing said somewhat angrily, "If there's nothing else, I'll be going back." The white flame bird immediately said, "Li Baiqing, I advise you to give up the throne and I'll spare your life." Li Baiqing inwardly coldly harumphed and said, "Second princess, I'm someone my royal father likes, so I can't let him down. Second princess, on the other hand, you should be more well-behaved and not make my royal father worry." The white flame bird said mockingly, "I don't know what's wrong with my royal father for him to look at a useless dog like you." Li Baiqing felt quite furious. This was what he cared about the most, and losing to Zhao Fu would be the greatest humiliation of his life. However, thinking about how he would become a king after Huabaiwu died, Li Baiqing suppressed his anger and said, "I'm leaving." The white flame bird saw that Li Baiqing was about to leave and said, "Don't think that I don't know what kind of person you are. You can trick my third sister, but you can't trick me." The white flame bird's Li's, the white flame bird. She. And. Li, and. Li Baiqing immediately retaliated. And, Mei, Chen, 6, and, Chen, Li, and within the room, the three women hurriedly put on their clothes. Huqing lowered her head, and her eyes became misty. She had never thought that the final step that Zhao Fu had asked them to do was to do this. Before, Huqing would not have agreed, but thinking about her royal father, she still agreed. It was just that she felt that she had let Li Baiqing down and felt quite uncomfortable. Huamimi comforted her and said, I understand how you feel. You'll slowly accept him. Huqing shook her head and said, I definitely won't accept him, I only love my husband. Huamimi lightly smiled and said, you weren't like this just then. I was the same as you before, and now, I'm his woman. Huqing's face became red and felt quite uncomfortable. Huamimi said softly, after this matter is dealt with, I plan to divorce my previous husband. This will be good for both of us, and I want you to quickly make a decision. Huqing did not say anything. Right now, she doesn't know what to do. Dongmei sighed and said, I don't know what we owe him. Both of us have fallen into his hands, and we've even fallen for him. The three women left the room and immediately found out about the fight between Li Baiqing and the fire white bird. Dongmei walked over and called out to the two of them. Her expression was cold as she rebuked, something like this happened to your royal father, and you're acting like this? How can you face your royal father? Li Baiqing explained, Mother, I didn't want to, it was third sis who attacked me, so I retaliated. Dongmei glared at Dongmei and said, I'll deal with you later. Dongmei did not say anything. Both of them knew that this was just an act. Dongmei asked, Mother, how is royal father? Dongmei gave a trace of a smile and said, your royal father is fine now. Li Baiqing felt quite shocked and said, how is that possible? Dongmei smiled and said, that's great, I'm going to go see royal father. Li Baiqing suppressed the anger in his heart and smiled as he said, I'm relieved that royal father is fine. Everyone came to the room and saw that Huabaiwu's face was rosy and did not look like he had been poisoned. Seeing this scene, everyone felt quite shocked. Who could dispel such a terrifying poison? Li Baiqing returned to the room and smashed a chair with a wave of his hand as he said furiously, why isn't he dead? Su Yan's expression was quite unsightly as he said, even higher beings can die from this poison, I don't know who has the ability to dispel it. Li Baiqing asked, last time, it was the second princess who dispelled the poison for the empress, it should be that person again this time. Also, did we make a mistake? Was it that person helping Dongmei and not the empress? Su Yan thought for a moment and said, that's indeed possible. Li Baiqing thought about it and said coldly, it seems that we've underestimated Dongmei. She held me back so that person could save Huabaiwu, what's more important is who that person is. Su Yan said, it might be difficult to find out, we haven't received any information about that person. Li Baiqing said, no matter what, we have to find out who that person is, or else we won't be able to carry out our plans in the future. Su Yan nodded and said, I understand. I'll investigate as soon as possible. Following this, Li Baiqing left the room and looked at Huqing, who seemed to have something on her mind, and he gently asked, wife, what's wrong? Isn't royal father fine now? What's there to worry about? Huqing looked at Su Yan and wanted to tell Li Baiqing about this, but she could not bring herself to say it. Li Baiqing smiled as he said, if you have anything to say, just say it. I'll listen carefully. Huqing thought about it and said, what if I was with someone else? What would you do? Li Baiqing felt quite startled, right now, everything depended on Huqing, and he hurriedly asked, what happened? Wife, why would you say something like that? Seeing how unsightly Li Baiqing's expression was, Huqing felt quite bad and forced out a trace of a smile as she said, it's nothing, I was just saying. Don't think too much about it. Hearing this, Li Baiqing felt quite uneasy, but he still smiled and nodded. Book 1, Chapter 57 Inches The Great Hall, Zhao Fu sat on the highest seat, and below him was a beautiful maid. She was precisely the maid who wanted to serve Huabaiwu, yet she poisoned Huabaiwu. Her name was Xianxia. Now that Two of Fire Country's noblest and most powerful people had been poisoned consecutively. It caused everyone in Fire Country to feel insecure and the situation had become unstable. His first task was to find the person who poisoned the girl. Otherwise, the matter would not be resolved. Everyone was trying to guess who the culprit was. Zhao Fu also wanted to get the evidence. The culprit was Li Baiqing. Xianxia was extremely nervous and afraid in her heart. She originally wanted to use this chance to ascend to the heavens in a single step, but who would have thought that she would fall into hell instead? She had no idea why His Majesty would suddenly be poisoned. She didn't seem to have done anything. Zhao Fu said, "Tell me everything that happened that day in detail." Xianxia pitifully begged, "My lord, it really wasn't me who poisoned you. Please spare my life, I will definitely repay you." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "I know it's not you. Tell me the details now, so I can find the real poisoner." Xianxia thought about it carefully. That day, everything was normal. I followed His Majesty's orders to pay attention to the Empress movements. When I discovered that she had left the palace, I went to report to His Majesty. Seeing that His Majesty was being ignored by the Empress, I couldn't help but, Zhao Fu said, "Did anything happen to you before this?" Xianxia shook her head. Then, she suddenly recalled, "Oh right, I felt especially cold in the morning. Then, I returned to normal." Zhao Fu understood that someone must have used her as a medium to poison Baiwu. Moreover, he knew that Baiwu wanted Xianxia to pay attention to the Empress. Who would know so much about the affairs of the palace? There didn't seem to be any third party involved in the affairs of the Fire Country. Of course, Li Baiqing was the biggest suspect, but there wasn't any evidence to prove that Li Baiqing had done it. However, even if he wasn't the one who did it, Zhao Fu wanted to prove that he was the one who did it. He looked at Xianxia and said, "Do you want to live?" Xianxia immediately said, "Yes, please save me, I will definitely repay you." Zhao Fu's eyes sized up Xianxia as he chuckled, "Then come and repay me now." When Xianxia saw Zhao Fu's gaze, she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. She smiled as she walked towards Zhao Fu. A few hours later, Xianxia leaned into Zhao Fu's embrace and smiled, "My lord, are you satisfied?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Just do as I say, and I promise you won't die." Xianxia smiled and said, "Many thanks, my lord." The little white bird walked in and looked at the scene in front of her. She did not mind much and asked, "Husband, how is your investigation going?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "It's done." The blazing white bird said angrily, "Who is it? If it dares to poison my royal father and royal mother, I will definitely skin it alive." Zhao Fu said, "I didn't find out who the poisoner was. Li Baiqing is a big suspect. I want to frame him." The blazing white bird hesitated. "It's not good to not have any evidence, right? This might cause him to lose his life, and he's third sister's man. In actuality, I just want the throne, it's not that I don't want to kill him." Zhao Fu looked quite surprised, he had never thought that the blazing white bird would have such thoughts. He calmly said, "Don't worry, he won't die so easily. I won't let him die like this, after all, he's still my little brother." The blazing white bird did not dare to disobey Zhao Fu and could only nod. After half an hour, Baiwu woke up. The poison that could disappoint even higher beings had been removed by Zhao Fu's bloodline power, and Baiwu had obtained massive benefits. His constitution and power had been greatly strengthened, which was why he had recovered so quickly. Dongmei sat by the side and looked at Baiwu caringly as she asked, "Are you all right?" Looking at Dongmei, Baiwu felt incredibly moved. He understood that he loved Dongmei the most, and he said gently, "I'm fine." Dongmei smiled and said, "I'm at ease as long as you're fine. I'll be leaving now." Because she was worried about Baiwu, Dongmei had stayed here the entire time. She wanted to go and properly thank Zhao Fu. Baiwu pulled Dongmei and said with a slightly pleading tone, "I want you to stay with me for a while." Dongmei looked quite surprised, Baiwu had never spoken to her like this before. Her heart softened and she nodded in agreement. Baiwu grinned. Dongmei thought of something and said coldly, "I've already ordered everyone to track down the person who poisoned you. If we can't find him, he will act again. This time, we definitely can't let him off." Baiwu nodded and said, At that moment, someone came to report, "Your Majesty, Queen, and the second princess wants to see you. She says that she has found the person who poisoned you." Hearing this, Huadongmei felt quite curious and had the blazing white bird come in. The blazing white bird brought Xianxia in and said, "Royal father and Queen mother, according to her confession, the person who poisoned you is most likely Li Baiqing. When the incident happened, she saw Li Baiqing, so it was definitely Li Baiqing who poisoned her when she wasn't paying attention." Huabaiwu looked at Xianxia and said, "Is what the second princess said true?" Xianxia nodded. Zhaofu did not directly say that Li Baiqing was poisoned because of fear, that would be too silly. Huadongmei seemed to believe in Li Baiqing and said for him, "But just because of this, we can't say that Li Baiqing is the culprit." Huabaiwu also said, "Indeed, we can't be so careless." The blazing white bird said, "Even if it isn't him, he is still a great suspect. I ask Royal Father to capture him and investigate carefully, otherwise, we won't be able to convince the masses." Huabaiwu looked at the blazing white bird in shock and found that his daughter had matured quite a bit. She could actually use the big picture to pressure him. However, since the matter had become so big, they had to do something to calm the masses. This could also test the two of them. Huabaiwu said, "Give the order to capture Li Baiqing." Huadongmei said, "Your Majesty, you can't do this, it will greatly harm Baiqing." Huabaiwu said earnestly, "He is the person I chose, and it is precisely because of this that I want to test him." Hearing this, Huadongmei did not say anything else. The blazing white bird gave a trace of a smile. Everything was just as Zhao Fu had said. What she had just said was what Zhao Fu had told her to say. She said, "Then I'll immediately take people to capture Li Baiqing." Su Yan quickly received the news, and he looked quite panicked as he said, "Right now, Huabaiwu has sent people to capture us. If they capture us and then investigate, they will easily find out that we poisoned him." Li Baiqing's expression was quite unsightly and he did not say anything. He had endured for so long, and now he might lose everything. Taking revenge against Qing was like a joke. Book 1, Chapter 58. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Su Yan said, "Right now, we only have two choices. The first is to bring our supporters to join the Royal Alliance. If we attack now, we will definitely fail. The second is to gamble that they will not discover that we poisoned them. This might be a test, and if you pass, you will become the Fire Country's king." Li Baiqing thought about it seriously and said, "I choose the second option." Su Yan looked at Li Baiqing seriously and asked, "Are you sure?" Li Baiqing nodded, "We won't be able to bring many people with us. I only have so many people supporting me because of Huabaiwu's support. It would be good if Huabaiwu died, but since he is not dead, not many people will support us. Joining the Royal Alliance is a humiliation." Su Yan said, "All right, I will get rid of all evidence. What happens next is up to the heavens." Li Baiqing said in a low voice, "N." Huaqing Heir also received the news and hurriedly ran over. "Husband, hurry and leave, my second big sister has brought people to capture you." Li Baiqing calmly said, "I did not poison them. I trust father and mother, so you don't have to worry about me." Huaqing Heir said worriedly, "But this is too dangerous." Li Baiqing smiled and said, "I trust father and mother, and I also believe in justice. This matter will definitely be investigated." Saying these words, Li Baiqing's expression did not change at all, as if he had been wrongly accused. Hearing this, Huaqing Heir nodded. She also believed that her father and mother would not harm Li Baiqing. Flame White Bird walked in with some people and said in surprise, "Why haven't you run? Did I walk very slowly on purpose?" Li Baiqing calmly said, "Why should I run? I'm innocent." The blazing white bird looked at Li Baiqing and wondered if she had wronged him. Huaqing Heir said to Flame White Bird, "Second big sister. For my sake, don't hurt Baiqing, okay?" Flame White Bird looked at her little sister and lightly nodded. Flame White Bird lightly nodded. Flame White Bird brought Li Baiqing into the prison. The news quickly spread, and everyone knew that Li Baiqing was the biggest suspect. However, everyone was still quite shocked, as Li Baiqing had been about to become the Fire Country's king, yet he had been reduced to a prisoner. Some people who supported Li Baiqing immediately changed sides, becoming neutral or supporting Flame White Bird. Only a small portion of people supported Li Baiqing. However, the situation had stabilized a little. Li Baiqing stayed in the big boss's room. He was a bit nervous in his heart. After all, he was gambling. If Hu Baiwu really found evidence that he had poisoned Li Baiqing, he might die. Of course, he still looked calm on the surface. The guard also reported this matter to Hu Baiwu. Hu Baiwu nodded. In his heart, he also did not believe that Li Baiqing would use poison. Hu Dongmei asked with concern, "What do you plan to do now?" Hu Baiwu thought for a moment. Temporarily lock him up for a few days. Also, continue to collect information. I must find the person who poisoned him. Hu Dongmei said, "Okay, then I'm leaving." Hu Baiwu thought about how Hu Dongmei had accompanied him for such a long time. He nodded and allowed her to leave. After Hu Dongmei left, she immediately went to find Zhao Fu. At this time, Zhao Fu was ravaging Hu Qing'er. Originally, she had come to plead for Zhao Fu to let Li Baiqing go. Looking at the scene in front of her, Hu Dongmei said angrily, "You bastard, I knew that you were the one behind this. You framed someone else's husband and sent him to prison and even treated his wife like this. Can't you do something good?" Zhao Fu lightly smiled and said, "Did I not do anything good? Didn't I save you and your husband? Have you forgotten about it so quickly?" Hu Dongmei lightly snorted. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "You come over as well. We'll talk about this later." Hu Dongmei obediently walked over. After an unknown amount of time, Hu Qing'er lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and looked at Zhao Fu with hope in her eyes. "Can you let my husband off now?" Zhao Fu replied, "If he really was the one who poisoned him, what would you do?" Hu Qing'er shook her head. "I don't believe that he would do such a thing." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "What if he is?" Hu Qing'er said seriously, "If he dares to do such a thing, I will never forgive him." Zhao Fu smiled and asked, "Is that all?" Hu Qing'er nodded, "Other than that, I don't know what to do." Zhao Fu lightly smiled and said, "All right." Hu Dongmei softly said, "I also think that Baiqing would not die. It should be someone else." Zhao Fu looked at Hu Dongmei and said, "Who do you think it is?" Hu Dongmei pouted and said, "I think you're the most suspicious." Zhao Fu pretended to be angry and said, "Since you're saying that, I'll leave with you." Hu Dongmei hurriedly pulled Zhao Fu and said, "No, I'm just saying that there might be more mysterious people like you in the fire country." Zhao Fu lightly smiled and said, "Call me husband and I'll forgive you." Hu Dongmei's face turned red and she called out, "Husband." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "N. Be obedient." Hu Qing'er's face turned red and said, "Husband. I can separate from Baiqing, but can you let Baiqing off?" For Li Baiqing's sake, Hu Qing'er made a decision in her heart and understood that she would not be able to be with Li Baiqing in the future. Zhao Fu looked at Hu Qing'er in his arms and did not reply and said, "I'm leaving." Hu Dongmei asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Zhao Fu said seriously, "I'm going to find evidence." "Oh." Looking at Zhao Fu's serious look, Hu Dongmei did not resist and just nodded. Hu Qing'er looked at Zhao Fu and did not know what to do. Su Yan was currently getting rid of all evidence, and he would kill anyone who knew anything related to this. This concerned his and Li Baiqing's lives, so he could not allow anything to happen to them. The door was suddenly pushed open. Su Yan frowned and said, "Didn't I say that? Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Long time no see." Hearing this, Su Yan's body trembled and all the hairs on his body stood up. He raised his head and looked at the man in front of him, his face filled with terror. This was because the man in front of him was the master of Qin. He was also their lifelong enemy. Without any hesitation, Su Yan fled to the side. Facing Zhao Fu, he understood that it was impossible for him to fight back. A wave of power emanated from Zhao Fu's body, directly sealing everything in the room, including Su Yan. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "We're old acquaintances, why are you doing this?" Su Yan said coldly, "If you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't talk nonsense, I feel disgusted just looking at you." Zhao Fu said with a light smile, "As an enemy of Qin, you always go against Qin. I don't know how many soldiers of Qin have died in your hands. Do you think I'll kill you so easily?" Su Yan's face turned ugly, "What do you want to do to me?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Aren't you curious why I'm here?" Su Yan was smart and immediately understood. His heart fell to the bottom and his face turned pale. Only now did he understand what a wrong choice he had made. He did not expect that everything was planned by Zhao Fu. Now that they were finished, everything was over. Book 1, Chapter 59 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a wave of energy flowed out from his hand towards Su Yan. The energy continuously entered Su Yan's body through his mouth, nose, and ears, and Su Yan felt immense pain as he vigorously struggled. Following this, Su Yan gradually lost consciousness, and Zhao Fu started to ask Su Yan about their plan, as well as whether they had poisoned him. By now, Su Yan was under Zhao Fu's control, and he told Zhao Fu everything. Zhao Fu felt satisfied and left. As for Su Yan, Zhao Fu did not kill him for now and instead had him faint on the ground. With Su Yan's information, Zhao Fu quickly found the evidence and reported it to Hu Baiwu. After hearing that the evidence had been found, Hu Baiwu and the other women felt quite curious and came to the main hall and had people bring the evidence up. The first was a 17 or 18-year-old young man who nervously reported, "Your Majesty, the void pain poison belongs to my master. I saw my master trade with Su Yan, and my master was worried that something might happen to him and has long since fled the fire country." Hu Baiwu said with a cold expression, "Su Yan is the advisor by Li Baiqing's side?" Hu Dongmei nodded. Hu Baiwu asked, "How can you prove what you said?" The young man said, "Your Majesty, you can investigate my identity. I can also confront Su Yan." "Your Majesty, this matter has nothing to do with me, so please don't kill me." A minister next to him handed over a document. Hu Baiwu took it and looked at it. It contained detailed information about the young man and his master. His master had indeed fled in panic after the incident, and this person had indeed come into contact with Su Yan. Hu Baiwu nodded and asked, "What other evidence do you have?" Following this, a minister took out an account book and said, "This is the account book of the third princess residence. Su Yan took away a large amount of treasures just before this. Now, Su Yan was the greatest suspect." Hu Baiwu said, "What other evidence do you have?" The minister had people bring in a green-clothed elder, who said fearfully, "Your Majesty, this matter has nothing to do with me. I only know that Hu Donglai has the void pain poison and don't interact with him." The minister said, "This person's name is Hu Mu, and he is Hu Donglai's good friend." Hu Baiwu asked, "Did you bring that Su Yan?" De Chen replied, "Yes, but for some reason, he's unconscious and can't be woken up." Hu Qing'er's face paled. With so much evidence in front of her, she could confirm that the poisoning of her mother and father was related to Li Baiqing. But why would Li Baiqing do such a thing? Did she, her mother, and her father not treat them well? Hu Dongmei couldn't believe that she trusted Li Baiqing so much, but Li Baiqing wanted to poison her. How could Li Baiqing be such a person? Hu Baiwu was also extremely angry in his heart. He had supported Li Baiqing so much and had even resisted all the pressure to make him the king of the fire country. He had even offended such a terrifying enemy like Qin. But not only was Li Baiqing not grateful, he had even done such a thing. However, when Hu Baiwu thought about it again, he felt that this kind of unscrupulous method to achieve his goal was indeed very suitable for a king. The minister said, "Your Majesty, we also found 2 magic arrays in the secret chamber of the third princess residence. There were still traces of these 2 poisons on them. The purpose of these 2 magic arrays was to fuse them." Hu Dongmei turned and said, "Your Majesty, the poison you were poisoned with is a type of fusion poison, and one of them is the nihility bitter poison. We just need to compare this poison with the other 2 poisons and we'll be able to find information about them." Hu Baiwu said in a low voice, "Bring out the 2 poisons." A guard came up with 2 glass bottles. He then opened the 2 bottles, and 2 streams of aura came out. Hu Baiwu's body trembled. As someone who had been poisoned before, he was very familiar with these 2 auras, and his expression became dark. Hu Dongmei sighed, she was sure that one of them was the nihility bitter poison. If the evidence from before made Li Baiqing suspicious, this was enough to prove that it was Li Baiqing who had poisoned them. Hu Bai felt quite surprised, she had never thought that it would be Li Baiqing. Hu Mei looked quite distressed, she had never thought that she would have misjudged Li Baiqing. Before, she had tried to protect Li Baiqing, but now that Li Baiqing had wanted to kill her father and mother, Li Baiqing would not hesitate to kill her. she had been too stupid. Hu Qing'er knew that Li Baiqing had a lot to do with this, but she still wanted to defend Li Baiqing and say, could it be that Su Yan made this decision on his own and that Baiqing didn't know about it? Hu Baiwu said coldly, do you think that's possible? It's just that he didn't know about it once, but it's already happened twice. Don't try to defend him, bring Li Baiqing here. Hu Qing'er's eyes were filled with tears and she did not say anything. Li Baiqing walked in with shackles on his legs. Originally, he wanted to defend himself and say that he was wrongly accused, but when he saw the people standing in the main hall and the unconscious Su Yan on the ground, his heart suddenly fell to the bottom of the valley, and his expression became ugly. Hu Baiwu coldly looked at Li Baiqing and said, what else do you have to say? Li Baiqing shook his head. Although Li Baiqing might be able to live if he knelt down and begged, Li Baiqing wanted to protect his last bit of dignity. Hu Qing'er cried out, Baiqing. Li Baiqing looked at the crying Hu Qing'er and said guiltily, I'm sorry. Hu Qing'er was perhaps the person Li Baiqing had let down the most. Hu Qing'er rushed forward and knelt down as she said, Father, Mother, please spare Baiqing's life. This is your daughter's last time begging you. Hu Dongmei looked at Hu Baiwu and said, Your Majesty, how do you plan to deal with this? All the ministers said in unison, Li Baiqing is so ungrateful and treacherous. He should be burned at the stake, otherwise, the people's anger will not be quelled. Now that they knew that Li Baiqing was the culprit behind the poisoning, he would definitely not be able to become the Fire Country's king. They took the opportunity to kill Li Baiqing and those who supported Li Baiqing didn't dare to say anything. Everyone was waiting for Hu Baiwu's decision. Hu Baiwu looked at everyone and said, Bring everyone away. The ministers felt strange in their hearts. They did not expect that Hu Baiwu would not immediately give the order to kill Li Baiqing. However, even if they did not kill him now, they could not be sure in the future. They did not believe that Li Baiqing would be able to live. The guards brought everyone away. Hu Baiwu also stood up from his throne and waved his hand, court dismissed. The ministers understood that Hu Baiwu was not in a good mood, so they obediently retreated and did not dare to say anything. Within the room, Zhao Fu said, I've already proven that Li Baiqing was the one who poisoned Su Yan. My intuition was not wrong. Hu Bainiao smiled and said, I'm sorry, husband. I never thought that Li Baiqing would be such a person. Hu Mei said, this time, we misunderstood you and did not believe you. I also apologize to you. Book 1, Chapter 60 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123 Hu Dongmei sighed and said, I don't know what to do with Baiqing. I won't forgive him for what he did. Hu Qing'er cried and said, I know my husband can save Baiqing. I beg you. From now on, you are my man. I will serve you well. Zhao Fu said, I can't answer you for now. Now, Zhao Fu was thinking about how to deal with Li Baiqing. Maybe he would kill Li Baiqing. Zhao Fu couldn't guarantee that. When Hu Qing'er heard Zhao Fu's words, she threw herself into Zhao Fu's arms. She stared at Zhao Fu and said, I know that Baiqing has done many wrong things, but I just want you to spare his life. Zhao Fu sighed and didn't answer her. He said, wait. He looked at the blazing white bird and said, the matter here is settled. I have to go back. From now on, you will be the king of Fire Country. No one can take your position. The blazing white bird smiled and nodded. Husband. Come over when you are free. We will miss you. Zhao Fu smiled and responded. Hu Dongmei couldn't help but say, are you still not willing to tell us your identity? The blazing white bird stared at Zhao Fu. She really wanted to tell him that the man in front of her was the king of Qin. However, Zhao Fu shook his head. Hu Dongmei was slightly disappointed. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I'm leaving. The women softly responded. Soon after, a piece of news spread. An unknown expert broke into the prison and rescued Li Baiqing and Su Yan. The Emptiness Realm expert of Fire Country was defeated with one move. The people of Fire Country were shocked again. Hu Baiwu's face turned solemn. He didn't expect that such an expert would rescue Li Baiqing. He started to worry. An expert of this level must be very famous in the central region. Hu Dongmei guessed that it was done by Zhao Fu. Hu Dongmei was shocked by Zhao Fu's strength. Hu Qing'er breathed a sigh of relief. Although she wasn't sure if Zhao Fu would kill Li Baiqing, it was better than staying in prison. Of course, this was just her personal opinion. On the wasteland, Li Baiqing and Su Yan slowly woke up. Li Baiqing didn't know what was going on in the prison. A wave of energy attacked him, and his eyes went black as he lost consciousness. The two opened their eyes and looked at the cloaked man in front of them. Li Baiqing recognized the person in front of him at first glance. His expression turned cold as he said, "Zhao Fu." Su Yan hung his head dejectedly, without any ambition. Zhao Fu said flatly, "Long time no see." Li Baiqing said coldly, "It's been a long time since I've seen you, you beast. Today, I've fallen into your hands. If you want to kill me, then kill me. If there's a next life, I'll definitely make you pay with your blood." Zhao Fu waved his hand and a black flame flew towards Su Yan, who was next to Li Baiqing. The black flame ignited Su Yan, turning him into a flaming person. The intense pain caused Su Yan to violently struggle on the ground as he screamed. Li Baiqing looked at Zhao Fu hatefully without any fear. Su Yan's struggle gradually weakened, and in the end, he was burned into a pile of ashes. His soul was also burned into nothingness. His enemy, Qin, had finally died, ending his extraordinary life. Zhao Fu looked at Li Baiqing and said, "Do you want to die?" Li Baiqing smiled and said, "You bastard of the Li family, hurry up and do it. I don't know why my dad fell for that bitch, but..." Before Li Baiqing could lie, his throat was grabbed by Zhao Fu and he was lifted into the air. Zhao Fu looked at Li Baiqing, who was struggling to breathe, and said with a smile, "Do you know why you lost? I was the one who supported Flame White Bird, and I was the one who found the evidence of your poisoning." Li Baiqing looked at Zhao Fu angrily. He had never thought that everything he had worked so hard for would be destroyed by the person he hated the most. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "Hu Qing'er also tasted good. She just knelt in front of me and begged me to let you go." Li Baiqing suddenly thought of Hu Qing'er's previous appearance, and anger rushed to his brain. His eyes became bloodshot, as if he wanted to kill Zhao Fu with his eyes. Zhao Fu laughed and said, "My good brother, I've taken everything from you. I'll also tell you a piece of good news. Now, I'll let your family reunite." Li Huqing was furious and struggled with all his might. Zhao Fu brought Li Baiqing back to the Qin prison. Within the prison, Li Shan and Li Jia sat there with disheveled hair and tattered clothes, looking like madmen. Seeing Zhao Fu walk over, Li Jia immediately flew into a rage and yelled, "You bastard, your elder will kill you." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Why are you so angry after seeing me? I brought you good news today." Li Shan coldly said, "What good news can you bring me?" Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "Of course it's good news. To you, your family can be reunited." Li Shan's expression changed and he asked in panic, "What did you do to Baiqing?" Zhao Fu laughed and said with a trace of mockery, "I'm sure you all want to know about him, so I'll tell you. He went to the Fire Kingdom and became Huiyan's son-in-law. It was very likely that he would become the future king of the Fire Kingdom, but everything was destroyed by me." Li Shan could feel the feeling of everything being destroyed, and he coldly looked at Zhao Fu, "You bastard, I swear that I'll make you regret this." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "You know that your precious grandson is in a pitiful state? I'll let you see him." Zhao Fu had people bring Li Baiqing in. Li Baiqing looked like he had been beaten up, and there were bruises all over his body. His clothes were in a mess, and his head was drooping. Adding on his dim gaze, he looked quite pitiful. Li Shan hurriedly called out, "Baiqing." Li Jia stopped madly cursing at Zhao Fu and called out in concern, "Son. How are you?" Hearing these voices, Li Baiqing looked up at his father and grandfather. His nose twitched and tears flowed out as he called out, "Dad. Grandpa." Li Shan smiled as he said, I never thought that we would be able to meet again. Grandpa knows that you've suffered a lot over the years, and you haven't disappointed Grandpa." Li Jia said guiltily, "I'm sorry, son. I didn't take good care of you in the past and didn't do my duty as a dad. Your dad's greatest pride." This scene looked quite heartwarming. Bang, Li Shan was sent flying by a wave of energy and crashed against a wall, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Li Jia savagely looked at Zhao Fu and wanted to say something, but he was also sent flying by Zhao Fu with a wave of his hand, and he fell to the ground in pain. Li Baiqing furiously called out, "Don't hurt them." Zhao Fu coldly looked at Li Baiqing and slashed out with his finger, causing a sword light to slash into Li Baiqing's body, opening up a very deep gash from which blood continuously flowed out. Li Baiqing weakly fell to the ground, and Zhao Fu stepped on his head as he looked at Li Shan and Li Jie and said, "Beg me now." Book 1, Chapter 61 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Models 123. Li Shan looked at Zhao Fu coldly. Li Jie shouted angrily, "You bastard, you want me to beg you? You and your lowly mother can go to hell together." Bang, a force sent Li Jie flying, crashing into the wall. A few of the bones in his chest were broken, and blood flowed from his mouth, making him unable to speak. Zhao Fu stepped on Li Baiqing's head and said coldly, "If you don't beg me, I'll kill your precious grandson right now." Li Shan said with a cold expression, "I beg you, let Baiqing go." Zhao Fu said coldly, "Kneel." Li Shan suppressed his anger and knelt down, "I beg you, let Baiqing go." Zhao Fu said with a light smile, "Shouldn't you thank me for letting you two meet? Your family won't be separated from each other anymore." Li Baiqing, who was being stepped on by Zhao Fu, cried out in humiliation, "Just kill me." Zhao Fu laughed, "Do you think it's that easy for you to die?" Li Shan looked at Zhao Fu coldly, "Our family is in your hands now, what do you want?" Zhao Fu thought for a moment, "I'm not sure yet. Perhaps I'll kill you immediately, or perhaps I'll lock you up for the rest of your lives, making you feel the pain of being imprisoned for the rest of your lives." Li Shan said in a gentle tone, "You can do whatever you want to me and Jie. It's us who have wronged your mother. We can kneel and kowtow if you want, but Baiqing is innocent. After all, he's your brother. I want you to live a normal life." Zhao Fu laughed, "What's the point of talking about this now?" Li Shan knelt on the ground and kowtowed, "I know it's useless. But I still want to try." Zhao Fu looked at Li Jie, who was glaring at him with hatred, and said, "If he kneels and kowtows to me, I might consider it." Li Shan immediately said, "Jie, come here and kowtow. I don't think you want Baiqing to spend the rest of his life here." Li Jie suppressed his anger and knelt down, kowtowing, "I beg you." Zhao Fu chuckled, "Not sincere enough. I think the three of you should just stay here. I think this place suits you the best." Zhao Fu threw Li Baiqing into prison. Li Jie immediately cursed Zhao Fu angrily. Li Shan inspected Li Baiqing's injuries. Zhao Fu looked at Li Jie and smiled as he said, "Now, I'm going to tell this to your wife. She should be very grateful to me." Li Jie knew what Zhao Fu was going to do. Thinking about that unsightly scene, Li Jie savagely cursed, "You bastard, I'll definitely kill you." Zhao Fu chuckled and left, ignoring Li Jie. After returning to the Qin palace, Zhao Fu did not go to find Zhang Shiyun and the others. Instead, Zhang Shiyun and the other two went to find Zhao Fu. They had placed their last hope on Li Baiqing, hoping that Li Baiqing would save them one day. However, after finding out that Li Baiqing had been captured by Zhao Fu, all of their hopes had been dashed. They had suffered a huge blow, and they had to think about their future. Li Shan's wife and Li Jie's mother, Lu Yuxian, smiled as she asked, "Your Majesty, I heard that you brought Baiqing back." Zhang Shiyun, Li Jie's wife and Li Baiqing's mother, looked at Zhao Fu with concern, and so did Yang Yuyan. After all, she still deeply loved Li Baiqing, and she also missed Zhao Fu in some ways. Zhao Fu nodded calmly. Lu Yuxian smiled as she said, "That's great. Our family has finally been reunited." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lu Yuxian looked at Zhang Shiyun and Yang Yuyan and said, "Hurry up and thank His Majesty." Hearing this, Zhang Shiyun and Yang Yuyan bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Even though Lu Yuxian was quite tactful, Zhao Fu knew what they were thinking and lightly nodded as he said, "Is there anything else?" "If there's nothing else, you can leave." Zhang Shiyun said softly, "Your Majesty, can I see my son?" Zhao Fu said, "Why should I let you see him?" Zhang Shiyun knelt and said, "Your Majesty, please let me see my son, I haven't seen him in a long time." Zhao Fu said coldly, "No." Zhang Shiyun still wanted to say something, but Lu Yuxian cut her off as she smiled and said, "Your Majesty, if we want to see him, then we won't. Also, when will Your Majesty allow us to serve you? The three of us have been looking forward to it for a long time." Zhang Shiyun and Yang Yuyan's faces became red, and they were indeed looking forward to it, mainly because of the 6 desires demonic qi within their bodies. Zhao Fu frowned as he said, I'm not interested in you. Zhang Shiyun and Yang Yuyan felt quite disappointed, while Lu Yuxian felt quite confident. However, she did not dare to say it out loud. At that moment, Lu Yuxian smiled as she said, Your Majesty, it wasn't easy for our family to gather together, don't you want to take revenge on them? We can help you. Zhao Fu said with great interest, how about it? Lu Yuxian smiled as she said, we can pretend to be favored by you and encourage them. What do you think? Zhao Fu thought for a moment before saying, all right. However, I won't be going, this is for you. Zhao Fu took out an egg-sized glass ball and threw it at Lu Yuxian. Lu Yuxian caught the glass ball and asked, Your Majesty, what is this? Zhao Fu said, as long as you wear it, I'll be able to see you. Also, don't play any tricks, or else you'll have to bear the consequences. Lu Yuxian smiled as she said, we understand. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhao Fu said, you can leave now. After the 3 women left the room, Zhang Shiyun said somewhat awkwardly, it's not good for us to do this. Bai Qing and Li Zhe will be in great pain. Lu Yuxian said nonchalantly, if we don't do this, will you be able to see the 3 of them? It's probably impossible in this lifetime. Also, you better be obedient in the future. If you anger His Majesty, you won't have a good ending. You have to serve 100 men. Zhang Shiyun and Yang Yuyan nodded. Lu Yuxian looked at them and smiled as she comforted them, think about it, if we can properly serve His Majesty in the future, the 3 of them might still be able to come out. We're doing this for them. Hearing this, Zhang Shiyun and Yang Yuyan felt a bit better and had some new hope. The 3 women came to the prison. Seeing her son, whom she had not seen for a long time, Zhang Shiyun ran over happily and called out, Bai Qing. Seeing his mother, grandmother, and loved ones, Li Baiqing happily called out, Grandma, Mom, Yuyan. Seeing that Li Baiqing was injured, Zhang Shiyun asked with concern, Baiqing, are you all right? Li Baiqing smiled as he said, I'm fine. At that moment, Li Baiqing looked at Yang Yuyan, the woman he loved the most. He had not seen her for a long time and had been missing her. Yang Yuyan stepped forward and called out happily, Baiqing. Li Baiqing grabbed Yang Yuyan's hands and said happily, after so long, we finally meet. I've been thinking about you all these years. Hearing this, Yang Yuyan felt a bit guilty and turned her face away. Book 1, Chapter 62. Li Shan coldly looked at Lu Yuxian. From his understanding of Lu Yuxian, he could tell that Lu Yuxian was not here, so he asked, what are you doing here? Lu Yuxian chuckled, we were just serving His Majesty and heard that he brought Bai Qing back, so we came over to take a look. Hearing this, Li Baiqing felt a pain in his heart as he looked at the guilty Yang Yuyan in front of him. Yang Yuyan pulled back her hands and said, I'm sorry. Li Baiqing had already expected this result. Thinking about the woman he loved being with Zhao Fu, Li Baiqing felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Li Zhe cursed, that bastard. Zhang Shiyun also said guiltily, I'm sorry, hubby. Lu Yuxian knew that Zhao Fu might be watching, so she naturally had to put on a good performance. She said with a smile, serving His Majesty every day is the happiest thing for us. Do you feel that we have become prettier? This is all thanks to His Majesty. Li Shan said coldly, you can scram now. Lu Yuxian chuckled and said, what? You're not as good as His Majesty, yet you're jealous of His Majesty? Li Shan looked at Lu Yuxian coldly. You be *tch. Lu Yuxian did not feel ashamed. Instead, she laughed proudly and said, I am His Majesty's whore. I love to serve His Majesty the most. Li Zhe could not bear to watch any longer and cried out, Mom. Don't be so cheap. Lu Yuxian said with a smile, it's not just me. Your wife may look innocent, but she's even more despicable than me. His Majesty likes her the most. Li Zhe was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. Lu Yuxian patted Zhang Shiyun. Zhang Shiyun blushed and said, His Majesty really likes me the most. I also enjoy serving His Majesty. Pooh. Li Zhe spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yuxian smiled and said, all right, now that I've seen you, we're leaving. Lu Yuxian left with the 2 of them, leaving behind 3 men in pain. Zhang Shiyun asked worriedly, will Li Zhe be all right? Lu Yuexian chuckled. Don't worry. His Majesty won't let him die. Yang Yuyan asked, what do we do now? Lu Yuexian said with a charming smile, do what we usually do and show His Majesty. Zhang Shuyun and Yang Yuyan blushed. Zhao Fu looked at the three women in the crystal ball and frowned slightly. He did not continue watching. Now that the matter with Li Baiqing was over, the knot in Zhao Fu's heart had been untied. He didn't have to think about this anymore. Now that the white flame bird had become the next king, according to the agreement between Zhao Fu and her, the Fire Country's army would be a chess piece, hidden among the armies of the other parties, to provide information to Zhao Fu. Now, as long as he waited for an opportunity, Qin might be able to inflict heavy losses on the armies of all sides. Zhao Fu wanted to continue to deal with things in the alchemy world, but there was something in the card world that asked Zhao Fu to go there, saying that it was very important. Hearing this, Zhao Fu came to the card world. Zhao Fu looked at Long Xinyan and asked, what's the matter? Long Xinyan was still as cold and domineering as she said, I want to use your supreme dragon power to strengthen the Dragon Rider Corps. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. He went forward and hugged Long Xinyan as he said, what do you want? Long Xinyan blushed. I built the dragon platform. Zhao Fu said with a smile, take me to have a look. Long Xinyan nodded and brought Zhao Fu to a huge building. This building was a platform with a height of more than 10 meters and an area of 10,000 meters wide. It was circular and had a huge metal pillar in the middle. This metal pillar was 600 meters wide and thousands of meters tall, reaching into the sky. There were countless dragons carved on it, all of which were Western dragons, but each one was different. The carvings were very fine, as if they were alive. Zhao Fu asked, what is this? Long Xinyan said, this is the 1,000 Dragon Pillar, the greatest building of my dragon kingdom. The reason why my dragon kingdom can nurture such powerful dragon riders is all because of this 1,000 Dragon Pillar. This 1,000 Dragon Pillar is the largest 1,000 Dragon Pillar in history that I've used up almost all of the Dragon Kingdom's precious materials. This 1,000 Dragon Pillar requires extremely high-grade dragon blood to activate. I might not be able to do it with my bloodline, but it shouldn't be a problem for you. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, of course. Long Xinyan rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu walked in front of the 1,000 Dragon Pillar and used his fingernail to cut his palm. Blood flowed out of the wound as he pressed his palm against the 1,000 Dragon Pillar. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the massive metal pillar produced a terrifying suction force that sucked out Zhao Fu's blood. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been sucked dry in an instant. 1 minute later. The metal pillar was saturated and emitted an incomparably powerful dragon's might, causing heaven and earth to change and the wind and clouds to surge. Long Xinyan revealed a shocked expression. She didn't expect the 1,000 Dragon Pillar to be saturated so quickly. She felt that even the blood of tens of millions of dragon men wouldn't be enough to fill such a huge pillar, but Zhao Fu only needed 1 minute. It seems that Zhao Fu's supreme dragon blood is extremely powerful. Heaven and earth power continued to gather, forming a huge ring in the sky that emitted a multicolored light that shone in all directions. Zhao Fu's body was also lifted up by an invisible force and flew into the sky, finally arriving at the top of the 1,000 Dragon Pillar. Standing on it, he felt like he was connected by blood. Heaven and earth power continued to gather, and the multicolored ring in the sky emitted an even more powerful aura. Roar, 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 countless loud dragon roars rang out as different dragons flew out from the ring. There were 2 dragons with green scales on their heads, one with 1 eye and black scales all over its body, one with 4 dragon horns and 2 pairs of wings. These dragons gave off powerful dragon's might as they flew down towards the 1,000 Dragon Pillar and fused into it. The 1,000 Dragon Lord also gave off an even more powerful aura. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the 1,000 Dragon Pillar gave off a massive dragon's might that seemed to lock down the surrounding heavens and earth. A wave of power flowed into Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's body to dragonize uncontrollably. Zhao Fu turned into a massive black dragon and flew into the sky, flying within the ring as a powerful wave of dragon power entered Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu had never thought that he would be able to obtain a type of dragon power from the card world, and it wasn't weak either. However, to Zhao Fu, it was quite ordinary. After all, Zhao Fu had 2 supreme dragon powers. Zhao Fu looked at Long Xinyan, and a wave of power wrapped around her body and brought her into the sky. This dragon power is useless to me, so I'll give it to you now. Long Xinyan sensed the terrifying dragon power around her and was quite surprised that such a powerful dragon power was useless to Zhao Fu. She wanted it but couldn't obtain it. Book 1, Chapter 63 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Meiker. Zhao Fu, who had transformed into a black dragon, looked at Long Xinyan, the surrounding dragon power surging into her body like a tide, and a powerful aura spread out. The dragon power continued to pour into her body. Bang! An explosion sounded out as Long Xinyan gave off an even more powerful dragon power that rippled out like a shockwave. A white dragon horn grew out of Long Xinyan's forehead and a thin white dragon tail grew out of her back, making her look incredibly heroic and valiant. At the location of the Longqing army, the sky was enveloped by a light aura. Countless soldiers raised their heads to look at the sky, as traces of dragon-shaped aura descended from the sky, fusing into their bodies and the dragon horses. Waves of dragon power spread out from their bodies, greatly strengthening their bloodlines and dragon power. Some of them grew dragon scales, while others grew short dragon horns. Sensing the power in their bodies, the countless dragon cavalry soldiers revealed looks of joy, and continued to absorb and condense this power. The dragon cavalry soldiers released many light auras, and on the backs of the dragon cavalry soldiers, a dragon-shaped image appeared, emitting a powerful dragon's might. Now that the dragon cavalry soldiers had the support of Zhao Fu's supreme dragon power, when facing even stronger dragons in the future, they would not be suppressed or weakened. For example, when an army of dragon cavalry soldiers faced a high-level dragon, their bloodline power would be suppressed. It was also because of this that the Dragon Kingdom suffered a crushing defeat at Zhao Fu's hands. But now, with Zhao Fu's supreme dragon power, they would not be affected by high-level dragons, and could even be gathered to suppress high-level dragons. Unless they had a higher-grade dragon bloodline than Zhao Fu, only then would they be able to suppress the dragon cavalry soldiers. Of course, that was an impossible thing. Zhao Fu looked at Long Xinyan in front of him and said, "From today onwards, you will be the commander of this dragon cavalry." The commander of the dragon cavalry soldiers was the core of the cavalry army, and was also the most important person. As the Dragon Kingdom's king, adding the dragon power that Zhao Fu had given him, Long Xinyan's relationship with the dragon cavalry soldiers was even closer, and was the most suitable person to be the commander of the dragon cavalry. Long Xinyan smiled and half knelt, "Yes, Your Majesty." The changes in the surroundings began to calm down, and Zhao Fu also returned to his original appearance. In fact, if Zhao Fu had not given the dragon power to Long Xinyan, then Zhao Fu would have been the leader of the dragon cavalry, but Zhao Fu was not interested in that. Long Xinyan also returned to normal. When the two returned to the ground, Long Xinyan smiled and said, "Right now, the 1,000-dragon pillar is still growing. In the future, it will need more materials, as well as more of your blood. I don't think it will stop you." Zhao Fu laughed. He hugged Long Xinyan and asked, "Is there anything else?" Long Xinyan said, "No more." Zhao Fu picked up Long Xinyan's body and said with a smile, "Let's go do something fun." Long Xinyan blushed as she hugged Zhao Fu's neck and grunted softly. A few hours later, on the grass, Long Xinyan nestled in Zhao Fu's embrace as she looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "Since you're so powerful, are you interested in becoming the Night King of our card world?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Let's talk about this in the future. I've only just returned from the Primal Chaos world, so I don't want to go too far." Long Xinyan said disappointedly, "Oh, I feel that with your abilities, you will definitely become the greatest Night King of the card world." Zhao Fu smiled confidently and said, "Of course." Long Xinyan looked at Zhao Fu and revealed a trace of a smile. Following this, Zhao Fu returned to Qin City and received some unexpected news. This news was about the wondrous flower, and it was a demon-type wondrous flower. The wondrous flower was something that Zhao Fu had been searching for, and it was something that Zhao Fu had to obtain. This devil race wondrous flower was located in a devil kingdom in the central region, and it was a sacred item of that devil kingdom, which was called the Corpse Devil Kingdom. The Corpse Devil Kingdom was a kingdom that mainly relied on corpse devils, and it was quite powerful. It could turn corpses into corpse devils, and its soldiers were all at stage 3. It was even more powerful than the Dragon Kingdom, which only had stage 2 soldiers. Most of the soldiers in Qin City were at stage 1, but there were also many at stage 2. If they met stage 3 soldiers, it would be quite a headache. However, Zhao Fu still wanted to go. As long as he could obtain the devil race wondrous flower, there would only be one wondrous flower left. Zhao Fu could not help but look forward to it, after all, it had been so long. After a few days, Zhao Fu arrived at the Corpse Devil Kingdom. The Corpse Devil Kingdom's people all had pale skin and only the whites of their eyes were white. Most of their expressions were quite stiff, and they wore robes. If one looked at them at night, they would look quite terrifying, as if they were a group of ghosts. Their bodies gave off an aura of corpses, and because Zhao Fu was wearing a cloak, he gave off an aura of a living person, causing many people to look over. Ordinary people rarely came to the Corpse Devil Kingdom, as corpse devils had bloodthirsty instincts. There were many cases of people being eaten in the Corpse Devil Kingdom, and those who dared to come here had to have some strength, or else they would be eaten. Zhao Fu's goal was the Devil Race Wondrous Flower, so he immediately went to the Corpse Devil Kingdom's royal city. He came to an inn. The lady boss had a bewitching figure and pale skin. Her eyes were white, and her jet black hair was tied up in a bun. The owner was a big man with a fierce-looking face, and he did not look like someone to be trifled with. The lady boss smiled as she looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Sir, would you like to stay here?" Zhao Fu nodded and said, "Give me a good room." The lady boss smiled as she said, "All right, please come with me." Zhao Fu followed the lady boss to the second floor and suddenly smelled a bloody smell. He looked over and saw 4 people, both men and women, eating some meat. There was a young girl's head on a plate on the table, and her expression was one of terror. Seeing this, Zhao Fu frowned. These people were evidently eating the young woman's corpse. The lady boss smiled as she said, "Sir, don't worry, our inn is very clean. Their food is brought from elsewhere, but if you need it, we can help you get some." Zhao Fu said, "There's no need." Even though Zhao Fu had done this before when he had strengthened the demon race wondrous flower, he was quite averse to doing this. The lady boss smiled as she said, Following this, the lady boss brought Zhao Fu to a guest room and told him to call her if he needed anything. It was going to be dark soon, so Zhao Fu took out some food and started to eat. He planned to have a good rest today and gather some information tomorrow. The Devil Race Wondrous Flower was a sacred item of the Corpse Devil Kingdom, and it would be quite difficult to obtain it. After eating, Zhao Fu lay down. He had been traveling for the past few days, and Zhao Fu felt quite tired. At night, the smell of blood drifted in from the window, and it was unknown how many people had been eaten. It seemed that the corpse devils were active at night. Book 1, Chapter 64 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlols 123. The boss gave a savage smile as he hugged the lady boss and said, "How does the stranger feel?" The lady boss said flirtatiously, "I feel average, I wonder what he tastes like." The boss smiled as he said, "Even if the taste is average, it's still quite fresh. Use mesmerizing eyes to make him fall asleep while I prepare some tools. We're going to have a good meal tonight, we haven't had a meal like this in a long time." The lady boss smiled as she said, "Got it." The lady boss came to Zhao Fu's door and took out a porcelain bottle that was as big as a palm. She opened the cork, and a faint white smoke floated out. The lady boss lightly blew on it, and the white smoke floated into the room. The lady boss listened for a while before opening the door with great familiarity. It seemed that she had done this many times. Looking at Zhao Fu on the bed, the lady boss walked over and looked at Zhao Fu, who was still wearing his cloak. She curiously took off Zhao Fu's cloak, revealing Zhao Fu's perfect, mesmerizing face. The lady boss's heart rate sped up, and her breathing became ragged. She simply could not bear to eat such a perfect man. Zhao Fu slowly opened his eyes and looked at the lady boss in front of him. How could Zhao Fu sleep soundly in a place like this? The lady boss was shocked as she asked, "You didn't faint?" Zhao Fu pressed her down. The boss waited downstairs for a while, wondering why his wife had not come down yet. He picked up a butcher's knife and walked up to the second floor. At that moment, he heard some noises and was infuriated. He ran over and kicked open the door, only to see Zhao Fu ravaging his wife, who was also quite despicable. "I'm going to kill you." The boss raised his knife and furiously rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu only glanced at him, and a formless energy sent the boss flying. He fell to the first floor and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was heavily injured. The other tenants glanced over but did not mind, and they continued to close their doors as if this was very normal. A few hours later, the lady boss lay in Zhao Fu's arms and pinched Zhao Fu. "You won't kill my man, will you?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Since you want to eat me, then I should kill him." The lady boss rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. "Then why are you treating me like this? You bad guy." Zhao Fu chuckled. "He should be lying downstairs. I spared his life." The lady boss stood up and said bitterly, "You're so powerful, yet you still pretend to be so ordinary. Today, we, husband and wife, have fallen into your hands. We have nothing to say." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Take care of your business. Come up, I have something to ask you." The lady boss nodded. After leaving the room, the lady boss looked at the unconscious figure on the first floor. She walked over to the boss's side and exclaimed in surprise, "Husband, you didn't faint." The boss glared angrily at the lady boss. He had waited here for a few hours and watched as his wife was ravaged. How could he not feel angry? The lady boss explained, "Husband, you can't blame me. If it wasn't for me, you would have died long ago. That person's identity isn't simple, and we've offended someone we can't afford to offend." The lady boss knew that Zhao Fu's power was terrifying. Just a glance from him had heavily injured him. Zhao Fu had indeed held back by not killing him. The lady boss took out a blood-red medicinal pill and fed it to the boss. The boss's injuries quickly healed, and the lady boss said, "I still have things to do, clean up this place later." Hearing that his wife was still angry, the boss felt even angrier. Seeing how angry the boss was, the lady boss comfortingly patted him and went back upstairs. She sat in Zhao Fu's embrace and asked, "What do you want to ask me?" Zhao Fu recovered his spirit and smiled as he hugged the lady boss and said, "I want to know about your saint flower." The lady boss felt quite startled. "Don't tell me you're thinking about the saint flower? Do you want to die?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'm just asking. Tell me." The lady boss looked at Zhao Fu suspiciously and said after thinking about it, "Our saint flower is located in the depths of the palace. It's impossible for you to obtain it." Zhao Fu then asked, "Do you know anything else about the palace?" The lady boss looked at Zhao Fu and said, "What else do you want to know? Even though I'm just the lady boss of a small inn, I know many things." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I want to know about the corpse devil king and other important people." The lady boss nodded. "Our king is a very terrifying person. He killed his father, who was the previous king, and he ascended to the throne. His power is incredibly shocking and he's a famous expert in the surrounding area. The other important people are all people who support the king. They have high statuses in the corpse devil kingdom, and it was them who helped the king ascend to the throne." Zhao Fu continued to ask, "Can you tell me how this generation's king seized the throne?" The lady boss said, Half an hour later, Zhao Fu received this information and started to think about his next step. The palace was incredibly heavily guarded, and it was possible that Zhao Fu could not sneak in. As such, he could only use other methods to sneak into the palace. Obtaining the saint flower was quite difficult. This information was quite secretive, and even the lady boss did not know. As such, he could only rely on Zhao Fu to obtain it. Finally, the lady boss was called Xiamu, and the boss was called Shirling. Shirling walked over after tidying up, and seeing Zhao Fu hugging Xiamu, he looked quite angry. However, he did not dare to rush over, as he knew how terrifying Zhao Fu's power was. If he rushed over, he would still be heavily injured by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at him and did not hold back and continued to hug Xiamu. Seeing her husband's angry appearance, Xiamu gave a comforting expression and hugged Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu said, "Get out." Hearing this, Shirling suppressed the anger in his heart and walked out. The door once again closed, and soon, those sounds could be heard. Shirling gritted his teeth in anger and decided to kill Zhao Fu no matter what. The next day, Zhao Fu left the inn and went to gather other information. Xiamu lazily and charmingly walked down. She looked radiant and even more alluring, causing many of the guests to look at her. They could not help but want to have a taste of this lady boss. However, because of Shirling, they did not dare to do anything. Facing the more powerful Zhao Fu, they could only think about it in their minds. Ling was tempted, and he did not know what abilities Zhao Fu had. He could not help but hug Xiaomu and walk to the other side. Xiaomu opened her arms and said coquettishly, "He'll kill you." Hearing this, Ling was inwardly angry, but he did not dare to do anything because he was still afraid of death. Moreover, if he died, he would have nothing, everything would belong to Zhao Fu. Book 1, Chapter 65 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modballs 123 After half a day, Zhao Fu returned. Xiaomu sat in Zhao Fu's embrace and flirtatiously smiled as she said, "Where did you go? She seems to be looking for you." Zhao Fu hugged Xiao and said, "I'm going to gather some information." Xiaomu looked at Zhao Fu and felt that Zhao Fu really was after the Saint Flower. However, she had already told him how powerful the Corpse Devil Kingdom was, so why was Zhao Fu still like this? Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out, and Xiaomu frowned and decided to go down to see what was going on. Zhao Fu felt quite interested and walked out with her in his arms. He saw a group of people downstairs, and the person who had just been sent flying was Ling. He felt that Ling was too sullen. He had been bullied by Zhao Fu and was now being bullied by this group of people. This group of people was led by a cold-looking and fair-skinned young man, and it was him who had sent Ling flying. The young man said, "We, the three kings, have taken a liking to this inn." Scram! Hearing the three kings, everyone's faces paled and they hurriedly packed their things, preparing to leave the inn. Xiaomu's expression was quite unsightly. The three kings were the Corpse Devil King's third brothers. They had violent and cruel personalities and often did terrifying things. They liked to eat people and corpse devils the most. They would eat 10 or so corpse devil children every day, and they would kill 1,000 corpse devil children during banquets. Everyone was quite afraid of the three kings and wanted to leave immediately. If the three kings took a liking to them, they might be eaten as well. The three kings did not have much strength, but they had chosen to support the current Corpse Devil King, which was why they were valued by the Corpse Devil King. The young man looked at the second floor and said, "Are you the owners of this inn? Hurry up and welcome us, the three kings." Xiaomu broke free from Zhao Fu's embrace and hurriedly went to prepare. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and did not stop Xiaomu. Following this, the others left, and the guards stood on either side as a large, roofless sedan chair entered. Sitting on it was an ordinary-looking man with an ordinary aura. It was difficult to imagine that such an ordinary-looking man was the savage three kings. The three kings on the palanquin were not wearing clothes, and there were two charming women sitting beside them who were not wearing clothes, and they were also very beautiful. Following this, a sedan chair was brought in, upon which sat a mature woman with a cold aura and a look of despair. She was dressed in white, and seeing how everyone treated her respectfully, Zhao Fu guessed that she was the third marquis. Ling immediately knelt on the ground and shouted flatteringly, "Welcome, third marquis." The third duke responded indifferently and walked down with the two women in his arms. Ling said with a smile, "Third prince, my wife is also very beautiful. I hope she can serve you." Ling planned to kill Zhao Fu through the hands of the three kings. He would not tolerate the humiliation that Zhao Fu had brought him. As for his wife, he would sacrifice her. Perhaps she would be able to get a good position, which would make it easier for him to do business in the future. The three kings looked at Xiaomu and were somewhat surprised. They had never thought that this inn would have such an attractive thing. He smiled and said, "Come with me." Xiaomu's face paled and she angrily glared at Ling. She did not want to serve the three kings, as she might be tortured to death by them. However, she could not disobey the three kings, and Zhao Fu was not here, so Xiaomu could only follow the three kings. The marquis coldly came down and led the two maids to another room. After entering the room, the three kings looked at Xiaomu and smiled as he said, "Kneel down and crawl over to serve me." Hearing this, Xiaomu knelt down in fear. Even though she felt humiliated, she was even more afraid. Where had Zhao Fu gone? Could it be that he had just watched her serve this person? Xiaomu thought that perhaps Zhao Fu had run away out of fear of the three kings. Xiaomu felt quite sad and could not bear to part with him. No one could give her such happiness. Ai! Xiaomu sighed and crawled over like a dog. Seeing the corpse hag crawl over, the three kings gave excited smiles. They planned to wait until the corpse had finished serving them before eating her. Such an alluring woman would definitely taste quite good. Seeing the three kings smile, the two flirtatious women inwardly let out sighs of relief. They had been with the three kings for 2 days, and the women from before had all been eaten by them. Now that the three kings had taken a fancy to Xianxia, they could live for a few more days. Chi. A sharp wooden root pierced through the three kings' chests, causing them to look quite confused as blood flowed out of their mouths. The two women's expressions fell and were about to cry out when 2 tree roots bound them up and sealed their mouths. Xianxia looked up and saw Zhao Fu standing behind the three kings, one of his hands turned into a few tree roots. He looked at her with a trace of a smile. Xianxia immediately got up and said coquettishly, "You bad fellow, I thought you didn't want me anymore." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "How could that be?" The tree roots that had pierced through the three kings quickly grew and covered them. Xianxia went up and hugged Zhao Fu as she said, "You even dared to kill members of the royal family, we can't stay here anymore. Take me and leave." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "After I take care of things, I'll take you and leave." Xianxia lightly nodded as she said, "I'll be your woman in the future." The two women looked at Zhao Fu pleadingly, and Zhao Fu let go of them. The two women hurriedly knelt on the ground as they said, "Sir, we also want to leave with you. If you don't mind, we'll be happy to serve you." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "All right. However, I want to understand these three kings and tell me what you know." Now that Zhao Fu was thinking about how to infiltrate the royal kingdom, these three kings should be of use. The two women told Zhao Fu all sorts of information, and Zhao Fu was quite surprised to find that these three kings' statuses were not very high. They only dared to bully ordinary people, and those major figures did not dare to offend them. He had his own territory and did not have the qualifications to stay in the royal city. The third princess was the daughter of a minister, and the three kings did not dare to offend her. They usually gave in to her, and the princess did not care about the three kings' matters. Zhao Fu nodded, and the two women flirtatiously smiled as they climbed to Zhao Fu's side. Hearing this, the guards downstairs were expressionless. They were actually quite afraid of these three kings, and sometimes, when they were angry, they would be eaten. One of the female attendants in the room next to them said softly, "These three kings know that young miss is next to them, yet they are still so impudent." Another female attendant said somewhat angrily, "I think he doesn't place young miss in his eyes. Later, young miss, you have to teach him a lesson and let him know his status." The princess coldly said, "Ignore him." At night. After listening to the sounds for a few hours, the 4 female attendants' faces became slightly red, and they looked at the princess sitting by the side. The princess frowned. It had already been a few hours, so why was it still not over? And Book 1, Chapter 66. The princess brought her people into the room and looked at the man in front of her with a strange expression. Zhao Fu looked at the princess and gave a trace of a smile. He grabbed out with one hand and a massive force pulled the women in front of him. Early in the morning, sunlight shone in from outside and the princess slowly woke up. Looking at the man in front of her, her gaze became cold as she grabbed towards Zhao Fu. However, her body was immediately sealed. Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at the princess and said, "I'm your first man, why do you want to kill me so much?" The princess coldly harumphed. She had never let the three kings touch her before, but she had never thought that her purity would be destroyed by this man, and by force at that. Zhao Fu laughed as he started to ravage her again. The gloomy young man's voice sounded out from outside the door, "Three kings. You still have to enter the palace to meet His Majesty today, the time is not right." The gloomy young man heard the even louder voice in the room and did not dare to say anything else, obediently retreating. A while later, Zhao Fu stood up and said, "I'm going to enter the palace, all of you stay here for now." The corpse maid and the other two women smiled and nodded. The princess said softly, "Wait, who are you?" Zhao Fu said, "You don't need to know." The princess was somewhat angry and turned her head away, not wanting to see Zhao Fu again. The princess maid said, "Sir, are you just planning to play with our bodies? We don't mind, but you can't do this to our young mistress." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "What do you want?" The princess maid said, "At least tell us who you are. If possible, please marry our young mistress." The princess said coldly, "I won't marry him." Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "I'll be leaving then." The princess said, "Wait, I'm going to enter the palace as well." Zhao Fu asked, "Why are you going to the palace this time?" The princess coldly said, "Why should I tell you?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "Hurry up." The princess and the maid quickly organized themselves. Zhao Fu then controlled the three kings to walk out, while Zhao Fu himself left from another direction. When Wang Fei saw the scene before her, she understood that the three princes were already under Zhao Fu's control. She also wondered what Zhao Fu's objective was. She also knew that Zhao Fu was not weak and was most likely an emptiness realm expert. Shi Shao smiled and said, "Princess, I can understand your feelings. I was also forcibly taken, but I am willing to become his woman. You will slowly accept him and feel that he is a very good man." The princess looked at the corpse puppet in surprise. By now, the three kings had already put on their clothes. They could do as they pleased outside, but they still had to abide by the rules inside the palace. Zhao Fu pretended to walk out and was chosen by the three kings, becoming their guard. Shi Ling was astonished. He had offered his wife, but why didn't he get any benefits? Instead, it was Zhao Fu who got benefits. The princess came down from above. She glanced at Zhao Fu and sat on the sedan chair. The group entered the palace without a hitch. The gloomy young man asked carefully, "Three kings, do you want to go to the palace to see the empress or his majesty?" Zhao Fu did not want to see the corpse demon king, so he controlled the three kings and said, "I want to see the empress." The princess was worried that Zhao Fu, this bastard, would attack her sister, so she immediately said, "Don't go. I'll go see my sister alone." Zhao Fu thought for a moment and controlled the three kings and said, "I want to go." The guards were surprised. The three kings were usually very polite to the princess, so why were they like this now? The princess angrily turned her head and looked at Zhao Fu, but she did not say anything. She felt that the power within her body was controlling her again, and she hated this feeling. They arrived before a palace, and the princess walked forward with a few maids while the three kings walked forward with Zhao Fu. After entering the palace, there was a woman with a sexy figure and a beautiful face. She wore a silver-white robe and had a very noble aura. She was the empress, the wife of the corpse demon king. The empress looked at the princess and smiled as she said, "Little sister." The princess gave a trace of a smile as she said, "Big sister." The empress smiled as she said, "Little sister, we haven't seen each other for half a year, why haven't you come to the palace to see me?" The princess explained, "I've been quite busy recently." The empress looked at the three kings beside her with a trace of disgust. She knew what the three kings had done, and she was very opposed to her little sister marrying them. However, her father had forced them to marry one of the corpse demon king and the other to marry the three kings. The empress knew that her little sister would not be happy for a single day, so she wanted her to come to the palace more often. Moreover, she was not very happy herself, and the corpse demon king had only made her the empress to stabilize his position. He did not have any feelings for her, and it was already quite good for him to come and see her once a month. Zhao Fu walked up and said, "I greet the empress." The empress looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu had changed his appearance and looked quite ordinary, and she asked, "What do you want?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I want to know where the corpse demon king Saint Flower is." The empress' expression fell as she said coldly, "Who are you?" The empress looked at Zhao Fu in shock. She had never thought that Zhao Fu's goal was the corpse demon kingdom's Saint Flower. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "My goal is the corpse demon kingdom's Saint Flower. As long as you can give it to me, it'll be good for everyone." The empress coldly harumphed, daring to sneak into the palace and ask for the Saint Flower? What an idiot. Capture him and bring him to his majesty. Yes. 8 beautiful female attendants with good figures took out their weapons and surrounded Zhao Fu, giving off a powerful aura. The empress hurriedly said, "Big sister, don't be like this." The empress looked at the empress and asked, "Why?" "This person dared to steal the Saint Flower, that's a crime punishable by extermination. Could it be that you have some relationship with him?" The empress looked at Zhao Fu and said, "I don't know how to answer." The empress yelled, "Hurry up and attack." The 8 women immediately attacked Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and a wave of power spread out. Chains shot out from the void, binding up the 8 female attendants. The queen was shocked. She didn't expect Zhao Fu to have such strength. Zhao Fu said with a smile, Queen, you can't blame me. Wang Fei sighed, elder sister. I asked you to stop for your own good, not for him. The queen's face turned ugly. Sister. What exactly is your relationship with him? Wang Fei said with a complicated expression, he is my man. The queen was astonished. How could her sister be with such a man? If others knew about this, no one would be able to protect their sister. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I will also become your man sooner. The queen was shocked. She took a step back and shouted, how dare you? I am the queen of the corpse demon kingdom. However, Zhao Fu waved his hand and a few chains shot out from the void, binding up the empress' body and hanging her up. The empress started to struggle in terror. Zhao Fu smiled as he walked towards her. Book 1, Chapter 67 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike Ear. After some time, Zhao Fu looked at the queen on the ground and said, tell me where the holy flower is. The queen looked at Zhao Fu with hatred. She did not say anything. Zhao Fu lightly laughed, do you think that if you don't tell me, I won't be able to do anything? The queen said angrily, do what you want. Anyway, I've been defiled by you, so it doesn't matter if I die. Zhao Fu smiled and said, all right, I'll fulfill your wish. The queen hurriedly said, you can't do this to my big sister. The queen was worried that Zhao Fu would control the queen like he controlled the three kings. Zhao Fu said, if she doesn't cooperate, there's nothing I can do. I must obtain the demon race's holy flower. The queen looked at the queen and said, big sister. You should tell her. The queen said angrily, why do you listen to him? Do you know what the consequences are? The queen sighed, big sister, you know what the consequences are, right? As the queen, do you think His Majesty will tolerate you being humiliated by a man? Even if His Majesty doesn't kill you, father will. The queen's expression was quite unsightly. Zhao Fu smiled and said, after I obtain the holy flower, I can take all of you away from here. The queen cursed, who wants to leave with a scum like you? If anyone wants to leave, it'll be me and my little sister. Also, you're dead for doing such a thing. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I won't die. Even a higher being won't be able to do anything to me. Seeing how confident Zhao Fu was, the queen and the others were not sure what terrifying power Zhao Fu had. It seemed that his identity was not simple either. Zhao Fu said somewhat impatiently, are you going to tell me or not? The queen said with a cold expression, even if I tell you, you won't be able to obtain it. Only His Majesty has gone there. Zhao Fu continued to ask, tell me in detail. The queen said, our corpse demon kingdom's holy flower is located in the palace's corpse paradise. There are various restrictions and soldiers guarding it. Apart from His Majesty, no one can enter, not even nobles related by blood. Zhao Fu frowned, that's not easy. The queen looked at Zhao Fu and said, if you know what's good for you, you should leave. In the future, don't bring up this matter so that we can all be safe. Otherwise, no one will be able to endure His Majesty's rage. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, who said I was giving up? I can enter as long as I get his blood, the queen said. The queen said in disbelief, do you have the ability to enter with just your blood? And even if you can enter, what ability do you have to obtain the king's blood? King, 222 Emperor, Zhao Zhao 1 Zhao Fu and 1 Zhao and 1 Zhao, 2 Zhao, 1 the MO, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2 2 that how Mike, the queen said, Fu, 1 2 1 2 Fu of Wang of Hao, 1 King on, 1 was 2. You weren't like this before. The queen blushed and scolded, who knows what kind of demonic technique you used on us? I want to eat you now. Zhao Fu said with a smile, as long as you can get me the king's blood, I can let you drink some of my blood. The queen had a look of disdain. Just as she was about to speak, Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and cut his wrist, causing blood to flow out. Blood flowed out, and a formless smell spread. All of the corpse devils' bodies trembled as they stared at Zhao Fu's blood. They felt their bodies and souls become incredibly thirsty, and they madly wanted to devour that blood. However, they still retained some of their rationality. The queen said in shock, who are you? How can you have such a high-grade bloodline? Zhao Fu said with a smile, my blood is the best bloodline in the world. It's hundreds or even thousands of times more expensive than your demon race's holy flower. Why? This deal is very beneficial to you. The queen said resolutely, even so, we won't agree. Zhao Fu frowned and said unhappily, if you don't agree, then forget it. I can think of a way to deal with it myself. With that, Zhao Fu opened the door and walked out. The women looked at each other. The queen said softly, sister. Just because he doesn't care about the corpse demon kingdom at all, coupled with his bloodline, it's very likely that his identity is 10 times more terrifying than the king's. It's not good to offend him like this. The queen snorted, that bastard just insulted us. Why didn't you say anything to him? The queen said, now that things have become like this, I think that leaving with him might be a good result. At least we were very happy just now. This is something we have never felt before. Hearing this, the queen blushed. She thought about it carefully and realized that Zhao Fu had indeed filled the emptiness in her heart. After Zhao Fu left, he thought about how to obtain fresh blood. The corpse demon king was an emptiness realm expert and was protected by many experts. It also had the support of fate. This would be rather difficult. If he used the 3 kings to assassinate the corpse demon king at a close distance, it would be easy to succeed. However, this matter would cause a huge commotion, which would be detrimental to Zhao Fu's future actions. Moreover, Zhao Fu's existence would be exposed very quickly. Zhao Fu pretended to be someone from the palace and began to gather information. Even without the queen's help, Zhao Fu could still solve the problem. After asking around, Zhao Fu really did obtain a useful piece of information. The corpse demon king had a pet called the corpse demon spirit rat. When it was free, it would come over to play with the corpse demon spirit rat. The corpse demon spirit rat was also very ferocious. It would eat a living person every day. Zhao Fu didn't know what it looked like, but he heard that it wasn't good looking and was very ugly. He didn't know why the corpse demon king liked this kind of pet. Usually, the corpse demon spirit rat was served by specialized people and was not restrained. It could move around as it pleased. Zhao Fu came to the place where it was raised and waited. It was a platform made of stone. There was a lot of fresh blood on it that hadn't been washed clean. There were also some scratches on it. Not long after, it was time for the corpse demon spirit rat to eat. A few people tied up a young man and brought him up. The young man was 17 or 18 years old and belonged to some other race. His face was full of fear and he wasn't wearing any clothes. The few people left the young man there and left. The young man stood there alone and looked around. Just when he was about to escape, an extremely fast white shadow pushed the young man to the ground. Zhao Fu saw clearly what it was. It was as tall as a human and was covered in white fur. It only had one vertical eye, a mouth full of sharp buck teeth, and a snake-like tongue. Its tail was also white, and the tip of the tail was round. It really didn't look good. The corpse demon spirit rat opened its mouth and bit off the young man's upper body. Blood spurted out and formed a large pool on the ground. After the corpse demon spirit rat finished eating the young man, it planned to run to other places to play. At this time, a few iron chains shot out and tied up the corpse demon spirit rat. Book 1, Chapter 68. The corpse demon spirit mouse panicked and struggled. Its buck teeth wanted to bite through Zhao Fu's chains, but it could not bite through Zhao Fu's chains. Zhao Fu smiled as he appeared in front of the corpse demon spirit mouse. The corpse demon spirit mouse looked at Zhao Fu and pounced at Zhao Fu, but the chains tied it to the ground, making it unable to harm Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a huge amount of power flowed into the corpse demon spirit mouse's body, gradually taking control of it. Following this, Zhao Fu began his plan. The corpse demon spirit mouse could move around freely, which made it convenient for Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu controlled the corpse demon spirit mouse to find the corpse demon king. At this moment, a youth with a cold expression wearing a silver-white robe walked out from the side. There was a group of guards beside him. He was the corpse demon king, the most respected person in the corpse demon kingdom. The corpse demon spirit mouse that Zhao Fu controlled did not stupidly pounce at him. If it did, it would be intercepted and killed by others before it could even get close. Zhao Fu controlled the corpse demon spirit mouse and pretended to pass by. When the corpse demon king saw the corpse demon spirit mouse, he revealed a smile and called out, "Little mouse." Zhao Fu understood that this little mouse was the corpse demon spirit mouse's name, so he immediately ran over. He did not make any moves to attack. He came to the Corpse Demon King's side and did not attack. Instead, he intimately rubbed against the Corpse Demon King's chest. The Corpse Demon King lovingly smiled as he patted the Corpse Demon Spirit Mouse's head. Originally, the Corpse Demon King was a prince that was not favored since he was young. Every day, he would only be accompanied by the Corpse Demon Spirit Mouse. After he killed his father and became king, he naturally did not mistreat the Corpse Demon Spirit Mouse. The Corpse Demon Spirit Mouse was originally only the size of a palm, but now that it had grown so big, it had eaten many spirit medicines and treasures. The Corpse Demon King patted the Corpse Demon Spirit Mouse's head and said with a smile, "You go play first, I'll accompany you later." Most of the time, the Corpse Demon King would accompany the Corpse Demon Spirit Mouse instead of going to the Queen, so the Queen was left out in the cold. The Corpse Demon King himself did not like the Queen very much. He only married the Queen to help the dragon stabilize his position. After all, he had rebelled to become the king, so his foundation was not very stable. Suddenly, the Corpse Demon Spirit Mouse bit the Corpse Demon King's arm, causing blood to flow out. The others were startled and hastily shouted, "Your Majesty!" A few forces also attacked the Corpse Demon Spirit Rat, wanting to kill this beast that injured the Corpse Demon King. However, with a wave of the Corpse Demon's hand, the attackers were sent flying. The Corpse Demon King smiled as he looked at the Corpse Demon Spirit Mouse that was biting his hand and said, "What's wrong? Who made you angry?" Xiaofu was also surprised in his heart. He didn't think that the Corpse Demon King would dote on the Corpse Demon Spirit Rat so much. He could endure the Corpse Demon Spirit Rat's injuries. Previously, Xiaofu thought that the Corpse Demon Spirit Rat would be instantly killed. Now that the situation had changed, Xiaofu controlled the Corpse Demon Spirit Rat to let go of the Corpse Demon King and intimately rubbed against the Corpse Demon King a few times before running away. The Corpse Demon King looked at the wound on his arm and used his power to quickly heal it. He did not care about this matter and brought his people to the side. The Corpse Demon Spirit Rat ran in front of Xiaofu. Xiaofu looked at the remaining blood on the Corpse Demon Spirit Rat's mouth and revealed a smile. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. A suction force gathered the remaining blood in the Corpse Demon's mouth, forming a small ball of blood. It was only the size of a longan, but it was enough for Xiaofu to use. Now that he had obtained the Corpse Demon King's blood, Xiaofu could absorb the Corpse Demon King's blood and transform into a Corpse Demon King. He should be able to enter the Corpse Paradise and obtain the demon race's flower. However, this was not a good time. Stealing the Corpse Demon Kingdom's Saint Flower would definitely cause a huge commotion. If he waited for the Corpse Demon King to leave the palace, that would be the best time to make his move. There would not be too much danger. Xiaofu once again returned to the palace. He did not know what had happened, but when the queen saw Xiaofu, she coldly said, "I can help you obtain the Corpse Demon King's blood, but you have to agree to a few of our requests." Xiaofu lightly laughed and said, "No need, I've already obtained it." The queen looked quite confused as she asked, "When?" Xiaofu smiled as he took out the ball of blood and said, "This matter is not difficult for me. Even without your help, I can easily do it. Right now, you should be worried about yourselves. If this matter spreads out, I won't care." The queen said angrily, "You've caused us to become like this, and you're not going to care?" Xiaofu smiled and said, "I've given you a chance, so don't blame me." The queen's nose turned sour and her eyes became moist as she said, "Forget it, I was wrong. I don't need you to care about my matters in the future, so why have you come here? Hurry up and scram." Xiaofu looked at the queen and felt a trace of guilt in his heart. The queen said softly, "It wasn't easy for me to convince my sister to help you, but I didn't think that you would treat us like this. Since you've done this, I won't have any more illusions." Xiaofu looked at the two of them and felt that he owed them something. Xiaofu went forward and hugged the queen, who struggled with all her might. On the other side was the angry Ma Zhe and Xiaofu. Nighttime. Xiaofu looked at the queen in his arms and asked, "You said that you want me to agree to a few of your requests, what are they?" The queen's face was red as she said, "Nothing much, we just want you to take us away. We can leave at any time and you can't make any preparations. Also, you can't force us to serve you, you have to wait for our permission." Xiaofu lightly laughed and said, "That's all. I won't agree to any of them." The queen lightly harumphed and said, I knew that you'd be such an overbearing bastard. Now that we're of no use to you, of course you can abandon us. Zhao Fu smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. I'll take you away from here. The queen's expression softened a bit. The queen asked, Since you've obtained the royal blood, why aren't you taking action? Zhao Fu replied, I'm waiting for a good opportunity to take action. If I steal the saint flower now, I might be caught before I can escape the palace. The queen asked, Is there anything you need our help with? Zhao Fu thought for a moment and said, There shouldn't be anything. Take good care of yourselves. The queen lightly nodded. The queen said somewhat melancholically, If it wasn't for you treating us like this, I really wouldn't want to leave the corpse demon kingdom. I don't know if I'll get used to going to other places. Zhao Fu smiled and said, Perhaps I'll destroy the corpse demon kingdom in the future, and you can come back at that time. Hearing this, the queen looked at Zhao Fu and believed that Zhao Fu had the ability to do so. However, she did not want the corpse demon kingdom to be destroyed and filled with corpses, so she said, There's no need, I don't want you to attack the corpse demon kingdom. The queen looked at Zhao Fu and thought about the corpse puppet's words. She had unknowingly accepted him, and of course, she had no other choice but to leave with Zhao Fu. Book 1, Chapter 69 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123 After a few days, Zhao Fu finally waited for the corpse demon king to leave the palace. Zhao Fu said to the queen, Queen, and the other women, you can all leave first, I'll leave immediately after everything is done. After a few days of interaction, the relationship between the two sides had become much closer, and the queen asked, Do you really not need our help? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, No need. The queen's name was Corpse Bone Me, and the queen's name was Corpse Spirit Glazed. The two of them left the palace according to Zhao Fu's instructions, and Zhao Fu immediately started to move. The entrance to the corpse paradise was heavily guarded 24 hours a day, and because Zhao Fu was hidden in the void, they were unable to detect Zhao Fu's existence. Zhao Fu came to the protective barrier. Zhao Fu took out the ball of blood and fused it into his body. He used the 8 forbidden blood technique, and the blood spread out like a blood mist within his body. Zhao Fu's body gave off the same aura as the corpse demon king, and if one did not look at his appearance, it would be almost impossible to recognize Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's body directly entered the barrier, but the barrier did not react at all. The corpse paradise was even bigger than Zhao Fu had imagined, and it was as if he was in another space. The sky here was gray and hazy, and there were corpses lying on the ground. The surroundings were filled with an eerie and cold aura, causing one's hairs to stand on end. Zhao Fu walked towards the center. On the way, Zhao Fu did not encounter any danger. He came to the center of the corpse paradise and saw a strange flower. This flower looked like a lotus flower, and its petals were grayish-white. The center of the flower was quite small, and it looked like a bone. It had many roots, and it was wrapped around a white-haired corpse. Some of the roots were inserted into the ground, and the corpse was standing. The flower was 3 meters tall. This is the devil race's wondrous flower? Zhao Fu felt that it was quite strange, and he felt that it was different from the wondrous flower that he had expected, but there were no other flowers here. No matter what, Zhao Fu decided to go up and take it and let the flower fairy take a look. Suddenly, the mummy opened its eyes and looked at Zhao Fu with its pale white eyes. It spoke in a hoarse and strange voice, Who are you? Zhao Fu immediately stopped in his tracks and looked at the corpse warily as he asked, Who are you? The mummy said, I am the previous king of the corpse demon kingdom. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He had heard that the current king had launched a coup and overthrown the previous king's rule. This mummy in front of him was most likely the previous king, and it was not dead yet. Zhao Fu said, I'm not a person. I just trespassed here by mistake. The mummy sneered, Only the corpse demon king of each generation can enter this place. How could you have entered by mistake? I think you're here for this flower. Zhao Fu didn't hide anything. He chuckled, I did it for the monster race's wondrous flower. The mummy said coldly, This monster race's wondrous flower has been corroded by my corpse demon royal race for generations and has turned into a corpse demon royal flower. Even if you obtain it, it is useless. Zhao Fu felt that something was off. So it had long since been changed, what should he do now? This wondrous flower was no longer a wondrous flower. It would be very difficult to change the nature of the monster race's wondrous flower, as the corpse demon royal race had corroded it for generations. The mummy revealed a smile. If you want the monster race's wondrous flower, I can give you a seed. Zhao Fu said calmly, then what do you want me to do? The mummy smiled and said, smart, as long as you save me, I'll give you the seed of the monster race's wondrous flower. Zhao Fu frowned, saving this mummy is much more troublesome than stealing the flower. The mummy continued to say, if I get out, I'll give you plenty of benefits. As long as you want something, I'll give it to you. Zhao Fu wasn't moved and said, tell me why you're here first. The mummy did not hesitate and said, I can tell you that back then, when our corpse demon ancestor obtained the monster race's wondrous flower, he discovered a miraculous effect of the monster race's wondrous flower. Our bloodlines can fuse with the monster race's wondrous flower, and as the monster race's wondrous flower grows, the corpse demon bloodline in our bodies will also grow and evolve. This kind of growth and evolution speed is tens of times faster than our own. Because we fused with our own bloodline, it is very easy to fuse the evolved bloodline back into our bodies. After fusing with this evolved bloodline, our power and constitution will continuously increase. Using this method, our corpse demon clan gradually grew, finally forming the current corpse demon kingdom. Our corpse demon royal race's bloodline and power also maintain the purity and power of our first-generation bloodline. However, the corpse demon king flower's growth has encountered difficulties and is unable to continue growing, causing our bloodline to remain at the imperial bloodline. That unfilial son of mine wants to use me to fuse with the corpse demon king flower to allow it to grow even further. Zhao Fu felt quite shocked. He had never thought that the monster race's wondrous flower would have such an effect. With the corpse demon kingdom's strength, it would not be able to continue nurturing it, but if it was Zhao Fu, he would be able to do so. At the very least, Zhao Fu would be able to raise the monster race's wondrous flower to the divine grade. That way, it would give birth to a divine grade bloodline, and the world would have another divine grade bloodline. Perhaps this was just one of the devil race's wondrous flower's abilities, and perhaps it had other abilities. As such, Zhao Fu felt quite tempted. Zhao Fu asked, how can I confirm that you're telling the truth? What if you don't have the seed of the monster race's wondrous flower? The mummy smiled and said, apart from trusting me, you have no other choice. Otherwise, you can bring this corpse demon king flower back and try it. Zhao Fu thought for a moment before saying, all right, I'll agree. The mummy revealed a smile that looked quite terrifying. Zhao Fu walked in front of the mummy and planned to cut off the roots and bring the mummy away from this place. However, the mummy stopped him, saying, don't cut off these roots, I've fused with it and it's very useful to me. Perhaps I'll be able to use it to reach the higher being realm in the future. Zhao Fu asked, what should I do now? The mummy looked at him and smiled as it said, do you have any fresh flesh on you? If you don't, can you let me have a taste of your flesh? Zhao Fu's expression became cold as he threw out a few corpses from his spatial ring. These were human corpses. The people that Zhao Fu had casually killed were not from the corpse demon kingdom. The mummy looked at these corpses and controlled some of the roots to pull the corpses in front of it and started to devour them. The mummy quickly devoured the corpses, and the mummy's aura seemed to become stronger. The mummy controlled the roots to wrap around the mummy's hands and feet, but they did not bind the mummy's body and instead became its hands and feet. However, the flower on the mummy's head did not change at all. The mummy looked at Zhao Fu and smiled as it said, let's go. In actuality, the mummy could tell that Zhao Fu's identity was not simple at all. If it could devour Zhao Fu's flesh, it would be able to recover even faster. However, it did not dare to say this, as it needed to rely on Zhao Fu to leave. Zhao Fu said, we're leaving just like this? Are there no restrictions? Book 1, Chapter 70. The mummy smiled and said, if you came to take the king corpse flower, you would definitely trigger the restriction. However, with me controlling it, the restriction will not work. Oh. Zhao Fu responded simply and merged with the mummy, leaving the corpse paradise. The process was very smooth and there were no accidents. After arriving at a secret place in the palace, Zhao Fu asked, now that we are out, where is the demonic flower? The mummy smiled and said, I have not left the palace yet, so I am not safe. I put the demonic flower seed in a very secret place. Naturally, it will not be on me. Hearing this, Zhao Fu did not say anything. He flew out with the mummy. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a beard and a dignified face walked in from the palace gate with a group of soldiers. In the air, the mummy revealed an expression of anger. This middle-aged man was the father of the queen consort. He was also the person with the most power aside from the corpse demon king. As the previous king, the mummy had lost mainly because this middle-aged man had dealt him a heavy blow. Otherwise, he would not have lost so easily. The middle-aged man sensed something and looked up at the sky. A powerful aura was emitted and transformed into a huge evil flood dragon that fiercely dashed into the air. Zhao Fu's expression changed. He knew that he had been discovered. He raised his hand and struck out with his palm. A terrifying palm force shattered the evil flood dragon, causing it to transform into countless auras and dissipate. The middle-aged man revealed an expression of surprise. He did not expect Zhao Fu to be so powerful. When he saw the person next to Zhao Fu, his expression changed and he hurriedly said, "Capture him." Boom! Without hesitation, Zhao Fu exploded with all his power and transformed into a huge beam of light that shot towards the horizon. In an instant, he crossed a distance of 10,000 meters, causing the sky to tremble. The middle-aged man's expression became unsightly and he shouted, "Chase! We must not let the previous king escape from the King Corpse Kingdom." The current King Corpse Demon received the news and quickly returned to the palace. The King Corpse Demon said with a cold expression, "How could he escape from the corpse paradise?" The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "Of course, it's impossible for him to do that. It was the help of another man. Although that man is also an emptiness realm expert, his strength is extremely terrifying. I am no match for him." The Corpse Demon King looked at the middle-aged man. "I heard that the queen and consort have both disappeared. Could this have something to do with your two daughters?" The middle-aged man looked at the Corpse Demon King and asked softly, "Your Majesty, you don't believe me?" The Corpse Demon King explained, "That's not what I meant. I'm just saying that it might be related to your two daughters because things can't be so coincidental." The middle-aged man thought for a moment. "It shouldn't be possible. The previous king hated me very much. Besides His Majesty, he wanted to kill me the most. He definitely wouldn't let my two daughters go, so they shouldn't be related." The Corpse Demon King thought for a moment and nodded. "Then what should we do now?" The middle-aged man revealed a trace of coldness, "Find the previous king and kill him this time. Don't leave any loose ends. As for the King Corpse Demon Flower, we'll think about it later." The Corpse Demon King said, The Corpse Demon Kingdom immediately fell into chaos. The Corpse Demon Kingdom's soldiers searched for the previous king and killed anyone they found. There were also a small portion of the previous king's supporters who were secretly searching. Some unrelated people were afraid of being implicated. Zhao Fu had unexpectedly done something that had drawn the King Corpse Demon Flower's attention. Everyone only cared about the previous king and not the King Corpse Demon Flower. Zhao Fu's goal was indeed the devil race's wondrous flower. Now, the King Corpse Demon Flower was useless to Zhao Fu. Now that Zhao Fu had escaped from the Corpse Demon Kingdom, Zhao Fu did not dare to stay there for long. With the Corpse Demon Kingdom's strength, they could threaten his life. The queen, consort, and the other women, as well as the Corpse Demon puppets, were waiting for Zhao Fu at the agreed place. Zhao Fu landed in front of them with his mummy, and the women looked at the mummy strangely. The mummy's appearance was quite strange. It was covered with roots and there was a large flower on its head. The queen asked curiously, "Who is he?" The mummy recognized the queen and her sisters and eerily laughed as it said, "What, I don't recognize you? I even hugged you when you were young." Hearing this, everyone's expressions fell and they took a step back. "You're the previous king?" The mummy coldly laughed as it said, "That's right. You can still see me?" The women looked at the mummy and looked quite nervous. Zhao Fu said, "You don't need to be afraid of him, he doesn't have any power and only looks scary." Hearing this, the women let out sighs of relief, and the queen said angrily, "Why did you bring him here?" Zhao Fu did not answer the queen's question and looked at the mummy as he said, "Now that we've escaped from the Corpse Demon Kingdom, you can give me the Demon Flower Seed." This was what Zhao Fu was most concerned about. If he did not have the seed, all of Zhao Fu's efforts would have gone to waste. The mummy smiled and said, "I'll give it to you immediately." The mummy opened its mouth and spat out a purple lotus seed-like seed. It was only as big as a thumb and gave off a purple demonic chi. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he said, "This is indeed the devil race's wondrous flower seed that he was looking for." The mummy held the seed in one hand and smiled as it said, "With your talent, it's quite a pity. How about you join my faction? In the future, when I take back the throne, you'll be the most respected person apart from me." Zhao Fu said with a cold expression, "Give me the seed or I'll kill you." Hearing this, the mummy did not become angry and smiled as it gave the seed to Zhao Fu and said, "You can consider it." Zhao Fu took the seed and said, "I'm not interested. Now that we don't owe each other anything, you can leave." The mummy smiled as it said, "See you in the future then." The mummy quickly left, feeling quite worried that Zhao Fu would suddenly kill him. After all, he had obtained the seed. The queen looked at the leaving mummy and said worriedly, "If we let him leave, there will be endless troubles in the future." Zhao Fu put away the seed and said, "You don't have to worry about this matter. In the future, you have nothing to do with the corpse demon kingdom. I'll take you back to my kingdom." Hearing this, the mummy smiled and asked, "What kingdom are you from?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "The Qin Empire." The women were quite surprised. "The Qin Empire? The Qin Empire in the border region?" Zhao Fu lightly smiled and said, "What, you know about it?" The queen nodded, "I've heard some news." "Then, you're the king of the Qin Empire?" Zhao Fu nodded. The queen revealed a trace of a smile, "You're so powerful, I thought that you were from the heaven domain. Anyway, we'll go wherever you go. The border region is a good choice." The mummy hugged Zhao Fu and said with a smile, "Then, can I also become a concubine?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed, N. Book 1, Chapter 71. After returning to Qin City, Zhao Fu went to the Sea of Flowers and chose a place. He pressed a hand against the ground and sent a massive wave of devil chi into the ground, causing the ground to quickly become a devil land. Traces of violet devil chi continuously floated out. After turning this place into a demon land, Zhao Fu took out the demon race's flower seed and dug a small hole. He buried the seed inside and poured the 10,000-year demon liquid into it. This demonic liquid was the same as the spirit liquid, it was something that was condensed from a high level of demonic chi. The 10,000-year demonic liquid was condensed over 10,000 years and contained very pure demonic chi. It was also very rare, and to ordinary people, it was a priceless treasure. The 10,000-year demonic liquid was poured in, and the demonic race's strange flower seeds began to sprout, bursting out of the ground and growing rapidly. The surrounding demonic chi also quickly gathered. First, numerous roots grew out and rapidly expanded outwards. They were like countless snakes. Zhao Fu also quickly retreated. The rhizomes covered the ground within a radius of 100 meters. The rhizomes were inserted close to the ground, and the branches in the middle were also growing rapidly. Small white round leaves grew out, all the way until they were more than 20 meters tall. The top began to touch a pure white bud, just like the bud of a lotus. In terms of appearance, the demon clan flower was very different from the corpse demon monarch flower. The corpse demon monarch flower was a different kind of flower. The demonic flower was only about 20 meters tall. Compared to the other flowers that were thousands of meters tall, it was too small. This demonic flower was also called the purple bone demonic lotus, so its appearance was somewhat similar to a lotus. One of the wonders of the Sea of Flowers was here. There were 6 flowers of different shapes and colors scattered in 6 different directions. Although there was some distance between them, because of their huge size, they didn't seem to be very far apart. Looking at it from up close, one could not even see the end of it, and it gave off an awe-inspiring feeling. Looking at it from afar, there were 6 massive flowers growing here, and they looked as if they were going to rise into the clouds. It was quite a spectacular sight. However, for some reason, all of these strange flowers had only formed flower buds, and none of them looked like they were about to bloom. For example, the god race flower and the outsider race flower had both taken human form, and were on the level of flower ancestors. But when they were replanted, they began to grow again. The original flowers withered, and new flower buds appeared. Zhao Fu looked at the wondrous flower of the devil race in front of him. He had found out about its uses and wanted to see if it could improve his bloodline. Zhao Fu cut open his arm and blood flowed out. Under Zhao Fu's control, it formed a ball of blood. Zhao Fu threw the ball of blood towards the demon clan's flower and fused with it. Boom, a massive aura exploded out from the devil race wondrous flower, forming a pillar of air that shot into the sky, causing the heavens and earth to dim as a boundless devil chi covered the surroundings. Countless rays of purple light shot out from the spot where the demonic flower had fused with the blood. The demonic flower seemed to be absorbing the blood. Perhaps because the blood was too high grade, the process was slow and difficult. An hour or so later, the devil race flower finally absorbed the blood, and an even more powerful wave of devil chi spread out. No one could stop this wave of power. The demon race's wondrous flower was also growing crazily. Its many roots continued to expand, covering thousands of meters of ground. Its branches also quickly grew to 1,000 meters, and its flower buds became even larger. Faint purple demonic light shot out from within, looking pure white and demonic. Zhao Fu looked at the devil race flower and felt quite startled. He found that the devil race flower was only absorbing his bloodline and did not improve the bloodline he had left in its body. What's going on? Zhao Fu thought about it. It was most likely because his bloodline's grade was too high, and it was about to break through to the origin bloodline, so the devil race flower could not do anything about it. However, with the power that the devil race flower gave off, it should not be a problem to nurture a divine bloodline. Zhao Fu called Bai Qi over. There were many people with noble statuses and high-grade bloodlines by Zhao Fu's side, but they were all women. The bloodlines of Qin's generals were quite ordinary. Bai Qi was one of Qin's most important generals and one of Qin's most powerful people. Zhao Fu wanted to give this opportunity to raise a divine bloodline to Bai Qi so that Bai Qi could obtain an early-stage divine bloodline. This would be of great help to him in the future, and it would also be beneficial to Qin. As for the others, they could only wait for the devil race flower to give birth to seeds before raising their bloodlines. This was because the devil race flower was similar to a lotus flower in some aspects. Zhao Fu felt that his devil race flower would be able to give birth to 1,000 ordinary seeds, a few hundred high-grade seeds, dozens of rare seeds, and a few legacy seeds. The legacy seeds were the most important, as they could inherit all of the devil race flower's attributes and abilities. The other seeds' abilities would be much weaker, and they would not be able to give birth to bloodlines. At most, they would be sovereign bloodlines and royal bloodlines. Of course, this was not very important to Zhao Fu, but it was still quite shocking. Back then, when Zhao Fu had an early-stage sovereign bloodline and royal bloodline, he had shaken the various factions. To them, these bloodlines were unreachable. Zhao Fu told Bai Qi about this. For Zhao Fu to be willing to give him such an important opportunity, it could be seen how much importance Zhao Fu placed on him. Bai Qi knelt on one knee and said gratefully, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for this reward." Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "No need to be so polite, now, fuse your bloodline into it." Bai Qi stood there and gave a trace of a smile as he walked over to the devil race flower. He cut open his arm and blood continuously flowed out. Bai Qi's blood was blood red and contained a trace of killing intent. Bai Qi's bloodline was not ordinary at all. He had the 7 murders star and 7 kill city, and his bloodline had been affected by them, becoming the 7 murders bloodline. As such, his blood contained a trace of killing intent. The devil race flower gave off an attractive force and sucked in Bai Qi's blood. This continued for 5 minutes, and Bai Qi had lost too much blood, causing his face to become slightly pale. At that moment, the devil race flower stopped absorbing blood. Boom, a massive blood-red aura burst out from the devil race flower's body, giving off a powerful killing intent, causing the surrounding temperature to fall. Zhao Fu sensed something and looked up at the sky. The sky seemed to be dyed blood-red, and a bloodthirsty aura spread out. The world seemed to have become a bloody battlefield, and everyone felt as if they had fallen into icy water. Their bloodlines felt like they were going to freeze. The fairies in the ocean of flowers looked at this in fear, not knowing what had happened. Zhao Fu knew what had happened. The devil race flower had drawn out Bai Qi's 7 murders star, which was why there were such abnormal signs. This made Zhao Fu feel quite surprised. He had never thought that it would draw out the 7 murders star. If Bai Qi's bloodline had become an early-stage divine bloodline, this 7 murders star would have gone through massive changes. Book 1, Chapter 72 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. The blood-red color in the sky continued to spread out, and the killing aura became even denser. The flower fairy walked over and looked at the massive devil race flower as she asked curiously, "What's going on?" Xiaofu explained, "I want to raise Bai Qi's bloodline to divine grade. Right now, the devil race flower is drawing out the 7 murder stars' power, and as the flower fuses and evolves, Bai Qi's bloodline will further fuse with the 7 murder star. Not only will Bai Qi's bloodline's power be greatly strengthened, but in the future, anyone with Bai Qi's bloodline will be able to awaken the 7 murder star." The flower fairy looked quite shocked. The devil race flower's roots started to move and wrapped around Bai Qi's body, tightly wrapping him up. A massive wave of devil power flowed into Bai Qi's body, causing his body to give off boundless violet light. A violet lotus flower mark appeared on Bai Qi's chest and gave off a devilish light before fusing into Bai Qi's body. The roots opened up, revealing Bai Qi, who was wrapped up, and the abnormal signs in the surroundings returned to normal. The massive devil race flower's appearance did not change much, but it now had a trace of killing intent. Xiaofu was not worried that this flower would be like the corpse devil kingdom's flower because this flower had fused with Xiaofu's bloodline and had been absorbed by the devil race flower. If it was not for Xiaofu's bloodline suppressing it, this devil race flower would be continuously corroded by the 7 murders star and most likely turn into a 7 murders flower. Whether it was in terms of appearance or attributes, it would be different from other flowers. Bai Qi returned to Xiaofu's side. Xiaofu smiled as he said, "How do you feel?" Bai Qi smiled as he said, "My body now has another type of devil flower's power, and it has formed a connection with this flower. Apart from that, there are not many changes." Xiaofu smiled as he explained, "Right now, your bloodline is still evolving within the flower. Every once in a while, you can come here and fuse a portion of its blood into your body, and your bloodline will quickly become stronger." Bai Qi smiled as he said, "This subordinate understands." Xiaofu smiled as he said, "This flower can at most raise your bloodline to an upgraded bloodline, and your 7 murders bloodline will become an extremely terrifying bloodline. I'm looking forward to seeing what this bloodline will do." Bai Qi said, "This subordinate will not disappoint your majesty's hopes." Xiaofu nodded as he said, "This subordinate will not let your majesty down." Devil Emperor, Bai Qi nodded as he turned and left. Fairy, the flower fairy, and said, 757 murders flower, heaven, and 7 demons, 1 king, and, murders Qi, and, 1, and, 1, and, 6, 1, 1, and, 1 I, yen, 1 chen yen, chen world and, in, emperor, 1 I chen, lian, and a Qi, chen, hao, chen, and chen, li and, jiao, hao, and, 1 Qi chen, and Qi, chen, jiao, at. The flower fairy shook her head as she said, "However, you need to be prepared, I feel that something big is about to happen." Xiaofu nodded and smiled as he said, "In actuality, I'm also worried that you might leave Qin City after recovering your memories." Duoba Qing had been the same, after recovering her memories, she had left Qin City, and there had been no news of her at all. The flower fairy smiled as she said, "I won't leave Qin City is my home now." Xiaofu smiled as he hugged the flower fairy. At that moment, 8 mature and beautiful figures flew over. They were the 8 madams, and they had been in closed-door cultivation this entire time. Seeing them arrive, Xiaofu smiled as he called out, "Madams, you're back." The madams looked at the massive devil race flower, and the first madam asked, "Is this the devil race's flower?" Xiaofu nodded. The second madam smiled as she said, "You've almost gathered all 8 flowers. I heard from your master that something big will happen when all 8 flowers are gathered." The sixth madam said, "I think it's related to creation, but I'm not sure if it's true or not. Your master takes this matter very seriously, but he was sealed long ago. Otherwise, he would have also tried to gather the 8 flowers." The 11th madam said, "Now, Xiaofu has already gathered 8 flowers, and there's only 1 left. That way, we'll know what's going on." Xiaofu felt quite startled. The flower fairy had said that something big would happen when all 8 flowers were gathered. Why did the 8 madams say the same thing? If that was the case, then something big would happen. What would it be? Would it really be related to creation? No matter if it was the card world or the alchemy world, Zhao Fu had heard of the legend of creation. However, as a heaven-awakened world's heaven-awakened son, he had never heard of such a thing. The first madam smiled as she said, "Let's not talk about this for now. We came to find you to ask you when you're going to save your master. You're now a heaven-awakened son and have 7 emperor stars, so I'm sure you have the ability." Zhao Fu looked quite awkward. He did not want to save the evil flower ancestor at all. After all, they were not master and disciple but enemies. His evil flower power had been stolen from the evil flower ancestor. The first madam asked, "What is it? You're not willing?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "No, he's my master, so how could I not save him? I just don't have complete confidence, and if I act rashly, it will be disadvantageous to my master. I think that if I become a higher being, I'll definitely be able to save my master." In actuality, with Zhao Fu's abilities, he would be able to save the evil flower ancestor. After all, if Zhao Fu used the evil celestial's power, even a higher being would not be able to detect him. However, saving the evil flower ancestor would not bring him any benefits and would instead bring him great harm. The many madams frowned. Zhao Fu walked forward and hugged the many madams as he comforted them. "Look at me. My cultivation has reached the emptiness realm in such a short period of time. I'm only 2 realms away from becoming a higher being. You guys won't have to wait too long." Hearing this, the many madams thought that Zhao Fu's cultivation had indeed improved very quickly. Moreover, they had waited for so many years, so it was not a big deal to wait a little longer. As long as Zhao Fu became a higher being, he would be invincible in the world. The many madams' expressions softened as they nodded. The fourth madam blushed. "You haven't seen me for so long. Do you miss me?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Of course I do." Half a day later, Zhao Fu looked at the many madams and flower fairies lying powerlessly in the flowers and said with a smile, "You guys rest well. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving." The first madam acknowledged softly. Putting aside the matter of the evil flower ancestor, he would drag it out as long as he could. Anyway, after he became a higher being, the evil flower ancestor would not be much of a threat to him. After Qin dealt with various matters, Zhao Fu returned to the alchemy world. These days, the Lei family had been going overboard. They had provoked Qin a few times and wanted to attack Qin. This time, Zhao Fu had come to deal with the Lei family. Book 1, Chapter 73 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123 Zhao Fu said. "Wang Jian, gather your forces and teach the Lei family a lesson." Wang Jian gave a trace of a smile and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." The army quickly gathered and gave off a majestic aura as they headed towards the Lei family. The Lei family's people felt quite surprised. Hadn't Qin been hiding inside? Why did he dare to take the initiative to attack? The Lei family's leader, Lei Ying, coldly harumphed, "I want to test Qin's strength. Gather the Lei family's forces." The secret order was given. The Lei family's forces quickly gathered, but they did not rely on the city walls to defend and instead took the initiative to attack. The two armies soon clashed. Lei Ying stood at the front of the army and looked at Zhao Fu as he called out, "You're that Qin's emperor?" Zhao Fu said, "I am." Lei Ying said somewhat arrogantly, "I heard that you're quite powerful. Do you have the guts to exchange a few blows with me?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Are you sure?" Lei Ying said with a trace of mockery, "Of course, I thought that you didn't have the guts." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "How do you want to compete?" Lei Ying said, "Both of us will condense a clone, and the battlefield will be between the two armies." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed. If it was a direct battle, Zhao Fu might be able to capture the Lei family's leader. However, this was fine as well, so he said, "All right, I agree." Lei Ying's body gave off a powerful aura as many violet arcs of lightning appeared around him. Lei Ying gathered his power and formed a clone made of violet lightning. Zhao Fu also gave off a powerful aura as countless traces of black aura gathered, forming a clone that gave off a black aura. The two doppelgangers turned into a blur and rushed towards the two sides. Zhao Fu said with a smile, "I'll let you make 3 moves first. If you have any skills, show them as soon as possible." Lei Ying was furious. "You're courting death." Boom, the clone exploded out with a massive amount of power, and many arcs of lightning revolved around its body, causing the ground to continuously crack. It seemed abnormally powerful, and since Lei Ying dared to challenge Zhao Fu, he definitely was not weak. The lightning clone rushed in front of Zhao Fu's clone and punched out with boundless lightning power towards Zhao Fu, seeming to be able to destroy a mountain. Zhao Fu's clone grabbed the holy beast and grabbed the terrifying fist. The purple lightning also dissipated. Lei Ying was stunned. Zhao Fu said with a smile, "The first move, there are 2 more moves." Lei Ying's expression was serious as he controlled the lightning clone to retreat 10 or so meters away. He understood that this person's strength was indeed terrifying, and it was fortunate that he did not go up himself. On Qin's side, seeing this scene, the soldiers could not help but cheer, "Mighty, Your Majesty! Mighty, Your Majesty! Mighty, Your Majesty!" On the Lei family's side, their expressions were quite grim, and their morale was quite low. Their family leader's clone's attack had been blocked just like that, and they felt quite embarrassed. They wanted to see if their family leader had any shocking performances. Lei Ying understood that if his next attack was unable to hit Zhao Fu's clone, it would greatly reduce their side's morale. As such, he decided to go all out this time. Lei Ying raised a hand and crackling sounds could be heard as many bolts of lightning appeared around Lei Ying. Each bolt of lightning shattered the ground and surrounded Lei Ying, not disappearing. More and more lightning gathered, and a terrifying lightning power spread out. Lei Ying raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. Many bolts of lightning gathered in his hand and formed a lightning spear, surrounded by many bolts of lightning. An even more terrifying lightning power spread out. In the distance, Qin's soldiers and the Lei family's soldiers felt their hairs stand on end, and they felt a wave of fear in their hearts. Now, they understood how terrifying this attack was. Boom, the lightning clone threw the lightning spear towards Zhao Fu with all of its strength, bringing with it a large amount of lightning. The lightning spear instantly arrived in front of Zhao Fu, bringing with it a power that seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was as if nothing could stop it, and the lightning covered the entire region. This terrifying power caused everyone to feel fear from the depths of their hearts. Zhao Fu's clone once again stretched out a hand, and a formless energy spread out. The surrounding space seemed to slow down, and the lightning spear slowly hit the clone's palm before disappearing. Zhao Fu's clone's hand looked incredibly powerful. Rumble, suddenly, the ground within 100 meters of Zhao Fu's clone collapsed, and many bolts of lightning shot out. Zhao Fu's clone had diverted the terrifying lightning power into the ground, making it so that this attack did not pose a threat to Zhao Fu. Seeing how powerful Zhao Fu was, Qin's soldiers could not help but cheer loudly. Everyone felt invigorated, and their morale rose. Lei Ying's expression was quite unsightly. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to block his full-powered attack so easily. The Lei family soldiers also looked quite shocked. They understood how terrifying this attack was, but it had still been easily blocked by Zhao Fu. Qin's emperor's power was too powerful, and even an idiot could see the difference between them. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "How about it? Do you want to continue?" A blue-clothed elder next to Lei Ying said, "Family head, it's best not to continue. This person's power is even more terrifying than the rumors say." Lei Ying coldly harumphed and said, "No, I'll try one last time." A tall, beautiful woman with long purple hair said, "It's fine if you try one last time. If you lose, the Lei family will not have the morale to continue fighting." Lei Ying said coldly, "I know." Boom, an even louder explosion sounded out as a massive bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, striking Lei Ying's clone. The clone's body collapsed and turned into many purple lightning bolts. The purple lightning bolts did not dissipate, and they instead used the lightning bolts that had just descended to give off an even more terrifying power. The lightning bolts once again gathered, forming a Lei Qilin with a dragon's head, a horse's body, and a single horn. Lei Qilin stood in the air a few inches above the ground, and his surroundings were covered by purple lightning. He did not seem like something from the mortal world, and he gave off a shocking and powerful aura. Sensing this massive lightning power, the Lei family's soldiers could not help but feel a bit more confident. Even though they could not say that they could definitely defeat Zhao Fu, they should be able to harm Zhao Fu. Qin's soldiers also looked quite shocked, and they felt that the Lei family's family head was incredibly powerful. Swish, a massive air-tearing sound rang out as Lei Qilin shot towards Zhao Fu's clone like a bolt of lightning. His body gave off large amounts of lightning, and he ferociously slammed towards Zhao Fu. Facing this terrifying attack, Zhao Fu once again stretched out a hand, and a wave of power flowed out, forming a black energy barrier. Bang! An incredibly loud explosion sounded out as Lei Qilin slammed into the black energy barrier. Countless bolts of lightning blasted out, madly destroying everything in the surroundings. Book 1, Chapter 74 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Micur. The ground, rocks, flowers, and grass all shattered, and the sound was deafening. The lightning, which could destroy everything, instantly spread to the surrounding 1,000 meters, destroying everything within 1,000 meters, and a shockwave spread out. The hairs on both sides' armies stood on end, and their bodies seemed to have been electrocuted. They froze where they were, and they felt intense terror in their hearts. However, such a terrifying attack was still unable to break through Zhao Fu's clone's defensive barrier. One of Lei Qilin's horns slammed against the black energy barrier, giving off even more powerful lightning power and crashing towards Zhao Fu. However, it was still unable to break through Zhao Fu's defenses. Seeing this scene, everyone looked incredibly shocked. Was this Emperor Qin still human? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "This is the third move, it's my turn now." Xing, just as Zhao Fu spoke, Zhao Fu's clone stretched out a hand and pushed forwards, and a terrifying black power sent Lei Qilin flying. Lei Ying's expression became even more unsightly. It was not that he was too weak, but that the person in front of him was too terrifying. Zhao Fu's clone opened one of its palms, and traces of black sword qi gathered, forming a small sword that was as long as a finger. Even though it looked small, it gave off an aura of annihilation, making people feel despair. Lei Qilin gathered all of his power, forming a violet lightning barrier. Zhao Fu's clone swung its hand. Swish, the small black sword shot out, drawing out a thin black line in the air. It was incredibly fast, and it instantly pierced through the violet lightning barrier before piercing through Lei Qilin's body. Lei Qilin's body turned into many arcs of lightning and dissipated, and Lei Ying coughed up a small mouthful of blood. Zhao Fu said with a faint smile, "You've lost." Lei Ying's face was pale. Facing this crushing power, he was powerless to retaliate. The soldiers on Qin's side saw how powerful Zhao Fu was. This was their emperor, the Emperor of Qin, and they felt proud. On the side of the Lei family, people had a trace of fear for Zhao Fu, and their morale was even lower. Some people even felt that it was too shameful and didn't want to continue fighting. They felt that they would only lose if they fought against an opponent like Qin. After a while, Lei Ying said, "I still want to compete with you." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Compete in what?" Lei Ying said, "I want to compete with you in Alchemy Sacred Beast." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Your famous family in the alchemy world wants to compete with my Heaven Awakened World faction in Alchemy Beasts." Lei Ying coldly harumphed as he said, "Do you not dare?" It was evident that the Lei family had a great advantage, and Lei Ying didn't believe that the alchemy sacred beast that his family had nurtured would lose to Qin's faction. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "All right." The Lei family released a massive alchemy sacred beast. This alchemy sacred beast looked like a golden eagle and had a pair of horns on its head. Its eyes were incredibly sharp, and its body was covered with violet feathers. Many cannons were gathered on its wings, and it had a pair of metallic claws that looked quite long and sharp. Its body gave off small arcs of lightning. The Lei family's alchemy sacred beast was called a heavenly thunder eagle, and it was a very high-grade creature. Its heavenly thunder could easily pierce through the alchemy sacred beast's defenses, and it was one of the most powerful methods that the Lei family had. After Qin released the Alchemy Den Dragon, Zhao Fu didn't expect that the Lei family's alchemy sacred beast would be so powerful, and he wanted to test it out for himself. Looking at the Alchemy Den Dragon, Lei Ying had a strange expression on his face because he could sense the auras of 3 worlds from the Alchemy Den Dragon. This was because the Heaven Awakened World's wyverns had fused with the Outer World's Den and the Alchemy World's Philosopher's Stone. Only Qin could nurture such a creature. Lei Ying called out, "Are you a alchemy sacred beast?" Qin had only nurtured this kind of creature. Qin did not have his own alchemy sacred beast, and the alchemy sacred beasts that he had were all alchemy sacred beasts that he had subdued. The ancient martial god was most likely a pure alchemy sacred beast that Qin had nurtured, but it was quite different from ordinary alchemy sacred beasts. Because of the ancient martial god's special abilities, Jiaofu did not want to reveal them. Jiaofu said, "Only this one. If you want me to compete with other families' alchemy sacred beasts, then your alchemy sacred beast will win." Liang also wanted to test the alchemy den dragon's strength. If he fought with Qin in the future, he would have to pay special attention to it. Jiaofu said, "I can compete with you. Both of us will attack once and see who can deal more damage." Jiaofu nodded and said, "No problem." Liang said, "Then I'll go first." "Huh." The Lei family's alchemy sacred beast gave off a loud cry that resounded through the sky. The alchemy sacred beast continuously flapped its wings, and the alchemy power of the heavens and the earth started to gather. Many purple lightning bolts were released, giving off a terrifying lightning aura. Jiaofu looked at the scene in front of him. The Lei family's alchemy sacred beast was different from ordinary alchemy sacred beasts, and even the way it was used was different. The horns on the Lei family's alchemy sacred beasts had lit up, and many lightning bolts gathered towards those horns. Boom, a massive purple lightning bolt shot out from the horns, bringing with it terrifying power as it blasted towards Qin's alchemy den dragon. The sky shook violently, and the purple light illuminated an area, causing countless creatures to tremble. Qin's alchemy den dragon flapped its wings and used its power to form a defensive barrier. Bang, the defensive barrier was blasted apart by the lightning bolt, and it hit the alchemy den dragon's body. The alchemy den dragon held, and its body started to glow with lightning. After the lightning dissipated, some parts of the alchemy den dragon's body were charred black. Alchemy power, chaos power, and dragon power quickly healed the alchemy den dragon's body. The alchemy den dragon's injuries were not serious, but they were not light either. Jiaofu looked quite surprised. With the alchemy den dragon's current attributes, it was very rare to see such damage. If an ordinary alchemy sacred beast was hit by such an attack, it would most likely be destroyed. The Lei family's alchemy sacred beast was very powerful, and they had the right to be arrogant. Liang frowned as he looked at the alchemy den dragon's recovery. It would only take a bit of time for it to recover, but that was a full-powered attack from their alchemy sacred beast. It was enough to shatter an ordinary alchemy sacred beast, so how could it only cause such damage? Liang was quite dissatisfied with this result, but he now had a new understanding of Qin's strength. Great Qin's name had spread far and wide, and there was a reason why countless people feared it. If they continued to fight with Great Qin with such an arrogant and rash attitude, they would definitely suffer a great loss. As such, Liang put away his condescension and started to take Great Qin seriously. At that moment, Jiaofu said, "Now, it's my turn to attack." Book 1, Chapter 75 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123. The alchemy den dragon flapped its wings and gathered a massive amount of dragon power. A terrifying and dangerous aura spread out. The Lei family's alchemy saint beast immediately sensed the danger and gave off a violet light, forming a massive violet energy barrier that covered its massive body. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the alchemy den dragon spat out a massive black beam of light, which contained terrifying power as it shot out, and a few shockwaves rippled out. That black beam of light shot towards the divine refinement beast at an extremely fast speed. Spatial cracks appeared in the void as a destructive power enveloped the sky, causing countless people to stand there stiffly, despair surging in their hearts. Bang! The black ray of light easily pierced through the alchemy saint beast's defensive barrier and slammed into its chest. A terrifying shockwave spread out, causing metal shards to fly everywhere, and a large hole appeared in the alchemy saint beast's chest. This attack heavily injured the alchemy saint beast's body, but it still had the power to attack and had not completely lost its ability to attack. The Lei family's people were incredibly shocked. Qin's alchemy saint beast was simply too powerful. It had heavily injured their alchemy saint beast with a single attack. If it was an ordinary alchemy saint beast, it would be very difficult for it to injure their alchemy saint beast. With how powerful Qin's ruler was and how powerful the alchemy saint beast was, fighting with Qin would be quite disadvantageous. It was not just the Lei family's soldiers whose morale was low, but the generals did not want to become enemies with Qin. Jiaofu's expression was quite normal. The alchemy den dragon's attack had been quite powerful. Jiaofu asked, "Who won now?" Lei Ying's expression was quite unsightly. He had never thought that their alchemy saint beast would lose to a heaven-awakened world's alchemy saint beast, and he said, "You win." Jiaofu smiled as he said, "Do you still want to compete?" Now, the leaders of both sides, the alchemy sacred beasts, had already competed. In the end, only the soldiers had yet to compete. However, could the Lei family soldiers defeat Qin's soldiers? After losing twice in a row, Lei Ying no longer had confidence in himself. The middle-aged man said respectfully, "Family head, I think we'd better not compete. Now we know Qin's strength. If the battle starts, our Lei family will be at a disadvantage. I think we'd better retreat and resist Qin with a strong defensive building." A violet-haired youth said, "Family head. I also think that there's no point in competing. If we continue to compete, it will be more embarrassing if we lose, and we will be ridiculed by the other families. If we don't continue, we can at least save some face for the Lei family." That beautiful woman crossed her arms and said sarcastically, "Now that the Lei family has lost face, do you think the soldiers still have the morale to fight? I already advised you last time. If you still want to compete this time, I don't want to stay here and embarrass myself." Lei Ying shouted angrily, "Lei Ying. If you want to scram, then scram. I'm not letting you stay here." The tall beautiful woman was called Lei Ying, and she also said angrily, "You're not as strong as him, and you're blaming me for losing? Look, this is the current family head of the Lei family. If my brother was still alive, how could he give the position of family head to you?" Lei Ying was the younger sister of the previous family head, and she had a high status in the Lei family. Only she dared to speak to Lei Ying like this. Lei Ying said angrily, "Even if he doesn't give it to me, he definitely won't give it to you." Lei Ying coldly harumphed, "Then I'll see how the Lei family will be defeated by you. Choosing you to be the family head was my brother's biggest mistake." Lei Ying said angrily, "You make it sound like you're very powerful. If you're so capable, then beat Qin now. Otherwise, don't talk here." Lei Ying was infuriated. The middle-aged man said, "All right, stop arguing. This matter isn't over yet. Let's go back first before arguing." Lei Ying did not say anything. Lei Ying also ignored Lei Ying. Wang Jian, who was beside Zhao Fu, smiled and said, "Your Majesty. They seem to be having an internal conflict." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Yes, many forces perished because of internal conflicts. Later, collect information on that woman and see if she can be of any use." "Yes, Your Majesty," Wang Jian replied. At this moment, Zhao Fu shouted, "Are we still going to compete? If not, we'll start a war." Lei Ying frowned. With the current situation of the Lei family, it was not suitable for them to start a war. The middle-aged man said, "Family head. I think we should reconcile with Qin for now. If we start a war, we'll lose many soldiers." Lei Ying thought for a moment and said, "I'll leave it to you." He could not say anything to reconcile with them. The middle-aged man replied, "Yes." Then, the middle-aged man shouted, "I think there's some misunderstanding between the Lei family and Qin. We should become friends, not enemies." Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "The Lei family was so arrogant before. Now that they've seen Qin's strength, how can they be so cowardly?" Zhao Fu shouted, "Misunderstanding? The Lei family has provoked Qin several times. How is it a misunderstanding again?" The middle-aged man said, "This is the doing of a small part of the Lei family, not the whole Lei family. We'll punish these people severely when we go back and give Qin an explanation." Zhao Fu said, "But Qin has already come out. Are we going back like this?" The middle-aged man looked at Lei Ying. It was obvious that they had to pay a price for Qin to go back. Lei Ying said, "What do you want?" Zhao Fu did not want anything, and he did not want to start a war. In the alchemy world, Qin only needed to develop steadily. When the time came, he would deal with the Lei family, the Jin family, and the Yan family sooner or later. Zhao Fu asked, "What can you give me?" Qin, will not come out for nothing. Since the Lei family wants to be friends with Qin, shouldn't you show some sincerity?" Lei Ying said with a cold face, "I can give you some thunder crystals that are unique to the Lei family as a gift." Zhao Fu said with a mocking tone, "It's ridiculous for such a big family like the Lei family to only give thunder crystals as a gift." Lei Ying said angrily, "Then what do you want?" Zhao Fu looked at the alchemy holy beast in the sky. He wanted to study it and said, +10 high-level alchemy holy beasts. Hearing this, Lei Ying wanted to refuse because he could guess Zhao Fu's purpose. The middle-aged man persuaded, family head, I think it's worth it. It can avoid a war that is disadvantageous to us. Also, think about it. If we start a war, not only will many of us die, but the alchemy holy beasts will also be snatched away. Hearing this, Lei Ying said, okay. I was careless. Zhao Fu deliberately angered Lei Ying and said, okay, I, Qin, am willing to make friends with you. If Qin is in trouble in the future, I wonder if the Lei family will help. Hearing that Qin not only asked for gifts but also shamelessly asked for their help, everyone was of course very angry. Book 1, Chapter 76 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123 However, they did not want to fight, and they looked at Lei Ying. Lei Ying looked quite angry and did not say anything. The middle-aged man called out, since the Lei family has become friends with Qin, if the Lei family runs into trouble, Qin won't just stand by and watch, right? The middle-aged man was quite capable and returned Zhao Fu's words. Zhao Fu lightly laughed, of course, if the Lei family runs into trouble in the future, you can come and find Qin. I, Qin, will be very happy to help you. The middle-aged man smiled as he said, we're also very happy to help Qin. Lei Ying let out a breath and did not blame the middle-aged man for making a decision on his own. After all, this was the best way to resolve this matter. The middle-aged man brought boxes of thunder crystals and 10 high-level alchemy holy beasts to Qin. The high-level alchemy holy beasts spread their wings and were thousands of meters long. They were much more powerful than ordinary alchemy holy beasts and were quite difficult to nurture. The thunder crystals were as big as fingers and contained tiny arcs of lightning within them. The lightning power that they gave off was not weak and was indeed quite good. Zhao Fu nodded in satisfaction. The middle-aged man smiled as he said, if there's nothing else, Your Majesty Qin, I'll be going back now. I hope that our friendship will last forever. Zhao Fu looked at the middle-aged man and said, you're quite good, are you interested in working for Qin? The middle-aged man looked quite surprised, he had never thought that Zhao Fu would say this. He smiled as he said, thank you for thinking so highly of me, Your Majesty, but I don't have such thoughts yet. Zhao Fu nodded and said, then there's nothing else. The middle-aged man bowed before turning and walking towards the Lei family. The two sides started to retreat as if nothing had happened. The Jin family, who had been paying attention to this, looked quite surprised. They had thought that the two sides would fight and had never thought that they would become friends. This was something they did not want to see. Ever since they had suffered a loss last time, they did not dare to do anything to Qin. This did not mean that they did not want to, but they had not found a suitable opportunity. They could not tolerate a Heaven-Awakened world faction developing beside them. If the Lei family and Qin also became enemies, that was what they wanted to see. With the help of the Lei family, it would be much easier to deal with Qin. Eternal Cliff, the head of the Yan family, heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't really want a war. He just wanted to live a peaceful life. Zhao Fu returned to the base in the alchemy world and handed over the alchemy beast and the thunder crystals to Ancient Rock. Wang Jian. I'll leave the alchemy world to you, Zhao Fu said as he smiled. Now that this matter had been resolved, Zhao Fu planned to return to the Heaven-Awakened world. Wang Jian smiled and nodded. Rest assured, Your Majesty. After returning to the Qin Empire, he dealt with internal affairs for more than 10 days. Recently, he spent more time outside than in the Qin Empire. There were also many new faces in the Qin Empire. At first, he didn't pay too much attention to them. Looking at these new faces, Zhao Fu lightly laughed and suddenly felt that he had aged. It had been 10 or so years since the Heaven-Awakened stone had fallen to earth. Zhao Fu was most likely in his 30s, but he looked like he was only in his early 20s. With his current power and bloodline, it was almost impossible for him to die of old age, and he could live as long as the heavens and earth. Other people might not be able to live as long as he did. Thinking about this, Zhao Fu couldn't help but sigh. He felt quite melancholic. Suddenly, Zhao Fu wanted to go to the water realm. Now, he only had one last water race Emperor star left. If he could awaken the water race Emperor star, he would have 8 Supreme Emperor stars, and his bloodline and power would become even more powerful. As for how to awaken the Water Race Emperor star, Zhao Fu still had no idea. However, Zhao Fu felt that there would be a way if he went to the Water Realm. The Flower Fairy walked in and asked softly, "What are you thinking about?" Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "Nothing much." "Do you have something to say?" The Flower Fairy smiled as she said, "It's a good thing. Your teacher's wife said that the evil spirit flower seeds have been nurtured." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "That's a good thing. Let's go and take a look." The Flower Fairy nodded. In the past, Zhao Fu had nurtured 10 billion evil spirit flower seeds near the evil spirit abyss flower, which was the demon race's wondrous flower seed. This method had been told to him by his teacher's wives, and the evil spirit flower seeds were mainly used to control others. After coming to the flower world, the teacher's wives were already standing by the side. The Grandmaster's wife smiled as she said, "After nurturing them for such a long time, they've finally been nurtured. What do you think?" The Grandmaster's wife waved her hand and an evil spirit flower energy spread out. Countless demon flower runes appeared in the air, and densely packed seeds appeared. The scene was incredibly shocking, and Zhao Fu and the others seemed incredibly small. The seeds were as big as a finger and were much bigger than before. They were now black and there were thin, pale roots growing out of them, giving off a wave of demonic energy. Zhao Fu grabbed at the air and an evil spirit flower seed flew into his hand. After inspecting it, he found that the evil spirit flower seed's life attributes had changed. Before, it was just a plant, but it now looked like an animal, similar to the flower spirits. However, they were of lower grade than the flower spirits and only had basic instincts. Zhao Fu felt that the demonic energy contained within could control Stage 2 soldiers, but he needed to test it out. Zhao Fu had people capture a Stage 2 spirit beast. Stage 2 spirit beast stats were more powerful than ordinary Stage 2 soldiers, and if the evil spirit flower seed could control Stage 2 spirit beasts, controlling Stage 2 soldiers would not be a problem. The Stage 2 spirit beast was a red-furred wild boar that weighed 500 or 600 kilograms. It was tied up by ropes and lay on the ground, but it ferociously looked at the group. Zhao Fu waved his hand and a sword light flew out, slashing apart the ropes. After losing the ropes, the red-furred wild boar immediately got up and recklessly charged at Zhao Fu. This was exactly what Zhao Fu wanted, and he smiled as he threw the evil spirit flower seed over. The evil spirit flower seed gave off a wave of demonic energy that landed on the red-furred wild boar's head. The pale roots on its tail quickly grew and became incredibly sharp. They stabbed into the wild boar's head and stretched towards its brain. The red-furred wild boar howled in pain and charged around, wanting to get the evil spirit flower seed off its head. However, the evil spirit flower seed continued to grow. The red-furred wild boar fell to the ground, and because the roots had stabbed into its brain, the red-furred wild boar started to lose control of its body. At that moment, the black evil spirit flower seed started to fuse into the wild boar's head and the red-furred wild boar's brain. Even more pale roots grew and covered the red-furred wild boar's brain. The red-furred wild boar once again got up, and it was no longer as ferocious as before. Instead, it looked around curiously, as if it had just been born. The red-furred wild boar had been completely controlled by the evil spirit flower seed, and its consciousness had been devoured by the evil spirit flower seed. Book 1, Chapter 77 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123. Zhao Fu was quite satisfied with this result. The first madam smiled as she asked, "How do you feel?" "Back then, your master relied on them to sweep across the demon domain, and they've only been nurturing them for a while. If they were nurtured for a bit longer, controlling Stage 3 soldiers would be no problem." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "I know how powerful my master is. I'll continue to nurture these evil flower seeds." Now that the evil spirit abyss flowers had grown to their limit, they could nurture at most 10 billion evil spirit flower seeds. If they wanted to increase their numbers, they had to wait for the evil spirit abyss flowers to bloom. Zhao Fu did not know when, so he could only continue to nurture these evil spirit flower seeds. The sixth madam flirtatiously hugged Zhao Fu as she said, "How are you going to thank us?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Of course I understand." One day later, the first madam leaned into Zhao Fu's embrace as she said softly, "In actuality, if your master comes back, we'll feel quite complicated and won't know what to do. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, no matter what you do, I'll support you. The first madam kissed Zhao Fu as she said, thank you for your trust. Also, now that we're together, we're much happier than when we were together with your master. You're more outstanding than your master, and when that time comes, I'm sure we won't be able to bear to part with you. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I also want to keep you by my side forever. The fifth madam smiled as she said, I've decided that I'm yours alone. At that moment, a flower spirit ran over with a red face as she said, Your Majesty, there's news from Fire Country. Go back and take care of it. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and said, Madam, I'll be going now. The other madams nodded. After coming to Qin's palace, Zhao Fu quickly found out what the news was. Before, Zhao Fu had Fire Country stay in the various royal kingdoms' armies as spies, and now, Fire Country had told Qin that the various royal kingdoms were preparing to attack Qin. Hearing this, Zhao Fu frowned. None of the forces approached Qin. If they approached Qin, Zhao Fu could use this opportunity to destroy the forces of one or more kingdoms. Zhao Fu wasn't satisfied with just dealing a heavy blow to the various alliances. Now that the Qin Empire wasn't at war, he could gather all of his forces to deal with the various kingdoms. However, even if Zhao Fu didn't want to fight, if the various kingdoms attacked, Zhao Fu would definitely have to respond. Zhao Fu thought for a while and gathered the ministers for a discussion. In the various kingdoms, Long Yang chuckled and said, This time, we have prepared 2 methods, so we don't have to be afraid of the insects released by Qin. Since the armies of the various kingdoms dared to attack Qin again, they must have made preparations this time. This time, they had prepared 2 methods. The first was a medicinal pill called the Chaos Insect Pill, which could turn their auras into the auras that the Chaos Insects liked. They had already tested it in the outer world, so they would not be attacked by the Chaos Insects. The second method was called the 10,000 Insect Repelling Formation, which was a magic formation used to repel insects. It was extremely powerful, and they had tested it in the outer world before confirming that it was effective. Jianin laughed as he said, We have to thank the Ice Origin Kingdom for finding these 2 methods. Bing Qixue coldly said, Since we've confirmed that we're going to destroy Qin, our Ice Origin Kingdom will naturally contribute. Xianxia smiled as she said, We will also contribute. This time, our Bear Mountain Kingdom has increased its Stage 2 soldiers by 5 billion to destroy Qin as soon as possible so that we don't have to worry too much. Jianin said, As long as we can destroy Qin, our ancient STEM domain will once again welcome peace and return to how it was before. Hearing this, everyone else did not think this way. This period of time was different to before. The Dao Cultivation sect was in seclusion, while the Ancient Sword sect was rapidly developing. The 8-Day Dragon sect behind Long Yang was also developing incredibly quickly. These 2 factions might become new threats. Everyone knew this, but they would not stupidly say it out loud. Little White Bird sat by the side and did not say anything. She inwardly mocked these people. Now, Little White Bird had replaced Li Baiqing as the representative of the Fire Nation. She felt that these people would not be able to defeat Qin. Jianin lightly smiled as he said, Now, let's discuss how to attack Qin. Bing Qixue said, In the past, we gathered our forces to attack Qin, while Qin gathered its forces to defend. Now, we can change our strategy and split our forces into 3 groups to attack Qin from 3 different directions. I think that even if Qin can release insects, he can only release them in one area. The defensive structures in the past only defended one area, so splitting into 3 groups is beneficial to us. Jianin said worriedly, If we split our forces, we might not be able to take down Qin. If we split our forces, we might not be able to take down Qin. Long Yang said, I'm also worried about this. Before, we had so many soldiers, but we were unable to take down Qin. Will we be able to do it if we split our forces? After thinking about it, Gu Qingyue said, I think that Bing Qixue's method is feasible. In the past, we were unable to take down Qin because we gathered our forces. If we split our forces, Qin will not have as many methods to defend. This time, we have increased our forces to 100 billion Stage 2 soldiers. Even though Qin also has many soldiers, most of them are Stage 1 soldiers. If we split our forces into 3 groups, we will still have 30 billion or so soldiers. This will be enough to take down Qin. Jianyin looked at everyone else and asked, "Do any of you have any objections?" Everyone thought about it and felt that changing their strategy would be quite good, so they did not say anything. Seeing that no one objected, Jianyin smiled as he said, "We'll use this method then." Everyone split into 3 groups. Long Yang looked at Little White Bird and said, "Second princess, how about 2 of us form a group?" Long Yang was quite interested in this second princess, and he wanted to see how she would behave in front of him. Besides the second princess, Long Yang was more concerned about her status. Now that Li Baiqing was missing, there was a high chance that the second princess would become the queen of the Fire Kingdom. If he could obtain the second princess, it would be equivalent to obtaining a kingdom. The Fire Kingdom's faction was not any weaker than the 8-Day Dragon Sect's faction, and if they joined forces, they would have the qualifications to stand on equal footing with the Ancient Sword Sect. Long Yang was quite unruly as well. Seeing Long Yang's gaze, Little White Bird knew that this fellow was interested in her. Since she was seeking death, she could not be blamed. She smiled as she said, "No problem, I've long since heard of young sect Master Long and would like to get to know you." Long Yang felt quite delighted, he had never thought that things would be so easy. This Little White Bird seemed to be quite interested in him, making things much easier. Following this, the army split into 3 groups, one led by Jianyin, one led by Long Yang, and one led by Bing Qixue. The 3 armies gave off massive auras as they attacked Qin. Book 1, Chapter 78 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123. After hearing about this, Zhaofu felt quite disdainful and did not feel any fear. He first sent the Godly World's army to Qin's left and the Underworld's army to the right, while Qin's main force was at the front. Zhaofu gave command of Qin's front to Bai Qi, Qin's right to Main Tian, and Zhaofu commanded the left. This was because the left was where Long Yang would attack, and Zhaofu wanted to personally deal with Long Yang. The 2 armies quickly gathered together. Jianyin said, "Everyone, be careful. Qin is quite despicable and can launch sneak attacks at any moment." The army looked around cautiously as they moved forward. Bing Qixue also told the army to be more careful in case Qin released insects at any moment. On Long Yang's side, Long Yang rode his horse and walked side by side with the White Flame Bird. The 2 of them talked and laughed, and it seemed that their relationship was quite good. Next to them, there were 8 beautiful and alluring women looking at this scene with jealousy. They were the 8 princesses that Long Yang had found. In order to obtain them, Long Yang had used all sorts of methods and doted on them greatly. Now, they felt that they would soon be left out because they could tell that Long Yang wanted the White Flame Bird. The 3 armies were quite surprised that they did not encounter a single insect. In actuality, Qin's side did not attract many insects, so releasing them would not be very effective. Moreover, Qin already knew how to deal with them, so he did not release any insects. Jianyin looked at Bai Qi standing on the distant city wall and felt quite surprised as he called out, "Has Qin's ruler not returned yet? Or is he hiding and not daring to come out?" Bai Qi coldly replied, "If you want to fight, then fight." Jianyin felt furious and immediately gave the order to attack. The Ancient Sword Sect disciples swung their swords, causing sword lights to shoot out. These sword lights formed massive swords in the air, giving off terrifying sword energy. Boom, boom. Boom, under the control of the Ancient Sword Sect disciples, the massive swords gave off thunderous auras as they shot towards Qin. The heavens and earth trembled, and the terrifying sword chi caused people to feel fear. The Ancient Sword Sect was indeed quite powerful. On Qin's side, he unleashed 2 types of defenses. The first was a massive black energy barrier that gave off a powerful defensive power. If they could only rely on this, they might not be able to block the Ancient Sword Sect's massive sword. As such, Qin unleashed another defensive method. Philosopher's stones floated up from the city walls and gave off waves of alchemy power that fused into the black defensive barrier, causing it to give off a metallic light. Bang bang bang, the giant sword smashed against the defensive barrier, causing waves of energy to spread out, causing loud sounds to ring out. The giant swords only left streaks of sword marks on Qin's body, but they didn't break his defense. Jianyin's expression was quite unsightly. The Ancient Sword Sect had used so much power, but they could not break through Qin's defenses. It seemed that Qin was even more powerful than before. Of course, Sword Song was facing off against Qin's main force, which consisted of Stage 2 soldiers. Unlike Qin's miscellaneous troops, Sword Song was under a lot of pressure. On Bing Qishua's side, the army remained where they were and was not in a hurry to attack. Gu Qingyue was in his group. Gu Qingyue lightly laughed as he said, "Let Jianin test Qin's strength first before we react. The ancient sword sect's threat is no less than Qin's, and we don't have any enmity with Qin, so there's no need to go all out." Bing Qishue said seriously, "Since you've decided to go against Qin, you have to destroy him, or else you'll regret it." Gu Qingyue looked at Bing Qishue in surprise and said, "Why do you have such thoughts?" Bing Qishue replied, "It's my intuition, and this Qin is truly terrifying." Gu Qingyue lightly laughed as she said, "Your Ice Origin Kingdom will be the main force and our faction will be the support. I don't want my faction to suffer heavy losses because it's not worth it." Bing Qishue said, "All right." Under Bing Qishue's orders, the Ice Origin Kingdom started to attack Qin. Ice and snow mages wearing icy-colored robes condensed icicles in the sky, and a massive icy aura spread out. Gu Qingyue had his faction spread out around the Ice Origin Kingdom, and the disciples released a massive amount of power, forming massive people that supported Qin as they attacked. On Qin's side, just like before, he unleashed two defensive methods. A black defensive barrier was fused into by the Philosopher's Stone, causing the barrier to give off a metallic light, and an even more sturdy aura spread out. Bang, 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 massive sounds rang out as the attacks landed on Qin's barrier. Even though the sounds were massive, they were unable to break through Qin's barrier. Long Yang's army quickly met up with Qin's army. Seeing Zhao Fu standing on the city walls, Little White Bird gave a happy smile and wanted to run to Zhao Fu's side. However, she remembered that she was leading her soldiers and Long Yang to attack Qin, so she could only pretend that she did not know Zhao Fu. After not seeing Zhao Fu for so many days, Little White Bird greatly missed Zhao Fu and wanted to do that. Long Yang looked at Zhao Fu on the city walls and frowned. He had never thought that the Emperor of Qin would appear on his side and not on Jian Hen's side. Long Yang felt a sense of pressure. He still did not know that Zhao Fu was the mysterious emperor who had violated his 7 beloved women in front of him. If he knew that it was Zhao Fu, he would have madly rushed over. Zhao Fu smiled as he called out, "Long time no see. I never thought that you would find 8 beautiful princesses so quickly." Long Yang's expression was cold. Hearing an emperor like Zhao Fu praise them, the 8 beautiful princesses felt quite pleased and smiled. Little White Bird looked at Zhao Fu begrudgingly. Long Yang coldly harumphed, "Your women are even better. After I conquer Qin, I'll enjoy them to my heart's content." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "If you have the ability, come and try. If you don't, just pretend that I didn't say anything." Long Yang said angrily, "Watch carefully then." Roar, 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 massive dragon roars sounded out as the 8 Sun Dragon sect's disciples gave off waves of dragon chi, forming massive golden dragons in the sky. They gave off massive auras as they rushed towards Qin, creating massive gales. Qin's side did not defend, and Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and released a massive wave of dragon energy, causing dragon bone pillars to rise from the ground. These dragon bone pillars were the ones that Qin had used against the Dragon Kingdom, and they were effective against the dragon race in both the Card World and the Heaven Awaken world. Even though the 8 Sun Dragon sect only cultivated dragon-type arts, they were still quite effective. Book 1, Chapter 79 Boom. The dragons that gave off powerful auras turned into countless traces of golden dragon chi and dissipated, not harming Qin at all. Long Yang and the others looked quite shocked. "What's going on?" Before they could react, Zhao Fu put the dragon bone pillars away, not wanting them to discover the dragon bone pillars' abilities too. Quickly. Long Yang looked ahead solemnly, not daring to attack so rashly. Yu Huiqian of the Netherine dynasty said, "I think that Qin has something that can restrain the 8-day dragon sect. I think we should let the second princess take command." Long Yang was quite angry, but he could not do anything about it. He looked at the flame white bird and said, I also think it's better for you to take command." The flame white bird definitely would not agree, as she was not leading the 8 billion fiery kingdom soldiers for Qin. At that moment, a voice sounded out in her mind, and it smiled as it said to Long Yang, "I think you're more suitable. You're the captain of the 3rd team, so we should let you take command." Hearing this, Long Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I definitely won't disappoint you. I'll give you Emperor Qin's head as a gift." The flame white bird felt quite disdainful, but she still smiled and said, I'll wait. I support you." Long Yang smiled and regained his confidence. Yu Yuetian looked at the two of them calmly. He had only wanted to give the blazing white bird some face just now. Looking at the current situation, he was very worried about Long Yang. Since the two of them had such a good relationship, he intended to let them take the lead. If anything happened, he would immediately run to avoid any losses. The flame white bird smiled and asked, "What do you plan to do next, Long Yang?" Long Yang lightly smiled and said, "The 8-day dragon sect has more than one attack method, but I want you to see if Qin has any other methods." The flame white bird smiled and said, "No problem, I'll help you try." Hearing these intimate words, Long Yan felt that he would soon be able to take down the flame white bird, and when that time came, he would have 2 royal kingdoms. He said politely, "Thank you, second princess." The fire flame army gathered together and gave off waves of fiery aura. The aura condensed into massive fireballs in the sky, giving off shocking heat and causing the surrounding water vapor to quickly evaporate. The numerous fireballs quickly flew towards Qin, dragging trails of fiery light behind them. A wave of heat spread out. On Qin's side, he immediately put up a defense, and a black defensive shield emerged. On this side, Qin didn't use the Philosopher's Stone to strengthen his defense. Bang bang bang, a series of massive explosions rang out and countless explosive forces spread out, causing the ground to shatter and countless rocks to fly out. The area in front of them seemed to be covered in flames. Those fireballs did damage Qin's defense a little, but the situation was not serious. Long Yang said with a smile, "I know that Qin has only one thing that can restrain him. He can't restrain others. Yu Yuetian, come and have a try." Hearing this, Yu Yuetian ordered the soldiers to gather together, and a massive gloomy aura emerged, forming gray spears. The gloomy aura in the surroundings continued to grow stronger. Swish, 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 the sound of the air being torn could be heard as the gray spears gave off terrifying power and shot towards Qin with unstoppable force. The spears slammed into Great Qin's defensive barrier, causing massive shockwaves to ripple out. The spears turned into countless traces of gray aura and dissipated, and many cracks appeared on Great Qin's defensive barrier. Long Yang laughed as he called out, "Not bad, you two were able to break through Qin's defense. Now, you two attack together." Yu Yuetian and Long Yang obeyed, and fireballs and spears quickly shot towards Qin. Massive sounds continuously sounded out, and under the attacks of so many people, Qin's defensive shield was finally broken. At that moment, Qin released many devil beasts that flew in the sky and stood on the ground, and a massive wave of devil chi filled the region. Seeing Qin release large creatures, Long Yang's side also released large creatures. The Fire Kingdom's large creatures had appeared before, and they were massive fire lizards. Long Yang's large creatures were shocking, and they were creatures that looked like triceratops. These creatures were golden and had 3 crystal-like horns. There was a sun mark on their foreheads, and their tails were long and thin dragon tails. The 8-day dragon sect's large creatures were called 8-day horned dragons. Half of them had the dragon race's bloodline, and they also had a sun-like attribute. They were incredibly powerful, and they seemed to be slightly more powerful than the Fire Flame Kingdom's fire lizards. Yu Yuetian also released large creatures, and their large creatures were even more special. They were tall skeletons that gave off terrifying auras, and they were all humanoid skeletons. They held bone scimitars and looked quite terrifying. Long Yang waited for a while but did not see Qin take the initiative to attack. He said, "Let's have the large creatures attack first to weaken Qin's strength before launching an all-out attack." The white flame bird lightly laughed as she said, "There's no need to use other methods to test Qin's strength. Perhaps he has other methods, Qin's a very cunning enemy." Yu Yuetian said, "I think so too. Don't be in a hurry to attack." Hearing this, Long Yang thought about it and said, "All right. However, I'm worried that Qin can restrain our 8-day dragon sect, so you can use some things." Yu Yuetian felt quite displeased and felt that the 8-day dragon sect did not want to do anything and made them suffer. It was them who had broken through Qin's defensive barrier, and the 8-day dragon sect had not done anything. Yu Yuqian said, our Netherine dynasty doesn't have anything to test. Long Yang could tell that Yu Yuqian did not want to do anything and felt quite angry. He looked at the white flame bird and felt that she would lose face if she attacked. The white flame bird smiled as she said, our fire kingdom will test Qin's strength first. Long Yang let out a sigh of relief and felt that he liked the white flame bird even more. Now, he wanted to taste the white flame bird, and it should not be difficult for him. Many soldiers of the Fire Kingdom took out burning arrows, placed them on their longbows and pulled the bowstrings to the fullest. Swish, 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 countless flaming arrows shot out like a rain of fire, and Qin was enveloped by flames, creating a spectacular scene. The demon beasts on Qin's side condensed demonic chi bullets and shot them out, wanting to destroy the flaming arrows. The fire lizards on the Fire Kingdom's side immediately opened their mouths and condensed fireballs, wanting to shoot them at Qin. Bang, bang. Bang, the demonic chi bullets and the fireballs continuously collided, resulting in explosions. Waves of terrifying power spread out, causing flames and demonic chi to flow chaotically. Book 1, Chapter 80, Destruction Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modballs 123. The devil chi bullets were blocked, and some of the flame arrows were blown away. However, there were still many flame arrows that shot towards Qin. Philosopher's stones appeared on Qin's city walls, giving off different lights and blocking the flame arrows. However, they did not deal any damage to Qin. The white flame bird said, this is most likely something else that Qin has prepared. I feel that if we destroy it, Qin will not be able to defend against it. Let's attack together. Hearing this, Yu Yuqian had the skeleton soldiers attack. The skeleton soldiers gathered their power into their sabers and vigorously slashed out, causing massive gray saber lights to quickly fly towards Qin. Under the ferocious attacks, the philosopher's stones were unable to defend anymore. Many cracks appeared on them, and the light they gave off gradually dimmed. Jiaofu asked, how are the other two battles? One of the generals said, Qin's defenses have been broken, and will soon be fighting. Jiao Fu nodded and stretched out a hand, causing a massive wave of dragon energy to spread out. Massive dragon bone pillars once again rose up from the ground, giving off a powerful dragon race aura. Boom, boom. Boom, Zhao Fu unleashed the dragon bone pillars' power with all of his strength, causing the dragon bone pillars to give off waves of dragon energy and shoot out beams of light into the sky. They formed massive pillars of light, and terrifying ripples continuously spread out. Jian Hen's expression fell as he looked at the horizon being covered by a light, giving him a bad feeling. Bing Qixue also sensed this powerful aura and temporarily stopped attacking Qin, a serious expression on his face. Long Yang's people looked at the massive pillars of light in shock. Standing in front of them, the white flame bird was surrounded by the pillars of light, and she had never seen such a shocking scene before. The dragon's might that the pillars of light gave off caused the large creatures on Long Yang's side to feel a sense of fear and not attack. The ones that were especially affected were the 8 days horned dragons. Zhaofu smiled as he looked at Long Yang's people and said, the battle can end now. Boom, Zhaofu extended his hand and pushed. A huge wave of light spread out from the ground. In an instant, it spread to the entire battlefield and then disappeared. The disciples of the 8 days dragon sect could only feel the power in their bodies weakening rapidly. Their faces darkened. The soldiers of the other two forces were not affected much. The large creatures of the two factions felt immense pressure, and their fear of the pillar of light grew even greater. Their strength was also somewhat suppressed. Because the 8-day horned dragons only had half of their dragon blood, they were suppressed by this dragon's power and immediately fell into a state of weakness. Their blood flowed more and more slowly, and they looked ahead in terror. This terror came from their bloodline. The disciples of the 8-day dragon sect were much weaker, but they could still fight. They were less affected than the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. The main reason for the difference was whether they had dragon blood or not. However, Zhao Fu had found a way to deal with the 8 days dragon sect. The ground split open as evil demon flower seeds flew out and smashed into the disciples' bodies. They quickly grew roots and stabbed into their bodies. Most of the evil demon flower seeds attacked the disciples' heads, while some attacked their limbs and bodies. These evil demon flower seeds were simply too fast and did not give the disciples any time to react. Adding on the fact that they had been weakened, many of the 8-day dragon sect's disciples were affected. The evil demon flower seeds only attacked the disciples of the 8-day dragon sect and not the people of the other two factions. The evil demon flower seeds had used the time of the battle to sneak over and lay in ambush for an opportunity to attack. Arg, the disciples fell to the ground and struggled in pain. Just like the wild boar from before, they also howled. Even though Flame Whitebird was mentally prepared, she was still given a big fright. She felt that at least 80% of the 8-day dragon sect's disciples had been affected. This was simply too terrifying. Fortunately, she had not become enemies with Qin. Flame Whitebird followed the plan that Zhao Fu had told her and immediately ordered the army to retreat. Seeing that the Fire Kingdom's people had retreated, Yu Yuiqian did not hesitate and also ordered the army to retreat. He did not want to wait for death here. He had been quite displeased with Long Yang, and now that Long Yang's army had been reduced to such a state, he felt quite happy. In actuality, the Fire Kingdom and Netherine dynasty still had 20 billion or so soldiers. If they stayed and fought to the death with Qin, they would not suffer a heavy defeat, and Qin would also lose many soldiers. It was a pity that the Fire Kingdom had come for Qin's people. As long as the Fire Kingdom fired, the Netherine dynasty would definitely run, and they would not be able to leave a single person to deal with Qin. At that moment, Qin's army charged out, giving off a terrifying aura as they rushed towards the three armies. Long Yang's expression was quite unsightly, and his heart felt cold as he ordered the remaining soldiers to quickly escape. At that moment, the disciples who had been struggling in pain once again slowly stood up. Evil appeared in their eyes as they madly attacked the disciples who had not been controlled, causing the scene to fall into chaos. Hearing the cries from behind them, the soldiers of the other two factions were given a big fright and ran even faster. Seeing this, Long Yang did not care anymore and called out to the 8 princesses beside him, "Let's hurry and leave." Just as he spoke, a figure appeared in front of him. Long Yang was startled. He did not care about the 8 princesses anymore. He quickly fled to one side. Zhao Fu gave a condescending smile and grabbed out with his hand. A powerful energy grabbed onto Long Yang's body, and he vigorously struggled but to no avail. He cried out in terror, "Your cultivation has already reached the Emperor Heaven realm?" His cultivation was now at the Heaven and Earth realm, and someone who could easily grab him was definitely at the Emperor Heaven realm. This was a very prestigious expert in the central region. Long Yang did not know whether Zhao Fu had already reached the Void Realm or was an invincible existence in the Void Realm. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and ignored Long Yang's words as he looked at the 8 beautiful princesses. Facing Zhao Fu's malicious gaze, what was strange was that the 8 princesses did not run. They knew that Zhao Fu was interested in them from the start of the battle, and they knew that running was useless as their cultivations were much lower than Long Yang's. The one in the lead was a well-endowed princess wearing a green dress, and she said softly, "We won't run, but can you not harm our men?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed. This scene seemed quite familiar. He said, "As long as you obediently serve me, I definitely won't harm you." Hearing this, Long Yang furiously cursed, "Bastard, animal, I'll send you to hell, I'll definitely make you regret it." Zhao Fu looked at Long Yang and a wave of energy sealed his mouth. Book 1, Chapter 81 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlols 123. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "I'll enjoy it with your previous princesses. This time, you won't be able to escape." Hearing this, Long Yang looked quite shocked and stared at Zhao Fu with wide eyes. He had never thought that the enemy he had been looking for was right in front of him. The Emperor of Qin was the mysterious emperor. Long Yang looked at Zhao Fu hatefully, wanting to devour Zhao Fu. The 8 princesses looked quite confused and could not understand why Long Yang would look at Zhao Fu with hatred after hearing what Zhao Fu had said. The woman in the lead asked softly, "Your Majesty, are you going to deal with our junior sect master like this?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "It's hard to say now. If he's useful, I'll keep him, if not, I'll kill him." The woman's face was pale as she said, "Didn't you say that as long as we listened to you and served you, you wouldn't harm the junior sect master?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "That's just you, I'm not talking about him." The women begged, "We'll do whatever you want us to, but please don't harm him. He's our husband, and we don't want him to be harmed." Zhao Fu waved his hand and a few chains shot out and bound them up as he said, "You don't have the right to negotiate with me." Don't think that I really want you. If you say another word, I'll kill you all. The women looked quite afraid and did not dare to say anything. By now, many of Qin's soldiers had arrived, but it was useless. Almost all of the 8-day dragon sect's disciples had been controlled, and those who had not been controlled were either dead or captured. The news of the defeat spread quickly. Jianyin's expression was quite unsightly. How had the army been defeated so quickly? They had not been able to cause any harm to Qin at all, and Long Yang seemed to have been captured and had not been able to escape. Xianxia said in a low voice, "Let's quickly retreat in case Qin's army attacks us from the side." Since Qin defeated that army so quickly, there must be some sort of plot, and we might fall for it. Hearing this, Jianyin thought for a while and could only give the order to retreat. Bang bang bang, explosions rang out and light shot out in all directions. Smoke and dust filled the air as powerful shockwaves spread out like wild gales. After hearing about this, Bing Qixue felt quite angry and said, "It's useless. How can we destroy Qin? We'll be destroyed by Qin sooner or later." Gu Qingyue advised, "Don't be angry. We didn't make this decision. We can only blame the higher-ups. I feel like we're just a bunch of unruly people. I'm starting to worry about the future." Bing Qixue said, "I'll go back and try to persuade him to see if it's possible to reconcile with Qin. In any case, I definitely won't lead troops to attack Qin." Gu Qingyue said, "I don't think it's possible. It's better to persuade other forces to attack Qin. Now Qin is too powerful. He is not afraid of our allied forces at all." Bing Qixue silently pondered. Gu Qingyue said, "Let's retreat too." Bing Qixue nodded. If they did not leave, they would be destroyed by Qin, and they would most likely die here. As Bing Qixue's army retreated, the massive attack on Qin ended in failure. They had not used many of the methods they had prepared, and they had never thought that they would fail so quickly. However, they had not suffered any losses. The 8-day dragon sect had suffered the greatest losses, and they had been almost completely annihilated. Even Long Yang had been captured by Qin. Within the hall, Fire Whitebird spoke up, saying, "We shouldn't have split up this time and should have gathered our forces to attack Qin. Otherwise, we would not have lost so miserably. Prince of the Ice Origin Kingdom, I think you have to take responsibility." Yu Yueqian did not want to take responsibility and said, "I think that the second princess is right. Even though we did not face Qin's main force, facing Qin's prince is far more dangerous than facing Qin's main force. If we had not escaped quickly, we would have ended up like Long Yang." Bing Qixue's expression was cold as he said, "I have nothing to say." Gu Qingyue said unhappily, "If it wasn't for the fact that you were useless and lost so quickly, how could the battle have collapsed so quickly? We could have fought against Qin on the other side." Fire Whitebird said angrily, "How can you compare to us? We're facing that terrifying ruler of Qin. Do you know how much pressure we're under? If you have the ability, then fight against Qin's prince head-on." Jianyin said, "Everyone, stop arguing. I never thought that the ruler of Qin would reappear in Qin after disappearing for so long. He is indeed a difficult person to deal with." Fire Whitebird coldly harumphed and did not say anything. Right now, no one suspected her identity. In this battle, the Fire Flame Kingdom had taken the lead to escape and had affected the situation of the other two sides, so they indeed had to take responsibility. However, because Qin's methods were terrifying and had completely wiped out the 8-day dragon sect's army, no one suspected the Fire Flame Kingdom. Xianxia sighed, "I don't think we have the ability to deal with Qin anymore. Qin no longer has the ability to fight against us. It's best to report this to the higher-ups and have them deal with Qin's matter." Jianyin nodded, "I think so too. Qin is too powerful, and I feel that he's even more powerful than the Ancient Sword sect. I feel that they're even more powerful than my Ancient Sword sect. With my strength, I won't be able to destroy Great Qin." Bing Qixue said coldly, "I have no objections." Gu Qingyue lightly harumphed, "I didn't want to come anyways." After the meeting, the various factions brought their forces back, and news quickly spread. The nearby domains were all incredibly shocked. How could such a monster appear in the ancient stem domain? Even with so many royal kingdoms gathered together, they could not destroy him. If such a faction appeared in their domain, it would be a big headache. Fortunately, it was not in their domain, so it would not pose any threat to them. From the current situation, it seemed that Qin had the potential to become an imperial kingdom. This news quickly spread to the 8-day dragon sect. Everyone felt incredibly sorrowful. 10 billion soldiers and a quarter of their battle force was a massive loss for the 8-day dragon sect, and it meant that countless families would be destroyed. The sect master sat in the palace with a grim expression. A beautiful middle-aged woman in black clothes with a slender figure and a cold expression said, "Long heir has fallen into Qin's hands. I wonder how Qin will treat him." She was one of the sect master's 8 wives and was a princess of a royal kingdom. Her status was quite high, and she had extraordinary talent and was greatly valued by the sect master. At the same time, she was Long Yang's mother. Her name was Ziyuan. Another beautiful middle-aged woman wearing a blue dress and giving off a gentle aura said worriedly, "I'm worried that Qin will harm Long Heir. I want to quickly send a messenger to Qin and have them release Long Heir." Book 1, Chapter 82. The sect master said in a low voice, "Do you think that Qin will let Long Heir go? We've attacked Qin many times and are enemies of Qin. Qin definitely won't let Long Heir go unless we pay a price." The gentle, beautiful woman said, "Can we reconcile with Qin? In the future, we won't attack Qin and give them some treasures so that they can let Long Heir go." Ziyuan said comfortingly, "As a mother, I'm not that anxious." "Don't be so anxious, things aren't as simple as you think. If it were you, would you reconcile so easily?" The gentle, beautiful woman thought about it and said with tears in her eyes, "Even though I didn't give birth to Long Heir, I've always treated him as my own son. I'm too worried that something will happen to him." The sect master said, "He's also my son. I'll have someone write a letter to Qin to calm them down and tell them not to hurt Long Heir. As for what they want, we'll have to consider it later." The gentle, beautiful woman looked at the sect master and said, "What if Qin really kills Long Heir?" The sect master said coldly, "I'll make sure that Qin will be barren and that blood will flow like a river." Within Qin's palace, Zhaofu was enjoying the fruits of his victory. The 8 princesses that Long Yang had found tasted quite good. The leading princess powerlessly lay in Zhaofu's embrace as she smiled and said, "Are you satisfied with us, Your Majesty?" Zhaofu smiled and lightly nodded. The woman smiled and said, "You have to be responsible for us." Now that they had such a relationship with Zhaofu, even if they went to Long Yang's side, they would be killed. As such, it was better to stay by Zhaofu's side. The beautiful woman hugged Zhaofu and smiled as she said, "Your Majesty, you're 100 times better than Long Yang. You are 100 times stronger than that Long Yang. At that time, he was the one who forced me to become his woman. If only I had met you earlier." Zhaofu smiled. "I won't mistreat you." At this time, the letter was also delivered to Qin. Zhaofu asked the woman in his arms to read it to him. The main meaning of the letter was that they regretted attacking Qin and apologized to Qin. They wanted to reconcile with Qin and they would try their best to satisfy Qin's request. The beautiful woman asked, "Your Majesty, what do you think?" Zhaofu said with a smile, "What do you think?" The beautiful woman smiled and said, "I think we can accept their apology. One more friend is better than another. If we let Long Yang go, we can obtain a large number of treasures. No matter how you think about it, it is more beneficial." Zhaofu pinched her chin and said coldly, "Do you think they really want to be friends with Qin? They are just forced by the current situation. If they find a suitable opportunity, they will definitely attack Qin again. Qin doesn't need such a friend. Also, are you still thinking about Long Yang? Do you still want to help him out?" The beautiful woman said fearfully, "No, Your Majesty, I like you now. I only said those words because Long Yang treated me well in the past. Your Majesty, I was wrong." As she spoke, the beautiful woman started to cry. The other women did not dare to speak, afraid that they would anger Zhaofu and that Zhaofu could kill them at any time. Zhaofu's tone changed as he lightly smiled and said, "You are his wives, so I can understand that you want to save him. All right, don't cry." The beautiful woman hugged Zhaofu and said obediently, "Your Majesty, I will serve you wholeheartedly in the future. You are my only man." The other women also said, "Your Majesty, we are the same." Zhaofu then placed Long Yang with the other princesses. After hearing about this, the other princesses sighed. Long Yang had been lucky to escape last time, but this time, he had fallen into Qin's hands, and it was almost impossible for him to escape. They would not continue to help Long Yang, as they had already repaid what they owed Long Yang. Moreover, Long Yang had opposed Qin many times, and if they helped Long Yang, they would die. Now, they were living in the Qin royal palace and were quite satisfied with their current lives. They did not want anything to happen to them. The new princesses heard about the grievances between Zhao Fu and Long Yang from the old princesses, and they understood why Long Yang hated Zhao Fu so much. They were also incredibly shocked that Zhao Fu was the mysterious emperor. Back then, the mysterious emperor's matters had spread throughout the entire ancient STEM domain, and everyone knew about him. It was only because he had disappeared for a few years that the matter had slowly died down. However, no one would have thought that the mysterious emperor had been in the ancient STEM domain the entire time and was the emperor of Qin. Zhao Fu continued to deal with internal affairs and collected flower seeds, preparing to nurture the next batch of evil flower seeds. This time, the evil flower seeds and dragon pillars worked together miraculously, instantly taking control of Long Yang's army and causing it to be completely annihilated. If Zhao Fu could nurture another batch, they would be quite useful to Qin. As for the army controlled by the evil flower seeds, Zhao Fu prepared to create a special evil flower army and send a commander to command them. He could not waste such an army. In the future, as Qin continuously nurtured evil flower seeds, the evil flower army's numbers would continuously increase, and it would become a very important army for Qin. Zhao Fu also prepared a place for the evil flower army to cultivate, and he would need to plant an evil spirit abyss flower elsewhere. As the evil flower seeds controlled the disciples, they would have the same abilities as the evil flower seeds. According to the teachers' wives, they would not be weak, and they would be a type of army that was worth nurturing. After dealing with so many things, Zhao Fu spent a few days. Now that the battle in the Heaven Awakened world had been resolved, there were no more battles to be fought. Now that Zhao Fu had some free time, he spent more time with the women. He often went out and owed them much. Zhao Fu did not know that such a leisure thing would not last long. This time, the kingdoms went back, and soon they would lead their armies to attack again. At the same time, Zhao Fu had many other things to deal with, so he could not stay in Qin for too long. Nulu leaned against Zhao Fu's shoulder and said with a reddened face, "Husband, it's not a big deal. I want to have your child." Zhao Fu chuckled. That might be difficult. After Zhao Fu had awakened the supreme theocrat star in the chaos world, it had become virtually impossible for him to have children. It wasn't that Zhao Fu couldn't have children, but rather that no woman could bear them. Not even the origin race could. There was almost no one in the mortal world who could give birth to Zhao Fu's children. It might be possible if they went to the immortal world because there were existences that surpassed the origin bloodline in the immortal world. Of course, there might be some in the ultimate as well. No one knew if this was a punishment for Zhao Fu's bloodline being too high. Nulu said shyly, "I'll definitely work hard." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and nodded before saying to Wu Qingyang, "You also need to work hard." Wu Qingyang rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, "Who wants to have children with a bastard like you?" Zhao Fu chuckled. A few days later, Zhao Fu, who was dealing with internal affairs, received a letter. Looking at this letter, he thought about it and left the Qin royal palace. Book 1, Chapter 83 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlols 123 Zhao Fu came to a forest and said, "I'm here." A figure walked out, it was Zi Wuan. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "What's the matter?" Zi Wuan looked at Zhao Fu and said, "You're quite brave to come to see me alone. Aren't you afraid that I'll capture you in exchange for my son's life?" Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel that it was quite funny. Zi Wuan was at the world realm, wasn't it a joke for a world realm cultivator to threaten an emptiness realm cultivator? Zhao Fu could easily subdue her without using his hands. However, Zhao Fu didn't tell her and smiled as he said, "You can try, but I can't guarantee your son's safety." Zi Wuan said coldly, "Speak. What will it take for you to let my son go?" It had been a few days since the letter from the 8-day dragon sect reached Qin, but Qin had not recovered at all. This made the people of the 8-day dragon sect very anxious. As Long Yang's mother, Zi Wuan couldn't help but personally come to settle this matter. Zhao Fu lightly smiled and said, "I don't want anything. You don't have to worry about your son. He's in jail now, so it's not bad. Zihuan let out a sigh of relief, but she also frowned. If Zhaofu didn't want anything, then she couldn't let her son go. After thinking for a while, Zihuan's tone softened. It's our fault for opposing Qin. Please give us a chance. We can promise that we won't oppose Qin anymore. Zhaofu lightly laughed and said, I don't believe you. Zihuan asked, then you'll only believe me after this? Zhaofu smiled and said, no matter what you do, I won't believe you. Zihuan said angrily, so you don't want to reconcile with the 8-day dragon sect and won't let my son go? Zhaofu smiled and nodded, I want to destroy the 8-day dragon sect now. Zihuan coldly harumphed and said, you can try. Zhaofu smiled and said, what if I really destroy the 8-day dragon sect? Zihuan said coldly. I don't believe it. Zhaofu smiled and said, you guys don't care about the young sect master's safety? Zihuan glared at Zhaofu coldly and said, if you have the ability, then destroy my 8-day dragon sect openly. Don't play these despicable tricks. Zhaofu laughed and said, you guys are enemies. Why should I talk about justice? And when did you talk about justice with Qin? Zihuan was unable to retort, and her pupils constricted. Light shone from beneath Zhaofu's feet as 4 3-meter-long dragons appeared in 4 directions, giving off bright light. A powerful restrictive power locked Zhaofu in place. Since Zhaofu refused to let Long Yang go no matter what, she could only use this method. She forced Qin to let her son go. She didn't believe that Qin's position as the emperor was less important than her son. Zhaofu looked around and struggled slightly, but he couldn't move. Zihuan said coldly, don't waste your energy. That's the 4-dragon demon locking formation. Even if your cultivation surpasses the world realm, you won't be able to break through it. Zhaofu smiled calmly and asked, what do you plan to do next? Zihuan said coldly, I already said that I'll exchange you for my son. I can also force Qin to submit. You're too confident this time. However, I can understand. I know that you're an arrogant and overbearing person. Zhaofu laughed and said, have you ever thought that I'm not Qin's master? Zihuan snorted, that's impossible. Your aura can't fool me. Also, don't play tricks. I won't believe you. Zhaofu smiled and continued, have you ever thought that my cultivation has already surpassed the world realm? Zihuan said coldly, I already said that even if you surpass the world realm, you won't be able to break through. Zhaofu smiled as he asked, is that so? Boom, Zhaofu waved his hand and a massive wave of dragon energy gave off an unstoppable aura as it blasted against the 4 dragons. The 4 dragons directly collapsed and turned into motes of light that dissipated, and the restrictive power also disappeared. Zihuan looked at this scene in shock, was this person really that powerful? Could it be that his cultivation had already reached the Emperor Heaven Realm? Zhaofu looked at Zihuan and said, what other methods do you have? Zihuan stared at Zhaofu and did not reply. She prepared to immediately escape from this place because she did not have any other methods. She had never thought that Zhaofu would be so powerful, and even if she did, it would be useless. Whoosh, Zihuan gave off a light and was about to disappear when Zhaofu instantly appeared in front of her and hugged her, and a powerful energy bound her. Zhaofu evilly laughed as he said, you won't be able to escape now. Zihuan vigorously struggled as she said, you bastard, let go of me. A few hours later. Zihuan, who was lying on the ground, coldly said, can you let my son go now? Zhaofu lightly laughed as he said, I never agreed to let him go. Zihuan coldly stared at Zhaofu. If there was no energy binding her, she would have immediately dismembered Zhaofu. Zhaofu looked at Zihuan and said, didn't you not believe that I destroyed the 8-day dragon sect? I'll let you personally see the 8-day dragon sect's destruction. Bastard! Zihuan loudly cursed and leapt over, wanting to hit Zhaofu. Zhaofu smiled as he hugged her and said, let's go to the 8-day dragon sect together. 4 days passed. Zhaofu brought Zihuan to the 8-day dragon sect's territory. The 2 of them wore black cloaks, and Zihuan was completely controlled by Zhaofu. Even here, Zihuan could not reveal her identity, and she could only follow by Zhaofu's side resentfully like a puppet. The 2 of them found a courtyard to stay in. Zihuan coldly said, what do you want to do next? Zhaofu laughed as he said, just be obedient and watch. Zhao Fu first wanted to gather all of the information about the 8-Day Dragon sect. The sect master was protected by fate and was within the sect, so it would be quite difficult for Zhao Fu to launch a sneak attack on him. However, Zhao Fu already had a way to deal with him, so he was not in a hurry. The 8-Day Dragon sect's cultivation technique was quite special. The 8 princesses would share the damage done to the sect master, so he had to get rid of the 8 princesses. As long as he could control them, everything would be easy. Zhao Fu wrote a letter and had people bring it to the sect. Next to a small stream, Zhao Fu took out the royal wood sword and turned it into a fishing rod, and he leisurely started to fish. Zi Wuan stood by the side, looking quite worried. An hour later, a person came. She was the gentle and beautiful woman, and her name was Lan Qingshui. Zhao Fu's letter was for her, telling her to come here if she wanted to save Long Yang. Lan Qingshui was the most worried about Long Yang, so after seeing the letter, she immediately came here. Lan Qingshui looked at the 2 cloaked people and asked, "Who are you?" Book 1, Chapter 84 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123. Zhao Fu did not look at her and continued to fish as he said, "I'm the ruler of Qin." Lan Qingshui looked quite shocked. Why had the ruler of Qin come to the 8-Day Dragon sect? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I heard that you dote on Long Yang the most. Do you want to save him?" Lan Qingshui said anxiously, "Of course I want to. As long as you let Long Yang go, I'm willing to do anything." Zhao Fu chuckled as he said, "As expected, you dote on Long Yang. I don't have any other requests. As long as you come and serve me, I'll consider letting Long Yang go." Lan Qingshui's expression changed and he felt quite troubled. Zi Wuan glared at Zhao Fu angrily. She had underestimated how despicable Zhao Fu was to use such a method to obtain Lan Qingshui. After a while, Zhao Fu asked, "Have you thought it through? If you're not willing, I'll give you Long Yang's limbs." Lan Qingshui hurriedly said, "No." Zhao Fu turned to look at Lan Qingshui and smiled as he said, "Do you agree?" Lan Qingshui made up his mind and said, "I agree." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Come over." Lan Qingshui said, "Wait, how will you prove your identity? What if I serve you, but you're not the ruler of Qin?" Zhao Fu gave off the aura of a ruler of Qin as he said, "Now, you can confirm my identity, right?" Lan Qingshui did not say anything else and walked over to Zhao Fu. There was a touch of sadness on her face. Although she had saved Long Yang, she had also betrayed her man. Seeing that Lan Qingshui was really going to serve Zhao Fu, Zi Wuan hurriedly said, "Don't believe his words, he's just a despicable person. You don't have to make such a big sacrifice for my son. Have you thought about the future?" Lan Qingshui said in surprise, "You're Zi Wuan? Why are you together?" Zi Wuan looked at Zhao Fu and coldly snorted, "I went to Qin to save Long Yang, but in the end, I was controlled by this bastard. His purpose in coming to the 8-Day Dragon sect is to destroy the 8-Day Dragon sect." Lan Qingshui was shocked and wanted to escape immediately. Zhao Fu calmly said, "You can try to escape, I guarantee that you will receive Long Yang's head." Lan Qingshui looked troubled. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "If you're obedient, I might not only let Long Yang off, but I might also spare sect master's life in the future." Hearing this, Lan Qingshui thought for a while and walked to Zhao Fu's side. Zhao Fu naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. Zi Wuan watched as Zhao Fu ravaged Lan Qingshui inside. She felt that Lan Qingshui was Long Yang's mother. If it was her, she would not have made such a big sacrifice. She felt that she owed Lan Qingshui a lot. A few hours later, Lan Qingshui said in Zhao Fu's arms, "Can you let Long Yang go now?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Not now." Lan Qingshui looked at Zhao Fu, "I will obediently serve you, but you have to do what you promised me." Zhao Fu nodded. Zi Wuan, who was lying on the other side, said coldly, "Qingshui, don't believe him." Lan Qingshui looked at Zi Wuan and said softly, "But there's nothing else I can do besides believing in him. If my sacrifice can change the fate of Long Yang and sect master, I'm willing to sacrifice myself." Zi Wuan didn't know what to say. Zhao Fu smiled and hugged Zi Wuan, "Don't worry, if you really listen to me, I will definitely spare Long Yang and sect master's lives. Of course, if you're not willing to cooperate, don't blame me for being ruthless." Zi Wuan snorted and her attitude softened. Zhao Fu hugged the 2 beautiful women and said, "I want to know about the others." You should know about them. Lan Qingshui said softly, I can tell you, but you can't harm their lives. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I can't bear to separate you. Zihuan rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, you want the 8 of us to serve you together, right? You damned bastard. Zhao Fu chuckled. Following this, Zhao Fu started to act. The sky just happened to turn dark, and a beautiful woman with a graceful figure and an alluring aura, wearing a green palace dress, sat unhappily by the side. She was the sect master's 3rd princess, and she was called Xianxia. She had planned to spend time with the sect master today, but because of recent matters, the sect master was not interested at all, so she could only return to her courtyard. She couldn't help but think of the past. The sect master cultivated such a powerful dragon-type art, and he was also very strong in that aspect. Qin Xiaojiao's face became red. A person suddenly hugged her from behind. Qin Xiaowan was shocked and hurriedly struggled. She also released a powerful force, wanting to send that person flying. However, that person's strength was far stronger than hers, and directly suppressed the power in her body. Qin Xiaojiao wanted to call out, but a hand covered her mouth. After an unknown amount of time, the sect master came to the door and said curiously, Xiaojiao. What are you doing? Why is there a barrier here? Within the room, Qin Xiaojiao looked at Zhao Fu pleadingly. However, Zhao Fu ignored her. Qin Xiaojiao endured it and said, it's nothing, I'm cultivating a secret technique and can't be disturbed. The sect master said, oh, continue cultivating then. I'm sorry for what happened today, but I'll accompany you in the future. After the sect master left, Qin Xiaojiao hit at Zhao Fu with both hands, but Zhao Fu allowed her to hit him. The next day, the sky brightened. Qin Xiaojiao slowly woke up and suddenly sat up. Looking at the mess around her, she realized that what happened last night was not a dream. Just who was that fellow? Qin Xiaojiao said furiously. That person's strength was absolutely terrifying. He had soundlessly entered her room. Even with her world realm cultivation, she could not resist him at all. Regarding this matter, Qin Xiaojiao could only endure it. Now, Qin Xiaojiao didn't dare to spread this matter. Not only would her reputation be affected, but her status might also be affected. Her life might even be in danger. However, she definitely would not let that bastard off. If she found him, she would castrate him. After feeling angry for a while, Qin Xiaojiao tidied up the room, and the scenes from last night appeared in her mind. Even though she was quite angry, she had never been so happy before. Qin Xiaojiao's face became red and she cursed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu said to Zihuan and Lan Qingshui, the 2 of you can go back and pretend that nothing happened. Don't arouse any suspicions. Zihuan said coldly, are you so confident that we'll submit to you and won't tell anyone about you? Zhao Fu smiled and said, you can give it a try. The power I left in your bodies will tell you what the consequences are. Also, don't try to dissolve this power, even if you call a higher being, it will be useless. Zihuan looked at Zhao Fu in shock, you're just a border emperor, how can you have such powerful abilities? Zhao Fu smiled and said, you'll know in the future. Book 1, Chapter 85 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123 There were still 5 of them left. The next person to act was a person who raised many small animals, and he was called Mu Qingran. Zhao Fu's next target was a person who raised many small animals, and her name was Mu Qingran. These animals were not unfamiliar with Zhao Fu at all, and they were quite friendly to him. Otherwise, they would have run away in fear. Mu Qingran was not in the courtyard, and Zhao Fu was waiting there. A furry kitten wriggled over to Zhao Fu's side and meowed at Zhao Fu, looking quite cute. Zhao Fu thought for a moment before feeding the kitten some food. Seeing that there was food, the other animals immediately gathered around. Some intimately rubbed against Zhao Fu, while others impolitely jumped onto Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu fed them food one by one, and the scene was quite harmonious and warm. After some time, a tall and beautiful woman with a cold face walked in. Looking at Zhao Fu surrounded by many animals, she was quite surprised and asked, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I came to find you for something." "I didn't know that you liked so many small animals." Mu Qingran asked, "What can I do for you?" "I don't think I've seen you before. You're not from the 8-Day Dragon sect, right?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I'm indeed not from the 8-Day Dragon sect. I came to find you because of Long Yang. A cat ran to Mu Qingran's feet, and Mu Qingran picked it up and said softly, I think you found the wrong person. I don't care about Long Yang. Even though Mu Qingran was one of the sect master's 8 wives, she did not like Long Yang because Long Yang was sometimes too violent and had killed some of her animals. As such, she did not care about Long Yang being captured. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, then I'll kill Long Yang. Mu Qingran frowned, wait, you killed Long Yang? Are you working for Qin? Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Mu Qingran became wary. She had thought that Zhao Fu was not a bad person, or else her animals would not have gotten close to Zhao Fu. However, she did not know that Zhao Fu had the spirit race's emperor star and was the leader of all creatures. There was a kind of affinity between heaven and earth. Zhao Fu stood up and walked towards Mu Qingran. Mu Qingran said coldly, what do you want to do? Zhao Fu stepped forward and hugged her. Mu Qingran struggled in panic. The cat in her arms jumped up and sucked, ignoring its owner. A few hours later. On a chair in the courtyard, Zhao Fu looked at Mu Qingran in his arms and said with a smile, I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. Mu Qingran blushed and didn't say anything. She thought of the scene just now in front of so many small animals. Zhao Fu put her aside and prepared to leave. Mu Qingran said softly, who are you? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, Lord of Qin. Mu Qingran said in shock, you're the rumored Lord of Qin? Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Mu Qingran asked, what do you plan to do with me in the future? Zhao Fu looked at Mu Qingran and said, what do you want me to do? Mu Qingran said softly, I want you to take me away. Now that such a thing had happened, Mu Qingran understood that she could not stay in the 8 Days Dragon sect. She did not have a deep relationship with the sect master, and she had been snatched away by the sect master back then. Compared to the two of them, Mu Qingran could accept Zhao Fu more because Zhao Fu gave her a sense of affinity. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, no problem. Mu Qingran asked, when will you take me away? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, after I take care of things, there's a beautiful place in Qin with many small animals. I feel that it'll be very suitable for you. Mu Qingran smiled as she said, thank you. A beautiful woman with a graceful figure wearing a white dress and giving off a scholarly aura suddenly barged in and looked at the scene before her in shock. How could you do such an immoral thing? Her name was Min Qingqing. She had a good relationship with Mu Qingran, and she had come to have some fun today but had never thought that she would see such a scene. She was also a very traditional woman. Mu Qingran felt quite panicked and covered herself with her clothes as she said, Qingqing. Let me explain. Min Qingqing's face was red as she said angrily, I don't want you to explain, I want to tell this to my husband and have you two be punished. Also, there's nothing to explain for doing such a shameless thing. Zhao Fu said, you can't blame her, I forcefully bullied her. Min Qingqing coldly looked at Zhao Fu and said, who are you? Aren't you afraid of death for doing such a thing? Mu Qingran said, he's the ruler of Qin City. Min Qingqing's expression changed and she immediately tried to grab hold of Zhao Fu. After all, this ruler of Qin City was the 8-Day Dragon sect's biggest enemy, and if she could capture him, she would be able to return to Longyang City. Her relationship with Longyang City was quite ordinary, but as Longyang City's fifth mother, she had the duty to save Longyang City. However, she had overestimated her strength, and she was unable to grab hold of Zhao Fu. Instead, she was hugged by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, I was going to go and find you, but since you came to me yourself, don't blame me. Min Qingqing said angrily and shyly, I definitely won't let you have your way. As a traditional woman, Min Qingqing could not accept being bullied by Zhao Fu, so she immediately used a wave of power to shatter her heart. She would rather die than let Zhao Fu stain her. However, a wave of power restricted her. The warm afternoon sunlight shone on Zhao Fu, Min Qingqing, and Min Qingqing. Zhao Fu smiled as he hugged the two beautiful women and looked at the sunset sky. Min Qingqing started to sob in Zhao Fu's arms. Zhao Fu did not comfort her and instead mocked, aren't you very chaste? What were you like just now? Why are you crying now? Min Qingqing ignored Zhao Fu and continued to cry. She wanted to die, but Zhao Fu's power controlled her, making it so that she could not even die. Mu Qingran comforted her and said, "Qingqing, don't take it too hard." Min Qingqing continued to cry. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed, "If you continue to cry, I'll throw you out and let everyone see what you look like." Min Qingqing looked at Zhao Fu in shame and indignation, but she did not dare to cry. Mu Qingran said softly, "I plan to leave with him." "Qingqing, do you want to come with me? That way, you can keep your reputation." Min Qingqing angrily said coldly, "I'm not leaving with such a scumbag. I just want to die now." Zhao Fu said, "I can fulfill your wish. I'll throw you to a few hundred men and let them get rid of you." Hearing this, Min Qingqing angrily scolded, "You scum." Zhao Fu harumphed, "Behave yourself, or you'll end up like this." Min Qingqing gritted her teeth and looked at Zhao Fu. Book 1, Chapter 86 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123. After dealing with the matters here, Zhao Fu left and there were only 3 of them left. Within the courtyard, Mu Qingran comforted Min Qingqing and told her to accept the present and not make Zhao Fu angry in the future, or else Zhao Fu would really do that. Under Mu Qingran's persuasion, Min Qingqing's emotion stabilized. Delicate shouts sounded out as a beautiful middle-aged woman with a ponytail and a seductive figure, dressed in black tight clothes, was currently practicing her fists and sending out waves of energy. She was called Qi Xiao and cultivated the heavenly dragon fist. She was ranked second out of the 8 madams and had some power in the 8-day dragon sect, so her authority was greater than that of ordinary madams. Qi Xiao sensed something and coldly yelled, "Who's there? Get out here." Zhao Fu appeared in the air and smiled as he said, "Sixth madam, you're quite capable to be able to sense my presence." In actuality, it was Zhao Fu who had intentionally leaked his aura, or else even a higher being would not have been able to find Zhao Fu. Qi Xiao looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Don't ask who I am for now. Do you dare to compete with me, Sixth madam? If Sixth madam wins, I can help Sixth madam do something, such as saving Long Yang." Qi Xiao lightly laughed, "No problem." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Sixth madam, are you that confident?" Qi Xiao proudly laughed as she said, "Of course. It won't be difficult to defeat you, I only need 5 moves." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "What if I win?" Qi Xiao smiled as she said, "Do whatever you want." Zhao Fu laughed as he said, "All right then." Zhao Fu instantly disappeared and appeared in front of Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao felt quite startled and hurriedly leapt backwards. Zhao Fu did not attack and decided to tease the beautiful middle-aged woman in front of him. Qi Xiao retreated 10 or so meters away and looked at Zhao Fu seriously. She had underestimated this man in front of her. Boom! Qi Xiao punched out and the fist energy turned into a black dragon head that gave off a shocking aura as it shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu waved his finger, sending out a sharp sword light that slashed apart the black dragon head, causing it to dissipate into countless traces of aura. Qi Xiao's body appeared in the air and he punched out with a formidable power towards Zhao Fu. The punch pierced through Zhao Fu's body and Zhao Fu's body dissipated. What he attacked was only an afterimage. Zhao Fu smiled as he appeared behind Qi Xiao. "Sixth madam's strength is only this much, you can't beat me." Qi Xiao turned and roared in anger, "You dare to play with this old lady." Now Qi Xiao was very clear that Zhao Fu's strength was very terrifying, and the aura that he had just revealed might have been intentional. Zhao Fu didn't explain. He smiled and said, "Sixth madam, you'd better show me your full strength, or you won't have a chance." Qi Xiao coldly snorts, "There is no need for you to say it." Boom! An explosion sounded out as Qi Xiao gave off a powerful aura and a black aura flame appeared around her body as a powerful gale blew out. Qi Xiao gathered her power into her fists and punched out. 2 massive dragons intersected and gave off shocking power as they flew towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as the 2 black dragons slammed into Zhao Fu's palm. A powerful shockwave spread out and the 2 black dragons collapsed. Qi Xiao looked quite shocked, her full-powered attack had been blocked. Just like that, Zhao Fu disappeared and appeared in front of Qi Xiao in the next second. He wrapped a hand around Qi Xiao's waist and a wave of power bound her as he smiled and said, "You've lost." Qi Xiao coldly harumphed and did not struggle as she asked, "What do you want?" Zhao Fu used his actions to answer her. A few hours later, Qi Xiao put on her clothes and said coldly, "Don't tell anyone about this, or else I definitely won't let you off. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I know, I won't tell anyone. Qi Xiao coldly said, why did you come to the 8-day dragon sect? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, it's nothing much, I just like the 6th madam so much that I could not help but sneak over. Qi Xiao coldly harumphed as she said, I don't believe your nonsense. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, I wonder if I can still come and find the 6th madam. Qi Xiao glared at Zhao Fu as she said, could it be that you want a second time? Do you believe that I'll skin you alive right now? Zhao Fu laughed as he said, 6th madam, it seems that you're not a match for me at all. Also, have you noticed the changes to your body's power and bloodline? Qi Xiao sensed her body and looked delighted. She found that all of her stats had greatly increased, and she looked at Zhao Fu as she said, this is all because of you. Zhao Fu smiled as he nodded. Qi Xiao smiled as she said, thank you, but even though I've received such a great increase, there won't be a next time. I can't let my husband down again. Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he said, in that case, I can only spread this news. Qi Xiao's expression became cold, and she could not help but want to attack Zhao Fu again. However, she remembered that she was not a match for Zhao Fu and that her power had not been sealed yet. Zhao Fu looked at Qi Xiao and smiled as he said, how about it? Even if you don't agree, it's useless. Qi Xiao rolled her eyes as she said, you can come and find me, but you definitely can't leak this matter out. Also, let's not stay here in the future. Even though there aren't many people here, it's still possible that we'll be discovered. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I like this place. Qi Xiao let out a breath as she said, that's fine. I'll give the order for people not to come close in the future. Also, don't come here every day. Zhao Fu smiled as he nodded. Qi Xiao's expression became gentle as she looked at Zhao Fu and said, with your looks and power, you shouldn't lack women. I wonder what you like about me. Zhao Fu said, I like everything about you. Qi Xiao sweetly said in her heart, I'm going now. You should also leave here and don't let anyone find out. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, if they find out, then so be it. In the future, we can be together openly. Qi Xiao said, that won't do. Not only will I not have the face to see people in the future, but my faction and reputation in the 8 Days Dragon sect will also be gone. These are the fruits of my many years of hard work, and if you destroy them, I won't let you touch me in the future. Zhao Fu chuckled as he said, I understand. Perhaps I'll give you a pleasant surprise in the future. Qi Xiao asked curiously, what surprise? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, you'll know in the future. Don't ask too much now. Qi Xiao rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu before tidying up and leaving the martial arts field. Zhao Fu continued to look for his next target. Now, there were only 2 left, and they were much easier to deal with than Zhao Fu had expected. Following this, Zhao Fu came to a small spring. He had heard that the 7th madam often came here to freshen up, so it would be easy for Zhao Fu to wait here. However, he had never thought that a man would come here before Zhao Fu. Book 1, Chapter 87, What was this person trying to do? Zhao Fu decided to hide for now, and since the man did not discover Zhao Fu wanted to see why the man was hiding here. Soon, a beautiful middle-aged woman with a graceful figure and a holy aura, wearing a white dress, came over to Xiaoquan with 2 beautiful female attendants. She was Madame 7, Shui Roland. Shui Roland was served by the 2 female attendants, and she was about to take off her clothes and enter the spring. The man's eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with infatuation as his heartbeat sped up. His body started to tremble in excitement. Zhao Fu frowned, I feel that this man seems to be peeping. I don't know who this man is, but even the sect leader's 7th madam dares to peep at him. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Fu picked up a small stone and threw it towards the place where the man was hiding. Clatter, hearing this sound, Madame 7 was shocked. She coldly looked in that direction and called out, who's there? The man panicked and wanted to run, but if he came out, he would be seen and recognized. Shui Roland said coldly, if you don't come out, don't blame me for being impolite. The man's expression was unsightly and he hesitated. Zhao Fu hid by the side and watched the show. In the end, the man walked out and said, Big Sister Shui, it's me. Shui Roland looked at the man and said warmly, why is Long Yu hiding there? This man was called Long Yu, and he was the son of an elder in the 8-Day Dragon sect. Shui Roland was quite close to that elder. Long Yu's face was blank, and he could not speak. Looking at him, Shui Roland could guess why he was here and said, "Do you know who I am? Aren't you afraid that the sect leader will kill you if he finds out?" Long Yu hurriedly looked at Shui Roland and said sincerely, "I know, but I really like you." Shui Roland sighed and said, "It's impossible between us, I'm the same age as your mother." Long Yu said, "I don't mind, I like you. I swear that I'll protect you forever and do anything for you." Shui Roland looked at Long Yu and said, "Don't be silly. If word of this gets out, even your mother won't be able to protect you. I'll let it go this time, but if there's a next time, I'll hand you over to your mother." Long Yu had a disappointed look on his face, feeling terrible. He turned around and left. A maid at the side said softly, "Madam, are you really going to let him off just like that? I think he's been here more than once." Shui Roland said, "He's still young. Perhaps he was impulsive. I have a good relationship with his mother. If I hand him over to someone else, his fate will be terrible. Don't spread this matter." "Yes," the two maids answered. Chevrolet's body was submerged in the water. She closed her eyes and leaned her head against the side of the spring. Two maids massaged her shoulders and head. After a while, Shui Roland said, "I'll talk to his mother about this later. It's time for Long Yu to find a wife to marry." Suddenly, the hands of the two maids stopped. Sherilyn was still a little puzzled, but a pair of hands continued to massage Sherilyn. This feeling was different from before. Sherilyn felt very comfortable, and a look of enjoyment appeared on her face as her body gradually relaxed. However, the pair of hands soon became naughty. Shui Roland frowned slightly. He turned his head and saw a man smiling at him. A few hours later, Sherilyn leaned against the side of the spring and looked at the man in front of her. The two maids by her side also looked at Jiaofu shyly. "Who are you?" Sherilyn asked. Jiaofu smiled and said, "Why should I tell you?" Sherilyn rolled her eyes at Jiaofu. "You have the cheek to say that? How shameless." Jiaofu lightly laughed and said, "I am shameless, so what?" Sherilyn angrily looked at Jiaofu and said, "Then why did you come to the dragon sect?" Jiaofu smiled and said, "I won't tell you that either." Sherilyn let out a breath and said, "All right, I hope that you won't come again. You can also immediately run, or else you'll die in the dragon sect." Jiaofu smiled and said, "Are you worried about my safety?" Sherilyn said, "Not at all, I just want you to leave quickly." Jiaofu smiled and said, "Then I won't leave, I haven't enjoyed you all enough." The maids by her side said with a red face, "Sir, it's better if you ravage us. Let Madam rest for a while." Jiaofu lightly laughed and said, "Next time. I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving first." After Jiaofu left, one of the maids said gently, "That lord is so perfect in all aspects, I never thought that I would be able to receive his favor." The other maid nodded with a red face, "How great would it be if that lord could become our man?" Sherilyn said softly, "I'm tired, let's go back." The two maids nodded and asked, "What about that lord?" Sherilyn lightly sighed, "Just pretend that nothing happened." One of the maids said, "I've never seen Madam so happy before, I think that lord is Madam's destined man." Hearing this, Sherilyn's face became slightly red. Not long after the three of them left Shaoquan and returned to the courtyard, a beautiful middle-aged woman with short blue hair and a beautiful figure wearing tight-fitting clothes brought Long Xiao over. She was that elder, Long Zhao's mother, and her name was Long Lanya. After Long Xiao had returned in a panic, Long Lanya could tell what had happened just by looking at Long Zhao's expression. Under Long Lanya's interrogation, Long Xiao had told her what had happened. After hearing about this, Long Lanya was furious and brought her son to Sherilyn's courtyard. "Kneel," Long Lanya said. Hearing this, Long Xiao knelt on the ground in fear. Long Lanya took out a stick and prepared to hit Long Xiao. Sherilyn hurriedly stopped Long Lanya and said, "What are you doing?" Long Lanya said angrily, "This boy dared to have such thoughts about you, I'm going to kill him right now. It's my fault for not teaching him well, so I should apologize to you." Shui Roland said, "Let bygones be bygones. Long Yu promised me that there wouldn't be a next time. Let's let him off this time." Long Lanya was still angry, "You and I have such a good relationship, so this matter has not been leaked." If he still has ideas about other madams, then the consequences will be unimaginable. Today, I must teach him a lesson. Long Yu said, I only like the 7th madam. I will never like other women. Long Lanya hit Long Xiao with her rod and said angrily, you still dare to say that? Snowy Roland said, all right. Don't make a big deal out of this. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to deal with. Long Lanya coldly harumphed and said to Long Yu, I'll spare you this time, but if there's a next time, I'll break your legs. Long Xiao said in fear. I got it. Shui Roland smiled. As Long Yu looked at the snow-white orchid, she felt that it was even more beautiful than before, and her heart started beating uncontrollably. He liked the Chevrolet even more than before. Book 1, Chapter 88 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123 Long Lanya asked curiously, Lon. Why do I feel like you've changed a lot? Shui Lan's face became slightly red as she thought of Zhao Fu. She understood that this change was the result of going crazy with Zhao Fu, so she explained, it's nothing. I just feel a bit uncomfortable, and I'll go rest for a while. Long Lanya smiled as she said, I won't disturb you then. Following this, Long Lanya and Long Lanya left. On the way, Long Lanya looked at Long Yu and asked caringly, did Mom hurt you? Long Yu shook her head. Long Lanya said lovingly, I'm doing this for your own good. If news of this spreads, you'll lose your life. Long Yu replied, I know. Long Lanya smiled as she said, that's good. In the future, you can have any woman you want, as long as it's not a few wives. Long Yu lightly nodded as he thought about Shui Lan. However, he didn't know that his beloved, the goddess that he could only look up to, had been tainted by that scumbag, Zhao Fu. By now, Zhao Fu had found the last wife. Her name was Li Lian, and she gave off a noble aura. She wore a silver-white palace dress, and her hands were tied up by Zhao Fu and hung in the air. Li Lian angrily cursed, bastard. Do you know who I am? Li Lian had been looking at the information she had collected about Qin, and after looking at it, she felt that Qin was incredibly powerful. She planned to persuade the sect master to destroy Qin Lai, or else they wouldn't have another chance in the future. As for Long Yang's life, she felt that he could be sacrificed, and she couldn't let the dragon sect be destroyed just because of him. However, just as she was about to leave, Zhao Fu rushed in and tied her hands, hanging her in the air. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, of course I know who you are. 8th Madam, guess who I am? Li Lian coldly harumphed, how would I know? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I'll give you a hint. What were you looking at? Li Lian was greatly shocked and cried out. You're Qin's woman? How dare you barge into the dragon sect? How dare you? Zhao Fu chuckled, I'm still the master of Qin. Li Lian was even more shocked. Why does the master of Qin dare to come to the dragon sect? Isn't he afraid of falling into the hands of the dragon sect? As long as it falls into the hands of the dragon sect, the Qin state will fall into a great disadvantage. Does she know that the current Qin state is established by the master of the Qin state and has unparalleled prestige? Li Lian asked, why did you come to my dragon sect? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I think you're a smart person, so I'll tell you why I'm here to destroy the 8-day dragon sect. Li Lian said, I don't believe it. The dragon sect isn't something you can destroy just because you want to. Zhao Fu smiled and said, the sect master's 7 wives are already under my control. You're the 8th. As long as I control the 8 of you and get rid of the sect master, the dragon sect will fall under my control. Of course, there might be some resistance, but I'll slowly get rid of them. Li Lian looked at Zhao Fu and said seriously, when will you control the 7 wives? Zhao Fu smiled confidently as he said, if I'm discovered by you, wouldn't my plan be exposed? Also, there's no need for me to lie to you. I'm sure you know what decision to make. I know you're ambitious, and this is an opportunity. Li Lian started to think and said after a while, put me down. Zhao Fu waved his hand and the chains binding Li Lian loosened, and Li Lian landed on the ground. Zhao Fu sat on a chair and smiled as he said, come here. Li Lian gave a trace of a smile and walked over to serve Zhao Fu. After a while, Li Lian lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and lightly smiled as he said, I completely trust you now, you can't let me down. Zhao Fu hugged Li Lian and smiled as he said, I won't let you down. Li Lian smiled as he asked, "What's your next plan?" Zhao Fu said, "You don't have to worry about it for now and just wait patiently. Now that the sect master's cultivation technique has been broken by me, his ability to share the damage has disappeared. It'll be very easy for me to deal with him, and I already have a way to deal with him." Li Lian nodded. That night, the moonlight was like water. Zihuan sat quietly on a stone stool in a courtyard. A figure appeared behind Zihuan and held her in his embrace. Zihuan turned to look at Zhao Fu and did not refuse as she asked, "So soon?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "This matter is very simple for me." "Did you miss me?" Zihuan coldly said, "I missed you a little." Zhao Fu carried Zihuan and walked to the side. Late at night, Zihuan nestled in Zhao Fu's embrace and said, "What are you going to do next?" Zhao Fu said, "I'll find a chance to deal with the sect master." Zihuan looked at Zhao Fu, "Promise me that you'll let him live." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I know. If the sect master dies, I'm worried that the 8 of you won't be able to control the dragon sect. If the sect master doesn't die, he'll have a deterrent effect, although the other people in the sect will have other ideas." Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and lifted Ziyuan's chin as he said, "You're the person I trust the most now, so don't disappoint me." Ziyuan lightly nodded. Zhao Fu started to prepare to deal with the sect master. He had long since prepared to use the Nihility bitter poison. This poison was something that Zhao Fu had obtained from the Fire Kingdom. It was extremely rare and terrifying, and even higher beings would find it hard to remove it. The method of using the poison was also very secretive and almost impossible to detect, so using it to deal with the sect master should be no problem. If Zhao Fu personally acted, it would be easy for the dragon sect's fate to sense it. At that time it would be Zhao Fu who would be in danger. Zhao Fu was not in a rush to act, and he instead waited for a good opportunity to act. On that day, Zhao Fu once again came to Qin Xiaojiao's room. When Qin Xiaojiao saw Zhao Fu, she felt quite happy because she had waited for a few days. However, she still said coldly, "You still dare to come? I'm going to kill you." Qin Xiaojiao took out a small knife and stabbed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu waved his hand and sent the knife flying. He hugged Qin Xiaojiao and smiled as he said, "I'm here to tell you something." Qin Xiaojiao lightly struggled and asked, "What is it?" Zhao Fu told Qin Xiaojiao about himself and his identity. After hearing this, Qin Xiaojiao's face became pale. She had never thought that the matter would be so serious. Qin Xiaojiao looked at Zhao Fu and said, "You have to promise me that you won't harm the dragon sect's people. I've already let my man down, and I don't want to let him down even more." Zhao Fu said softly, "I can promise you, but you have to listen to me." Qin Xiaojiao hugged Zhao Fu and smiled as she said, "No problem." Book 1, Chapter 89 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123. The sect master felt uneasy and worried about Long Yang's safety. On this day, the sect master gathered the 8 madams together. After a few days of Zhao Fu's help, the 8 madams had become incredibly beautiful. They were like ripe fruits that people could not help but want to have a taste of. However, facing the sect master, the 8 madams still felt guilty. Zihuan softly asked, "What did you call us here for?" The sect master sighed, "Qin hasn't replied and I'm worried about Long'er's safety. I want to personally go to Qin." "Why are you still going to Great Qin?" "Great Qin's master is in the dragon sect and bullies your 8 wives every day and night." That was what Zihuan thought to herself as she said, "Long Yang is fine, don't worry." The sect master said, "He's in Qin's hands, so how can I not worry? This Qin is very cruel to his enemies." Zihuan still wanted to persuade the sect master, but as she continued, she might reveal something. As such, Zihuan did not say anything else. Qin Xiaojiao could not help but say, "Sect master, you don't need to go. Long Yang will be fine." The sect master looked at Qin Xiaojiao strangely, "How do you know that Long Yang will be fine? Do you know something?" Qin Xiaojiao shook her head and said, "I don't know, it's just a feeling." The sect master let out a breath and said, "All right, I'll be leaving soon. You guys will be in charge of the sect's matters for now. If there's anything you can't handle, leave it to me." The women nodded. The sect master smiled and said, "I also want to leave for half a month. I'll make it up to you guys now so that you won't miss me." Xianxia was not used to this. She had clearly felt comfortable in his embrace before, so why was it like this? Xianxia did not know either. She lightly broke free from the sect master's embrace and said softly, "Go early and come back early." The sect master felt quite strange. The other beautiful women's faces became slightly red. Right now, they just wanted to be like Xiao Fu and not the sect master. After all, the sect master was their man. Zihuan said softly, "Hurry and go." The sect master looked at the girls in surprise and said, "You guys don't need me?" Qishao couldn't help but want to go to the martial field and said, "I don't want to, go quickly." Hearing this, the sect leader was a little disappointed and said, "All right, I'll be leaving then." After taking a few steps, the sect leader's body suddenly trembled and he coughed up a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. The girls were shocked and hurried forward to take a look. Zihuan checked the sect master's body and said solemnly, "He's poisoned." Qin Xiaojiao's expression was ugly. "What's going on? He was fine just now. How did he get poisoned?" Qishao felt strange and said, "I didn't feel anything just now." Could it be that he ate something before? Min said softly, "That is indeed possible. However, this poison is really scary. To think that it could poison a grandmaster without anyone noticing." Mu Qingran said solemnly, "We must quickly find a way to detoxify the poison. Right now, his life force is quickly fading, and he will die soon." Lan Qingshui said, "I have already checked, this poison is very powerful, with our abilities we are unable to cure it." Min asked softly, "Then what should we do?" Zihuan looked at the door and said coldly, "Hurry up and come out." A light laugh sounded out as a person walked in. When the girls saw the man who walked in, their faces slightly reddened. Some of them knew who Xiao Fu was, while others did not. Some of them did not even know that Xiao Fu had already taken all the wives. Qishao had wanted to go to the martial field with Xiao Fu for a private date, but looking at the girls' expressions, she understood the relationship between Xiao Fu and the other women. Shui Lulan felt somewhat disappointed, she had thought that Xiao Fu had only done that with her. Min Qingqing was somewhat angry, Xiao Fu, that bastard, had actually taken all 8 wives. The girls all had different thoughts. Zihuan said coldly, "Didn't you promise me that you wouldn't kill him? How can you do this?" Xiao Fu said with a light laugh, "He's not dead yet, is he?" Xiao Fu used the nail of his thumb to cut open the nail of his middle finger, and blood flowed out of the wound. Xiao Fu flicked his hand and a drop of blood flew out and entered the sect master's body, quickly suppressing the nothingness bitter poison in his body. When the girls saw this, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Qishao said angrily, "You cheated on my feelings, I thought that you only liked me." Xiao Fu said with a smile, "I like all of them, that's the truth." Zihuan asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Xiao Fu said with a smile, "Get rid of the dissidents and take control of the 8-day dragon sect." Zihuan said in a deep voice, "Do you know how much turmoil this will cause? Regardless of the outcome, the 8-day dragon sect's strength will definitely be weakened." Xiao Fu said with a smile, "Of course I know this, but do you think that I will keep a group of people who constantly listen to me? Also, I have to do this, so don't try to change my mind." Ziyuan's face was cold, and she was naturally very dissatisfied with this outcome. When the others thought of this, their expressions also became ugly. Mu Qingran sighed. She also understood that this matter could not be changed. She said softly, "I hope that you can be merciful and not kill too many innocent people." Xiao Fu nodded. He continued, "I need information about the others, and you can collect their information for me. Also, prepare a list of those people that you don't want to hurt, and I will try not to hurt them." These words made the girls feel better. Min said softly, "Then we'll go and prepare." Xiao Fu smiled, "Wait, come and serve me first." The girls' faces turned red and they rolled their eyes at Xiao Fu, but they did not refuse Xiao Fu and obediently went to serve Xiao Fu. The next day, Xiao Fu rested on Ziyuan's knees and looked at the information in his hands. As a faction that had existed for a long time, the relationships within the faction were very complicated. Apart from the sect master, there were also 8 elders with extremely high statuses and great power. They usually did not show themselves, and very few people knew about them. Their cultivation had already surpassed the world realm, and they were the 8-day dragon sect's hidden power. This made Zhao Fu feel quite surprised, as he had not heard about them before and had only heard about them from Ziyuan and the others. In actuality, this was related to the 8-day dragon sect's legacy. The 8 great elders were the 8 wives of the previous 8-day dragon school's sect master. They still held the 8-day dragon school's inheritance, and the current sect master had obtained the inheritance from them, becoming the new sect master. If the next sect master were to appear, these 8 elders would also die. Ziyuan and the other 8 beautiful women would replace them as the new great elders. Book 1, Chapter 90. If they died, they would lose 8 top-notch experts, so they had to wait for Ziyuan and the others' cultivation to reach a certain realm. In actuality, Ziyuan and the others' cultivation was not low, and the previous generation's 8 elders might die in a few years. This was the 8-day dragon school's tradition, and it was passed down from generation to generation. Why was it that the previous sect master had died, but the 8 of them were still alive? Zhao Fu was also very curious. After asking around, he found out that the reason was mainly related to the 8-day dragon school's 8-dragon cave. The 8-dragon cave could allow the 8 elders to live for a very long time, but that elder had to stay in the 8-dragon cave often. If he left the 8-dragon cave, he would age quickly, and if he did not return for a long time, he would die. This was also why he rarely saw them. After getting rid of the sect master, he might not be able to control the 8-day dragon school, because the others would still listen to the 8 elders' orders. Zhao Fu said, "Bring me to the 8-dragon cave." Ziyuan said in surprise, "You're going just like that? Those 8 elders' strength has already surpassed the heaven and earth realm, and they have a very strong support in the 8-dragon cave." Zhao Fu said confidently, "Don't worry, just bring me there." Ziyuan thought about it and nodded. Ziyuan brought Zhao Fu to a large cave that led underground. It was only dozens of meters wide and had stone bricks covering the ground and walls. Before, there had been many soldiers guarding this place, but Ziyuan had called those people away. Zhao Fu jumped down and went more than 1,000 meters underground. He arrived at a very large cave that was tens of thousands of meters wide. It was not dark inside, and there were many crystal stones illuminating the cave. At the bottom of the cave was a platform made of bricks, and there was a massive and dignified dragon head at the center. It looked as if it was alive, and looking at Zhao Fu, who was descending, it gave off a chilling feeling. Of course, this did not affect Zhao Fu at all. There were 8 large holes in the wall, and each hole had 2 exquisitely carved stone dragons. The holes gave off light. Zhao Fu landed on the dignified and huge dragon head. Before he could do anything, the 8 holes shot out dazzling lights, and 8 figures appeared in front of Zhao Fu. They looked to be a bit older than Ziyuan and the others, around 38 or 39 years old. They were all very beautiful, and their temperaments were even more mature than Ziyuan and the others. The most mature woman asked, "You're the next successor of the 8-day dragon school?" Zhao Fu was stunned, not understanding why she thought Zhao Fu was the successor of the Day Dragon School. A pure and beautiful woman asked curiously, "Why not Long Yang?" "He's the son of the sect leader, and he also cultivates the 8-day dragon sect's inherited cultivation method." "What happened?" Another beautiful woman said, "We've been staying here. Perhaps something big has happened outside. I think his talent is far more outstanding than Long Yang's. He's more suitable to become the 8-day dragon school's successor." A gentle-looking woman smiled as she said, "I think so too. The 8-dragon power within his body is countless times that of Long Yang. Very few people in our 8 days dragon sect can do this." Hearing these words, Zhao Fu felt very confused. Since when did he have the power of 8 dragons? Suddenly, Zhao Fu thought of Ziyuan and the 16 princesses from before. They were all women that the 8 days dragon sect had carefully chosen in order to cultivate the 8 days dragon sect's legacy art. They would also be of help to the sect master. For example, they could increase their cultivation and share the damage. They also knew how to cultivate cultivation techniques, and perhaps it was because of this that Zhao Fu had this kind of power. Long Yang was the most aggrieved. The 2 generations of princesses that he had found were all taken by Zhao Fu, and his father's 8 princesses were also taken by Zhao Fu. After Zhao Fu understood all of this, he smiled and said, "That's right, I am the next successor." Long Yang has already been killed by Qin's people, and I am the new successor. The mature woman revealed a relieved smile. We've waited for so long, and we can finally be free. We don't have to stay in this cave anymore. The beautiful woman also said with a smile. We can finally be free. We've been waiting for too long. The quiet and beautiful woman said with longing, our husbands have been dead for so long, but now we can go and accompany him. The bright and lively woman laughed. To me, this is undoubtedly the happiest thing. I've long since grown tired of staying here, and with my personality, it's even worse than death. The women all looked quite happy and were not afraid of death at all, as it was a type of release. The mature woman smiled as she said, now, we will give you all of the 8-day dragon school's legacy. You must grasp it within a year, because we will die within that year. Xiaofu said sadly, I don't want you to die. The mature woman lightly laughed as she said, looks like you're a person who values friendship. Don't be sad for us, this is a release for us. We don't have any other requests, and we just want you to bring glory to the dragon school. Xiaofu shook his head, I'll do my best to protect your lives. There are many interesting things in this world that you won't be able to experience if you die. The bright and beautiful woman lightly laughed as she said, I know, but we can't leave the dragon school for too long. Right now, this is our cage. I quite admire you, but it's a pity that I can't watch you grow. The quiet and beautiful woman smiled as she said, I feel that your personality is better than Long Yang's. That fellow doesn't care about us. The beautiful woman lightly laughed as she said, I also like you a lot, don't disappoint us. The beautiful women all felt quite good about Zhao Fu, but they did not know that Zhao Fu lusted after their bodies. The mature woman smiled as she said, all right, there's no need to say any more. Don't say any more, just accept the clothes we give you. Hearing this, Zhao Fu was not interested in the 8-day dragon school's legacy at all. To Zhao Fu, it was too weak, and it could even be called trash. Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he said, how will you give me the legacy? The mature woman smiled as she said, it's very simple, we'll condense all of the legacy into 8-day spirit pills. You just need to open your mouth and eat them. Zhao Fu thought about it before smiling as he said, sure. The 8 beautiful women put their palms together and their expressions became serious. All of their power gathered in their palms, and their palms gave off a blinding light. An incredibly powerful ripple spread out. Their hands, which had been put together, slowly opened up. Power continuously gathered in their palms, forming a small ball that was the size of a thumb. Although it looked small, the power it emitted was very strong. The mature woman said, now, prepare to eat the 8-day spirit pill. The process is quite difficult, so you need to be prepared. Book 1, Chapter 91 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Micah. The 8 beautiful women stretched out their hands, and the orbs of light between their palms flew towards Zhao Fu and gathered in front of Zhao Fu's mouth. Zhao Fu opened his mouth, and the 8 orbs of light entered Zhao Fu's mouth. A massive wave of searing heat spread out from Zhao Fu's body, and if anyone else came into contact with this kind of energy, they would be burned. However, things were different for Zhao Fu. This energy did not affect Zhao Fu at all. However, Zhao Fu acted as if he was in great pain and fell to the ground, struggling. This caused the 8 beautiful women to feel quite startled, and they hurriedly went up to check Zhao Fu's body. However, they were pressed down by Zhao Fu's body. On the 3rd day, the mature woman said with a red face, you're quite a scoundrel, you even had ideas about us. The sunny woman lightly harumphed, and to think that I had a good impression of you before. The beautiful woman laughed as she said, in actuality, I feel that this is quite good, we haven't been this happy in a long time. Since we only have a year to live, we might as well be impudent for once. The gentle-looking woman said, but we can't reveal this matter. The mature woman said, all right then. After all, we only have a year, so it's fine if we use this year to enjoy ourselves. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, can I say something? The mature woman said, stinking brat, what do you want to say? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I said that I won't let you die, so I won't let you die. The beautiful woman sighed as she said, I know you don't want to, but this is our fate, you can't change it. The pure woman said, it feels quite good to meet you in our final moments, don't feel sad for us. The mature woman said, you're powerless to change this. Even if you delay the next generation of elders from entering the dragon cave, it's useless because the dragon cave won't give us any more power. In the end, we'll still die, so don't waste your energy. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, it's just a mere dragon cave. Sense your bodies, do you feel a powerful wave of life force? Hearing this, the women sensed the changes within their bodies, and expressions of shock appeared on their faces. The mature woman called out, when did you do it? Zhao Fu chuckled and said, just now, with the support of my life force, you can now leave the dragon cave. In the future, you won't be restricted by the dragon cave and can go anywhere you want. The gentle-looking woman said in shock, this life force is indeed very terrifying, it's dozens of times that of the dragon cave. It can indeed allow us to not be restricted by the dragon cave. Now, we don't have to die, nor do we have to stay in the dragon cave. Everyone was overjoyed. They had never thought that the situation would take such a turn. The beautiful woman looked at her body and smiled as she said, I just found that my life force has increased and I've become a few years younger. My skin has become so good. Another beautiful woman smiled and said, me too. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed. All the girls discovered that they had become younger and more energetic. The mature woman looked at Zhao Fu seriously and said, I don't think you're from the 8-Day Dragon sect, right? Hearing this, the women looked at Zhao Fu. Everything made them feel that Zhao Fu was quite strange and was not as simple as he seemed. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, have you noticed? Hearing this, the women's expressions became serious. They had taken an outsider to be the 8-Day Dragon sect's legatee, and they had even given their legatees to Zhao Fu. Why was an outsider here? The mature woman said coldly, who are you? Zhao Fu did not hide anything, as they would find out once they went out. He smiled as he said, I'm the leader of Qin City, and I've come to destroy the 8-Day Dragon sect. The women felt as if their minds had exploded. Not only was this man not the legatee of the dragon sect, but he was also someone who had come to destroy the 8-Day Dragon sect. They stared at this scene in disbelief. The mature woman immediately acted, wanting to kill Zhao Fu. However, her body collapsed to the ground, and her face became bright red. The other women understood that the trace of life force that Zhao Fu had given them would also control them. The women's faces became pale and they did not know what to do. Zhao Fu stopped the power within the mature woman's body and smiled as he said, all right, let's go out together. Let's go out together. The mature woman returned to normal and said with a cold expression, what do you want to do next? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, you'll find out soon. Also, all of you better be obedient, I don't want to hurt you, but don't force me. The mature woman coldly harumphed as she said, you're still so kind? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, if I wanted to kill you, I would have done so long ago. I would not have kept you alive until now, nor would I have sacrificed my source life force so that you would not be restricted by the dragon cave. I like you all. Hearing these words, the women's expressions became gentle. There was indeed no need for Zhao Fu to do such a thing, it seemed that he liked them. The mature woman said softly, don't think that we'll obey you just like that. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I know. Everyone left the dragon cave. Zihuan waited outside for a few days and watched as Zhao Fu came out with the 8 great elders. The 8 great elders had rosy faces and charming temperaments. Needless to say, what Zhao Fu had done in the next few days. Zihuan also glared at Zhao Fu. Now, the new, early, middle, and late generation princesses had all been obtained by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu slightly smiled and said, have you been waiting here the entire time? Zihuan ignored Zhao Fu and bowed to the great elders. Greetings, elders. Zihuan still respected these 8 elders because she had seen many of them when she was young and received help and guidance from them. The mature woman smiled and said, long time no see. Little one, you haven't changed at all. Zihuan glanced at Su Bai and said, elders, why did you come out of the dragon cave? Didn't it affect you? The mature woman turned her head to look at Zhao Fu and said, we don't have to be restricted by the dragon cave in the future. Zihuan looked surprised, thought for a moment, and looked at him. Is it because of you? Zhao Fu nodded. It's just a small matter, it's not difficult for me. Zihuan said softly. Thank you. This time, Zihuan was sincerely grateful to Zhao Fu. Not only did Zhao Fu let the 8 elders be unrestricted, but he also changed her fate. Because the 8 elders died, the 8 of them would enter the dragon cave and become new elders. Zhao Fu was also a little surprised. He smiled and hugged her and began to tease her. Seeing the scene in front of them, the many great elders also understood what kind of situation the 8 Days Dragon sect was in now. They were afraid that the sect only existed in name, and they could not change anything. Now, the sect master's wife was being played by others. Book 1, Chapter 92 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Let's go." They came to a large hall, and Zhao Fu called the other madams over and smiled as he said, "It's time for the purge. I'll get rid of everyone who doesn't listen to your orders." Hearing this, Li Xinling said, "That's good, I'm sure most people will listen to our orders, and there won't be too many casualties." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Don't worry, I'll do my best not to harm the people you care about." Hearing this, the women all nodded. Under the madams and great elders' orders, the 8-Day Dragon sect gathered all of its forces and sealed itself off, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. Ordinary people felt quite confused. What was going on? Some sharp-witted people felt that something was off, but they did not know why the sect was doing this, so they became more cautious. The purge began. Groups of soldiers rushed into the buildings one by one, arresting and killing the people inside. Facing the purge, there were naturally people who resisted. They gathered together and formed 7 or 8 powerful factions. And they started to fight against the 8-Day Dragon sect. The people in the sect were quite restless. They felt quite uneasy. Long Lanya and a few elders came to the front of the hall and said, "We want to see the sect master." Now that such a big thing had happened, the sect master had not appeared, which made them feel quite strange. However, they did not think too much about it, as the madam and great elder were both present and the orders had been given by them. Shui Roland said, "Since you can't see the sect master, you should go back." Long Lanya said, "What happened? Why can't we see the sect master? Why are you doing this? Originally, our sect was flourishing, but now, we are constantly having internal strife, and our strength is constantly declining." The other elders looked at Shui Roland, wanting her to give them an answer. However, Shui Roland still said, "Don't ask about this and just stay at home. Those rebels will be eliminated soon, so don't do anything stupid, or else you'll all die. I won't be able to protect you." Hearing this, the expressions of the few people became serious. They were all on good terms with Shui Roland, and they were protected by Shui Roland. Now that Shui Roland had said this, they did not dare to ask any further in order to avoid falling into this whirlpool. The few elders left, but Long Lanya stayed behind. She had the best relationship with Shui Roland, and she wanted to ask what had happened in the sect. However, out of her expectations, Snow Violet sighed and said, "I'm sorry, I can't tell you." Long Lanya asked with concern, "Why?" Chevrolet shook her head. At that moment, a man's voice sounded out, "If she wants to know, let her in." Shui Roland's expression changed as she said, "Hurry up and leave." Long Lanya had a strange look on her face. Why was there a man's voice in the hall? This voice was unfamiliar to him. Also, why would Shui Roland, as the sect mistress, be afraid of the man inside? Was all of this related to that man? The man's voice came from the hall again, "Roland. Bring her along with you." Shui Roland sighed when she heard this. "We're going in. It's too late for you to leave now." Long Lanya nodded her head. She was also very curious in her heart, who was the person inside. They entered the hall. Long Lanya's expression was one of shock as she saw the first elder and the sect master's first madam serving a man, and there were other elders and madams around them. Zhao Fu looked at Long Lanya and said, "You come as well." Long Lanya came back to her senses and said coldly, "Who are you? How dare you do such a shameless and filthy thing in our sect?" Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and grabbed, and a wave of power pulled Long Lanya in front of him. On the other side, a large number of the sect's soldiers started to attack the rebel factions. Even though these factions were not weak, facing the sect master's forces, they were still quite weak. They could easily destroy them, so Zhao Fu did not mind them too much. People were dragged onto the execution platform and their heads were chopped off, causing blood to flow everywhere. Their corpses were hung on the city walls, shocking everyone. A few days later. After the purge, the sect gradually returned to normal. Those who remained all obeyed the first elder and the sect master's first madam's orders, and no one resisted. Of course, it was possible that they suppressed their dissatisfaction and did not show it. Jiaofu had taken control of the 8-day dragon sect, and Qin's strength had once again increased. Moreover, no one else knew about this. 2 of the royal kingdom's armies were now under Qin's control, and they could be counted as spies. The Fire Kingdom had been quite effective last time, and with the 8-day dragon sect, they would be able to harm a few more factions. Jiaofu felt that there was nothing to fear about the royal kingdom's alliance at all, and Qin would destroy them sooner or later. After dealing with these matters, Jiaofu planned to return to Qin. First elderly Xinling said, "You're going back so soon?" Jiaofu smiled as he said, "That's my home. In the future, take care of the 8-day dragon sect. After this internal conflict, the sect has lost a lot of battle power, and you need to quickly make up for it." Li Xinling nodded, "As Great Zhao's elder, I will definitely strengthen the sect." Jiaofu said with a smile, "If there's anything you can't solve, you can go to Qin to find me." Ziruan asked, "Sect master, what do you plan to do?" Jiaofu said, "He will be fine. I will let him sleep. If he wakes up, he might not be able to accept the current situation and will fall into great pain." Ziruan agreed with Jiaofu and asked, "What about my son? Is it possible to release him?" Jiaofu said with a smile, "I think he'd better stay in Qin now. If you miss him, you can go to Qin to see him." Ziruan frowned and said softly, "I want him to come back. I promise he won't cause any trouble." Jiaofu began to ponder. Ziruan pleaded, "Please." Jiaofu smiled and said, "Sure, remember your promise." Ziruan finally smiled and said, "Thank you, husband." Jiaofu nodded in satisfaction. Mu Qingran said softly, "I wanted to leave with you, but I don't think that's necessary anymore. In the future, come to the dragon sect more often." Jiaofu smiled as he said, Do you have anything else?" Long Lanya asked curiously, "Just what is your cultivation?" Everyone felt quite curious, they wanted to know just how powerful Jiaofu was. Facing Jiaofu, they could not resist at all. Jiaofu calmly replied, "Void realm cultivation." Everyone looked shocked, they had never thought that Jiaofu's cultivation would be so high, no one in the entire ancient STEM domain could surpass him. Book 1, Chapter 93. After returning from the 8-day dragon sect, Jiaofu went to the prison. Long Yang was locked up in the prison and leaned against the wall. His clothes were in tatters and his hair was in a mess, and he looked quite wretched. Jiaofu walked over and smiled as he said, "You can leave Qin now." Long Yang hatefully looked at Jiaofu and said, "You're so kind as to let me go? I don't believe your nonsense." Jiaofu gave a trace of a smile as he looked at Long Yang and said, "It's all thanks to your mother and the others that you're able to leave." Long Yang's expression was quite unsightly as he furiously cried out, "What did you do to them?" Jiaofu evilly laughed as he said, "What do you think? You should thank them, or else I won't let you off. Bastard." Long Yang furiously rushed over and vigorously slammed his hands on the prison door like a beast, wanting to rush out and turn Jiaofu into minced meat. Jiaofu smiled as he looked at the berserk Long Yang and stretched out a hand as countless traces of black aura floated towards Long Yang and flowed into his head. Long Yang's furious expression gradually disappeared, and his gaze became hazy. Even though Long Yang was no longer a threat to Jiaofu, he would still cause trouble. As such, Jiaofu had not only sealed his power but also his intelligence. Now, he only had the intelligence of a 7 or 8-year-old child, and his memories would remain the same as when he was 7 or 8 years old. If he did not do anything and just let Long Yang go, Jiaofu would not be at ease. Long Yang hated Jiaofu to the core, and his greatest wish was to kill Jiaofu. Jiaofu called over a few soldiers and said, "Take Long Yang back to the dragon sect." "Yes." The soldiers obeyed and opened the prison door before taking the dumbfounded Long Yang out of the prison. After dealing with these matters, Jiaofu sent people to collect information about the water domain and the aquatic race's imperial star. Now that the Qin Empire was at peace and there was no war, all Qin Empire needed to do was to comfort and develop. With the strength of Qin Empire, Jiaofu didn't need to worry too much. It was time to prepare for the awakening of the last star. Li Si walked into the palace, bowed, and smiled as he said, "Your Majesty. It's almost time for the imperial examinations. I wonder if Your Majesty will be able to attend in person?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "So fast?" Li Si said with a smile, His Majesty was busy and didn't stay in Qin for long. That's why he had such a feeling. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I haven't been in Qin City for long. I still have to awaken the water race's imperial star and will be leaving Qin City soon." Li Si was taken aback. "Your Majesty. You're leaving so soon?" Zhao Fu nodded, "I only have one imperial star left, and if I can awaken it, I will have all of the race's imperial stars. When that time comes, I will be able to become the true lord of the Heaven-Awakened world and have the right to unify the Heaven-Awakened world. This is incredibly important to Qin City." Li Si smiled as he said, "I believe that Your Majesty can become the lord of the Heaven-Awakened world. Your Majesty is someone blessed by the heavens." Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "When did you say the imperial examinations would begin?" "I can leave after the imperial examinations." Li Si smiled as he said, "The imperial examinations will begin in 4 days. If the scholars know that Your Majesty is participating, they will definitely be delirious with joy and feel incredibly honored." Zhao Fu nodded, "Then I'll leave after the imperial examinations." Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the heavens and earth greatly changed. Winds and clouds quickly swirled as an indescribably powerful aura spread out. This caused all living beings to feel incredibly small and weak, as well as a deep sense of powerlessness. No matter where they were in the Heaven-Awakened world, everyone's expressions changed as they looked up at the sky. Zhao Fu's expression was quite serious as he walked outside and looked up at the sky. What was going on in the Heaven-Awakened world? Why were there such terrifying ripples? This had nothing to do with Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was also quite shocked. The source of those ripples came from the air at the center of the Heaven-Awakened world. There were 8 different colored crystals floating in the air, giving off boundless rainbow-colored lights. Those lights flashed through the various worlds, illuminating the entire Heaven-Awakened world, causing the sky to become a rainbow-colored world. It was incredibly beautiful. The Heaven-Awakened world's source energy quickly gathered towards the center of the Heaven-Awakened world, and it was most evident at the boundary of the world. Some plants lost their vitality, and some even showed signs of withering. The people and beasts at the boundary also sensed that the heaven and earth power had become weaker, and the spirit chi had become thinner. This caused countless people's expressions to become quite unsightly. After all, spirit chi was the foundation of cultivation, and if spirit chi became thinner, it would be even more difficult for them to cultivate. What was even more terrifying was that the spirit grasses and spirit fruits also required spirit chi to grow, and if spirit chi became thinner, it would be even more difficult for them to grow. Some spirit grasses and spirit fruits that required spirit chi would not be able to absorb spirit chi and would die. This was a heavy blow to everyone. Apart from cultivating, eating spirit medicines was a shortcut to increasing one's cultivation, but now that this shortcut was gone, it would be even more difficult for those who cultivated. This was because the boundary regions did not have much spirit chi to begin with, and now that so much spirit chi had suddenly disappeared, the effects were quite evident. It was not just the boundary regions that were affected, the central region and the heaven domain were also affected. This change caused everyone's expressions to become quite unsightly, as this meant that their lives in the future would be even more difficult. The amount of world energy that Qin controlled did not decrease, as Qin had broken free from the Heaven-Awakened world's control and was now an independent world. The instant that ripple spread out, Qin's sealing heaven-suppressing earth formation was activated, and the Heaven Book, Earth Book, and Human Book gave off powerful ripples to prevent Qin from being affected by the Heaven-Awakened world. However, this was not a good thing for Qin, and he was affected as well. Even though Qin's world energy did not decrease, Qin would normally gather spirit chi from other worlds to speed up his cultivation and the growth of spirit items. Now that the boundary region's spirit chi was so weak, Qin could not gather much, and this affected Qin greatly. Qin's heaven realm and earth realm were not affected at all, as the heaven realm could absorb celestial chi from the celestial world and the earth realm could absorb ruins of end energy. The human realm was too reliant on the Heaven-Awakened world, so it was greatly affected. Comparatively speaking, Qin's situation in the boundary regions was much better, The others did not have the sealing heaven suppressing earth formation. In the future, it would be more difficult for them to cultivate, and their growth would become weaker. The massive source energy gathered entered the 8 massive crystals, causing them to give off an even more intense light, and the light from the rainbow-colored sky became even more blinding. A sense of unease and anxiety appeared in the hearts of countless people in the heaven-awakened world. Even though they did not know what was happening, they were sure that it was not good. Book 1, Chapter 94 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123. As the world's source energy continuously flowed into the 8 energy stones, the spirit chi became thinner, and more plants withered. Everyone could not help but feel worried and afraid. If there was no spirit chi here, how would they survive? Luckily, the gathering of heaven and earth power gradually stopped, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. If there was no spirit chi here, they could only leave the place where they had lived for countless years and go to a place with spirit chi. The rainbow-colored light from the 8 energy stones dimmed before returning to normal. Before everyone could relax, a string of system announcements sounded out, stabbing into countless people's minds. System announcement. The heaven-awakened world's defensive barrier has disappeared, and outlanders from other worlds can enter the heaven-awakened world to fight. System announcement. The heaven-awakened world is unable to fight in the outlander world. System announcement. The heaven-awakened world's blessing has disappeared, and all crop bonuses have disappeared. System announcement. The origin will no longer spawn new people. System announcement. Killing enemies will not give points, and the heaven-awakened stone steels that can be used to exchange for items have disappeared. System announcement. The heaven and earth spirit chi has weakened. System announcement. Natural disasters have increased. Hearing these system announcements, Zhao Fu's expression became quite unsightly. It was not just Zhao Fu, Li Si, Bai Qi, and the people from the central domain and heaven domain all had unsightly expressions. The uneasiness in their hearts had been verified. The first system announcement. Before, when the heaven-awakened world was fighting against outsiders, people could directly teleport to other worlds and fight with the indigenous residents of those worlds. However, people from other worlds could not enter the heaven-awakened world to fight with people from the heaven-awakened world. This was because the heaven-awakened world had a defensive barrier that prevented people from other worlds from entering the heaven-awakened world to fight. However, now that the defensive barrier had disappeared, people from other worlds, such as the alchemy world's people, would be able to attack the heaven-awakened world. The card world's army would also be able to enter the heaven-awakened world, and the countless insects and beasts from the outer world would also be able to wreak havoc in the heaven-awakened world. The heaven-awakened world was no longer safe, and it would have to face invasions from other races. Countless creatures would fall, and this would be a massive disaster for countless creatures. No one would be able to avoid this disaster, and everyone would be dragged in. The heaven-awakened world was facing 3 great worlds, and they were already at a disadvantage in the outside world, so it would be even more disadvantageous in the heaven-awakened world. The second system announcement. In the future, the heaven-awakened world's people would no longer be able to use the world gates to fight in other worlds. In the future, if they wanted to go to other worlds, they would have to build their own channels. However, how could an ordinary person have the ability to teleport a royal kingdom from the heaven-awakened world to another world's central world? Even Zhao Fu could not do such a thing. In the future, he did not want to fight against the outside world, and the heaven-awakened world no longer needed to fight against the outside world, so he chose to passively defend. Zhao Fu was worried about the troops in the other 3 worlds. Qin had stationed a lot of troops and generals in the other 3 worlds. If they couldn't use the interface gate, what about Qin's troops? Don't tell me I can only stay on that side. This meant that Qin's soldiers, who were left in the 3 worlds by Qin, would be isolated and helpless. They would not be able to get any supplies, which would be a heavy loss for Qin. A sea of clouds. The third system announcement had disappeared. In the future, the crops and spirit medicines would have to rely on fertile soil and farming techniques to increase production. There was no way to increase the speed. Crops needed 3 months to grow, so they could only mature in 3 months. People needed to eat to live, and with so many people in Qin, the amount of food they consumed was massive. This made Qin feel some pressure. In the future, they needed to clear out more fields, or else they would not be able to feed so many people in Qin. Now, Qin had massive food reserves, so they did not have to worry about this. As long as they could increase their food production in the future, it would be fine. This would greatly affect the factions that relied on agriculture and did not have enough food. They would have to fight over food, and some people would starve to death. The fourth prompt stated that the starting ground wouldn't spawn any more people. Every village, town, and city had a starting ground. Every day, a lot of people would spawn. There were men and women, young and old, as well as some people with special skills. If the starting ground could no longer spawn people, they would have to rely on breeding or plundering to increase their population. This would affect the various factions. For Qin, this would not affect them too much. After all, Qin relied on plundering to increase its population and did not rely on villages and cities to spawn. Qin had so many people, so it did not care about the spawn rate. If it was before, Qin would have been in a difficult situation, as they would not be able to quickly replenish their lost forces. However, fortunately, the den stats had not disappeared. If the den stats had disappeared, Zhaofu would have wanted to curse. This was because Qin's devil beasts, wyverns, warhorses, giant wolves, large spiders, and other creatures all relied on dens to spawn. Without dens, after these creatures died, it would be incredibly difficult to nurture them again. The fifth system announcement was quite difficult to accept. In the past, killing enemies would give rewards, so people would be motivated to kill them. However, there were no rewards, and the exchange stone steel had disappeared. After thinking about it, there was no need to be motivated to kill enemies, as enemies would come to find you. If you did not kill them, you would die. Did you want to live, or did you want to die? Everyone did not need rewards, they would fight with their lives on the line. If there were still points, they would be able to make up for the lost forces. Now, their situation would be even more difficult. In the future, they would no longer be fighting for the Heaven Awakened world but for themselves. The final two system announcements, spirit chi decreasing and natural disasters increasing, were quite ordinary, and everyone could guess what they were. There was nothing more to say. The system announcements caused countless people's hearts to plummet, and none of them had good expressions. They all understood what they would be facing in the future. The world returned to normal. Li Si stood by the side and said with a serious expression, "Your Majesty." Zhaofu expressionlessly said, "Summon all of the ministers." With such a big change in the Heaven Awakened world, Qin's plans had been disrupted. They had to discuss what to do next and make all sorts of preparations. They also had to make new plans for Qin's future. Li Si nodded and immediately left to pass on Zhaofu's orders. Zhaofu sighed, feeling quite heavy. The various factions urgently gathered their higher-ups to discuss this matter, and the atmosphere in the Heaven Awakened world became quite oppressive. The changes in the Heaven Awakened world surprised the other three worlds, and they did not know what had happened. However, this was a great opportunity for them. Book 1, Chapter 95, Awakening. Countless system announcements sounded out from the card world. System announcement. The World Gate has opened, and you can enter the Heaven Awakened world through the World Gate to fight. System announcement. The points will be doubled, and the number of items that can be exchanged has increased. System announcement. After entering the Heaven Awakened world to fight, you can obtain the card God's Blessing. Eating cards can temporarily increase your body's strength for 1 hour. System announcement. The rewards for conquering a territory in the Heaven Awakened world will be doubled, and you can obtain a Lord's card, which can permanently increase your bloodline and constitution. Countless people from the card world looked incredibly delighted because they could also enter the Heaven Awakened world to fight, and with so many rewards, how could they not be tempted? Before, they could only passively defend and could not take the initiative to attack. Now that their opportunity had come, they could start a massacre in the Heaven Awakened world to take revenge for those who had died and plunder the Heaven Awakened world's resources. The points and rewards had also increased, and the God's Blessing could temporarily increase their strength, which was quite beneficial to their attacks. Many people were also quite interested in the Lord's card, as it could permanently increase one's bloodline and constitution, and it was definitely quite rare. The card world encouraged them to attack the Heaven Awakened world, and they had a great advantage. The various factions in the card world were actively preparing, and they did not want to miss out on such a good opportunity. System announcements sounded out from the alchemy world. System announcement. The world gate has opened, and you can enter the Heaven Awaken world to fight. System announcement. The points will be doubled, and the number of items that can be exchanged has increased. System announcement. After conquering a territory in the Heaven Awaken world, you can obtain a territory crystal, which can be used to strengthen alchemy Saint Beasts. There were only 3 system announcements in the alchemy world. The first 2 were the same as in the card world, opening a world gate and allowing one to enter the Heaven Awaken world to fight. There, one could obtain more points and rewards, and the third one gave rewards for conquering territories. No one knew what a Lord's Crystal was, but since it could be used to strengthen alchemy Saint Beasts, it would most likely be a good item. Comparatively speaking, the rewards from the alchemy world were not as great, but everyone was still quite happy. They were confident that they could destroy the Heaven Awaken world. Before, they had been at a disadvantage because of various things, so they did not dare to recklessly attack the Heaven Awaken world. Now, they had nowhere to run, and the Heaven Awaken world's people were doomed. Before, because of various things, they did not dare to recklessly attack the Heaven Awaken world. Now, they felt that there was no need to be afraid, as the Heaven Awaken world could not even protect itself. The families in the alchemy world also began to prepare. Everyone was happy. Finally, the outer world was quite strange and did not give any announcements. Logically speaking, after fighting with the outer world for so many years, the outer world should have hated the Heaven Awaken world the most, so why did the outer world not give any announcements? Everyone from the Chaos world was very surprised by this. Why didn't our Chaos world receive any notifications? I've long wanted to rush into the Heaven Awaken world to take revenge. Those Heaven Awaken world people killed many of my friends. I'm not sure, but I'm quite curious. This is a good opportunity to attack the Heaven Awaken world. Yes, I've received news that the other 2 worlds are very active. Could it be that the outer world doesn't want us to attack the Heaven Awaken world? However, we're both enemies, and the outer world definitely wants us to attack the Heaven Awaken world. Then what could it be? Even if you don't give us any rewards, you should at least give us a way to attack. With our strength, just going to the Heaven Awaken world would be incredibly difficult. It might take a year or 2. Now that such a big thing has happened, where is our Chaos child? Could it be because of him? Could it be that we need him to lead us in attacking? I don't think that's possible. We shouldn't just listen to his orders in a war like this. Moreover, even if we listen to his orders, there should be system announcements. Why isn't there a system announcement? AI. It's such a pity, our outer world will miss out on a great opportunity. I feel that's right too. Perhaps all of the benefits from the Heaven Awaken world will be taken by the other 2 worlds. The higher-ups of the various factions gathered together to discuss. Even though they could not attack the Heaven Awaken world yet, they had made preparations. Perhaps there would be a system announcement soon. Now that the situation had changed so much, they had to make changes to their previous plans. Finally, they paid great attention to news about the Chaos Child. He had awakened the Outer World's Supreme Emperor Star and was the ruler of the Outer World in name. It would be great if he could participate in such a major event. As for the lack of system announcements, they were not sure if it had anything to do with the Chaos Child. In actuality, even Zhao Fu did not know if it was because he had the Heaven Awakened bloodline that the Outer World did not have any system announcements. Now that the Outer World was not attacking the Heaven Awakened world, this was a good thing for the Heaven Awakened world. Otherwise, the Heaven Awakened world would have to face attacks from 3 other worlds, and the pressure would be immense. This was especially so for the Outer World's countless insects and beasts. Within Qin's palace, Zhao Fu and his subordinates discussed with serious expressions. At that moment, a soldier ran in and reported, "His Majesty has checked and found that the world gates to the 3 worlds can still be used. However, after being destroyed, they cannot be rebuilt." Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. Luckily the world gates could still be used, or else the soldiers that Qin had left in the 3 worlds would be lost. Now, they had to protect the world gates. If they were destroyed and Qin did not have the ability to rebuild them, the soldiers from the 3 worlds would remain in the 3 worlds and would not be able to return to Qin's palace. Zhao Fu said, "You can leave now." The soldier obeyed and left the palace. Now, Zhao Fu and his subordinates were discussing whether or not to leave the Heaven Awaken world. It had been said a long time ago that Qin had the ability to leave the Heaven Awaken world. Now that the Heaven Awaken world was in a difficult situation, Qin was considering leaving the Heaven Awaken world. After some discussion, Qin was prepared to leave the Heaven Awaken world at any time. This was just the beginning, and the Heaven Awaken world would become even more difficult in the future. No one knew what would happen, so they had to make preparations. The second thing they were discussing was the soldiers that remained in the three worlds. Zhao Fu was also considering whether or not to withdraw them. By now, almost all of the Heaven Awaken world factions were withdrawing their soldiers. The first reason was to withdraw their soldiers to protect themselves, and the second was that the soldiers left in the other worlds would be crazily attacked. Once the world gates were destroyed, they would suffer heavy losses. Book 1, Chapter 96 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123. This was what Zhao Fu was worried about. However, if they retreated, Qin's population would become too congested, and its territory would be greatly reduced. Food would be a problem. The three worlds' different races needed different powers. The Chaos race needed Chaos power, the Gold refining race needed Gold refining power, and the Card world's races needed Card power. However, if the three races entered Qin, Qin would only have the Heaven Awaken world spirit Qi, and they would not be able to cultivate. The issues of food and territory were not too difficult, but the issue of stats was quite difficult. What about the people and army? This was not a small portion of people but a massive population and army. For example, the Dragon Kingdom had 60 billion or so people and 30 billion soldiers. Could Qin give up on such a force? It would be the same as cutting off one's own limbs. Now, Zhao Fu was considering gathering the three worlds' power in three places and changing the stats of those three places, making those places suitable for the three races to live in. Qin had already broken free from the Heaven Awaken world's control and could change the world's stats. Next was the matter of other worlds attacking. There would be more and more worlds attacking the Heaven Awaken world, so there would naturally be many factions attacking Qin. Now, Qin had to make preparations to defend against these people's attacks. Qin also wanted to develop peacefully. Apart from Qin starting to build up defenses, the various royal kingdoms and factions were not interested in attacking Qin, as they might not even be able to protect themselves. They were also building up defenses and preparing to defend against other worlds' attacks. Under such immense danger, the ancient stem domain welcomed a short period of peace. It was the same in other places, and almost everyone was in danger. Not long after the meeting ended, Zhao Fu received another 5 messages. The first was from Lan Xinyan, saying that countless factions from the Card world were about to invade the Heaven Awaken world. There were many terrifying factions, and she told Zhao Fu to be careful and make preparations. Zhao Fu had already guessed that the second message was from Wang Jian, which also said that the alchemy world would launch a large-scale invasion, and that the three major families were ready to attack Qin's base at any time. Qin was in a disadvantageous situation, so the three families wanted to attack. However, they were afraid of Qin's strength, so they didn't attack. If it was any other faction, they would attack without hesitation. The third message was from Aracena, making Zhao Fu feel quite surprised. The outer world did not give him any notifications, nor did it open a world gate. What's going on? Zhao Fu thought about it but could not understand. Without opening the world gates, enemies from the outer world would not be able to enter the Heaven Awaken world, which was a good thing. The various factions in the Chaos world were also searching for Zhao Fu's whereabouts, including the factions that were previously related to Zhao Fu, such as the Dragon race, the Witch race, the 12 Moons, and the Sun God Temple. They all wanted Zhao Fu to return. However, how could Zhao Fu have the time to care about those things? In fact, Zhao Fu did not have any intention of going to the outer world, so it would be almost impossible for them to find him. Who would have thought that someone with chaotic grade would be someone from the Heaven Awaken world? Go to the listening network. If the outer world really attacked Qin, Zhao Fu was not sure what he would do as the child of chaos. Would he stop the outer world from attacking and save the Heaven Awaken world? Or would he help the outer world destroy the Heaven Awaken world? The fourth message was from the Fire Kingdom's Fire White Bird. After fighting with Qin a few times, the Fire Kingdom's strength had greatly decreased. If other worlds invaded, the Fire White Bird was worried that it would not be able to defend, so it wanted Zhao Fu to help the Fire Kingdom in times of danger. Zhao Fu did not refuse, as he had already treated the Fire Kingdom as his own faction. It was only a matter of time before he devoured it. The final message was from the 8 Days Dragon sect Xianxia. She first thanked Zhao Fu for sparing her son, and Long Yang was now very obedient in the dragon sect. She was also very worried about the dragon sect's safety and hoped that Zhao Fu would be able to help the dragon sect in times of danger. She would be very grateful to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu slightly smiled and did not refuse. He had people relay his message to the 5 people, and Zhao Fu started to deal with the changes to the Heaven Awakened World's attributes. After coming to the border of Qin's territory, Zhao Fu's original plan was to set up a massive magic formation like the Heaven Realm and Earth Realm to absorb the attributes of the 3 worlds and convert the attributes of the boundary regions. However, things were not as simple as Zhao Fu had thought. The Heaven Realm could gather massive amounts of celestial qi because Qin had found the half-celestial world and used it as a foundation. The ruins of End was at the bottom of the world, so it was quite easy to gather. However, gathering power from the 3 worlds was quite difficult, as the 3 worlds had their own barriers and laws, making it so that their source energy would not leak out. This would be easily detected by the world's consciousnesses, and they would be in danger. He set up one in the alchemy world and another at Great Qin's boundary. Both worlds' magic formations could be used and could gather large amounts of power. However, because of the barriers and laws, he could not transfer the power to the Heaven Awakened world. Zhao Fu also tried to set up a magic formation in the alchemy world. What should he do? Could he set up the sealing heaven-suppressing earth formation like Qin's territory and cause Qin's territory to break free from the 3 worlds' control? However, this was not only dangerous, but the places that Qin's territory were not at the borders of the 3 worlds, so he could not break free from the 3 worlds' control. If he could break free from the 3 worlds' control, it would be great. He would be able to create 3 smaller worlds like the Heaven Awakened World's God World and Underworld, fusing them into Great Qin's world. Such an alchemy world would definitely be better than an alchemy land. The alchemy power in the alchemy world could be continuously strengthened, and the alchemy power could be continuously circulated, while the alchemy land could be continuously consumed. Zhao Fu tried a few more methods, such as bringing the energy stones from the various worlds over, or burying them in Great Qin's territory. This would indeed change the region's attributes. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Fu. However, the amount of energy stones required was impossible to estimate, as the 3 races had conceded too much. If it was only a few million, Qin's territory could immediately provide 3 exclusive regions. This method consumed too many energy stones, so Zhao Fu could only give up. Other methods either did not work or had flaws, so Zhao Fu was not satisfied with them. In the end, he could only give up on changing the attributes of the regions and wait to see what would happen in the future. If something unexpected happened to the other 3 worlds, Zhao Fu would bring them back to the Heaven Awakened world. However, the 3 races would have to temporarily live in an environment with spirit qi. Even though they would not be used to it, it was better than dying. Book 1, Chapter 97, Book 1 Boom. Boom. Boom, massive explosions sounded out as alchemy power suddenly flowed out from the Heaven Awakened world. Metallic elemental essence condensed in the air as large metal doors appeared, giving off a powerful aura of suppression. The metal doors slowly opened and countless gold refiner people walked out, excitedly looking around. The gold refiner world was the first to attack the Heaven Awakened world. The card world did not fall behind either. Streams of card power surged out from various parts of the void and massive cards appeared on the ground. They then turned into many motes of light and exquisite doors appeared. One by one, the neatly dressed card world soldiers walked out from inside and looked around curiously. To the people from the 2 worlds, this was the first time they had come to another world, and it was the first time they had participated in a battle with another world. Boom, boom. Boom, one after another, the cannon barrels of the alchemy sacred beasts aimed at a tall city wall. Terrifying beams of light shot out and quickly flew towards the city wall. The Heaven Awakened world soldiers on the city walls immediately unleashed defensive barriers, blocking the beams of light. The gold refiner world people did not mind and continued to have the gold refiner beast attack. Countless beams of light continuously blasted at the defensive barrier, and after blocking a few waves of attacks, the defensive barrier shattered. Seeing that the defensive barrier had been broken, the countless gold refiner people loudly roared and rushed towards the defensive wall. Arrows shot out from the Heaven Awakened World side, raining down. The gold refining race's people swung their metal arms or weapons, knocking the arrows away, not dealing much damage. Roar! Roar, roar. Massive roars sounded out as terrifying auras spread out from the Heaven Awakened World side. Massive white lions appeared, giving off terrifying power. The gold refiner beast gave off immense power as they quickly rushed at the white lions, while the lions also ferociously rushed at the gold refiner beast. The two sides intensely fought. A gold refiner beast shot out many beams of light, piercing through a massive lion's body. A white lion spat out an orb of white light, blasting a gold refiner beast away. Another gold refiner beast shot out many beams of light at a white lion, sending it flying. A white lion pounced at a divine refinement beast and grabbed at the divine refinement beast with immense power. An ear-piercing metallic sound rang out and countless sparks flew as massive claw marks appeared. An alchemical holy beast exuding formidable alchemical power rushed towards a white lion and sent the white lion flying, crashing heavily to the ground. A white lion opened its mouth and condensed a white ball of light that shot towards a holy refinement beast. A holy refinement beast also shot out many beams of light that blasted towards the white lion. The two powers collided and caused a huge explosion. The people of the Gold Refinement clan unleashed their gold refinement power, condensing metal stairs that extended to the city wall. Many people of the Gold Refinement clan rushed up the crystal stairs. There were also some who used alchemy power to condense metal chains and shoot them at the city walls, using these metal chains to attack the city walls. On the Heaven Awakened World side, countless saber lights, spear lights, arrows, and stones flew towards the Heaven Awakened World side, while the Heaven Awakened World side unleashed many sharp lights and alchemy spears and spikes towards the Heaven Awakened World's people. Guardian Den. The intense battle between the two sides was incredibly ear-piercing, and blood continuously flew everywhere as people continuously died. The situation was quite unfavorable for the Heaven Awakened World side. The divine refinement beasts were made of metal and did not fear pain or death. They ferociously attacked the white lions, causing many of the white lions to die and a small portion of the divine refinement beasts to die. By now, the people of the Gold Refinement clan had already reached the city walls and started to fight with the Heaven Awakened World's people. A Gold Refinement clan person jumped forwards and slashed out with his saber, splitting apart a Heaven Awakened World person's body. A Heaven Awakened World person stabbed out with his spear, piercing through a Gold Refinement clan person's chest, causing blood to fly everywhere. A Gold Refinement clan soldier swung his saber and slashed out a few sharp saber lights, killing a few Heaven Awakened World people. A Gold Refinement clan person used a metal spear and pierced through a Heaven Awakened World person's throat. A Heaven Awakened World person held an axe and furiously hacked at a Gold Refinement clan person, splitting open that Gold Refinement clan person's head and causing blood and brain matter to fly everywhere. The people of the Gold Refinement clan continuously attacked the city walls, and people continuously died on the Heaven Awakened World side. Gradually, the Heaven Awakened World's people were unable to stop the Gold Refinement World's people and started to retreat. In the end, the Gold Refinement clan won. The ground was covered with corpses and blood dyed the surroundings red, giving off a dense stench of blood. The people of the Gold Refinement clan cheered, celebrating their victory. The people of the Gold Refinement clan were not too surprised by this result, as they did not place the Heaven Awakened World's people in their eyes. Battles also broke out in other places, and most of them were won by the Gold Refinement World. Very few factions could stop the Gold Refinement World's attacks. The Card World's people started to fight with the Heaven Awakened World's people. Swish, 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 cards flew out from the Card World army and turned into streams of water that shot towards the Heaven Awakened World city walls. On the Heaven Awakened World side, the city walls gave off a powerful light, forming a massive wall of light that blocked the streams of water. The Card World army once again threw out cards, which fused with the streams of water and formed a powerful corrosive acid. This acid started to corrode the wall of light. White smoke continuously rose up, and large holes were slowly corroded into the wall of light. After breaking through the Heaven Awakened World's defenses, the Card World army immediately launched an all-out attack. Boom! The scene of countless soldiers charging over was like a massive flood, giving off massive sounds that shook the surroundings and caused clouds to swirl. Swish, 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 countless arrows shot out from the Heaven Awakened World's side, giving off immense power as they shot towards the card world. There were countless arrows. On the card world side, the soldiers gave off powerful auras, which condensed into massive cards that blocked the countless arrows. Some of the swords were sent flying, while others fell to the ground. Swish, 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 the sound of the air being torn could be heard as the soldiers on the Heaven Awakened World city walls threw out violet spears. The violet spears gave off immense power as they shot towards the card world army. Bang, bang. Bang, the violet spears blasted holes in the cards, and the violet spears continued to shoot towards the army behind them. Some of the card world soldiers were unable to dodge in time, and their bodies were pierced by the spears. Some were able to block the spears. Book 1, Chapter 98. The card world immediately retaliated, pasting cards onto the arrows and fusing them into the arrows. Countless arrows shot out, giving off waves of hot air as they flew towards the defensive walls. Arg, pained cries sounded out as the arrows easily pierced through the Heaven Awakened World soldiers' bodies. The arrows continued to give off hot air, and it was as if boiling water had been poured into their wounds, causing the soldiers to feel immense pain. The card world dealt even greater damage to the Heaven Awakened World. Caw, 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 massive crows appeared in the sky. Their bodies were jet black, and even their eyes were black. They gave off powerful auras, and they were large creatures that the Heaven Awakened World had nurtured. The crows quickly flew towards the card world army and flapped their wings, causing countless black flames to descend and land on the card world soldiers' bodies. Soon, the card world soldiers were set ablaze, and within the black flames, the card world soldiers howled. Boom, a group of cavalrymen clad in blue armor and wielding blue spears appeared. They rode horses covered in blue scales, and their bodies gave off a wave of water power. The cavalrymen charged at the massive crows and gathered the water around them as they vigorously stabbed towards the sky. Massive blue spear lights shot towards the sky, shooting down the crows. The crows flew towards the cavalrymen and flapped their wings, sending down even more black flames towards the cavalrymen. When the black flames landed on the cavalrymen's bodies, they were quickly set ablaze. However, they were not able to harm the cavalrymen because a blue barrier covered them, blocking out the black flames. Boom, boom. Boom, the cavalrymen gathered their power together and stabbed their spears into the sky. Massive blue spears containing immense force shot towards the crows in the sky, causing even more crows to fall from the sky. The large number of crows dying caused the crows to feel terror, and they started to retreat. The cavalrymen countered large creatures, and if there were no accidents, the large creatures would lose. Even when large creatures fought with alchemy saint beasts, they would not suffer such losses. Even if there were losses, they would still be injured. The cavalrymen did not chase after the crows and instead looked at the defensive walls. Rumble, the cavalry corps charged at the city walls with all their might, and they were incredibly fast. They left behind traces of blue light, and the blue energy gathered into a blue arrow that gave off terrifying power as it rushed towards the city walls. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the blue arrowhead blasted open a large hole in the city wall. A powerful gust of wind blew out, causing countless rocks to fly everywhere. The Heaven Awakened World people's expressions became quite unsightly. At this time, the people of the card world had also rushed to the bottom of the city wall and used cards. The cards made their bodies very light, allowing them to jump up the city wall. The Heaven Awakened World's people on the city walls would not allow the card world's people to come up so easily. They continuously threw arrows, rocks, and kerosene at the card world's people, causing some casualties. The card world's army started to gather towards the hole that the cavalrymen had created, and the Heaven Awakened World's army also gathered there, preparing to stop the card world's army. The soldiers of both sides began to fight. Bashan Aia Heaven Awakened World soldier vigorously struck out with his spear, sending a card world soldier flying. Another card world soldier's sword gave off a sword light, slicing off a Heaven Awakened World soldier's head. A card world soldier roared and slashed out with his saber, sending a Heaven Awakened World soldier flying. The Heaven Awakened World soldier had a very deep wound on his chest, and a large amount of blood flowed out. It seemed that he would not be able to survive. A Heaven Awakened World soldier stabbed out with his sword, and a sharp sword light pierced through a card world soldier's chest. The Card World soldier powerlessly fell to the ground, dead. Another Card World soldier slashed out with his saber, chopping off another Heaven Awakened World soldier's head. Boom, another massive explosion sounded out as rocks flew everywhere, and the cavalrymen once again smashed open another large hole in the city wall. The Card World army split off a portion of their soldiers and rushed towards that hole. The two armies continued to fight, causing blood to spurt everywhere as large numbers of people died. Boom, soon, another massive explosion sounded out as the cavalrymen once again smashed open another large hole in the city wall. Caw, caw, caw. The massive crows once again flew out and ferociously charged at the cavalrymen, using their massive bodies and sharp claws to attack the cavalrymen. The cavalrymen gave off unstoppable power as they sent the crows flying. Some of the crows were even longer, and their bodies were cut in half by the cavalrymen's light. Blood and organs splattered everywhere, and they died wretchedly. Kill! The Card World soldiers roared and gave off an even more ferocious aura as they attacked the Heaven Awakened World army, and the Heaven Awakened World army was gradually unable to stop them. The Heaven Awakened World army held on for a while, but they were unable to stop the Card World army. The Card World army's strength was about the same as the Heaven Awakened World soldiers, but the cavalrymen were incredibly terrifying, and they were unable to stop them at all. The Heaven Awakened World soldiers started to retreat, but the Card World army did not let them off. They continued to chase after the Heaven Awakened World soldiers and attacked cities. Countless residents ran in terror. The Card World soldiers rushed in and started to massacre the residents. The elderly, children, and women all died under their blades. Some soldiers rushed into rooms and searched for valuable things. Some soldiers took a fancy to the women in the Heaven Awakened World and defiled them. Some were able to live, while others were directly killed. The cities were in chaos, and cries and yells continuously sounded out. A bloody stench spread out, and some houses were set on fire. The city lord knelt on the ground and begged, "Sir, I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to surrender, but please spare me." A general coldly harrumphed as a spear pierced through the city lord's chest, causing blood to fly out. The city lord looked incredibly pained, and the general pulled out the spear. The city lord powerlessly fell to the ground, and the general ordered the soldiers to continue attacking. The Card World soldiers continuously attacked and slaughtered, and soon, they controlled this region. Most of the battles in the Card World were won by the Card World. Unless there was a faction that could deal with the cavalrymen, it would be very difficult to defend against the Card World army. The two worlds' armies attacked so smoothly, and they had plundered a large amount of resources and treasures. This made the other factions feel quite tempted, and they immediately joined in. The morale of the two worlds seemed to be unstoppable. After hearing about this, the outer world could only feel quite worried. They also wanted to go to the Heaven Awakened World to slaughter and plunder, but with their strength, they could not go to the Heaven Awakened World on a large scale. In the end, they could only continue to wait and search for the Chaos Child, hoping that he would have a way. Book 1, Chapter 99. Boom, a huge roar sounded, and in the void of Qin's border, a huge alchemy power rushed out. Many pieces of metal condensed, and a metal gate appeared in the void. The metal door opened slowly, and countless people from the gold refiner tribe poured out. The person in the lead was an effeminate young man in white clothes. His name was Go Jiao, and he was the young master of the Go family. This faction was also called the Go family, and the Saint Refinement Beast was also in the form of a dog. The dog family's strength was not bad, and they were the second wave of forces to attack from the Heaven Awakened World. They had heard from other places that the Heaven Awakened World was quite weak and could be easily destroyed. They also joined in to attack the Heaven Awakened World, wanting to obtain all sorts of benefits. Gojiao looked around and found that the Heaven Awakened World was indeed different to the alchemy world. He gave a trace of a smile and said, "Go around and see if there are any factions. I can't wait to destroy a few Heaven Awakened World factions." Next to him was a young man with a small face and big eyes. He was called Go-Yi, and he smiled as he said, "Young master, it's not a big deal. I'll go right away." After a while, Go-Yi returned with a smile and reported, "Young master, we discovered a faction nearby called the Qin Empire. I heard that it's quite powerful." Gojiao said with a smile, "A little powerful? No wonder we were teleported here. I wanted to see how powerful this Qin Empire was." "Good. Let's attack him." Guyi said with a flattering smile, I also heard that there are many stunning beauties in the Qin Empire. Gojo nodded with a smile. After we break through Qin City, I will reward you with a few. Guyi said with a smile, thank you, my lord. Gojo led his army to the great Qin City walls. This time, he had brought 10 billion or so gold refiner soldiers, and they gave off a massive metallic aura, causing all creatures in the heaven-awakened world to feel suffocated. Qin had also planted spies around the border. As soon as the Go family appeared, Qin knew about them and gathered an army. Goi shouted, this is the young master of the Go family. If your Qin Empire knows the power of our alchemy world, come and kneel to our young master immediately. If we break in, you will all die. Jiaofu smiled contemptuously. Just you guys? Goi snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to us like that? Jiaofu said with a smile, I am the Lord of Qin, the King of Qin Empire. Goi wanted to say something, but Gojo gestured for Goi to retreat. Goi retreated to Gojo's body. Gojo smiled and said, your tone is a bit arrogant, but I can understand. Maybe in a small border, your Qin is a bit powerful, but you don't know who you are facing. Dog 9 didn't take Qin seriously at all. How strong could a border force be? It would only take half a day to completely wipe them out. Jiaofu chuckled and said, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and attack. Gojo's expression turned cold. Since there's nothing else to say, I'll let you personally experience the power of my alchemist family. Don't fall to the ground in fear. Gojo raised a hand and called out, attack. Massive dog-like god refinement beasts aimed the cannons on their sides and the cannons on their heads at Great Qin City walls. Boom. Boom, massive sounds rang out as countless beams of light containing shocking power shot towards the city walls. A terrifying shockwave spread out, causing people's hands and feet to feel cold. Qin's side immediately unleashed a massive defensive barrier, covering Qin City walls. Bang, bang. Bang, countless beams of light landed on Qin City walls, and powerful shockwaves spread out. Light covered everything, and the sounds were deafening. It was as if everything in front of them was about to be destroyed. Gojo gave a confident smile. However, after the beams of light shot up, Qin City Wall's defensive barrier perfectly blocked all of the attacks, and it was not damaged at all. Gojo looked quite confused and immediately ordered people to attack. Boom. Boom, massive explosions once again sounded out as the beams of light containing immense power shot forwards. Light spread out and massive shockwaves spread out. This attack was even more ferocious than before, and some of the ground in front of them cracked, creating a terrifying scene. However, after the light dissipated, Qin City walls were not damaged at all, and Qin City walls were not affected at all. Gojo felt quite angry and immediately ordered people to attack. After a series of wild explosions, Qin City walls were not damaged at all. Gojo looked at this scene in disbelief. How could they not be able to break through Qin City walls after attacking for so long? Jiaofu laughed as he said, isn't it our turn to attack now? Even larger alchemist saint beasts appeared, and they were twice as big as the Go family's alchemist saint beasts. There were even beasts that were many times bigger, and the alchemist might they gave off was even more terrifying than the Go family's. Gojo looked at this scene in shock. It was not just him, the Go family's countless people also looked at this scene in shock. How could a heaven-awakened world have alchemist saint beasts? What was more, they were even bigger than theirs. Qin's alchemist saint beasts aimed their cannons at the Go family. Light shot out from the cannons, and a terrifying and dangerous aura spread out, causing the Go family's people's hairs to stand on end. Boom, boom. Boom, massive beams of light containing immense power shot towards the Go family's alchemist saint beasts incredibly quickly. The Go family's alchemist saint beasts hurriedly unleashed their defensive barriers, and as the beams of light shot over, some of the alchemist saint beasts' defensive barriers were shattered. Some of the alchemist saint beasts' bodies were blasted back, and others were pierced through. The ground shattered and rocks flew everywhere. Light scattered everywhere, and gusts of wind blew, causing the surroundings to fall into chaos. This attack caused many alchemist saint beasts to be destroyed, and some even lost their ability to fight. Gojo came back to his senses and yelled, "Hurry and run! Only now did the Go family understand what kind of terrifying faction they had provoked. They were not a match for this faction at all, so they could only choose to run. Otherwise, they would all die here. How could there be such an overpowered faction at the boundary of the Heaven-awakened world? The Go family's army immediately retreated. Xiaofu lightly laughed as he said, "You want to run now?" Xiaofu gave the order to give chase. Countless Qin soldiers rushed towards the Go family, while the alchemist Saint Beast shot out terrifying beams of light from behind, ferociously attacking the Go family's army. Soon, Qin soldiers caught up to the Go family's army. A Qin soldier quickly rushed over, his spear piercing through an alchemist Saint soldier's body. Another alchemist Saint soldier desperately retaliated, using his spear to attack a Qin soldier, stabbing a Qin soldier in the shoulder. Book 1, Chapter 100 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123. A God Refiner soldier ran in panic, and a Qin soldier chased up and killed that God Refiner soldier. Another God Refiner soldier suddenly stabbed a sword through a Qin soldier's chest. A Qin soldier roared as he rushed up and slashed out with his saber, sending out a sharp saber light that cut off a God Refiner soldier's head. Another God Refiner soldier furiously rushed at a Qin soldier and killed him. Boom, boom. Boom, the Qin God Refiner beasts continued to attack, and powerful beams of light shot towards the Go family's army. Some people were blasted into bits of flesh and blood, while others were blasted away, creating a bloody and terrifying scene. The Go family's God Refiner beasts fought back with great difficulty, but no matter if it was in terms of numbers or power, they were unable to deal much damage to the Qin soldiers. Go 9 and his people quickly escaped back to the alchemy world. A large number of alchemy stone steels and God Refiner beasts had died here, and blood covered the ground. The Qin soldiers had only lost a small portion of their forces. After escaping back to the alchemy world, the Go family's people looked quite terrified and cut quite wretched. They were no longer as arrogant as before. Wasn't it said that the Heaven-awakened world factions were quite weak? In order to be safe, they had found a boundary faction, but why did a boundary faction have such terrifying strength? Were those rumors false? Go 9 felt quite angry, they had lost so many people and God Refiner beasts. A skinny middle-aged man walked over with some people. Looking at the retreating army, his expression was quite unsightly as he asked, "What happened?" He was the leader of the Go family, and his name was Go Shan. Go 9 felt quite speechless. After all, he could not give an explanation to his father. After all, he would definitely be punished for such a loss. Seeing Go 9's expression, Go Shan said angrily, "Hurry up and tell me, why are there only so few people? Where did the others and God Refiner beasts go?" Go 9 said anxiously, "They're all dead." Go Shan felt quite furious. The other elders also felt quite startled. Even though they had expected this, they could not accept such a great loss. Go Shan said angrily, "Hurry up and tell me what happened. If you don't, I'll strip you of your young master status." Go Jiu hurriedly said, "Father, you can't blame me for this. I didn't do anything wrong. The Qin Empire we met was too strong. We were no match for it at all. Fortunately, we ran fast, otherwise we would all be dead." Dog Mountain frowned, "What kind of power is the Qin Empire?" Dog 9 said, "We're not sure either. Although they're just a border force, they have a large number of alchemy sacred beasts. Their alchemy sacred beasts are stronger than ours. They heavily injured our alchemy sacred beasts with just one attack. Not only are those soldiers well equipped, but they have also mastered several types of powers. It seems that they also have alchemy powers. Our soldiers are no match for them." Dog Mountain's expression was cold. He was also very curious as to why there was such a powerful force at the border. An elder at the side sighed. "We've sent out half of the Patriarch's forces, yet we didn't gain anything. Instead, we lost so many people. If we had known this would happen, we wouldn't have participated in this world war." Another elder asked, "Then, are we still going to participate?" A metal-faced elder said, "I feel that this was just an accident. The other factions attacked the Heaven-awakened world very smoothly and obtained great benefits. Only we've suffered such heavy losses." The elder who had spoken before said, "Let's not worry about that. We've suffered so many losses, so we should focus on developing and recover our strength. We can't take any more risks. Hearing this, Dog Mountain nodded. Our dog family can't continue. If we're unlucky and encounter another powerful faction, we'll be in danger of being destroyed. Gojo inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, he was not to be blamed for this, it was Qin who was simply too powerful. Jiaofu went to the metal doors. Even though they were still there, they were closed, and Qin could not enter. After all, this was the alchemy world's world gate, and only the dog family's people could enter. Even though Jiaofu had the power to change attributes, facing these metal doors, there was nothing he could do. This was because these metal doors had lost a special item, which contained the world's consciousness. If Jiaofu could change this door's attributes, then Qin could use it to enter the alchemy world and destroy the dog family. Boom, an explosion sounded out as the metal doors gave off a powerful aura and slowly disappeared. Since the world gate had disappeared, it seemed that the dog family would not dare to come again. This made sense, with their strength, attacking Qin was simply seeking death. Jiaofu said, "Clean up the battlefield and let's go back." The soldiers obeyed. After returning to Qin, Jiaofu received a lot of news. It was not just Qin who had been attacked, many other factions had been attacked by the alchemy world. Some had been able to stop the alchemy world's family leaders, while others had been destroyed by the alchemy world. After the baptism of the World War, only the powerful factions would remain, and the weaker factions would be eliminated. Now that the World War had begun, Jiaofu felt quite uncomfortable. Without the harassment from the various kingdoms, there were now many uncertain factors, and Jiaofu was worried that a powerful faction would appear near Qin. Li Si walked in and said, "Your Majesty. Some people from factions want to meet you." Jiaofu nodded and said, "Let them in." Li Si obeyed and brought 10 or so people in. The person in the lead was a man with a mustache and an extraordinary aura. He smiled as he said, "Greetings, Your Majesty, and congratulations on your victory." Hearing this, Jiaofu understood. It turned out that these people knew that Qin had easily destroyed the alchemy world family, which was why they had come to meet him. Jiaofu smiled as he said, "What business do you have?" The man smiled as he said, "We're willing to pledge loyalty to Qin and hope to receive Qin's protection." It had just been said that the weak factions would be eliminated, and these people were the targets of elimination. Now, the Heaven Awakened world was in quite a difficult situation. Not only was there very little spirit chi, but there were also all sorts of natural disasters and two worlds attacking. Jiaofu lightly laughed as he said, "Do you remember which factions you belonged to before?" These were all nearby factions, and almost all of the nearby factions had joined the alliance to resist Qin. In other words, these people had opposed Qin before. The alliance was like a pile of loose sand and was becoming more and more useless. The various royal kingdom alliances retreated, and they were about to collapse. Great Qin did not pay them any mind, as they were no longer a threat to Great Qin and could be destroyed at any time. Book 1, Chapter 101 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123. Hearing this, the 10 or so people looked quite awkward. The man in the lead said respectfully, "We were foolish in the past, Your Majesty can punish us, and we are willing to accept punishment." Jiaofu smiled as he said, "You can leave first, I will deal with this matter later." The people looked quite delighted and understood that Qin was willing to accept them. This meant that they would have protection in the future, and they hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Jiaofu nodded. These people were just the first batch, and in the future, the situation outside would become more and more difficult. At that time, there would be more and more people seeking refuge with Qin. Jiaofu was magnanimous for once and did not scheme against them, allowing more people to join Qin and increasing Qin's strength. After they left, Jiaofu immediately received news that the Lei family in the alchemy world had attacked Qin again. Last time, the Lei family had been shocked by Qin's strength and did not dare to fight with Qin again, so they could only sullenly reconcile. Now that such a big thing had happened, the Lei family felt that their opportunity had come, so they could not help but feel fearful. Moreover, it was not just their family, but also the Yan family. The Yan family's head, Yan Jiao, wanted to participate, but he could not stop others from persuading him. In the end, he could only join. After all, only by destroying Qin would the Yan family be able to have peace. Jiaofu looked quite angry. I didn't want to act against them, but since they want to die, I'll fulfill their wish. Following this, Jiaofu came to the alchemy world. Wang Jian bowed and said, Your Majesty. Jiaofu nodded and asked, What's the situation now? Wang Jian replied, The Lei family and the Yan family have joined forces. The Lei family will attack from the left side of Qin, while the Yan family will attack from the right side. Both sides have around 60 billion soldiers and over 100,000 holy beasts. It seems that they have decided to destroy Qin. Jiaofu said, Lead the soldiers to defend against the Lei family, and I'll leave the war god's fury to you. As for the Lei family, I'll deal with them. Wang Jian said. Yes. Jiaofu led his army to the city walls of Qin City. Looking at Lei Ying, he coldly mocked, You still dare to come? Don't you remember how to go back? Lei Ying coldly harumphed, This is different from last time, I've come for revenge this time. I'll make you kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. It's not too late for you to piss off. The Heaven Awakened world is being invaded by our alchemy world, I wonder where you find the courage to stay here. Jiaofu sneered, You really don't know what's good for you. Let me see how strong you are. Lei Ying shouted, Look carefully over there. Boom boom boom, loud rumbling sounds could be heard, and a huge gold refinement sacred beast appeared in the sky. It was the Lei family's thunder eagle. Lei Ying took out a massive crystal and threw it into the sky. The crystal flew into the sky and arrived at the center of the countless thunder eagles, giving off a massive wave of light that covered all of the thunder eagles. The thunder eagles' bodies were covered by the crystal light, and the power they gave off was much stronger than before. Lei Ying smiled as he said, This is the crystal I obtained from attacking the Heaven Awakened world. I'll use it to destroy Qin City. Crackle, the countless lightning eagles gave off arcs of lightning that lit up the sky. An incredibly terrifying wave of electricity spread out, causing the air to be filled with a lightning aura. This scene was like a divine punishment, causing everyone to feel oppressive and terrified. Jiaofu's expression was serious as he said, This power is indeed terrifying. Boom, boom. Boom, the thunder eagle flapped its wings, and countless bolts of lightning shot towards Qin City. It was as if a thunderstorm had descended, and it seemed as if it could destroy everything. Qin City's defensive barrier immediately activated, and it gave off a powerful aura. The countless bolts of lightning blasted against the defensive barrier, causing massive explosions to sound out. Countless bolts of lightning blasted out, and the lightning covered everything. The heaven-shaking aura made everyone feel suffocated. After the lightning dissipated, Qin City's defensive barrier had been shattered. Luckily, not many soldiers had been injured. Lei Ying happily laughed as he said, Did you see that? This is the Lei family's current power, you won't be able to stop the Lei family. Just kneel and beg for mercy. Jiaofu's expression was cold. With the Lord Grade Crystal, the Thunder Eagle's power had exceeded his expectations. It was just like how attacking the Heaven Awakened world's territory would allow one to obtain a Lord Grade Crystal, which was a great advantage for the Gold Refinement world. Jiaofu also released massive Gold Refinement wyverns. Facing such powerful Thunder Eagles, only the Gold Refinement wyverns could stand up to them. Lei Ying was not afraid seeing the Gold Refinement wyverns appear, and he once again used his lightning to attack. Boom, boom. Boom, massive explosions sounded out as countless bolts of lightning containing destructive power blasted towards Qin City, giving off shocking sounds. Roar, roar. Roar. On Qin City's side, the Gold Refinement wyverns continuously roared and spat out beams of light containing terrifying power towards the Thunder Eagle. They brought with them a berserk gale, and it seemed as if no one could stop them. Bang, bang. Bang, deafening explosions sounded out in the sky, and countless blinding lights spread out as terrifying shockwaves rippled out. Arcs of lightning shot everywhere, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. After the shockwaves dissipated, Lei Ying frowned. The Gold Refinement wyverns had actually blocked the Thunder Eagle's attack. However, the Thunder Eagle had become much stronger, and yet it had still been blocked by the Gold Refinement wyverns. It could be seen just how terrifying the Gold Refinement wyverns were. If they did not have the Lord Grade Crystal, they would definitely lose. Jiaofu said, Attack. The countless Gold Refinement wyverns flapped their wings and gave off powerful auras as they quickly flew towards the Radium Eagles. Lei Ying gave the order for the lightning eagles to rush over as well. He was confident that he would not lose to Qin City. The lightning eagles and nest wyverns intensely fought in the sky. A gold refinement wyvern bit down on a lightning eagle's neck and flung it away. A lightning eagle's sharp claws gave off a cold light as it swiped towards the gold refinement wyvern, immediately leaving a gash on the gold refinement wyvern's body. One of the alchemy divine beasts flapped its wings and quickly rushed towards a lightning eagle, bringing with it a powerful force as it sent the lightning eagle flying. The lightning eagle suddenly flew downwards and pecked at the alchemy den dragon, opening a large hole in its back. A gold refinement holy beast flapped its wings and released bolts of lightning that blasted against a gold refinement wyvern's body, injuring it. Another gold refinement wyvern opened its mouth and spat out a beam of light, sending a lightning eagle flying. A terrifying aura spread out in the sky, causing the heavens and earth to dim. No one could defend against this power. On the ground, Lei Ying also attacked. The Lei family's army flooded towards Qin City, giving off an incredibly powerful aura. They were incredibly fast and could cause people to feel terror. Book 1, Chapter 102. Zhao Fu was not afraid at all. With the strength of Qin's soldiers, they would not lose to the Lei family's soldiers in a head-on battle. Xiao xiao xiao, arrows arced through the air, flying towards the Lei family soldiers. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count. The Lei family soldiers immediately released waves of lightning aura, forming a massive lightning shield that blocked the incoming arrows. The army continued to rush in the direction of Qin, getting closer and closer to Qin. Boom boom boom, massive explosions sounded out as rays of light containing immense power shot towards the Lei family's residence, leaving behind streaks of light in the air. Puff puff puff, to everyone's surprise, the streams of light not only pierced through the lightning shield but also the bodies of the Lei family members. Blood splattered everywhere, and many screams rang out. The Lei family's attack slowed down. These streams of light were Qin's rune arrows, made with materials from the chaotic world. They were specially made to restrain the gold refiners. However, this was only a small part of the damage, and some of the arrows were blocked. Lei Ying also ordered his men to attack quickly. Zhao Fu looked at the battle in the sky. It was quite intense, and there were some casualties. Zhao Fu immediately released the ancient martial god to join the battle in the sky. Pairs of wings sprouted from the backs of the primordial martial gods and they rapidly charged towards the Thunder Eagles. Zhao Fu turned his gaze to the Lord Crystal floating in the air. As long as he could destroy this item, the Thunder Eagle would gain more power. Zhao Fu had someone bring out a massive dragon-slaying ballista. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out, and a ray of light containing terrifying power shot towards the Lei family like a hot knife through butter. It was as if it could pierce through the sky. Naturally, Lei Ying understood the importance of a Lord Crystal. He immediately had the Thunder Eagle shoot out a large number of lightning bolts at the incoming stream of light. Although the lightning bolts failed to block the stream of light, they weakened a portion of its power. Following this, a massive magic array on the ground activated, and a massive purple energy barrier enveloped the Lord Grade Crystal. Boom, when the beam of light struck the barrier, shockwaves spread out, forming strong gales that blew out. In the end, small cracks appeared on the purple energy barrier, blocking the massive beam of light. It seemed that destroying the Lord Grade Crystal would be very difficult. Lei Ying smiled and ordered the Lei family army to prepare to attack Qin. The archers at the back of the army took out arrows. The arrowheads of these arrows were embedded with small thunder crystals. Xiao xiao xiao, the archers shot out arrows. The arrows left arcs of electricity behind them as they shot towards the walls of Qin City at an extremely fast speed. The Qin soldiers raised their shields, and the arrows hit them. A wave of electricity spread out, and with a sizzling sound, some of the Qin soldiers' bodies were pierced by the arrows. Their bodies gave off electric arcs as they fell to the ground and died. With this wave of attack, the army of the Lei family had already rushed to the front of Qin City. Metal stairs were condensed and extended to the city wall of Qin City. Some of the metal stairs were condensed, and metal ladders were placed on the city wall. The Lei family started to attack the walls of Qin City. Qin's side also started to counterattack. Arrows shot down the soldiers of the Lei family, and sword lights sent the soldiers flying. The Lei family immediately took out thunder crystals and activated them. The thunder crystals gave off lightning light and formed thunder balls, which they threw towards the city wall. The thunder balls exploded, and arcs of electricity quickly spread out. Some of the soldiers of Qin City were electrocuted, and some of the soldiers of Qin City were electrocuted to death. Some parts of their bodies were charred black, and they gave off the smell of meat. The Lei family's attacks became even more ferocious, and some of the soldiers of the Lei family almost reached the city wall. Lei Ying smiled. The Lei family would soon be able to attack the city wall. Qin City's strength was only so, and there was nothing to be afraid of. However, at this moment, the situation took a turn for the worse. The 3,000 to 4,000 Thunder Eagles of the Lei family suddenly targeted the place where the Lei family was commanding, which was where Lei Ying was. Boom! Boom! Massive bolts of lightning struck down, and the higher-ups of the Lei family could not react at all. No one had expected that their family's gold-refined holy beasts would attack them, and their bodies were charred black and died. Lei Ying looked dumbfounded, and blood flowed out of his mouth. He had not reacted in time, and now he had been heavily injured by the lightning. Before anyone could react, another wave of lightning struck down at an extremely fast speed. The loud sound of thunder and lightning spread out, and dazzling lightning covered the entire area. Lei Ying died instantly, and more than 90% of the higher-ups of the Lei family's army had died. The remaining small portion had also suffered heavy injuries. With such a major incident happening in the rear, the Lei family's army immediately panicked. Qin's army did its best to counterattack. Rune arrows shot out, piercing through the bodies of the gold-refined soldiers. Gold-refined balls were thrown out, and massive explosions occurred, sending countless gold-refined soldiers flying. Boom! Boom! Massive sounds of thunder rang out as bolts of lightning blasted towards the magic formation on the ground. The powerful bolts of lightning destroyed the magic formation. Swish! An earth-shattering sound rang out as a massive ray of light tore through the sky and instantly shot towards the Lord Crystal. The Lord Crystal was no longer protected by the magic formation. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the crystal exploded, causing countless fragments to fly out, and a shockwave spread out. The Thunder Eagles that had received the Lord Crystal's power immediately became much weaker, and Qin's Den Dragon quickly started to ferociously attack the Thunder Eagles. Without the Lord Crystal's power, the Thunder Eagles were not a match for Qin's Den Dragon at all. Thunder Eagles were continuously blasted down, creating large craters in the ground. All of this had happened too quickly, and no one had a chance to counterattack. Qin's attacks were incredibly ferocious, and the Lei family's army had no chance to defend. However, even if they had a chance to fight back, it would be useless. The upper echelons of the Lei family were all dead, and there was no one to command this army. No matter how strong this army was, it was just a pile of loose sand, and it would not pose a threat to Qin. Under Qin's ferocious attacks, the Lei family's army retreated in panic. With the Lord Crystal shattered, the Lei family was destined to lose. Qin had no intention of letting them go, and he continued to fiercely chase after the Lei family, slaughtering the Lei family's soldiers and Thunder Eagles. Why had the Lei family's Thunder Eagles suddenly lost control and turned to attack Lei Ying's army? It was because of the ancient martial god. When the two sides were fighting fiercely, Zhao Fu had sent the ancient martial god into the sky to fight. Although the ancient martial god had been quickly blasted apart, he had used this opportunity to merge with the Thunder Eagles and control them. The ancient martial god's ability had been explained before. Book 1, Chapter 103. On the other side of the battlefield, the wrath of the war god was attacking the Yan family's alchemy beasts ferociously. Huge beams of light shot out, shaking the heavens and earth. The Yan family's alchemy beasts were also humanoid. They looked as if they were made of rocks, and there were two huge cannons on their backs. There were also many smaller cannons on their shoulders and arms. What was surprising was that these alchemy beasts were also pulling a huge rock shield. Qin's wrath of the war god and the many alchemy beasts' attacks were mostly blocked by the Yan family's alchemy beasts. They only caused a small number of casualties. The Yan family's defense was indeed shocking. However, Qin's side was also completely suppressing the alchemy beasts. The Yan family's alchemy beasts had no chance to counterattack. The Yan family's army was also fighting against Qin's army. The Yan family's strategy was to defend strongly, attack slowly, and suffer fewer casualties. Qin continued to attack. Beams of light, arrows, and energy balls flew towards the Yan family's army. The Yan family's army put up a few defenses to block many of Qin's attacks. They slowly approached Qin. Boom boom boom, the alchemy soldiers pressed their hands on the ground. A strong alchemy power gathered. Metal stairs formed and stretched towards the top of Qin's city walls. Wang Jian looked at the army preparing to attack. He was expressionless. He ordered his army to start defending. A huge black energy barrier appeared and covered Qin's city walls. Now, it was the Yan family's turn to attack. The Yan family didn't seem to be very good at attacking either. Although the arrows and rocks contained a considerable amount of power, it would still take some time before they could break through the defensive barrier of the city wall. Qin attacked the Yan family's army and caused less damage. Both sides seemed to be fighting a long battle. However, the battle on the other side had already ended. They wouldn't give the Yan family any more time to attack. Knowing that the Lei family had lost and that Lei Ying had died, the Yan family's people's faces turned ugly. Zhou Yan immediately ordered his men to retreat. Seeing the Yan family's army retreat, Wang Jian wasn't too surprised. He also knew that Zhao Fu had won. Wang Jian didn't give the order to chase after them because they wouldn't be able to reap too many benefits. When the Jin family heard this, they were relieved. However, the Lei family also sent people to persuade them to join in. The three families attacked Qin City together to clear out Qin City. However, due to various considerations, they didn't join in the end. Now was the best proof. Perhaps the ending of the Lei family would also be the ending of the Jin family. Zhao Fu ordered the army of the Lei family to continue to chase the army of the Lei family, while the army of the Lei family fled in all directions. Their numbers became fewer and fewer. They were either lost or killed or captured by Qin. In the end, Qin directly attacked the territory of the Lei family. Now, the Lei family only had 10 billion soldiers left, and a small number of alchemy sacred beasts. Because most of the soldiers and alchemy sacred beasts had been brought to attack Qin, only a small number of people and alchemy sacred beasts had escaped. No one had expected such a thing to happen. The Lei family's expressions were ugly, and they were defending themselves hurriedly. They had no confidence that they could defend against Qin at all. The person in charge was the tall woman, named Lei Ying. Lei Ying looked at Zhao Fu, who was sitting on the dragon head of a huge alchemy nest, and shouted, "Please don't attack the Lei family. We are willing to reconcile with Qin City." Zhao Fu snorted coldly, "I have given you a chance, but you still dare to attack Qin City. Now you want to reconcile with him? It's wishful thinking." Lei Ying explained, "That was Lei Ying's doing. He alone can't represent all of the Lei family. For example, I am willing to coexist peacefully with Qin City, and I am also unwilling to attack Qin City. I tried to persuade Lei Ying, but he didn't listen to me." The others also cried out in fear, "We don't want to attack Qin City, we are willing to coexist peacefully with Qin City. You can't blame us, it's all that Lei Ying's fault. Qin City gave us another chance, and there won't be a next time." Zhao Fu said coldly, "Lei Ying is the leader of the Lei family, so you can accept this result. Attack." Boom, boom. Boom, Zhao Fu gave the order, and the alchemy nest dragon, which had long since been prepared, spat out massive beams of light towards the Lei family's city walls. The Lei family's faces paled, and they immediately activated their defenses. Arcs of lightning appeared on the city walls, and a massive purple defensive barrier appeared. Bang, bang. Bang, the terrifying beams of light hit the defensive barrier, causing ripples of light to spread out. The terrifying power destroyed the defensive barrier. The alchemy nest dragon wanted to continue attacking. Lei Ying had no choice but to send out the remaining lightning eagles to block, and lightning bolts blasted towards the alchemy nest dragon. Zhao Fu ordered the alchemy nest dragon to rush at the lightning eagles and get rid of them first. Qin City's army gave off a powerful aura as they rushed towards the Lei family. That terrifying aura swept out, causing everyone to feel terror. The Lei family activated a magic formation. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a beam of light shot into the sky with immense power. Countless dark clouds quickly gathered, and the air became quite stifling. Arcs of lightning started to flash within the dark clouds. Rumble, bolts of lightning containing unstoppable power descended from the sky and blasted towards Qin City's soldiers below. Qin City's soldiers gave off a wave of power and condensed a massive black defensive barrier, blocking the descending bolts of lightning. The lightning bolts were incredibly terrifying, and as they slammed into the defensive barrier, sparks shot out in all directions. Lightning power spread out, causing people's hairs to stand on end. Some small cracks appeared on the defensive barrier, but they were quickly repaired. Lightning continuously descended from the sky, and Qin City's soldiers blocked with the defensive barrier as they continued to rush towards the Lei family. Seeing Qin City's soldiers come closer and closer, Lei Yin had people throw out thunder crystals, wanting to use any methods to stop Qin City's soldiers. The countless lightning crystals gave off light and formed balls of lightning that flew towards Great Qin's army. They slammed into Great Qin's defensive barrier and exploded, causing arcs of lightning to spread across the defensive barrier as a wave of electricity blasted against it. This caused many cracks to appear on the defensive barrier, and Qin City's soldiers mustered even more power to block the lightning bolts and repair the cracks. The countless thunder crystals caused Qin City's soldiers to slow down. The battle in the sky was incredibly intense. An alchemy nest dragon opened its mouth and spat out an enormous beam of light, which hit a lightning eagle's chest and opened a large hole. Another alchemy nest dragon grabbed a lightning eagle's wing and flung it away. A lightning eagle gave off an ear-piercing cry and gave off many bolts of lightning as it blasted towards an alchemy nest dragon, hitting the alchemy saint beast and causing it to give off countless bolts of lightning. The alchemy nest dragon flapped its wings and sent the lightning eagle flying. Book 1, Zhao Fu was stunned. The lightning eagle gave off a powerful lightning aura as it flew towards a lair Wyrm. However, a lair Wyrm suddenly appeared and bit down on the lightning eagle's wing, while another lair Wyrm bit down on the other wing. The two lair Wyrms vigorously tore apart the lightning eagle's wings. Qin's den wyverns were already more powerful than the lightning eagles, and now that there were more of them, the lightning eagles were continuously destroyed and their numbers quickly decreased. Seeing that most of the lightning eagles had been destroyed, Zhao Fu had the den wyverns start to attack the city walls. Rays of light containing immense power shot towards the Lei family's city walls, and the Lei family immediately unleashed a second defensive barrier. Another defensive barrier appeared, covering the Lei family's city walls, but it was quickly shattered by Qin. In order to defend against the den wyvern's next wave of attacks, Lei Yin could only have the countless bolts of lightning descend from the sky towards the den wyverns. The den wyverns gave off a metallic barrier, blocking the incoming lightning bolts. Facing the lightning bolts, the den wyverns were unable to attack. Without the lightning bolts suppressing them, the army's attack sped up, and Lei Yin could only have the Lei family soldiers throw out more lightning crystals. The Lei family soldiers threw out the lightning crystals as if they were worthless, and they were densely packed as they flew towards Qin's soldiers. This ferocious attack continued for a while, and the lightning bolts in the sky and the lightning crystals continuously decreased. Some of the refiner wyverns flew to the back and once again shot out beams of light, quickly shooting towards the Lei family's residence, bringing with them wild gales. Even though the distance was longer and the power was weaker, they could still reach the Lei family's soldiers. The rays of light landed on the city walls, causing explosions. Many of the Lei family's soldiers were blasted away, and some were devoured by the light. Their bodies turned into minced meat, and there were broken corpses all around them. With this wave of attacks from the den wyverns, Qin's army quickly rushed to the city walls and started to attack. Arrows drew out arcs of light, piercing through the bodies of the Lei family soldiers. Many siege weapons were released. There were ladders, flying locks, chains, and metal stairs. Boom, 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 the alchemy den dragon shot out another wave of attacks, and beams of light quickly shot towards the city walls. The light illuminated the surroundings, and when the beams hit the city walls, they exploded. Taking advantage of this, Qin's soldiers also attacked the city wall and began to fight with the Lei family soldiers. One of the Lei family soldiers slashed out with his saber, sending out a saber light that sent a great Qin soldier flying off the city walls. Another great Qin soldier immediately shot an arrow, piercing that Lei family soldier's throat. A Qin soldier stabbed with his spear, piercing the abdomen of a Lei family soldier. That Lei family soldier had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, but he still wanted to attack with all his might. The Qin soldier swung his arm and flung that Lei family soldier away. When a Lei family soldier saw this, he was so scared that he wanted to run away. A Qin soldier chased after him and slashed at the Lei family soldier's back. Blood spurted out, and that Qin soldier died. The battle was fierce, and the sounds of fighting were endless. Blood spurted everywhere, dyeing the city walls red. It was clear that Qin's side had a great advantage. They had far more people than the Lei family, and the Lei family soldiers kept dying. The alchemy den dragon flew over to help. It spat out a beam of light, blasting some Lei family soldiers away. It flapped its wings, and a storm blew the Lei family soldiers away. Some alchemy den dragons opened their mouths and bit more than a dozen soldiers to death. The Lei family knew that they had lost. They could no longer resist Qin, so they started to run away. The Lei family's defensive line completely collapsed, and Qin quickly took control of the city walls. Many of the Lei family soldiers also ran away. Some of the Lei family soldiers who were unable to escape could only throw down their weapons and kneel on the ground, begging Qin not to kill them. Qin's soldiers charged into the Lei family's territory, and they quickly attacked the various regions. The Lei family was in chaos, and countless commoners packed up their things and ran away in fear. Some soldiers did not care about the commoners and also joined in the escape. Qin's soldiers charged into these regions and started to slaughter the commoners and soldiers. Screams and cries continuously sounded out, and an aura of terror spread everywhere. In the end, Qin's soldiers conquered the Lei family. Zhao Fu sat on the Lei family's throne and looked at the people who were tied up in chains. They were the higher-ups of the Lei family. Among them was Lei Yin. Now that the Lei family had been destroyed, Zhao Fu's anger dissipated. He said with a smile, "Now, does the Lei family have anything to say?" Lei Yin snorted coldly and said, "Now that you have destroyed the Lei family, I have nothing to say. I can only blame my brother for choosing Lei Ying as the Lei family's leader, which led to the destruction of the Lei family. If he had chosen me, this would not have happened." The middle-aged man beside her sighed and said, "I tried to persuade Lei Ying, but she insisted on attacking Qin." A young man shouted angrily, "It's all Lei Ying's fault. He caused the Lei family to end up like this. He is the sinner of the Lei family." A voluptuous woman with a charming face said, "This time, it's my son's fault for acting on impulse. As a mother, I am willing to bear all of this." She was called Lei Wan, and she was Lei Ying's mother. A beautiful woman who looked somewhat similar to her said, "Big sister, I'm willing to bear all of this with you. Qin's Majesty, if you want to punish someone, just punish the two of us and let the others go." She was Lei Wan's little sister, Lei Xianxia, and she was the wife of another elder. That elder had followed Lei Ying to attack Qin and had died in that sudden attack. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "I'll let you go. Now, let's see if I'm satisfied. If I'm satisfied, I'll slaughter the entire Lei family." Everyone looked terrified. Could it be that the Lei family was going to be destroyed and their bloodline could not be passed down? A beautiful woman wearing a long red dress cried and said, "Your Majesty, please let me go. I don't want to die, I'll do anything you want." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Take all of the men away." Hearing this, the soldiers took the men away, and there were only 20 or so women left. Most of them were around 30 years old, and their men had all died in the previous battle. Many of the higher-ups of the Lei family had died there. They had not even had the chance to escape. Lei Ying coldly looked at Zhao Fu and said, "What do you want to do? You've already destroyed the Lei family, how do you want to humiliate the Lei family?" Zhao Fu smiled as he walked over and hugged Lei Ying as he said, "You'll soon know how I'll humiliate you." Lei Ying coldly harumphed and turned her head away, not resisting. She naturally knew what Zhao Fu wanted to do, and she was afraid that Zhao Fu would completely slaughter the Lei family. If that happened, the Lei family would truly be destroyed, and she did not want the Lei family to end up like that. Book 1, Chapter 105. A few hours later. Lei Ying said with a rosy face, "Are you satisfied now?" Zhao Fu chuckled. "I'm not very satisfied." Lei Ying said coldly, "What else do you want?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I don't want to do anything, but I will let the Lei family off this time. This is also the last chance." The girls heaved a sigh of relief. The bloodline of the Lei family had been preserved. Lei Yin said, there won't be a next time and there won't be another chance. Now that Qin has taken over our Lei family, how are you going to deal with us? Lei Wan said, I want Great Qin to stop slaughtering our Lei family's people. Enough people from the Lei family have died, and they didn't do anything wrong. I'm willing to bear the consequences. Zhao Fu hugged her and said with a smile, as long as the Lei family surrenders to me, I won't kill wantonly. Also, I like you more. You have to perform well in the future. Lei Wan blushed and nodded shyly. Lei Yin looked at her sister-in-law and couldn't help but snort. She was still a bit dissatisfied. After all, Lei Wan was her brother's wife. A beautiful woman with delicate features asked, Your Majesty, may I ask why the Thunder Eagle suddenly attacked the upper echelons of the Lei family? My man died in that battle, I want to understand anything. The others looked curiously at Zhao Fu, because this was a change that would determine the fate of the Lei family. Currently, the Lei family was unclear as to why the Thunder Eagle had gone out of control. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, Those Thunder Eagles are controlled by the ancient martial god. This is also one of Qin's tricks. Qin has the power to destroy the Lei family. I really don't want to attack the Lei family. I want to develop peacefully, but you attacked me instead. So, I can only destroy you in advance. Hearing this, everyone regretted not stopping Lei Ying. Zhao Fu said with a smile, All right. I'm going to deal with the Yan family. If it weren't for the Yan family's matters, Zhao Fu would have played with these women for a few days. Hearing this, the women responded. It could be said that the Yan family was harmed by the Lei family. Originally, nothing would have happened if they had been well behaved, but now they had to face Qin's threat. Zhao Fu returned to Qin, planning to gather his forces and destroy the Yan family. However, the Yan family had sent an envoy first. They were willing to reconcile with Qin and were willing to compensate him with a large amount of resources. Zhao Fu looked at the young emissary and said, Do you think that I, Qin, lack these things? You guys started the war, and now you want to reconcile? Do you think it's funny? The young man said nervously, This time, it was our Yan family's fault. I apologize to you on behalf of the Yan family. I can guarantee that this will not happen again. We are willing to pay any price. Zhao Fu looked at the young man and said, How can I trust you? The young man's expression relaxed as he replied respectfully. Your Majesty, what do we need to do to gain your trust? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I need your family leader's wife and the wives of the generals who participated in this war to be sent to Qin as hostages. Otherwise, Qin will destroy your Yan family. Now that Zhao Fu was not in the mood to start a war, his focus was on the Heaven-awakened world. Perhaps he would give up on the territory and resources here, so there was no need for Qin to pay any price to attack the Yan family. However, Zhao Fu would not let the Yan family off so easily, he would definitely make them suffer. Hearing this, the young man's expression became quite unsightly as he said, This might be quite difficult. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed, If you can't even do this, how can I trust you? You can piss off now. If you don't agree, just wait for Qin to attack. The young man turned and left the palace. After hearing about this, the Yan family looked incredibly furious. Asking their women to be hostages was a humiliation to the Yan family, as well as a humiliation to the Yan family from Qin. Moreover, the ruler of Qin was incredibly licentious. It was said that he had just toyed with all of the Lei family's women. If their women went to Qin, wouldn't that be sending sheep into a tiger's den? A middle-aged man said furiously, I definitely won't agree. Even if Qin attacks, we won't do anything. At most, we'll just fight to the death. A man with a mustache said, But can we defeat Qin? You've all seen what happened to the Lei family. The chubby man coldly harumphed, I told you not to attack from the start, and now that this has happened, it's all your fault. You must pay the price for this. I think that His Majesty Qin is very fair and only needs the men's women. The fair-skinned young man also complained, I don't want to die. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Moreover, you're only sacrificing your women, you're sacrificing the lives of countless people from the Yan family. The middle-aged man said furiously, Do you have any guts? How can you accept such humiliation? The chubby man cried out, It's your fault, do you want us to bear the consequences? The middle-aged man said furiously, do you think that if you don't attack Qin won't attack? That's simply stupid. The fair-skinned young man said coldly, at least he won't attack for no reason. After all, I'm only handing over the women as hostages. It's just a few women, but it can protect the Yan family. No matter how I think about it, it's worth it. The middle-aged man looked furious and wanted to say something. The honest-looking middle-aged man said, promise Qin that I won't fight anymore. I hope that Qin can keep his promise and not attack the Yan family. Hearing the family head say this, the people who opposed did not say anything else, and the people who supported the Yan family all smiled. Long Yanji returned home. A noble and beautiful woman sat there. She was Long Yanji's wife, and her name was Xianxia. It seemed that she knew the outcome of the discussion. Long Yanji did not know what to say and could only sigh. Xianxia said calmly, I'm partly responsible for this, I was the one who persuaded you to attack Qin. I'm willing to bear the consequences, so you don't have to feel guilty. Long Yanji looked at his wife and said, but I didn't do anything. I'm sorry. Xianxia looked at Long Yanji and said softly, I understand your intentions. There's no need to say anything more. In the future, I might be able to help Qin a little. You also need to remember that Qin definitely won't let the Yan family off so easily. You need to be prepared. Long Yanji nodded, I know. Xianxia asked, is there anything else you want to say to me? Long Yanji looked at his wife and wanted to say something, but he could not open his mouth. In another courtyard, a shrewish woman pinched the neck of a weak young man and said angrily, you bastard, are you still a man? You actually sent your own woman as a hostage? Do you believe that I won't kill you right now? The woman's name was Xianxia. The man begged for mercy, this was not my decision, it was the family head's decision. The family head had no other choice. If we don't hand over the two of you as hostages, Qin will attack. Wife, I can only let you suffer. Book 1, Chapter 106. Xianxia coldly harumphed, if you want to go, you can go, I won't go. The man begged, wife, you should go. I'm thinking about your body, but I also have to think about you. I heard that Qin is quite good at torturing people and will tear off our skin and flesh. Wife, I'm begging you. An awkward expression appeared on Xianxia's face as he thought about his family. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Seeing that his wife had agreed, the man happily smiled and said, thank you, wife. Seeing that the man was so happy, Xianxia angrily pinched the man's ear and said, fudge, Qin, are you happy? The man was indeed quite happy that he did not have to suffer Xianxia's violence anymore. This was a great thing for him, and after hearing about this, he had immediately run back. However, he pretended to be quite reluctant and said, no. Xianxia felt slightly better and could not help but feel quite curious as to what kind of person the ruler of Qin was like. Within the room, a beautiful woman with a gentle aura wearing a green palace dress softly wept. Her name was Yan Templeyu. The middle-aged man next to her said angrily, I won't allow such a thing to happen. Wife, we'll leave today and don't go back to the Yan family in the future. Yan Templeyu shook her head and said, husband, if we leave now, what about the others? If we leave now, what about the others? The middle-aged man could not reply and fell silent. Yan Templeyu cried as she said, I agreed to go to Qin, but I'm sad because I can't bear to leave you. You have to take good care of yourself in the future. The middle-aged man hugged Yan Templeyu and said, I'm sorry, I promise that I'll definitely break through Qin and save you. I definitely won't give up on you. Yan Templeyu gave a blissful smile and hugged the middle-aged man as she said softly, I believe you. At that moment, neither of them wanted to be separated. A handsome-looking man returned to his home and said coldly to a woman who was writing with a metal pen, the family leader has made the decision to hand you over as hostages. Hurry and pack your things and leave. The woman was wearing a white dress and gave off a cold aura, and she was called Yan Templeyu. Previously, they did not have any feelings for each other. They were only together because of the marriage between the two families. The handsome man already had a woman outside, and he had long had enough of Yan Honshui's cold attitude. Now that they were on the streets, he could bring his real woman home. Yan Honshui did not react and continued to write as he said coldly, I understand. The handsome man did not say anything else. He turned around and left the room. Within a garden, a flirtatious-looking woman hugged another beautiful woman as she smiled and said, "By May. I've heard that we're all going to be sent to Qin. What do you think?" The beautiful woman said bitterly, "I don't want to be sent to another place as a hostage." The flirtatious woman's name was Xianxia, and she lightly laughed as she said, "I'm actually quite happy. It looks like the Yan family can't hold on any longer, so it's better to join a faction with more potential. Perhaps we'll be able to obtain even more benefits in the future. Moreover, I heard that Qin isn't an ordinary faction." The beautiful woman's name was Yan Baimei, and she said softly, "I don't have such thoughts, but the Yan family is really useless. They could even agree to such humiliating conditions. Just thinking about it makes me angry." Yan Qilio charmingly laughed as she said, "Just accept your fate. Perhaps we'll have to serve him together in the future, so I wanted to give it a try. It's a pity that I won't have such an opportunity, and neither your man nor my man will agree." Yan Baimei frowned as she said, "No way. We're not going to be hostages?" Yan Qilio chuckled as she said, "You really are stupid. Why would Emperor Qin want a group of women as hostages?" Yan Baimei said in disgust, "That Qin is so disgusting." Yan Qilio laughed as she said, "Let it go, this isn't something we can change, so it's better to let nature take its course. I heard that Emperor Qin is quite amazing in that aspect, and we'll soon be able to experience it." Yan Baimei's face became red and she rolled her eyes at Yan Qilio. A young man wearing long robes looked at his virtuous wife who was cooking. There was also a boy and a girl sitting at the table, and they looked to be around 5 or 6 years old. The man hesitated and was about to speak. The virtuous woman understood what the man wanted to say and smiled as she said, "Husband. We'll talk about it after we eat." Hearing this, the man nodded. The woman was called Rakyofu. Rakyofu had prepared a sumptuous meal, and the two children happily ate in large mouthfuls. Rakyofu poured a cup of wine for the man and said softly, "Husband, drink." The man smiled and nodded, and he started to drink. After eating, the two children went out to play, and the man slowly said, "Wife, I've let you down. I've let you down." Rakyofu lightly smiled as she said, "What are you saying? You didn't do anything wrong. You have to take good care of our children in the future." The man nodded seriously. Rakyofu warmly smiled as she said, "Then I'm at ease. Also, you don't have to worry, I don't know what will happen, but I might be able to come back in the future." The man said worriedly, "I've heard some things about Emperor Qin." Rakyofu hugged the man and said softly but resolutely, "No matter what happens, my heart will always belong to you, husband." The man affectionately hugged Rakyofu and said, "Me too, I'll wait for you with the children." Rakyofu smiled and nodded. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. The Yen family was in a strange atmosphere. Some people were happy, some people were sad, and some people were angry. However, most people were happy that a war had been avoided. Qin would not attack, and they would be safe. Ancient Cliff had the women bid farewell. He looked at his wife and said, "Take care of yourself. If there's anything, you can send people back, I'll do my best to help you." Xianxia smiled as he said, "I understand. You too." Ancient Cliff nodded, "I'll leave the rest to you. Please take care of the other women as well, they've done too much for the Yen family, and it's our family's fault." Xianxia nodded. The women gathered on the empty ground, and many of them were reluctant to leave. They wept as they bid farewell to the people they had invited. In the end, they were led by Xianxia to Qin's residence. Zhaofu felt quite surprised. Looking at the 600 or so women in front of him, he had never thought that there would be so many. Could it be that the Yen family had sent all of the general's women over? The Yen family was too afraid that Qin would attack, so they had sent all of the general's wives over. They were worried that Zhaofu would use this as an excuse to start a war. Zhaofu looked at the women, and the Yen family's women also looked at Zhaofu nervously. Their expressions were different, some were nervous, some were fearful, some were disgusted, and some were happy. Book 1, Chapter 107. Yenshan. You brought the ladies and bowed, "We pay our respects to your majesty." Zhaofu smiled and praised, "Your Yen family is not bad. They really sent all of you over." Although this sounded like a compliment, the ladies of the Yen clan felt that it was exceptionally piercing to their ears. In this matter, the Yan clan was extremely useless. They were so afraid. As the wife of the head of the Yan family, Xianxia said coldly, "Your Majesty, since we're here, shouldn't you keep your promise?" Zhao Fu chuckled, "And I'll abide by it. I can let the Yan clan go." Hearing this, the women's expressions relaxed. This was the reason why they were here. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "You don't have to be so polite. Qin is your new home from now on. If you have any requests, just tell me. I won't take you with me." The girls felt that Zhao Fu was quite easy to talk to and wasn't as scary as the rumors said. Rock Yofu said softly, "Your Majesty. Can I go back to the Yan family in the future?" Zhao Fu smiled and replied, "You're a hostage now, you can't return to the Yan family." Hearing this, Rock Yofu was slightly disappointed. "Oh." Xianxia called out, "Then can I leave? Anyway, there are so many hostages. I don't want to stay in your Qin state." All the women became nervous. They had never thought that Xianxia would dare to speak like this. Xianxia hurriedly bowed and said, "Your Majesty. Please forgive her rudeness." After saying that, Xianxia gave Xianxia a warning look. Xianxia pouted unhappily. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. You can leave if you want. As long as you can walk out of here standing, I will let you go back." Xianxia frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Zhao Fu replied, "You'll know later." Xianxia snorted lightly. Stonehill Moon asked, "Not only Your Majesty, is there anything else?" "If there's nothing else, we'll leave and not disturb Your Majesty." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Don't be in such a hurry. Come here." Xianxia frowned as he sensed Zhao Fu's intention. He said with a cold face, "Your Majesty, please conduct yourself with dignity." Zhao Fu smiled as he walked down. He walked in front of Iwata Yu and said, "Don't tell me you guys really don't know why I want you guys as hostages?" Xianxia replied, "I believe that His Majesty is a virtuous and upright person, and would not do such a lewd thing." Zhao Fu pulled her into his arms and said with a smile, "You're wrong. I'm just like that." A few days later, Zhao Fu looked at Xianxia and asked, "How do you feel?" Xianxia's face turned red as he rolled his eyes at Zhao Fu. "You know, don't humiliate me like this." Zhao Fu chuckled as he said, "Long Cliff doesn't care about you, but if it was me, I wouldn't be able to bear it. In the future, I'll love you even more." Before coming, Xianxia had been prepared to be treated like this, but she had never expected Zhao Fu's attitude and feelings towards her. Looking at Zhao Fu's sincere expression, Xianxia lightly nodded and her attitude became much better. Xianxia slapped Zhao Fu and said somewhat angrily, "So that's what you meant. You even ravaged me like that." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Who asked you to be so dishonest?" Xianxia lightly harumphed, "I'll just be more obedient in the future." Now, Xianxia was completely subdued by Zhao Fu and was attracted to him in all aspects, making her feel that Zhao Fu was her true man. Yan Fu felt quite guilty and felt that she had let down her husband and child. She had been completely immersed and had not thought about them at all. It was not just her, Xianxia and the other women all looked guilty and blamed themselves because they had been the same. Yan Hanshui, the ice beauty, looked at Zhao Fu and gave a trace of a smile. She had acknowledged Zhao Fu in her heart. This was because Zhao Fu had made her feel happy. This was something that man from before had not been able to do at all. Yan Qilio flirtatiously smiled as she said, "Your Majesty, you're just like the legends. I really like you so much. Let alone the fact that you're His Majesty Qin, even if you had nothing, I'd still be willing to be your woman." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "I'm also very happy to have all of you." Xianxia said softly, "Your Majesty. What will Qin do next?" Zhao Fu looked at Xianxia and smiled as he said, "You're still thinking about the Yan family?" Xianxia felt a bit panicked and understood that her thoughts had been seen through. She nodded and admitted, "It's the place where I was born and raised, I don't want it to be destroyed." Zhao Fu laughed, "I'll tell you the truth, Qin's focus was on the Heaven Awaken world. If it wasn't for you attacking first, I wouldn't have had time to care about you. Also, you only sent 10 or so women to save me. I never thought that the Yan family would be so weak as to send all of you here." Hearing this, everyone felt quite displeased. However, in front of the massive difference in strength, no one was unafraid. Xianxia sighed, now that we're all your women, there's nothing more to say. We just hope that you'll treat us sincerely in the future. That way, we'll be satisfied. Zhaofu smiled as he said, don't worry about this, I won't mistreat any woman. Xianxia hugged Zhaofu and smiled as she said, Your Majesty, I trust you. From the looks of it, she had already treated Zhaofu as her true man and had given her heart to Zhaofu. Now, she could not go back. Zhaofu said, It's been a few days, and I have other things to take care of. You can all stay here and rest. The women nodded. Zhaofu went outside and soon met Lei Yin. Right now, Qin was mainly dealing with the Lei family's matters. Because they had just been destroyed, Qin needed time to digest the Lei family, so Lei Yin could freely go back and forth between the Lei family and Qin. Seeing Zhaofu, Lei Yin said unhappily, You're still willing to come out? Zhaofu smiled as he said, did you miss me? Lei Yin's face became red, she indeed missed Zhaofu, but what Zhaofu had done with the Yin family's women made her feel quite jealous. Zhaofu asked again, Why are you here? Lei Yin said, I want to talk to you about the Lei family's future, and I want to know what you think of the Lei family. Hearing this, Zhaofu nodded and said, Sure. The Lei family was the largest alchemy force that Qin had destroyed so far. Zhaofu did not want to waste his strength, so he would help and support it to accelerate its growth. This made Lei Yin feel at ease. She was worried that Qin would suppress the Lei family and restrict the Lei family's development. Lei Yin asked Zhaofu for the right to pardon some people and let the Lei family's soldiers and alchemy holy beasts come back. In the last war, a large number of alchemy holy beasts and soldiers had run away. Zhaofu also supported this, so he gave her the right to pardon them. Book 1, Chapter 108 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123 Lei Yin sat in Zhaofu's embrace and asked, Do you want to take a look at the Lei family's legacy and how to nurture alchemy saint beasts? Zhaofu smiled as he said, No need. I'm not too interested in things that are weaker than Qin. Lei Yin lightly harumphed, I know that Qin is powerful. Zhaofu laughed. Lei Yin then asked, When are you going to deal with the Jin family? Of the three major families nearby, the Lei family has been destroyed by you, and the Yan family doesn't dare to make a move. Now, only the Jin family is a threat. I'm sure you're quite interested in the Jin family's women. Zhaofu smiled as he replied, I'm indeed quite interested, but I don't want to start a war. The Heaven Awakened world is Qin's main focus, and only after I'm done with that can I deal with the other worlds. Lei Yin replied, Oh. I also want to go to Qin to take a look, is that alright? Zhaofu smiled and nodded. Following this, Zhaofu and Lei Yin returned to Qin. Zhaofu told her to go and have a look by herself while he returned to Qin's palace to deal with political matters. While Zhaofu was not around, something big had happened. A royal kingdom faction in the ancient STEM domain had been destroyed by two alchemist families, and countless people had been slaughtered. The Lord's corpse was hung on the city walls to humiliate the Heaven Awakened world's people. Apart from this, the 8-Day Dragon sect had also been attacked by an alchemist faction, but they had been stopped by the 8-Day Dragon sect's people. Now, the 8-Day Dragon sect had become one entity, and even though it was a bit weaker than before, its defensive and defensive abilities had become much stronger. This was especially so with Zhaofu's help. The 8 Great Elders could help the 8-Day Dragon sect get through these difficult times without any restrictions. The other Royal Kingdom factions had also been attacked to varying degrees. Everyone's situation was not good. Zhaofu became more and more worried. At that moment, a soldier reported, Your Majesty. There's a report at the borders. Zhaofu said, What is it? The soldier said, A powerful card faction appeared near the former alliance and dealt a heavy blow to the former alliance. They took over 1/6 of the alliance's territory and obtained countless people. However, what's strange is that this faction doesn't treat the Heaven Awakened world's people as slaves or commoners. Instead, they give the Heaven Awakened world's people equal status and put many Heaven Awakened world's people in important positions. This is why they have so much support and prestige in the Heaven Awakened world. Zhaofu frowned. This kind of power was more dangerous than those who only knew how to burn, kill, and rob. They were also prepared to rule this place. Zhao Fu said, quickly gather information on this faction and give it to me. Yes. The soldier obeyed and left. Half a day later, Zhao Fu received information about that faction. That faction was called the Godlywood Kingdom, and the king was called Godlywood Duan. He was handsome and had extraordinary talent. He was kind to the commoners and treated generals well, and he had a great reputation in the Godlywood Kingdom. The cavalry corps was called the Divine Wood Cavalry Corps, and they had the ability to control trees, causing great damage to the alliance. After conquering the alliance's territory, the Divine Wood Kingdom started to develop and pacify the Heaven Awakened World's people. They also started to persuade other people to submit to the Divine Wood Kingdom. With the Divine Wood Kingdom's might, a small number of factions joined the Divine Wood Kingdom and obtained many benefits. However, these people chose to join the Divine Wood Kingdom instead of Qin. Zhao Fu had no idea why, but Qin was a faction in the Heaven Awakened world. The alliance had been on the verge of collapsing and had been heavily injured by the Divine Wood Kingdom. Now, it was even worse, and some factions prepared to run at any moment. They did not plan to defend against the Divine Wood Kingdom. The alliance would be destroyed by the Divine Wood Kingdom sooner or later, and Qin would have to fight with the Divine Wood Kingdom sooner or later. Before Zhao Fu could calm down, he received another report that a massive alchemy door had appeared at the border of Qin, and another alchemy world would soon attack Qin. Zhao Fu felt a headache coming on, and he immediately gathered his soldiers to defend. The alchemy door slowly opened, and countless alchemy soldiers flooded out. A young man gave a calm smile as he walked out. Zhao Fu recognized him because he was the Jin family's Jin Tai. In the alchemy world, the Jin family had always been suppressed by Qin, and they did not dare to do anything. They felt quite sullen, so they had joined the world war and planned to destroy a few Heaven Awakened world factions to vent their anger. They could not defeat Qin, but they were very confident in dealing with other factions. A few alchemy soldiers grabbed an elder who was chopping wood and came to Jin Tai. Jin Tai smiled as he said, "Old man, tell me what factions are nearby. Tell me what forces are nearby. If you keep telling me, I'll spare your life." The elder knelt on the ground and said in fear, "Sir, I'll immediately tell you. There's a faction in the west called." After hearing that there was a faction nearby, Jin Tai cut the elder off and smiled as he said, "All right, I got it. You can scram now." The elder gratefully cowed out and said, "Thank you, sir." The elder immediately ran away as fast as he could, not daring to stay here for another second. Jin Tai looked towards the west and smiled confidently as he said, "We'll attack that faction and destroy it as quickly as possible." Countless alchemy soldiers rushed towards the west like a massive golden tide that seemed to be able to sweep everything. Their auras shook the surroundings, causing countless people to fall into terror. In order to easily destroy the Heaven Awakened World's faction, Jin Tai had made ample preparations and had brought a large number of soldiers and alchemy holy beasts. This was the reason why he was so confident. After attacking for a while, that faction came closer and closer to them. Jin Tai looked at the black flag and the black armored soldiers and felt that something was off because they gave off a familiar feeling. However, since they had already come here, they could not go back. Perhaps it was just that they seemed familiar, so there was no problem. Jin Tai led his army and continued to attack. In the end, the two armies met, and Jin Tai's expression froze because he could finally confirm what faction they were facing. It was the Qin Empire that had been suppressing them in the alchemy world. No wonder he had felt so uneasy and familiar. He definitely could not be mistaken. Perhaps he could be mistaken about those soldiers and flags, but as the ruler of the Qin Empire, the man who had left a deep shadow in his heart, was standing on the city walls. Looking at Jin Tai's stiff expression, Zhao Fu could not help but lightly laugh. "What a coincidence. We're actually able to meet in the Heaven Awakened world, you're quite lucky." Jin Tai inwardly cursed at his 8 lifetimes of bad luck. He had finally managed to participate in a battle between worlds, yet he had encountered this Qin Empire. Wasn't he seeking death? They could not even defeat a single Qin Empire base in the alchemy world, and this was where the Qin Empire was located. It would be almost impossible to destroy them, and their battle power would be many times more terrifying than the alchemy world base. Thinking about the Lei family's fate, Jin Tai's expression became even more unsightly. Book 1, Chapter 109 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlols 123. Zhao Fu looked at Jean Tai and smiled as he asked, "What, shouldn't you be happy?" Jean Tai gave an unsightly smile and said, I'm very happy. I'll be going back now." Now that he knew that this was the territory of the Qin Empire, Jean Tai did not dare to stay here. He just wanted to take his people and leave this dangerous place. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Why are you leaving so quickly? It's not easy for us to meet in the heaven-awakened world. Aren't you curious about what Qin looks like?" Jean Tai hurriedly said, "I know that Qin is prosperous and powerful, so I won't go and take a look." Jean Tai did not dare to enter Qin, as he was afraid that he would lose his life there. Zhao Fu looked at Jean Tai and gave a trace of a smile as he said, "Why did you bring your Jin family's army to the Qin Empire? Don't tell me you want to attack Qin?" Jean Tai immediately explained, "No, I'm just taking my army for a stroll." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he asked, "Is that so?" The Jin family's army felt quite afraid as they looked at Qin nervously. They knew that Qin was quite terrifying, and they understood it even more than the Lei family and Yan family. After all, the Jin family had fought with Qin first, and Qin's development had become even more shocking. Jean Tai called out, "Should I take you for a stroll?" The army replied in unison, "Young master isn't lying, we're just taking a stroll." Their voices were quite loud and could be heard from far away. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "How did you come to Qin's border just for a stroll?" Jean Tai immediately said, "I'll take my army back now, sorry for disturbing you." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Since you're here, stay for a few more days. I'll take good care of you." Jean Tai just wanted to take his people and leave, but Zhao Fu seemed to want to stall him, making him feel quite worried as he said, "There's no need, thank you for your kind intentions, great Qin's majesty. I have things to do, so I'll be leaving first." Jean Tai was about to take his army back to the alchemy world and tell the Jin family about the bad news. Zhao Fu's tone suddenly turned cold. "Did I say you could leave?" Jean Tai stopped with an ugly expression. Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Jean Tai, you stay in Qin City for a few more days and have fun in Qin City. What do you think?" Jean Tai pondered for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. The others hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Young master, you can't go. If you go, you'll be walking into a tiger's den. If you go, what will happen to the Jin family's army? If Qin takes this opportunity to launch an attack, the consequences will be unimaginable." Jean Tai said in a deep voice, "I don't think there will be any problems. If Qin really wanted to attack, we would have done it long ago." In the end, no one resisted, and Jean Tai walked towards the great Qin town by himself. Zhao Fu said with a smile, "You're quite brave. You really dared to come alone." Jean Tai was not so nervous and afraid at this moment. He said with a smile, "I think His Majesty Qin sincerely welcomes me." Zhao Fu chuckled. "Open the door to welcome our distinguished guest." The city gate of Qin City opened, and a group of people walked out to welcome Jean Tai into Qin City. Zhao Fu didn't want to kill Jean Tai, nor did he plan to attack the Jin family. He wanted the Jin family's help with something. After entering Qin City, Jean Tai was excited. He didn't expect such a day would come. Zhao Fu walked to Jean Tai and said with a smile, "Do you want to walk around Qin City and get to know Qin City, or do you want to go back to the Imperial Palace with me?" This was a good opportunity for Jean Tai to get to know the mysterious Qin City, so he didn't refuse. He said with a smile, "I want to appreciate the majesty of Qin City." Zhao Fu chuckled and called someone over to accompany Jean Tai. Jean Tai came to the imperial city of Qin City and looked curiously at the various races walking on the streets. There were people from the alchemy race, people from the card world, and people from the chaotic world. There were also many races that he had never seen before. Jean Tai couldn't help but ask, "Why are there so many races in Qin City?" The gentle-looking young man said with a smile, "Our Qin City adopts an inclusive policy. As long as you're willing to submit to Qin City, you'll have an equal status." Jean Tai casually asked, "How many people are there in Qin City?" The gentle-looking young man said proudly, "More than 1,000,000,000. When Jean Tai heard this, he was quite shocked. The population of Qin City was more than 10 times that of the Jin family, which was more than the population of a few kingdoms combined. The gentle-looking young man said with a smile, "Sir, You've only seen a small part of it. We have bases in every world, and the one in the alchemy world is just an ordinary one. Jean Tai was even more shocked, and he wondered if what the young man said was true. After all, Qin City's base in the alchemy world was already a powerful force, and they didn't dare to offend it. If it was just an ordinary one, how powerful would a well-developed base be? Jean Tai asked. Why do you say that? The gentle-looking young man said with a smile, that's my secret, and I can't reveal it. Please forgive me, sir. Jean Tai looked at the gentle-looking young man and felt that what the gentle-looking young man said might be true. Before Qin City destroyed the Lei family, its development was indeed quite ordinary. It wasn't as fast as the divine world and the underworld, and it didn't have any problems. After Qin City annexed the Dragon Kingdom, it undoubtedly became the most powerful existence in that area. The last place to develop was the alchemy world, and there was nothing that could be done about this. There were simply too few people in the boundary regions, and it was impossible to develop. However, there were many resources. Putting aside the development of the world of refinement, the world of refinement ranked first in terms of things. Zhao Fu had awakened a chaos star and become the primal chaos child of the outer world, so the outer world was nominally his. Zhao Fu had not even achieved this in the Heaven Awakened world because he still had the water race's emperor star that he had not awakened. Jean Tai continued to walk. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a terrifying shockwave spread out, giving off an unstoppable power. Jean Tai felt quite startled and hurriedly looked towards the horizon. It was not just Jean Tai, everyone else also looked towards the horizon and smiled. It was as if they were not too surprised by this scene and that it was quite normal. However, in Jean Tai's eyes, this was a massive shock. This was because he saw a massive blue star descend from the horizon, and the massive might it gave off made him understand that if he was here, he would not be able to stand still. The fate and heaven's secrets contained within this star was what shocked him the most. This was like the alchemy world's clan star, but it was quite difficult to awaken. Even as the Jin family's young master, he had not awakened a clan star, so how could he see a similar clan star? Moreover, the others did not seem too surprised. Jean Tai could not help but ask, what is this? The gentle-looking young man smiled as he replied, this is our Qin City's general star's descent. Book 1, Chapter 110, Awakening. Jean Tai asked curiously, what are general stars? The gentle-looking young man explained, general stars are the products of the human world's laws. The human world is also called Earth, and it is the starting point of the Qin Empire and the core world of the Qin Empire. Jean Tai smiled as he said, the human world has such laws, it feels quite good. Is it very easy to awaken general stars? In the alchemy world, it is very difficult to awaken general stars. The gentle-looking young man smiled as he said, sir, it is not easy to awaken general stars, one must have the fate of a general and massive amounts of fate. Right now, the Qin Empire only has 54 generals who have awakened general stars. Jean Tai felt quite confused, is it difficult or easy? If it's difficult, isn't 54 general stars a lot? Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the massive blue star shot down a massive blue beam of light, and a powerful ripple spread out, making people feel as if they had been attacked by a formless wave. Sensing this ripple, Jean Tai's expression became serious. Even though this star could not compare to their race star, it was not weak. If there really were 54 of these stars, it would be quite terrifying. He could not imagine what it would be like for 54 stars to descend. The gentle-looking young man smiled as he said, the Qin Empire has only been founded for 20 or so years, there will most likely be even more general stars in the future. Wait. Jean Tai looked at the gentle-looking young man in shock. The gentle-looking young man smiled as he asked, what is it, sir? Jean Tai asked in disbelief, are you saying that the Qin Empire has only been founded for 20 or so years? The gentle-looking young man smiled as he said, it's been 20 or so years. Jean Tai's heart thumped as he hurriedly asked, how did the Qin Empire become such a powerful faction in such a short period of time? Jean Tai simply could not believe it, just what sort of abilities did the Qin Empire have? In just 20 or so years, it had made factions that had developed for hundreds or even thousands of years feel terror, the gentle-looking young man said with a look of reverence, it's all thanks to our great majesty. The Qin Empire was founded by him, and he controls everything in the Qin Empire. The direction he points out is where we should go. He is also the future of the Qin Empire. Hearing this, Jin Tai couldn't help but admire Zhao Fu. If it was him, he definitely wouldn't be able to do it. Back then, he was too conceited and directly broke into Qin's base. As a result, he was easily subdued by Zhao Fu. If one didn't know him well, he wouldn't be able to understand how powerful he was. The refined young man smiled and said, "Sir, let's go. There are many interesting things about Qin." Jin Tai smiled and nodded. The two of them walked on the street. Jin Tai looked around and thought of something. He asked curiously, "Why is His Majesty always wearing a cloak? Is there a reason?" The refined young man explained, "Our Majesty will not reveal his appearance in front of outsiders. He will only reveal his appearance in front of the people of Qin. I have seen him several times. His Majesty has the most perfect appearance in the world. No one can compare to him." Jin Tai said with great interest, "Can you tell me how perfect it is?" The refined youth smiled and said, "I'm afraid that's not possible. His Majesty doesn't want outsiders to know about his appearance." Jin Tai asked curiously, "Why? Does your Majesty have any other identities or enemies? Is that why he hides his appearance?" The refined young man smiled as he said, "That's Qin's secret, so I can't tell you." Hearing this, Jin Tai felt that Zhao Fu was not simple at all. He had spent so much time to establish such a powerful empire, and his own power was unfathomable. It was possible that he was very famous in the Heaven-awakened world and did not want others to know about his true identity. Jin Tai would never have thought that Zhao Fu was the Heaven-awakened son, the person who had shaken countless worlds. At that moment, Jin Tai's gaze landed on a stall on the street. Crystals were placed on top of the stall, emitting alchemy power. This alchemy power was different from the alchemy power that the alchemists grasped. Jin Tai knew that this was a philosopher's stone that Qin had created, so he walked over and looked at it with interest. Because of their alchemy power, alchemy soldiers had a great advantage against heaven-awakened world soldiers. Most people with the same cultivation would win from the alchemy world, but after Qin created the philosopher's stone, there was not much difference between Qin and the alchemy race. These were the lowest grade philosopher's stones. Excellent grade philosopher's stones would not be sold and would be used in battle. Jin Tai turned and asked, "I'm quite curious about how Qin has the ability to create philosopher's stones. It seems that no one from the alchemy race has done this. How did you do it?" The refined young man smiled as he explained, "I'm not too sure. I only know that it was created by His Majesty." Jin Tai said jokingly, "Your Majesty is very powerful and seems to be omnipotent." The refined young man smiled as he said, "Sir, you're quite right. His Majesty is omnipotent, and there is nothing that can stop him. That's why we trust His Majesty so much. If you knew of His Majesty's greatness one day, you would definitely feel incredibly shocked and honored." Jin Tai nodded and continued to walk on the street. He saw a saber that had an insect's carapace on the back, and the blade was gray. This was a weapon made from the Chaos World's insect beasts and Heaven-awakened World's iron, and it could suppress the alchemy race to a certain extent. Jin Tai said, "How did you manage to fuse materials from two different worlds? Could it be that it was created by His Majesty?" The refined young man lightly laughed as he said, "That's not it. The fusion materials were created by Lady Gong's son, the imperial concubine of Qin." Hearing about the imperial concubine of Qin, Jin Tai thought of what Zhao Fu had done in the alchemy world and smiled as he said, "Your Majesty is quite dissolute." The refined young man smiled and nodded as he said, The Qin Imperial Palace has collected the most beautiful women in the world." Jin Tai smiled as he said, "There must be quite a few of them, right? At least a few thousand?" The refined young man lightly laughed as he said, "I think that Sir greatly underestimates His Majesty. Right now, there are countless imperial concubines in the Qin Imperial Palace. I'm not sure exactly how many there are, but it's likely that there are hundreds of thousands or even millions." Jin Tai gulped. He was indeed quite shocked. 1 million? Was he even human? The refined young man lightly laughed as he said, "It's not a problem for His Majesty to be dissolute, and we want him to be dissolute. There are many beautiful women who want to enter the Imperial Palace but do not have the opportunity." Just as Jin Tai was about to speak, he saw a familiar person on the street. It was Lei Yin, who was also looking around Qin. At that moment, Lei Ying looked at Jin Tai and felt quite surprised. Why was he in Qin? Book 1, Chapter 111. Translator, Mr. Voltaire. Editor, Modlals 123. Jin Tai was not surprised. The Lei family had already been destroyed by Qin, so Lei Ying could naturally appear here. Lei Ying could not help but ask, Jin Tai, why are you here? Has the Jin family been destroyed by Qin so quickly? Jin Tai awkwardly replied, no, I just came to play in Qin. Lei Ying asked curiously, this is the Heaven Awakened World's Qin Empire, not the Alchemy World's Qin base. Can Qin really let you in? Jin Tai's expression became even more awkward. He found it hard to speak, as it was indeed quite embarrassing. The refined-looking young man next to him smiled as he said, Sir Jin has brought an army to Great Qin's border. Our Majesty is very welcoming and has invited Sir Jin to Great Qin as a guest so that Great Qin can host you. Lei Ying looked at Jin Tai and lightly laughed, understanding what was going on. She smiled as she asked, what do you think of Qin? Jin Tai asked, what do you think? Jin Tai now knew that what he knew was not a secret. He did not know about Qin's true strength and secrets, and as one of Qin's people, Lei Ying most likely knew more than him. Perhaps he would be able to obtain some useful information from her. Lei Ying smiled as she said, what do I think? I feel that everything about Qin has exceeded my expectations, and I believe that he is the world with the most potential. Hearing these words, Jin Tai felt that Qin was definitely hiding a lot of power. If he had fought with Qin before, he would have definitely lost. However, he was quite confused as to why Lei Ying had said world and not faction. Jin Tai said, how much do you know about Qin? Lei Ying smiled as she said, not much, but I won't tell you. If you want to know, you can join Qin or attack Qin and be destroyed. Jin Tai looked at Lei Ying and slightly frowned as he said to the gentle-looking young man, let's continue. The gentle-looking young man smiled as he said, all right. 0-inch Lei Ying watched Jin Tai leave and began to think about the future of the Lei family. Now that she knew something about Qin and his identity, she understood that the Qin Empire would definitely become a horrifying empire. Although the Lei family had been destroyed, they could still become a big family in Qin. They didn't have the concept of a country, so they would feel the same as before. After strolling for a while, Jin Tai was led to the Qin Imperial Palace by the gentleman. This Qin Imperial Palace was really huge. The city walls were dozens of meters high. There were solemn-looking soldiers wearing black armor and holding black weapons guarding the city walls. There were a total of 3 entrances to the Imperial Palace. The other 2 were smaller and were guarded by 2 rows of soldiers. The door in the middle was the largest and was guarded by 2 dragons that emitted powerful auras. After entering the Imperial Palace of Qin, Jin Tai had only taken a few steps when he saw a group of women walking past him, talking and laughing. Each of the women was extremely beautiful, and their figures were also very attractive. They were all rare beauties. Jin Tai was a person who had seen the world, but he couldn't help but be surprised. The women in the Imperial Palace of Qin were not only nourished by Phoenix Qi but also by Zhao Fu's help, the flower power of the Sea of Flowers, and the beauty spring. Even an average-looking woman could become a beauty. Jin Tai couldn't help but take a few glances before continuing to walk forward. Another group of women walked past, and they were even more beautiful than the previous ones. Jin Tai's heart couldn't help but race as he said, your Qin Empire is really full of beauties. You've collected so many stunning beauties. The gentle-looking young man smiled and said, these are actually quite ordinary. Our Majesty's concubines are more beautiful than fairies and can topple cities. Jin Tai looked surprised as he said, these are quite ordinary? How beautiful must Zhao Fu's concubines be? They continued to walk forward and finally came to a spacious and stable hall. Zhao Fu was sitting in the upper part. Seeing Jin Tai walk in, Zhao Fu smiled as he said, you finished looking so quickly? Jin Tai smiled as he said, I just casually looked around. I was worried that your Majesty would have to wait, so I came to see your Majesty. If I have the chance in the future, I'll stay in Qin Empire for a few more days. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, all right. Since you've looked around, what do you think of Qin Empire? Jin Tai smiled as he said, it's powerful, prosperous, and full of life force. It's highly cohesive, and its future is limitless. This was Jin Tai's most direct opinion, and he did not lie or try to curry favor with Zhao Fu. From this aspect, there was a big gap between the Jin family and Qin Empire. Moreover, the Jin family had hidden their strength. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. At that moment, Xianru brought in a mighty-looking middle-aged man. This man was from the fish scale race, and he had awakened a general star. He was called Yu Jianwu. Qin had already conquered the fish scale world for a long time, and the fish scale world had many outstanding generals. The competition was quite intense, and Yu Jianwu's performance was quite outstanding. The soldier souls under Qin were about to run out. If he wanted more soldier souls, he would have to find another area. Qin was also limited by the soul of a soldier. Otherwise, he would have more generals, because Qin had a heaven-defying refining formation. Xianru bowed and said, "Your Majesty." He has awakened. Jin Tai looked at the tall and slim Xianru, who was wearing a purple dress and a white veil. Even though he could not see her appearance clearly, she gave off a suffocatingly beautiful feeling, as if she was a noble fairy that had descended from the heavens. Now, Jin Tai believed the words of the refined young man. He was also very moved by this woman, and he had never seen such a beauty before. Jin Tai was also aware of his current status. He would not be able to enjoy this kind of stunning beauty. After taking a few glances, he did not dare to look any more. He looked at Yu Jianwu, who was beside him. Was this the person who had just awakened his general star? Just his aura alone gave off the air of a general, causing Jin Tai to feel some pressure. Jin Tai understood that this was because of Yu Jianwu's general star. Luckily, his bloodline was of a high grade and could reduce the effects of this general star. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Qin also has an esteemed guest, let's celebrate together." Xianru slightly smiled. The others prepared the banquet, and Zhao Fu wanted Yu Jianwu and the refined young man to leave. Xianru looked at Jin Tai and understood that Jin Tai was the esteemed guest that Zhao Fu had mentioned. Facing Xianru's expressionless face, Jin Tai could not help but feel nervous. Zhao Fu smiled as he said to Xianru, "Do you have time later? If you do, let's go to the banquet together." Xianru lightly nodded and looked at Zhao Fu with eyes full of affection. Zhao Fu looked at Jin Tai and said, "I know that you're curious as to why I'm treating you like this. You brought an army to Qin." Hearing this, Jin Tai hurriedly said, "I have no intentions of attacking Qin. We can retreat now and promise not to enter the heaven-awakened world again. Please rest assured, Your Majesty." Book 1, Chapter 112, Attack. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "I'm not blaming you for attacking. The Jin family's luck is quite good to be able to open a world gate and come near Qin." Jin Tai felt quite awkward, he did not want this kind of luck. Zhao Fu continued, "I think the Jin family can stay near Qin and attack some factions that have nothing to do with Qin." Hearing this, Jin Tai felt quite surprised. Why did Qin want them to stay near Qin and not care about them attacking other factions in the heaven-awakened world? Zhao Fu was not that kind. Zhao Fu was not interested in the factions that had nothing to do with Qin, even if they were also from the heaven-awakened world. Moreover, most of the factions near Qin were enemies, and if they could not defend, they could choose to join Qin. Zhao Fu would be more generous and take them in, but if they did not want to join Qin and threaten Qin in the future, why would Zhao Fu care about them? The reason he had the Jin family stay near Qin was because there was a faction near Qin, which would not spawn too quickly. Otherwise, if Qin quickly defeated an alchemist family and the even more powerful Jin family appeared, if the Jin family retreated, an even more powerful faction would appear near Qin, which would pose a great threat to Qin. In the worst-case scenario, they would not only have to face a single faction but also a few powerful factions. If the Jin family stayed near Qin, it would be more beneficial to Qin. It seemed that the Jin family would not dare to do anything to Qin, and if they did, Zhao Fu would take this opportunity to destroy the Jin family mercilessly. Jin Tai did not believe that there was such a good thing and asked, "Your Majesty, please tell me why?" Zhao Fu smiled as he explained, "Because of your existence, it will be very difficult for new factions to spawn near Qin, which is quite beneficial to Qin. In exchange, I can ignore the Jin family attacking other factions, and I can promise not to attack the Jin family unless you attack Qin first." Jin Tai smiled as he spoke. Sure. This was not a bad thing for the Jin family. As long as Qin was nearby, the Jin family in the alchemy world would not be attacked by Qin, and the Jin family would be safe. Jin Tai felt at ease and smiled as he said, "What other requests does your majesty have for my Jin family?" Zhao Fu thought for a moment and said, "I don't have any requirements, but we will also cooperate in the future. If we meet a powerful force, Qin can help you. Of course, I need your support." Jin Tai smiled and said, "No problem." The two of them chatted a bit more, and by now, the banquet was ready. Zhao Fu brought Jin Tai to the banquet and started to celebrate his general star awakening and welcome Jin Tai. Jin Tai was also very happy and excited. He had met so many important figures in Qin City and had a better understanding of Qin City. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel envious of Zhao Fu. The number of beauties by his side was uncountable. If it were him, he would be very content. After the banquet, Jin Tai returned to the army, which made the Jin family's army heave a sigh of relief. They had been worried all day that Qin City would attack at any time and had been preparing for war. Jin Tai told everyone about the matter, and after understanding Qin City's purpose, the Jin family's army relaxed. Jin Tai had the army retreat a certain distance and returned to the alchemy world to discuss this matter with the Jin family's upper echelons. At night, Zhao Fu stood in front of the main hall and looked at the moon in the sky. Xianru stood next to him and said softly, "Your Majesty. The heaven-awakened world's secrets and destiny are in chaos, and it's difficult to see a person's destiny and the direction of the world. I'm worried that something bigger will happen." Zhao Fu nodded. Xianru continued, "Your Majesty, if you want to awaken the last water race Emperor star, you have to hurry, or else it'll be more difficult in the future. Because of the chaos and destiny, you might not even be able to awaken it." Zhao Fu sighed. "I know, but I'm worried about Qin City's situation. I'll wait until the situation stabilizes. I also want to awaken the water race's Emperor star as soon as possible." Xianru said softly, "In actuality, there's another option. If you awaken the last star, you'll become a heaven-awakened world's child, and your destiny will be greatly connected to the heaven-awakened world. If anything happens to the heaven-awakened world, it will be reflected on you. This is especially so with the current situation. The heaven-awakened world has been unable to deal with the situation, and no one knows what will happen in the future." Zhao Fu said, "I have to awaken the last star. Even if I don't awaken it, with 7 emperor stars, my destiny is already bound to the heaven-awakened world. Even though I'm only one step away, I can't turn back." Xianru looked at Zhao Fu and gave a trace of a smile. "I'll always be by your side." Zhao Fu turned to look at Xianru, and scenes appeared in his mind. Xianru had been by his side since a long time ago. He smiled and gently hugged her. Xianru hugged Zhao Fu with both hands. A few hours later, Xianru lay in Zhao Fu's embrace, her face red. Zhao Fu smiled and asked, "Are there no more skeletons in the underground crack in Qin City?" Xianru replied, I was just about to tell you about this." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'll be looking for a place that can provide soldier souls." Xianru said, "Back then, only the Heaven Murder Empire's soldiers had a chance of awakening soldier souls. If there's a place like that, it's most likely in the Heaven Domain. The Heaven Murder Empire's historical remnant is an exception, and it's almost impossible to find one near Qin City." Zhao Fu thought about it and said, "I know. The Heaven Domain is too far away, and if I can't find one near Qin City, I'll go to another world." Xianru smiled as she said, "I think it'll be best if we can find more. If we can gather 240 general stars, we'll be able to set up a 24 heavenly star formation. Do you remember when you awakened the Myrtle Imperial Star? However, you had 7 murders, Voracious Wolf, and Army Destroyer's help. If you can obtain the 24 heavenly stars' help, perhaps you'll become the ruler of the stars and control the entire planet. It'll be of great help to you in the future." 24 heavenly star formation? Hearing about this formation, Zhao Fu felt quite interested. What would happen if he became the ruler of the stars? It was just that Qin City only had 50 or so general stars, and he was still lacking 180 or so. It would be quite difficult to gather 240 general stars, and he had no idea how long it would take. However, if he had enough soldier souls, he would be able to gather them quite quickly. Xianru was right, only powerful soldiers could condense soldier souls. In that case, he would have to at least find some empire's historical remnants. Apart from empire's historical remnants, it would be quite difficult for other historical remnants to condense soldier souls. Xianru lightly laughed as she said, "Don't worry, I know it'll be quite difficult to gather them. Perhaps after leaving the Heaven Awakened world and not being affected by the Heaven Awakened world, the effects will be even better." Book 1, Chapter 113 Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. A few days later, Zhao Fu sent people to collect empire ruins. Although they found some, they were only low-grade and did not meet Zhao Fu's requirements. Zhao Fu understood that it was quite difficult, so he sent the other worlds to search together. There was no news yet. A green army gave off a massive aura and gathered in front of the city walls that the Alliance had built. In front of them stood a handsome man wearing a green robe. He was the king of the Divine Wood Kingdom, and his name was Divine Wood Duan. This was the northern side of the Alliance, and 1/3 of the Alliance's forces were gathered here. It was mostly made up of the factions on the other side, and many factions were defending their own directions. Divine Wood Duan called out, "I don't want to have too many casualties. If you all submit to me, I can guarantee that I will treat the people of the Heaven and Lightning race the same as I treat the people of the Divine Wood Kingdom." The expressions of the leaders of the various factions were quite ugly. They were led by a slightly fat man with a beard. His name was Hong Yuejun. Hong Yuejun said loudly, "We don't want to participate in the war, so please don't attack us. We will also guarantee that we won't attack you. Please return." Divine Wood Duan let out a breath. He understood that the other side would not submit, so he gave the order to attack. Boom, the green army gave off a terrifying aura as they surged forwards like a green tide, giving off terrifying sounds. The Alliance's side immediately cast a defensive barrier. A massive yellow energy barrier appeared and covered the Alliance's city walls. The archers drew their bows and aimed their arrows at the green army that was charging at them. Xiao, 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 the sound of the air being torn rang out as thousands of arrows shot towards the green army. The sharp aura caused one's hair to stand on end. The green army gave off a green aura, and a massive circular wooden shield appeared above them. Low sounds rang out as some of the arrows stabbed into the wooden shield while others bounced off. The green army continued to charge forwards. Boom, massive runes appeared on the city walls and massive power spread out. Massive earth pillars suddenly shot out from the ground, sending some of the unprepared Divine Wood soldiers flying. This caused some chaos in the army at the front, and a small portion of the soldiers were injured or killed. However, things were quickly resolved. The soldiers took out cards and pressed them against the ground, causing countless rays of green light to spread out. Green vines quickly grew out, stabilizing the ground, and no more earth pillars shot out. The runes on the city walls shone with an even brighter light, and an even greater power spread out. Pillars of earth shot out from the ground towards the green army. The green army immediately took out another card and pressed it against the ground. Green orbs of light spread out, and the vines grew even faster and thicker. They crazily grew forwards, and the earth pillars were covered with vines. A powerful green energy spread out, and the huge runes on the city walls gradually disappeared. The vines also retracted back into the ground, and the green army continued to attack. Roar, loud roars sounded out as huge creatures appeared one after another. There were lions, tigers, elephants, hippopotamuses, and giant wolves. The Alliance could also breed large creatures, but the large creatures they bred were not as strong as the large creatures of the kingdom level. All sorts of large creatures gave off ferocious and unstoppable auras as they charged over. This side was incredibly terrifying, and even the ground violently trembled. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a group of cavalrymen wearing green armor and holding green weapons riding on green wooden-horned warhorses appeared. There were roughly 10 million of them, and they gave off a massive wave of life force as they charged at the large creatures. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds rang out as wild gales spread out. The large creatures were sent flying by waves of power, and some of the large creatures' bodies were sliced into pieces by the waves of power. The cavalrymen dealt a large amount of damage to the large creatures, and the large creatures also caused some casualties to the cavalrymen. Some of the cavalrymen were sent flying, and some were even devoured by the large creatures. The cavalrymen continued to clash with the large creatures, and more of the large creatures died or were injured. The cavalrymen suffered some injuries, but not as many as the large creatures. Some eagles, vultures, and other flying creatures attacked the cavalrymen from above. Some released wind blades, cutting apart the cavalrymen's bodies, while others used their bodies to knock the cavalrymen and warhorses away. Suddenly, the cavalrymen stabbed their wooden spears into the ground. An incredibly terrifying power spread out. Swish, 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 countless massive sharp branches grew out from the ground, easily piercing through the large creatures' bodies. Blood continuously spurted out, and cries of pain continuously sounded out. Some of the flying large creatures were injured or killed, but because they could fly, they were able to dodge this wave of attacks. The cavalrymen drew their swords and swung them towards the sky. Rays of green sword energy gathered to form massive rays of green sword light that gave off immense power as they slashed towards the large creatures in the sky. Chi, 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 some of the large creatures were hit by the sword light, causing massive wounds to appear on their bodies. Some of the large creatures' wings were cut off, causing them to fall from the sky. Seeing so many large creatures die, the alliance leaders could only temporarily withdraw the large creatures. The green cavalrymen continued to chase after the large creatures. By now, the green army had reached the bottom of the city walls and took out cards and pressed them against the ground. Many vines grew out from the city walls, and the green soldiers started to climb up the vines to attack the city walls. The alliance's side shot out arrows and tossed out boulders. Some poured out barrels of oil to light up the vines, causing a huge fire to quickly burn and a heatwave spread out. The vines immediately spewed out large amounts of green liquid, extinguishing the flames, and arrows shot towards the city walls. Both sides fought intensely, and both sides suffered casualties. In just a short while, the Green Army had reached the top of the city walls. The Divine Wood Kingdom's attack was extremely fast, and they began to fight the Alliance army head-on. A green soldier took out a card, which turned into a wooden spike that pierced through an Alliance soldier's body. Blood splattered as the Alliance soldier died. An Alliance soldier wielded an axe and sent another green soldier flying. An Alliance soldier stabbed forward with his spear, piercing through the shoulder of a green soldier who had just climbed up the city walls. Another green soldier shot an arrow through the soldier's throat, killing him. Book 1, Chapter 114, War. A green soldier slashed out with his saber, sending out a sharp saber light that sent an Alliance soldier flying. Another Alliance soldier roared and slashed out with his sword, slashing open a green soldier's throat, causing blood to spurt everywhere. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the cavalry corps smashed into the city walls with massive power. A shocking shockwave spread out, causing the city walls to collapse. Countless rocks flew everywhere, and dust billowed out. This city wall was only a temporary city wall, and it was unable to stop the cavalry corps' charge. The city wall that had collapsed was incredibly large. A large number of green soldiers tried to rush through that gap. The Alliance released large creatures to stop the green soldiers, but they were quickly beaten back by the cavalry corps. A portion of the cavalry corps continued to chase after the large creatures, while another portion continued to smash into the city walls. Soon, another side of the city walls collapsed, and countless green soldiers rushed in. The two armies continued to fight intensely, causing the scene to fall into chaos. More and more people died. The Alliance leaders' expressions were quite unsightly, and they understood that they had lost. Han Yuejun asked, "What should we do now?" Another beautiful woman said, "We can only retreat and escape to other places in the Alliance." A white-haired elder sighed, "Will it be safe to escape to another place in the Alliance? They'll most likely be destroyed soon." The middle-aged man looked quite sorrowful. "That's right. It's the same no matter where we go, we'll have to face the invasion of two worlds. There's no safe place in the Heaven-Awakened world." An ordinary-looking young man said, "I think submitting to the Divine Wood Kingdom is a good choice. I heard that the people who submit to the Divine Wood Kingdom are doing quite well. The Divine Wood Kingdom doesn't treat people from the Heaven-Awakened world like others do." The elder said, "With the Divine Wood Kingdom's strength, it's indeed a good choice. I think we can choose to submit. Do any of you have any other opinions?" The beautiful woman looked around and said, "If I knew things would turn out like this, I would have submitted to Qin. Perhaps my status would be quite high now." The middle-aged man said, "It's too late now. Even though Qin defended against another world's invasion, can he defend against a second, third, or fourth time? It's definitely not possible. It's best to submit to the Divine Wood Kingdom. The ordinary-looking young man said, no matter what you choose, I plan to submit to the Divine Wood Kingdom. Hurry up and make a decision, or else even more people will die. Hearing this, Hong Yuejun said seriously, all right. I also choose to submit. When the others heard Hong Yuejun's words, they did not say anything else. It was a tacit acknowledgement of their submission to the Divine Wood Kingdom. Hong Yuejun walked out and shouted, Your Majesty! We are willing to submit to you. Divine Wood Duan gave a confident smile and gave the order. The Alliance soldiers heaved sighs of relief and looked at the Divine Wood soldiers in front of them with fear and nervousness. Their lives had been saved. However, looking at the corpses on the kingdom, the people of the Duan dynasty, the dynasty, and kingdom, one of the dynasty. 1-5 Divine Wood Duan quickly took over these factions and also controlled this region. Because there was no resistance, this was extremely quick. One could say that the alliance had suffered another heavy blow. A third of their troops and territory had disappeared. Now, only the alliance troops on both sides were left. Qin soon received the news. Zhao Fu's expression did not change because he had expected this. As for the Divine Wood Kingdom, Zhao Fu was not worried. If he dared to attack Qin, Qin would teach him a lesson. The Jin family had finished building their base in the past few days. Jin Tai had already discussed with the Jin family's upper echelons. Qin's conditions were more beneficial to them, but they still had to be careful to avoid conflict with Qin. As such, they did not attack the remaining alliance factions. They were more interested in the Divine Wood Kingdom. The Divine Wood Kingdom came from the Card World, and the Jin family had not fought with the Card World yet. They did not know the Card World's exact strength. If the Divine Wood Kingdom continued to develop, it would definitely threaten the Jin family's safety. However, the Jin family was not worried. After all, if the Jin family and Qin worked together, why would they be afraid of a Divine Wood Kingdom? In the end, the Jin family decided to develop to the left and destroy some Heaven Awakened World cultivators to avoid conflict with Qin. After attacking some of the smaller factions, they did not go too far. Those who resisted were killed and those who did not resist were taken as captives. They did not torture them, this was because they were wary of Great Qin. The other factions were not so kind and would capture some Heaven Awakened World people for fun. They would make them fight with each other or kill their loved ones. They would make them fight over food like wild beasts. They would also force them to imitate all sorts of animals to make them happy. Some women were in quite pitiful situations and would be humiliated. They could not even die if they wanted to. Most Heaven Awakened World people would be sold as the lowest slaves to their worlds, but some would be left behind for them to order around. Countless people from the outer world were quite anxious. After so long, the outer world did not seem like it was going to start a war. At first, they had thought that it would be fine after a few days, but now, they understood that the outer world did not want to start a war. They had been searching for the Chaos Child for a long time, but it was as if he had disappeared from this world. There was no information about him at all. If the Chaos Child was still around, they might start a war. However, they could not even find the Chaos Child, so they gave up on searching for him. Attacking the Heaven Awakened World for revenge was now impossible, so they focused on attacking the Heaven Awakened World and attacking the Outer World's bases. This forced many of the bases to retreat from the Outer World, making them powerless to resist the Outer World. The war between the two worlds had lasted for over 10,000 years, and in the end, most of the Heaven Awakened World's factions retreated. This was a declaration of defeat for the Outer World. This was a way for the Chaos World to vent their anger. It was also a celebration of the victory of this war. Moreover, this day was designated as a worldwide festival. However, they did not plan to give up on attacking the Heaven Awakened World, as their goal was to destroy the Heaven Awakened World. They believed that with the three worlds attacking together, the Heaven Awakened World would not be able to survive for long. Because of this battle, some Saint-class factions started to pay attention. The destruction of a world was a shocking matter in the mortal world, and even the celestial world would pay attention to such a thing. Zhao Fu did not know much about this, and he continued to gather information. He did not retreat from the outer world's bases and continued to develop in the outer world. With the Chaos Star, Xiaofu did not fear anyone from the outer world. Book 1, Chapter 115, Seal, Boom. A massive explosion sounded out as a massive alchemist army attacked another sect faction. This sect was called the Volcano Sect, and it was a sect in the ancient stem domain. After the Volcano Sect was destroyed, the ancient stem domain lost another royal kingdom faction. This was the second faction in the ancient stem domain to be destroyed. Now that a royal kingdom faction had been destroyed, there was no need to even mention the smaller factions. The ancient stem domain was in quite a difficult situation. Xiaofu quickly received this news and could not help but sigh. Before, Xiaofu had planned to destroy the factions opposing Qin after he became powerful. However, it seemed that they would be destroyed by the other worlds before Xiaofu even had to do anything. Xiaofu did not feel too happy because Qin Kingdom's situation was not good either. A few more days later, Xiaofu received another piece of news. The Ice Origin Kingdom, which was Bing Qishua's kingdom, was facing attacks from 2 card world kingdoms and was in danger. They were asking for help from various factions, hoping that some factions would be able to help them. However, everyone was struggling to protect themselves, so how could they help the Ice Origin Kingdom? After hearing about this, Xiaofu sank into his thoughts. In the end, Xiaofu decided to go and have a look. Bing Qishua was his friend in the past, but he had led the Ice Origin Kingdom to attack Qin Kingdom, so he was now Qin Kingdom's enemy. Xiaofu would not show any mercy. The Ice Origin Kingdom was located within an icy plain, and Xiaofu went there. All he could see was pure white snow. The weather was cold, and there was a clear blue sky. Of the 2 alchemist factions, one was attacking from the north while the other was attacking from the east. Neither faction had any intention of working together and wanted to conquer the Ice Origin Kingdom to obtain the most benefits. Otherwise, if they allied together, the Ice Origin Kingdom would not be able to defend. The entire Ice Origin Kingdom was in a haze, and they did not know how much longer they could defend. If they could not defend, the outcome would be dire. It had been 4 days since they had sent out the request for help, but not a single faction had replied. The Ice Origin Kingdom seemed to have expected this, but they still held on to some hope. Within a room made of white snowwood, Bing Qishua worriedly looked at the documents in his hands. There were 2 people next to him, one with a tall figure and one with a bewitching figure. They were called Bing Xiong and Bing Yan. Bing Xiong said solemnly, "Your Highness, the alchemy families in the east are already preparing for the next wave of attack. What should we do?" Bing Qishua sighed as he said, "We can only defend with our lives on the line. If we can't hold on, our Ice Origin Kingdom will perish." Bing Yan said with an ugly face, "If it was just one alchemy force, it would be fine. Our Ice Origin Kingdom could still resist it. However, there are 2 alchemy forces at the same time. It's too much pressure for our Ice Origin Kingdom. Especially when we attacked Qin, we lost a lot of troops. If we don't suffer any losses, we might be able to resist the attack of the 2 alchemy forces." Bing Xiong said, "His Highness has been persuading many people to attack Qin, but the higher-ups insisted. Now they have harmed themselves. Maybe our Ice Kingdom will perish before Qin threatens us." Bing Qishua sighed as he said, "Things have already come to this, there's no point in saying any more." Bing Yan looked at Bing Qishua and said probingly, "If your Highness can replace His Majesty and become the king of the Ice Origin Kingdom, I think that our Ice Origin Kingdom might have a chance." Bing Xiong said, "Your Highness, I also think that this is the right thing to do. You should become the king of the Ice Origin Kingdom. Many people in the Ice Origin Kingdom support you, and it's time for His Majesty to abdicate." Bing Qishua's expression became cold as he said, "Don't mention this matter again, and don't leak it out." Hearing this, the 2 of them did not dare to say anything else. Bing Qishua said coldly, "You 2 can leave for now, let me have some time alone." "Yes, Your Highness," the 2 of them replied and left the room. After the 2 of them left, Bing Qishua continued to think to himself. He had thought about forcing his father to abdicate and become the king of the Ice Origin Kingdom. However, this was a crime punishable by death, and if he failed, everyone related to him would die. This period of time was quite special. They could not allow anything to happen to the Ice Origin Kingdom, as even a small accident could lead to the destruction of the Ice Origin Kingdom. Even if he wanted to rebel, he should not do it now. After Bing Yan left the residence, she walked down a street and suddenly heard a familiar voice. She was startled. Could it really be him? Bing Yan quickly chased after that person. "Are you that, sir?" Bing Yan ran behind that person and anxiously called out. Zhao Fu turned and gave a trace of a smile as he said, long time no see." Bing Yan looked quite happy. She knew that this person was an imperial prince who had shaken the ancient stem domain. It was just that he had disappeared, and no one paid much attention to him. However, he had now appeared in the Ice Origin Kingdom. If they had this imperial prince's help, perhaps their Ice Origin Kingdom would be able to defend against two alchemist factions. Bing Yan immediately said, "Sir, can I take you to His Majesty's residence? If he knows that you're here, he'll be very happy." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "No need, I'm just passing by and will leave soon." Zhao Fu purposefully said this so that no one could see his true intentions. Bing Yan's heart sank and her expression became quite unsightly as she hurriedly said, "Sir, please don't leave, we need your help." Zhao Fu looked around and said, "This is not the place to talk." Bing Yan said, "Please come with me then." Zhao Fu followed Bing Yan to her residence, and Bing Yan half knelt as she said, "Emperor, our Ice Origin Kingdom truly needs your help." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "It's about two alchemist factions, right? I've already heard about it." Bing Yan smiled and looked hopefully at Zhao Fu as she said, "Then can you help us, Emperor?" Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "Even though I want to help, I'm just one person and won't be able to defend against two armies." Bing Yan's expression became quite unsightly. If it was just Zhao Fu by himself, he would not be able to defend against two armies. She did not know what to do. Zhao Fu looked at her and said, "You can get up." Hearing this, Bing Yan disappointedly stood up. Zhao Fu said, "I'm leaving." Bing Yan stopped Zhao Fu and said, "Emperor, can you stay?" Even though it was impossible for Zhao Fu to defend against two armies by himself, with Zhao Fu's extraordinary abilities, staying in the Ice Origin Kingdom would bring him great benefits. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and lifted Bing Yan's chin. Bing Yan looked a bit shy and did not resist Zhao Fu. After some time, Bing Yan nestled in Zhao Fu's embrace and smiled as she asked, "Emperor, can you stay now?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded as he said, "I'll do my best to help you, but you have to keep my identity a secret because I don't want it to be revealed." Book 1, Chapter 116, War. Bing Yan asked, "Even His Majesty can't tell him?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Don't tell him for now." Bing Yan said, "Emperor, the alchemy faction from the east is about to attack, what should we do?" Zhao Fu hugged Bing Yan and smiled as he said, "Leave it to me." Bing Yan said happily, "Thank you, Emperor." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "You don't have to call me Emperor, you're my woman now." Bing Yan smiled shyly as she said, "Husband, I never thought that I would have the qualifications to be your woman. I'm already very satisfied with just being your maid." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Do you remember how you treated me the first time we met?" Bing Yan lightly laughed as she said, "I'm sorry." Back then, Bing Yan had been Bing Qishua's bodyguard, and she had been very arrogant towards Zhao Fu. After seeing how powerful Zhao Fu was, she did not have that kind of attitude. Woo, a massive explosion sounded out, and hearing this, Bing Yan's expression fell as she said, "Husband, the alchemy faction from the east is about to attack the Ice Origin Kingdom again." Zhao Fu said, "Go back first." Bing Yan nodded. In the east, a large alchemy army had gathered in front of the Ice Origin Kingdom. White fox-like alchemy beasts were at the back, their cannons aimed at the Ice Origin Kingdom. On the city walls, Bing Qishue had a serious expression. He understood that this would be another bitter battle. Bing Yan hurried over, her face still slightly red. Bing Xiong asked curiously, "Where did you go? Why did you only come now?" Bing Yan smiled as she said, "I didn't go there." She then said to Bing Qishue, "Your Majesty, I didn't go there." Bing Yan said to Bing Qishue, "Your Majesty, this battle won't be so difficult." Bing Qishue looked at Bing Yan strangely, "What?" Bing Yan smiled and shook her head. Bing Qishue did not have the time to care about this, and he focused on the alchemy faction at the front. Right now, his main goal was to defend against their attack. Boom, boom. Boom, massive explosions sounded out as the alchemy holy beast shot out white beams of light that contained immense power as they blasted towards the Ice Origin Kingdom. Many ice wolves appeared on the Ice Origin Kingdom's side. They had snow-white fur and their eyes were like ice, and they gave off an incredibly cold aura. The ice wolves spewed out rays of cold light, bringing with them massive amounts of icy power as they shot forwards. Bang bang bang, massive explosions sounded out as light spread out. Waves of terrifying explosive power flowed out, and strong winds blew out, blowing away countless snowflakes. Kill, the alchemy army charged towards the Ice Origin Kingdom with great momentum. The Ice Origin Kingdom quickly reacted and activated magic formations. Countless traces of icy chi gathered in the air, forming massive icicles that gave off immense power as they shot towards the Refiner army. The Ice Origin Kingdom was located in the Ice Origin and had a great geographical advantage, making it easier to cast ice and snow spells. The alchemy army gave off a white metallic energy that formed massive metallic barriers that gave off an incredibly tough aura. Bang bang bang, as the icicles hit the metallic barriers, they shattered and turned into countless shards of ice. Even though some of the icicles pierced through the metallic barriers, they only pierced through a bit and did not deal any damage to the alchemy army. The Ice Origin Kingdom continued to condense icicles, which gave off immense power as they shot forwards. Under the attacks of the icicles, the alchemy army's attack slowed down. The cannons on the alchemy divine beast's body started to shoot at the icicles, causing them to explode. They also used the largest cannons on their bodies to bombard the Ice Origin Kingdom's ice wolves. They had many cannons on their bodies, so they could scatter their attacks. With the alchemy divine beast's help, the alchemy army quickly arrived within range of the Frost Kingdom. Every alchemy soldier pressed a hand against the ground, and massive waves of metal power radiated out. Metal stairs then extended towards the Frost Kingdom. The Ice Origin Kingdom immediately released a massive ice-colored defensive barrier that covered the city walls and gave off a powerful chill. The alchemy army rushed up the metal stairs, but some alchemy soldiers did not rush up and instead continued to charge towards the Ice Origin Kingdom. They all held spears in their hands. Swish, 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 using the momentum of their charge, they threw out their spears. The spears gave off intense white light and gave off shocking power as they shot towards the ice-colored defensive barrier like massive rays of light. Powerful ripples spread out, and the ice-colored defensive barrier blocked the attack, but it also started to crack. The sound of the air being torn continuously sounded out as more alchemy soldiers threw out their spears. White rays of light quickly shot towards the defensive barrier and destroyed it. Bing Chishua's expression was serious as he gave the order to continue counterattacking. Countless icicles, arrows, and chunks of ice shot towards the alchemy army. The alchemy army also shot out spears and arrows, attacking the city walls. Casualties started to appear on both sides. The alchemy army's offensive was quite fast, and just as it looked like they were about to reach the city walls, the situation suddenly changed. Countless insect beasts appeared behind the alchemy army and attacked the alchemy army, who were completely unprepared. An insect beast bit off an alchemy soldier's body, causing blood to spurt out. Another insect beast bit the arm of another alchemy soldier and threw that alchemy soldier to the side, while another insect beast pounced on another alchemy soldier and started to tear at it. An insect beast bit off an alchemy soldier's leg, causing that alchemy soldier to howl in pain as blood continuously flowed out of the wound. The scene was incredibly chaotic, and screams continuously sounded out as blood flew everywhere, and a bloody smell spread out. The alchemy soldiers started to attack the insect beasts. An alchemy soldier slashed at an insect beast, but he only left a shallow wound and did not kill the insect beast. Instead, the insect beast was enraged, and it madly pounced on the alchemy soldier and started to tear at his flesh. An alchemy soldier used his full strength and stabbed at an insect beast with his spear, piercing through the insect beast's body. Another alchemy soldier was injured by an insect beast and wanted to use alchemy power to heal him, but he found that the effects were quite weak, not even 1/5 of the normal healing effect. After all, chaos power was alchemy power. Bing Chishua looked at the back of the alchemy army being attacked by insect beasts. What was going on? How could there be so many insect beasts? Bing Yan smiled. She knew that it was definitely Zhao Fu who had done this. Now that she had the results, she believed that Zhao Fu was not wrong, Zhao Fu's abilities were quite powerful. Bing Qixue quickly came back to his senses. This was a good thing for them. He immediately ordered the army to vigorously attack, and countless attacks blasted towards the alchemy army. The alchemy army was attacked from the front and back, causing chaos, and many alchemy soldiers died. Book 1, Chapter 117. The alchemist army quickly stopped attacking and started to retreat. The insect beasts were quickly dealt with, as there were too few insect beasts compared to the alchemist army. Their sudden attack had caught the alchemist army off guard. These bug beasts were naturally released by Zhao Fu to seize the opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the alchemy army. Seeing the retreating army, the Ice Origin Kingdom's people cheered and smiled. Many people were curious as to why so many insects had appeared. This was the Heaven Awakened world, and the outer world had not started a war against the Heaven Awakened world. Bing Qixue thought of something and turned to look at Bing Yan. "Does this have anything to do with you?" Bing Yan said with a smile, "It's the help of a lord." Bing Qixue asked curiously, "Who is that person? Why did you help my Ice Origin Kingdom?" Bing Yan smiled as she said, "Your Majesty. That lord is not willing to reveal his identity and has promised to do his best to help the Ice Origin Kingdom. Your Highness, you can rest assured that he will not harm us." Hearing this, Bing Qixue fell into thought. They had once again successfully stopped the alchemist army, and this was a great thing for the Ice Origin Kingdom. Many people started to celebrate, and Bing Qixue's prestige in the hearts of the commoners and ministers greatly increased. Some people even wanted Bing Qixue to quickly ascend the throne and become the new king of the Icy Origin Kingdom. Within the room, Bing Yan hugged Zhao Fu and said with a smile, "Thank you for your help, husband." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "You're welcome." Bing Yan said, "But this time, the alchemy army retreated, but they will attack again. It would be great if we could drive them back to the alchemy world." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I might not be able to do it alone, unless I have the help of an army. I don't have such an army right now." In fact, Zhao Fu could rule out an army, but it would definitely not be Qin's soldiers, because they would be recognized directly. Zhao Fu was talking about the Dragon King army in the card world, which was another trump card of Qin. Zhao Fu did not want to expose it. Moreover, there was no need for Zhao Fu to help the Ice Origin Kingdom like this. After all, what the Ice Origin Kingdom had done, Zhao Fu still remembered. Bing Yan sighed, "However, not a single army in the ancient STEM domain is willing to help us." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "If the alchemy army attacks the Ice Origin Kingdom, with my ability, I can safely take you away." Bing Yan said reluctantly, "I don't want to abandon His Highness and the Ice Plane Kingdom. This is where I was born, and His Highness thinks highly of me." Zhao Fu chuckled. "Even if you don't want to, you have to be prepared. I can guarantee that we can't resist the two alchemy armies." Bing Yan nodded. Not long after, Bing Yan received some news and left. At night, she came back with a worried expression. Zhao Fu asked curiously, "What happened?" Bing Yan said seriously, "Now that the king of the Ice Origin Kingdom is dissatisfied with our Highness, it will be very disadvantageous for our Highness. If the war ends, perhaps our Highness will be deposed." Zhao Fu asked curiously, "If he abdicates, wouldn't it be better for Bing Qixue, who is more capable, to take over?" Bing Yan said, "Husband, you don't understand. Right now, the Ice Origin Kingdom's king is extremely greedy for power and cannot allow anyone to threaten him. As such, he has killed many people. If you want him to abdicate, you'll have to wait until he dies of old age." Zhao Fu understood and nodded. Because of power, there were many cases of fathers killing each other and brothers killing each other. Zhao Fu then asked, "What does your Highness plan to do?" Bing Yan sighed, "His Highness has chosen to endure and will take the initiative to step down after the war ends. I believe that our Highness is the most suitable person to inherit the throne. If he steps down, the next person to inherit the throne will be the fifth prince. Even though the fifth prince is quite talented, he cannot compare to our Highness. The Ice Origin Kingdom's future is quite worrying." Zhao Fu said, "After this war ends, I'll be leaving. Do you not plan to come with me?" Bing Yan said, "I'm quite conflicted. I want to stay by your side and in the Ice Origin Kingdom." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I won't make things difficult for you and will respect your decision." Bing Yan gave a trace of a smile as she said, "Husband, I know you're the best." The next day, Bing Yan said to Zhao Fu, "Husband, His Majesty's big sister wants to see you." "His Majesty's sister wants to see you. Will you agree?" Zhao Fu felt quite surprised as he said, "Bing Qishui has a big sister?" Bing Yan smiled as she said, "She's our Ice Origin Kingdom's #1 ice beauty. Countless men have pursued her, but none of them have succeeded. With husband's abilities, it should be quite simple." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Aren't you jealous?" Bing Yan shook her head, "As long as husband doesn't abandon me, I'll support you in everything." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "All right. I'll see this ice beauty." An hour later, Bing Yan brought in a woman. This woman had a graceful figure and was peerlessly beautiful. She wore an ice-colored dress and gave off an incredibly cold aura, making others not dare to approach her. However, they could not help but like her. She was icy cold, Bing Qishui's big sister. Zhao Fu looked at Icy Cold, and Icy Cold looked back at Zhao Fu. Bing Yan smiled as she said, "You two can chat for now, I'll be leaving now." Bing Yan left the room and closed the door. Icy Cold directly asked, "Who are you? Why are you helping our Ice Origin Kingdom?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Didn't she tell you? I'm that emperor." Hearing this, Icy Cold felt incredibly shocked. She had never thought that the mysterious emperor would appear in front of her. Zhao Fu smiled as he asked, "What is it?" Icy Cold said softly, "I represent the Ice Origin Kingdom to thank you for helping us." Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, Why did you want to see me?" Icy Cold explained, "I heard from Bing Yan that there was an extraordinary person helping the Ice Origin Kingdom, so I wanted to meet him. I never thought that it would be the emperor." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Now that you've met him, is there anything else?" Icy Cold said, "I want to ask you to help my little brother ascend the throne. I'm not doing this out of selfishness, but facing the current difficult situation, only if my little brother ascends the throne will the Ice Origin Kingdom have a future." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Then why should I help you?" Icy Cold replied, "I'll use myself as a reward." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Are you sure?" Icy Cold nodded as she said, "I didn't have this intention before, but now I think that this deal is worth it." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Are you that confident?" "I have a lot of women by my side." Icy Cold said, "I'm confident in this. If you don't agree to this deal, I'll satisfy your other requests as long as you're willing to help my little brother." Zhao Fu chuckled as he said, "Only a fool would refuse. I'm very happy to make a deal with you, but I want a reward first." Book 1. Icy Desolation said, "No problem." Following this, Icy Desolation walked over to Zhao Fu and took off her clothes. The evening sunlight shone on the icy plains, and Icy Desolation lay in Zhao Fu's embrace, a faint redness on her face. Her aura was much colder than before. Outside, Bing Yan said, "Husband, are you and the princess all right?" Icy Desolation's face became slightly red. She had never thought that they would be together from morning to afternoon, and she had thought that it would be over soon. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Come in. It's fine now." Bing Yan pushed open the door and walked in. Looking at the two of them, she gave a trace of a smile. It was just as she had thought. It would be very easy for Zhao Fu to obtain the #1 beauty of the Ice Plains Kingdom, and she wanted Zhao Fu to help Bing Qishui obtain the throne. Zhao Fu said, "You can come over as well." Hearing this, Bing Yan looked at Icy Desolation and said, "Husband, I'll serve you later." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "But I want to do it now." Icy Desolation said, "You can come over." Hearing this, Bing Yan smiled and leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace. At night, Zhao Fu hugged the two women and asked, "How do you want me to help? Kill the current king, or kill the people who are vying for the throne?" Icy Desolation said, "Let's leave that for later. Right now, the most important thing is to defend against the attacks of your two goldsmith factions. If they can't defend, everything we do will be meaningless." Zhao Fu laughed as he said, "But I can't defend against two armies by myself." Icy Desolation looked at Zhao Fu with her eyes and said, "I know that you can't defend against them by yourself, but do you have any way to help the Ice Plains Kingdom?" Zhao Fu thought for a moment before taking out a scroll and saying, "This is my research on the goldsmith race, as well as a way to counter them. Take a look." Icy Desolation took the scroll and looked at it, and she could not help but smile as she said, "This scroll will be of great help to us. I'll immediately give it to the higher-ups of the Ice Plains Kingdom." Jiaofu reminded, "Don't use your brother's name. Although it will be more popular, it will also cause more suspicion." Icily nodded and immediately got up to leave. Within a palace made of ice crystals, Ling handed the scroll to a tall and slender woman in a white dress and said, "Mother, this scroll is a treasure. Look at what I got." The beautiful woman's name was Bing Han Mei, and she was His Majesty's second concubine. She was also Bing Lingtang and Bing Qishua's mother. The ice-cold succubus took the scroll and looked at it, then said with a serious expression, "Where did you get this from?" It actually recorded such detailed information about the alchemy race. Those who are not scholars of the alchemy race should not be able to write these things. The key is that there is a way to restrain the alchemy race. This is a priceless treasure for our Icefield Kingdom. He told his mother everything that had happened. The ice demon sighed, "You've sacrificed too much for your brother. Mother feels that I owe you a lot." Lung replied, "As long as the Icefield Kingdom survives, all of my efforts will be worth it. Also, he's actually quite good, he's not as bad as you think." Speaking to there, Lung's face became slightly red. Seeing her daughter like this, the ice demon gave a trace of a smile. It seemed that her daughter was interested in that emperor. She was quite curious about this emperor who had shaken the entire ancient STEM domain and wanted to meet him. Of course, she had to deal with this matter first. The ice demon said, "This scroll cannot be handed over by your little brother, nor can it be handed over by me. I can't hand it over to you either. I'll hand it over to the queen, and she'll hand it over through her." Lung nodded. The queen was on their side, and it was she who supported Bing Qishua to become the successor of the Icefield Kingdom. She did not have any children, or else with her status as the queen, her son would have been the first successor. Following this, the ice demon brought her daughter to another palace. Within the palace lay a woman with an alluring figure wearing a snow-white animal sweater, giving off a lazy and noble aura. She was the Icefield Kingdom's queen, Bing Huer. Bing Huer gave a trace of a smile as she asked, "Why have you come to find me?" The ice demon smiled as she said, "Big sister, I have something good to give you." Bing Huer took the scroll and looked at it, and she looked quite shocked as she asked, "Where did you get this from?" The ice demon smiled as she said, "It's something my son obtained, but it's not convenient for me to reveal it. Because of his relationship with His Majesty, it's not convenient for him to personally hand it over, so I'll have to trouble Big Sister to help." Bing Huer smiled as she said, "Qishue, that child, was born to be a king. However, His Majesty is too petty. Qishue is the one holding the fort, yet he's still treating him like this. Don't worry, I'll definitely support Qishue to become king." The ice demon said as she smiled. "Thank you, Big Sister, we definitely won't let down Big Sister's help." Bing Huer smiled as she nodded. The ice demon smiled as she said, "Then Big Sister and Ling Yu will be leaving first." Bing Huer smiled as she replied, I'll immediately give this scroll to His Majesty. The earlier we use the information on this scroll, the better." The ice demon and Ling Yu left. Bing Huer came to a room and handed the scroll to a tall and skinny middle-aged man with a mustache. She smiled as she said, "Your Majesty, this contains detailed information on the gold refiner race, as well as methods to restrain them." The middle-aged man was called the Ice King, and he was the king of the Ice Origin Kingdom. He smiled as he said, "Really?" Bing Huer smiled lazily as she said, "Take a look and you'll know." The Ice King hurriedly looked at it and laughed loudly. "With this scroll, we should be able to resist the two armies of gold refiner race. This is too important to us." Bing Huer smiled as she said, "Hurry up and give the order to hurry up and make it." The Ice King happily smiled as he said, "I'll immediately give the order." After saying this, the Ice King thought of something and asked, "Where did you get such a valuable item?" Bing Huer explained, "I spent a lot of money to get it from somewhere else." The Ice King said gratefully, "You've helped me a lot this time. I'll reward you well in the future." Bing Huer smiled and nodded as she said, "If there's nothing else, I'll be going." The Ice King nodded and immediately gave the order to gather the ministers to discuss this matter. He also announced that he had obtained the scroll. After hearing about this, the ministers were all delighted. Now that the Ice Origin Kingdom was in power, they continuously praised and flattered the Ice King. This restored some of the Ice King's reputation. When Bing Qixue heard about this, he felt quite happy. This way, they would have an advantage against the gold refiner race, and it would be very useful in the future. He wondered how the Ice King had obtained it. He did not know that this had anything to do with Zhao Fu. Book 1, Zhao Fu. According to the scroll that Zhao Fu had given them, the Ice Origin Kingdom had created a batch of weapons that countered the goldsmith race. They had experimented with them and found that the results were quite good, allowing the Ice Origin Kingdom to regain its confidence. After hearing about this, Icy Cold Tyrant looked quite disdainful as he said, "This scroll belongs to us," but Royal Father said that he obtained it and spread it around. Icy Cold Tyrant lightly laughed as he said, "Your Royal Father is such a person. Let's not talk about it anymore. Now that the Ice Origin Kingdom has the ability to resist the goldsmith race, the safety of the Ice Origin Kingdom is the most important thing." Icy Cold Tyrant asked, "What should we do next?" Icy Cold Tyrant said, "The Emperor is the most important factor in this war, and he has a deep understanding of the goldsmith race. If you continue to interact with him, perhaps you will be able to obtain something useful." Icy Cold Tyrant nodded and said, "Mother, when will my little brother ascend to the throne?" Icy Cold Tyrant thought for a moment before replying, "At least after this war is over. I will do my best to help your little brother ascend to the throne, and when that time comes, we will rule the Ice Origin Kingdom." Icy Cold Tyrant said, "I'll be going now." A handsome young man said worriedly to a domineering and beautiful woman, "Mother, I heard that this scroll is related to second brother. I heard that this scroll might have something to do with second brother. If he really got it, then I won't be able to become a king in the future." He was the fifth prince, and his name was Bing Wui. The domineering and beautiful woman was the fifth princess, and she was called Icy Cold Clothes. She was a very ambitious woman, and her status in the Ice Origin Kingdom was not low. Icy Cold Clothes said coldly, "Right now, His Majesty is suspicious of Bing Qixue, so they don't dare to directly hand it over. Later, I'll leak some news to His Majesty, which will naturally make His Majesty even more suspicious of Bing Qixue. Right now, the most important thing is you. As long as nothing happens to you, after the war is over, His Majesty might abolish Bing Qixue and make you the new successor." Bing Wui said, "But I'm still worried. Bing Qixue won't be abolished just like that, or else the ministers will be very dissatisfied, especially with the queen on their side." Icy Cold Clothes coldly harumphed, "That bitch, the queen, has looked down on us mother and son from the very beginning. Once you become the queen, you can deal with her. However, Bing Qixue hasn't made any big mistakes, so it's quite difficult to get rid of him. We need to plan this carefully." Bing Wui said, "We need to rope in the other ministers. Without their support, I won't be able to resist Bing Qixue." Icy Cold Clothes said, "Mother knows that I've always been on good terms with the fourth consort, so she'll probably support you. It's just that the sixth consort hasn't expressed her stance yet and is only standing in a neutral position. She shouldn't have to worry. Mother will try her best to win over the ministers in the court, but you'll have to perform well yourself." Bing Wui said seriously, "Mother, I've always been working hard." Icy Cold Clothes thought for a moment and said, "Next, weapons that can restrain the alchemists will be mass-produced. It will be easier to deal with the alchemists. You have to take this opportunity to earn some merit." Bing Wui nodded and said, "Yes, Mother, I know." At this moment, a voluptuous and charming woman walked in. She was the fourth princess, Bing Xianxia. Seeing Bing Xianxia, Icy Cold Clothes gave a trace of a smile and said, "Fourth sister, you're here." Bing Wui smiled and called out, "Fourth mother." Bing Xianxia smiled and nodded, saying, "I'm here to tell you a very secret piece of information." Icy Cold Clothes asked curiously, "What is it?" Bing Xianxia said, "Don't you feel that this war was won quite strangely? The alchemists are regretting that the insects suddenly appeared." Icy Cold Clothes said, "I feel that it's quite strange. At first, I thought that it was Bing Qixue's plan, but later I found out that he didn't know about this." "Do you know why?" Bing Xianxia smiled as she said, "Of course." Bing Wui could not help but ask, "What's the reason?" Bing Qixue had led the army to resist the alchemists, and he had received countless people's admiration. This had dealt a big blow to Bing Wui, and he wanted to find out why. He wanted to lead the army to save the Ice Origin Kingdom. Bing Xianxia said, it was a mysterious person who helped him. I don't know who that mysterious person is, but he's quite powerful. I'm guessing that the curling whip that can restrain the alchemists belongs to that person. Bing Wui said in shock, really? That person has such an ability? Bing Xianxia nodded, that's why I came to inform you as soon as I received the news. Icy Cold Clothes said with a serious expression, that person's appearance will be very disadvantageous to us. I wonder why she chose to help Bing Qixue. Bing Xianxia smiled as she said, I heard that Bing Qixue's guard, Bing Yan, brought that man back to her residence. When Bing Yan came out, her face was full of joy, and then something like that happened. I think that Bing Yan used her body to make a deal with that person. Not only that, but Bing Yan also came out with a face full of joy, and then the curling whip appeared. I feel that she used her body to make a deal with that person. Icy Cold Clothes said coldly, a bunch of bitches, using such a method to get help is a disgrace to the Ice Origin Kingdom. Bing Xianxia smiled as she said, this means that their relationship isn't that strong. Perhaps we can attract them to our side. With such a capable person's help, our disadvantage will become an advantage. Icy Cold Clothes thought about it and said, that's true. Where is that person now? Bing Xianxia said, he should still be at Bing Yan's residence. I've already sent my daughter to investigate. Icy Cold Flower said with a smile, Bing Yan is the Ice Origin Kingdom's #1 beauty, and fourth sister, your daughter is also known as the Ice Origin Kingdom's #1 beauty. Men will definitely fall for beauties, not cold blockheads. I think there will be good news soon. Bing Xianxia smiled and nodded. Who are you? Zhao Fu looked at the woman in front of him. She had an extremely hot figure and a beautiful face. She wore a green palace dress and gave off a seductive aura. She was the fourth princess, Bing Xianhua's woman, and her name was Bing Lingu. Ice Spirit Valley had just barged into this place, and Bing Yan was not at her residence, so she ran into Zhao Fu. Bing Yan looked at Zhao Fu and said charmingly, I'm Bing Lingu, the Ice Origin Kingdom's fourth princess. This time, I came to see you. Zhao Fu asked, why are you looking for me? Bing Lingu lightly smiled as she said, I already know about you and Bing Yan. I want you to join us. Not only will I be yours, but all of the Ice Origin Kingdom's women will be yours. What do you think? Zhao Fu thought about it and lightly smiled as he said, that's not too good, right? I've already completed the deal with them. Book 1 Chapter 120 Ice Spirit Valley said coquettishly, all right. Stop pretending. I don't believe that you aren't interested in me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made such a deal with them. Zhao Fu smiled and said, you're right, I do want you. Ice Spirit Valley said with a smile, follow me. After that, Zhao Fu followed Ice Spirit Valley to a palace. There were 3 people inside the palace. They were Bing Liang Yi and the other 2 women. Seeing that Ice Spirit Valley had successfully brought Zhao Fu to them, Icy Cold Clothes smiled and praised, Spirit Valley, you're too alluring. No man can resist your temptation. Bing Lingu chuckled and said, Fourth Mother, you're overpraising me. Icy Cold Clothes looked at Zhao Fu, you're the one who helped Bing Qixue? Zhao Fu thought for a moment. Yes, I am. Icy Cold Clothes continued, did you make the insectoid and the scroll? Zhao Fu nodded. The few of them looked at Zhao Fu with shocked expressions. It was this man in front of them who had helped their Ice Origin Kingdom by allowing the alchemist army to retreat temporarily. He had also given the Ice Origin Kingdom a way to restrain the alchemists. This was a great favor to the Ice Origin Kingdom. Ice Spirit Valley was very interested in Zhao Fu and said, who are you? Why does it have such an ability? Zhao Fu smiled and said, I have to keep this a secret. I can't tell you. Icy Cold Clothes said, are you willing to help us? As long as you help us, I will fulfill all your requests. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, I'm not interested in money, treasures, or power. I'm only interested in women. Icy Cold Clothes smiled. No problem. I'll pick 100 beauties for you to enjoy right away. Zhao Fu chuckled. Then I'd better go back. The #1 beauty of the Ice Origin Kingdom is waiting for me. Icy Cold Clothes frowned, you want spirit grains to compensate you too? Ice Spirit Valley said with a charming smile, it's not that easy to get me. Zhao Fu shook his head and looked at icy cold clothes. I'm more interested in the consort. I want to make a deal with the consort. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. He didn't expect Zhao Fu to say this. Icy cold clothes' face turned cold. This bastard actually wanted her first. He was simply too shameless. She was the princess of the Ice Origin Kingdom. Bing Wui said angrily, I think you're courting death. How dare you have designs on my mother? Zhao Fu said helplessly, if you don't agree, I won't force you. I'll go back now. Boom, Bing Wui exuded a powerful aura as he glared at Zhao Fu. Do you think you can leave just because you want to? If he could not obtain Zhao Fu's help, Bing Wui would have no choice but to kill Zhao Fu. Otherwise, he would have to go back and help Bing Qixue. Zhao Fu disdainfully laughed, and an extremely terrifying power blasted against Bing Wui's body, causing him to collapse to the ground. He looked at Zhao Fu in terror, and his body was covered with cold sweat. Everyone else looked at Zhao Fu in shock. This was the power of the Void Realm, and they had never thought that such a Void Realm expert would appear before them. They were in the ancient STEM domain, and ordinary Emperor Heaven Realm experts would not even be able to see them, let alone Void Realm experts. Zhao Fu said condescendingly, can I leave now? How could they dare to stop him? Just as Zhao Fu turned and was about to leave, Icy Cold Clothes said, wait, I'll agree to your request. Bing Wui said angrily, Mother. Why would you agree to his request? Icy Cold Clothes said coldly, that's enough. You can leave for now. Bing Wui said angrily, I'm not leaving, I definitely won't agree to such a thing. Icy Cold Clothes coldly harumphed, if you don't leave, I'll cripple you and expel you from the Ice Origin Kingdom. Don't even think about being the Ice Origin Kingdom's king for the rest of your life. Hearing this, Bing Wui angrily looked at his mother before turning and leaving. Bing Lingu said softly, Mother. Let's go. Bing Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu and Icy Cold Clothes and smiled as she said, we'll leave immediately and won't disturb you too. Following this, the two of them left, leaving Zhao Fu and Icy Cold Clothes in the palace. Icy Cold Clothes coldly looked at Zhao Fu and said, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Zhao Fu gave a slight smile and walked towards Icy Cold Clothes. The next day, within the room, Bing Xianhua's face was slightly red as she said in shock, they still haven't come out, is that person really that powerful? Bing Lingu said, I wonder what's going on inside. Bing Xianhua said softly, I feel that person has a formless charm that attracts me. It's a pity that I don't know what he looks like otherwise, Bing Lingu reminded, Mother, you can't do that. You're the Ice Origin Kingdom's queen. Bing Xianhua said with a smile, what kind of person do you think your mother is? Go and do your own things. You don't have to worry about this. Bing Lingu nodded and left the room. Bing Xianhua waited for a while, but she still couldn't help but come to the palace. Looking at the mess around, she revealed a surprised expression. At the same time, she couldn't help but be attracted by Zhao Fu's peerless appearance, and her heart raced. How could there be such a perfect man in this world? Bing Xianhua blushed and couldn't help but walk towards Zhao Fu. Late at night, Bing Xianhua looked at Icy Cold Clothes, who was sleeping soundly, and lightly smiled as she said to Zhao Fu, ordinary women aren't a match for you. Now that you've completed your transaction with her and obtained me, won't that mean you can help us? Zhao Fu nodded with a smile and said, I will do my best to help you. Bing Xianhua stared at Zhao Fu and said, actually, I want you to stay by my side. I realized that you are the man of my life. I can't even leave you now. I think that as long as Bing Wui ascends to the throne, we can always be together. Zhao Fu said with a smile, I can't stay here forever. I will leave after I'm done with these things. Bing Xianhua thought for a while and sighed in disappointment. Yeah. You're already an emptiness realm expert at such a young age. You will definitely become an almighty in the future. Now that I think about it, I don't deserve you. Zhao Fu said with a smile, don't think too much. You are the woman I approve of now. If you only care about me, then leave with me. Bing Xianhua said happily, really? Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Bing Xianhua hugged Zhao Fu and said with a face full of smiles, that's great, husband. The next day, after Zhao Fu left the palace, Icy Cold Clothes woke up slowly. Looking at Bing Xianxia, who was blushing, he understood what had just happened and asked, did he leave? Bing Xianxia said infatuatedly, yes. But he will be back soon. Icy Cold Clothes looked at Bing Xianxia and said, it seems that you like that guy a lot. Bing Xianxia nodded and said, he is my only man now. If he wants, he can take me away anytime. Icy Cold Clothes snorted and said, that brat. I almost died in his hands, but he doesn't even care about me. Also, we can't let anyone know that we did this. Otherwise, we will all die. Book 1, Chapter 121 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123 Bing Xianxia smiled and nodded. Icy Cold Clothes nodded, revealing a trace of coldness as she said, the moment I seize power, I will kill His Majesty and avenge my brother. It turned out that Icy Cold Clothes' brother was a famous general in the Ice Origin Kingdom, but because the pure Ice King was suspicious of him, he was slandered and died. She knew what Icy Cold Clothes' goal was, but she did not try to stop her. After all, she did not have any feelings for the pure Ice King, and the pure Ice King only treated her as a tool. Zhao Fu returned to Bing Yan's residence, where she had been waiting for a long time. Seeing that Zhao Fu had returned, she let out a sigh of relief and said, why did you only come back now? Where did the Ice Spirit Valley take you? Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled and said, they took me to the palace. Bing Yan hurriedly asked, what did they say to you? Zhao Fu replied, they wanted me to help them. Bing Yan continued to ask, what did they say? Zhao Fu smiled and said, I agreed. Bing Yan looked stunned and said somewhat angrily, how could you agree? Didn't you agree to help me? Also, they are your highness's competitors. Zhao Fu smiled and explained, now, I'll help both of you. I'll help whoever makes me happy. Bing Yan glared at Zhao Fu and said, I'm going to tell the princess about this. You stay here. Zhao Fu nodded. Icy Cold Personage came to Bing Yan's residence and looked at Zhao Fu and said, my mother also wants to see you. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and nodded. Following this, Zhao Fu came to a room. Icy Cold Personage looked at Zhao Fu and asked, why did you choose to help them? Give me a reason. Zhao Fu smiled and said, are you sure you want to know? Icy Cold Personage replied, yes. Zhao Fu smiled and said, they used themselves to make a deal with me. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. If this matter was spread out, it would be a capital offense. They actually dared to betray the pure Ice King. This would make the Ice Origin Kingdom lose face. Thinking about it, this was the Ice Origin Kingdom's concubine having an affair with another man. If they spread the news, even if Icy Cold Clothes did not die, she would be imprisoned forever, and her son would never be able to become king. If it was any other man, they would have immediately reported it, but this man was Zhao Fu. Not only was he an imperial prince, but he was also a benefactor of the Ice Origin Kingdom. Perhaps in the future, they would need him to defend against two armies. The Icy Demon asked, what do you think now? Zhao Fu smiled and asked, what are you referring to? The Icy Demon said, who do you prefer to help? Zhao Fu thought for a moment. I'm more inclined towards them because they are princesses and have paid a higher price, so I have to help them a bit more. Bing Yan said with a tinge of jealousy and anger, the first princess and I are not as important as them? The first princess is still the #1 beauty of the Ice Origin Kingdom. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, you two are also very important to me. However, your identities are different, so don't worry, I won't help them too much. Bing Yan lightly harumphed, wanting to say something else. Icy Cold Clothes said calmly, there's no need to say anything else. We're just trading, and it's fine if you think they're worth more. The Icy Demon said, you can leave for now. I have something to talk to him about. Hearing this, Icy Cold Clothes and Bing Yan left the room. Bing Yan looked at Icy Cold Clothes beside her and asked, Princess, are you angry? Icy Cold Clothes replied, no. Bing Yan looked at Icy Cold Clothes and understood that she was quite angry because she was also angry that Zhao Fu had hooked up with the 5th princess. Within the room, Icy Cold Clothes looked at Zhao Fu with a trace of charm as she said, what are you standing there for? Do you want me to say it clearly? Zhao Fu lightly smiled and understood what Icy Cold Clothes meant. A few hours later, Zhao Fu hugged Icy Cold Clothes in his arms and thought about his purpose of coming to the Ice Origin Kingdom. Zhao Fu was not so kind as to come to the Ice Origin Kingdom to get through the danger. Moreover, the Ice Origin Kingdom had attacked Qin City several times. This time, Zhao Fu came to take revenge on the Ice Origin Kingdom and take control of it. This was Zhao Fu's purpose. Icy Cold Clothes looked at Zhao Fu and asked with a smile, "Who are you leaning towards now?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Of course it's you." Icy Cold Clothes revealed a satisfied smile, "You have to keep our relationship a secret. I don't want my children to know about this, especially my son. He's the future king of the Ice Origin Kingdom, and he can't have any stains on his reputation." Zhao Fu said with a smile. I understand." Icy Cold Clothes thought of something and said, "I heard that you had a good relationship with him before, and you're even friends. Why didn't you tell him about you? Could it be that you've been plotting against us from the beginning?" Zhao Fu quickly explained, "No. You were the ones who took the initiative, so I didn't force you." The ice demon lightly harumphed and said, "Since you've already obtained it, there's no need to say anything else. Also, I want to thank you for the scroll, it has helped our Ice Origin Kingdom greatly." Zhao Fu said with a smile. "You're welcome." The ice demon asked curiously, "Who exactly are you?" Countless people in the ancient STEM domain were curious about Zhao Fu's identity, and the Ice Chill Demoness was no exception. If she knew Zhao Fu's identity, she would be more confident in the future. Of course, Zhao Fu wouldn't tell her. He smiled and said, "I'll tell you in the future." The ice demon didn't ask any more questions. She was just testing the waters. The ice demon asked, "Are you interested in the queen?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "What do you want?" "I want her to completely stand with us. I believe that with your ability, it will be very easy to conquer her." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "No problem." 10 minutes later, the ice demon gave a trace of a smile as she walked into Bing Huer's room and said, "Big sister, what did His Majesty give you as a reward?" Bing Huer lay on the bed and lazily said, "What kind of reward could there be? It's just some precious jewelry. Take whatever you want." The ice demon smiled as she said, "I'm not interested in those things, I'm more interested in Big Sister." After saying this, the ice demon went up and hugged Bing Huer. Bing Huer's face became red. The two of them started to play around, and soon, Zhao Fu appeared. At night, the ice demon smiled as she said, "Are you satisfied with Big Sister's gift?" Bing Huer's face became red as she rolled her eyes and said, "Aren't you afraid of His Majesty finding out?" The ice demon smiled as she said, "What's there to be afraid of? He's long since lost everyone's support. Whether it's us or Bing Liangyi, we'll cripple him. Big sister, you need to think about the future." Bing Huer thought about it and lightly nodded. Bing Huer looked at Zhao Fu and said flirtatiously, "Boy, you can stay by my side and serve me." Book 1, Chapter 122 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlols 123 Bing Huer asked, "What is it? Wasn't he a gift from you?" Bing Huer lightly laughed as she said, "Do you know who he is? He's that mysterious emperor, and he was the one who released the insect beasts and gave us that scroll." Bing Huer looked at Zhao Fu in shock. She had never thought that the man who had caused her to fall for him was that mysterious emperor. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "If you want, I'll come often." Bing Huer felt quite confused as she asked, "Why are you here?" Zhao Fu gave a simple explanation, saying that he was just passing by and had heard that the Ice Plain Kingdom was in danger, so he had come to help. Because of his special identity, he did not reveal his identity. Bing Huer smiled as she said, "Thank you for helping my Ice Plain Kingdom." Zhao Fu evilly laughed as he said, "You already thanked me just now." Bing Huer's face became red and she flirtatiously hugged Zhao Fu as she said, "Now that I'm yours, you have to take responsibility." Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, Bing Huer smiled as she said, "Big sister, rest first, we'll come back later." Bing Huer nodded and yawned as she said, "I'm tired and sleepy right now." Bing Huer brought Zhao Fu out of the room and walked to the side. Zhao Fu asked curiously, "Where are you taking me?" Bing Huer smiled as she said, "I want to get rid of the sixth princess and have her stand on our side." Hearing this, Zhao Fu lightly laughed. He was going to have to work hard again. After coming to the sixth princess palace, Bing Huer had everyone leave and walked into the palace. There was a sweet-tempered and beautiful woman sitting next to the desk, and she asked curiously, "Second princess, what is it?" Bing Huo turned and said to Zhao Fu, "I'll leave this place to you." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Bing Huo left the palace. She could not take Zhao Fu's ravaging anymore. Zhao Fu walked towards the sixth princess. The sixth concubine's name was Frostleaf. She felt that something was wrong and berated, "What are you trying to do?" Zhao Fu rushed forward and hugged her. After a while, the ice demon walked in and looked at Frostleaf, who was being bullied by Zhao Fu, and said with a smile, "Sixth concubine, do you want me to call someone over now and let them see how cheap you are?" Frostleaf quickly said, "No." The ice phantom showed a satisfied smile, "I actually don't have any ulterior motives. I just want you to stand on our side and support my son to become the king of the Ice Origin Kingdom." Frostleaf said angrily, "You let people do this to me. If I tell His Majesty, he will definitely kill you." The icy demon said with a smile, "You can go now, but what will happen if you go? Your family will also die. Do you want me to call His Majesty here? Let him see this scene. Who do you think you will kill first?" Frostleaf snorted coldly. He really did not dare to do so now. The icy demon laughed as she said, "I'll tell you as well. It's not just me, all of the concubines, including the queen, are now his women. You should be more tactful." Frostleaf looked at Zhao Fu, who was bullying her, and asked, "Is this true? Also, who are you?" The icy demon replied for Zhao Fu, "He's that mysterious disciple who has shaken the entire ancient STEM domain. Do you believe him now?" Zhao Fu said, I am." Frostleaf did not say anything else and hugged Zhao Fu with both arms. A while later, the icy demon brought Frostleaf and Zhao Fu back to the queen's palace. Looking at the three beautiful women in his arms, Zhao Fu gave a satisfied smile as he said, "I can once again help your Ice Origin Kingdom." Ice Lake's heir gave an alluring smile as she asked, "What kind of help?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I will order people to send over a large number of thunder crystals. With these thunder crystals and weapons that can counter the goldsmith race, I'm sure that you will have no problems defending the Ice Origin Kingdom." Bing Huo said happily, "Thank you, husband." The icy demon asked, "Does that mean the war will end soon?" Zhao Fu nodded. The icy demon said seriously, "When the war ends, it will be time for us to seize power. Even though it will be quite dangerous for two goldsmith factions to invade, it will be an opportunity." Zhao Fu smiled as he asked, "What do you plan to do?" The icy demon said, "We'll bring our supporters to force His Majesty to abdicate. When that time comes, I'll have to trouble you to kill those ministers loyal to His Majesty. I'm sure it'll be quite simple for you." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "All right." Frostleaf sighed. Bing Huo asked, "What do you plan to do with the fifth concubine and fourth concubine?" The icy demon looked at Zhao Fu and said, "I'll leave them to you. They're also your women now." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I hope that you can get along well with each other." The icy demon coldly harumphed, "That's impossible. She wants her son to be king, and I also want my son to be king. There's only one king, so unless she gives up on the throne, we can't get along." Zhao Fu did not say anything else. If the Icy Origin Kingdom perished, they would not fight over it. Frostleaf asked softly, "If you obtain the throne, how will you deal with His Majesty?" The icy demon said, "I originally wanted to kill him. Even though I've had enough of him, we're still husband and wife, so I'll spare his life." Bing Huo smiled as she said, "I think so too." The icy demon said, "If he falls into our hands, he might be able to live. If he falls into icy cold close hands, he'll definitely die. We'll definitely take revenge for her brother." Frostleaf sighed. Icy Cold Close's brother was a good general, but he did not have a good ending. Frostleaf had a good impression of him, and everyone felt that his death was a pity. This made everyone feel even more dissatisfied with the Pure Ice King. Following this, Zhao Fu ordered people to deliver a large number of thunder crystals. These thunder crystals were created by the Lei family, and they were quite powerful. Zhao Fu gave most of them to the Icy Cold Clothes. Zhao Fu went to Icy Cold Clothes' residence and gave the remaining thunder crystals to her. Looking at so many thunder crystals, Icy Cold Clothes was quite happy and smiled as she said to Bing Wui, "Son, you can use these thunder crystals to win. Bing Wui smiled as he said, these thunder crystals aren't ordinary items. Each of them contains terrifying lightning power, and ordinary people can't obtain them. Icy Cold Clothes looked at Zhao Fu and said, you should thank him. Bing Wui looked quite awkward. He knew about the relationship between Zhao Fu and his mother, so he did not reject Zhao Fu as much. Bing Xianxia smiled as she said, husband. Thank you. Zhao Fu said, you're welcome. I said that I'd help you, so I'll do my best to help you. Ice Spirit Valley stood by the side and looked at Zhao Fu curiously. She did not know who Zhao Fu was, but she knew about the relationship between Zhao Fu and her mother. After seeing Bing Xianhua's expression, it was difficult for her not to know. Book 1, Chapter 123, Chaos. Soon, the two alchemy forces launched an attack on the Ice Origin Kingdom. One side was led by Bing Qixue, while the other side was led by Bing Wui. The alchemist army's Saint Beasts once again attacked, and rays of light containing immense power shot towards the Ice Origin Kingdom's walls, giving off powerful auras. The Ice Origin Kingdom side first released an ice-colored defensive barrier, blocking the alchemist army's attacks. Ice beasts appeared and gathered the ice power within their bodies as they shot out rays of white light, giving off bone-chilling coldness as they shot towards the alchemist army, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. The alchemist army's Saint Beasts immediately shot out rays of light. Bang, bang. Bang, massive explosions sounded out as light spread out, and terrifying shockwaves spread out, forming powerful gales. The alchemist army and ice beasts continuously attacked each other, and the alchemist army gave off a massive aura as they charged towards the Ice Origin Kingdom. They were like a massive flood, giving off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything. The Ice Origin Kingdom's magic formations were activated, and a large amount of icy chi condensed in the sky, forming icicles that gave off icy chi and shot towards the refiner army with great force. The alchemist army immediately condensed shields, and as the icicles hit them, they turned into countless pieces of ice and fell to the ground. The alchemist army continued to rush towards the Ice Origin Kingdom. The Ice Origin Kingdom continuously condensed icicles, which gave off chilling auras as they shot towards the alchemist army's shields. Under the continuous attacks of the icicles, some of the shields were destroyed. Swish, 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 the sound of the air being torn could be heard as arrows drew arcs in the air and quickly shot towards the alchemist soldiers. At first, the alchemist soldiers thought that they were ordinary arrows and gave off a metallic aura, wanting to defend. Chi, 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 however, the arrows easily pierced through the metallic aura and hit the alchemist soldiers' bodies. Some were hit in the chest, some in the arm, some in the thigh, and some in the head. Blood flew everywhere as pitiful cries continuously sounded out. This wave of attacks had dealt a lot of damage. After all, these arrows had been infused with materials from the primal chaos world and had the power to counter alchemists. Swish, 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 the sound of the air being torn once again sounded out as arrows containing immense power shot towards the alchemist army, causing them to hurriedly defend. Some used their shields to block, some swung their swords to deflect the incoming arrows, and some chose to dodge. They did not dare to be careless like before, but this wave of attacks still caused some damage to the alchemy army. Bang bang bang, the icicles smashed into the alchemy army's shields with great force, shattering them. Even more arrows shot towards the alchemy army. This put the alchemy army at a disadvantage, and they had no choice but to split a portion of the alchemy holy beast's power. Smaller cannons shot beams of light at the alchemy city wall, blasting the arrows away. The alchemist army also entered their attack range and began to counterattack the Ice Origin Kingdom. Alchemist soldiers wielded spears and rushed towards the Ice Origin Kingdom. Boom boom boom, massive explosions sounded out as the spears gave off immense power and shot towards the Ice Origin Kingdom's defensive barrier like massive rays of light. Bang, the defensive barrier was once again shattered by the alchemist army. The alchemist army then shot out a wave of less powerful spears, causing some casualties to the Ice Origin Kingdom. The alchemist army came closer and closer and started to construct metal stairs. Some alchemist soldiers rushed up the stairs, while others continued to attack from the ground. Swish, 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 the sound of the air being torn could be heard as the Ice Origin Kingdom once again shot out countless arrows, which descended like a torrential rain. Some were blocked by the alchemist soldiers, while others were hit. On the other side, the alchemy soldiers also shot out sharp arrows, killing the soldiers of the Ice Origin Kingdom one by one. The battle was incredibly intense, and pitiful cries continuously sounded out. Blood flew everywhere, and people continuously died. The alchemist army's attacks were incredibly fast. They were about to reach the alchemy city wall. At that moment, the Ice Origin Kingdom took out lightning crystals and threw them at the alchemist army. The lightning crystals exploded, turning into arcs of lightning. Some alchemist soldiers were electrocuted to death, while others were electrocuted to death. Cold chi quickly gathered above the alchemy city wall, forming smaller icicles that gave off immense power as they shot towards the alchemist soldiers. Countless arrows also shot towards the alchemist soldiers. The Ice Origin Kingdom continuously threw out lightning crystals. Under these attacks, the alchemist army suffered great casualties, and countless alchemist soldiers died. The alchemist army's ferocious attacks were completely stopped. The alchemist army split off a portion of the alchemist army's divine beasts and shot out beams of light towards the alchemy city wall. Explosions sounded out, and some of the Ice Origin Kingdom's soldiers were blasted away. Roar! Roar! The ice beasts let out loud roars and spat out even more powerful beams of light. They landed on the holy refinement beasts and sent them flying. The battle continued for a while, but the alchemist army was still unable to break through the alchemist army's defenses. Their casualties became greater and greater, and in the end they could only give the order to retreat. This time, the Ice Origin Kingdom had once again stopped the alchemist army's attack and had achieved good results. They had caused many casualties to the alchemist army, and this result was even better than the last time. The Ice Origin Kingdom's residents and soldiers all cheered in joy. The entire kingdom was like this, and they planned to properly celebrate. Because this battle was led by Bing Qixue and Bing Wui, both of their reputations were even greater than before. Bing Wui felt quite happy and enjoyed this feeling. He had never felt this feeling of being worshipped and respected by countless people before. He understood that this was all because of Zhao Fu's help, and now that he thought about it, his mother had made the right decision. Bing Qixue's expression did not change, but he felt quite confused. Where had he obtained those lightning crystals? He only knew that his mother had given them to him. The lightning crystals had been quite effective, and there were so many of them. Logically speaking, it should have been quite difficult to obtain them, yet his mother had taken out so many. Where had she obtained them from? Recently, everything had been quite strange. Insects had suddenly appeared, scrolls had suddenly appeared, and lightning crystals had suddenly appeared. It was as if someone was helping the Ice Origin Kingdom. Bing Qixue thought about it and decided to find out what was going on. After hearing about this, the Pure Ice King felt half happy and half worried because he felt that something was off. There was a mysterious faction helping Bing Qixue and Bing Wui, and this posed a great threat to him, making him feel quite uneasy. The Pure Ice King immediately gathered his subordinates to discuss this matter. Moreover, Bing Qixue's reputation was quite high, and he posed a great threat to him. Book 1, Chapter 124 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123 Even though Bing Qixue was his son, he would not show mercy to anyone who threatened his throne. Your Majesty, we must be on guard. We must be vigilant now. This mysterious force helped us resist the alchemy army, but it also shows how powerful it is. I think it's best to find this mysterious faction. If your Majesty can obtain its support, that would be the best outcome. If it poses a threat to your Majesty, we should get rid of it. No, the Ice Origin Kingdom still needs it to help defend against the two armies. I think it's best to delay this matter and deal with it after the battle is over. We definitely can't touch it. I think we should be careful and come out in the future. Right now, we just need to pretend that we don't know anything. The Pure Ice King then asked about Bing Qixue. Your Majesty, this is quite difficult. Bing Qixue's reputation is quite high, and suddenly getting rid of him will cause a lot of dissatisfaction. However, if we don't get rid of him, he will replace your Majesty as the new king sooner or later. I think we should poison him and let him slowly die. That way, others will say that he died young and will not be dissatisfied with your Majesty. I think this is a good move, but it won't be easy to explain things to the second concubine. She might sense something. That's easy, we should just poison both of them to death. Even though this is quite heartless, for His Majesty and the Ice Origin Kingdom, I support this. I hope that they won't blame us. After getting rid of Bing Qixue and his mother, the next successor will be Bing Wui. He should be easy to control, the only thing we need to worry about is his mother. Back then, His Majesty ordered her big brother to die, and I'm worried that this will harm your Majesty. How about we poison her to death as well? That way, only Bing Wui will be left, and he won't be a threat to us at all. Just in case, the fifth concubine must die as well. Bing Qixue went to his mother's room and felt quite curious as to why it was closed during the day and why there was a barrier set up. He knocked on the door and said, "Mother, I have something to ask you." Within the room, the ice demon's face was red as she lay in Zhao Fu's embrace. "What is it?" Bing Qixue said, "I want to ask you, is there someone secretly helping us?" "Bing Yan, my big sister, and you should all know that person's identity, why are you hiding it from me?" The ice demon glared at Zhao Fu, who was still bullying her, and said, "You don't have to worry about this, Mother will help you arrange everything." Bing Qixue said, "Mother, I still want to know who that person is. Why would he help us?" The icy demoness said, "This is just a deal. Mother gave him what he wanted, so he was willing to help us. Otherwise, do you think he would be so good?" Hearing this, Bing Qixue let out a sigh of relief. He would only be worried if Zhao Fu did not have a goal in mind. Bing Qixue said, "Mother, I want to wait until the war is over, give up my identity as the successor, and retire for a period of time." The icy demon immediately refused, "No. You must be an honest successor." Bing Qixue said, "I'm worried that if this goes on, Royal Father will act against our family. This feeling is becoming stronger and stronger." The icy demon coldly harumphed, "You don't need to worry about this. If he's heartless, don't blame us for being unjust." Bing Qixue could tell that something was off, and his expression became serious as he asked, "Mother, do you really want that?" The icy demon replied, After this war is over, even if they don't act, we will." Bing Qixue sighed, "Do we really have to do this? After all, we're a family." The icy demon coldly said, "That depends on your royal father. Even if you don't want to do anything, he wants to kill you. You should understand your royal father very well, and I don't want to say anything else." Bing Qixue fell silent, feeling quite troubled. Suddenly, the icy demon made a few strange noises, and Bing Qixue asked curiously, "What's wrong, Mother? What are you doing inside?" The icy demon pinched Zhao Fu and said, "Nothing much, you can leave for now." Bing Qixue nodded and left. The icy demon looked at Zhao Fu and said coquettishly, "You bastard." Zhao Fu laughed. The icy demon hugged Zhao Fu with both hands and said, "Husband, I have a feeling that the war will end soon. Now, I need your help. With your emptiness realm power, it will be easy to deal with them. Whether or not we can easily seize power depends on you." Zhao Fu smiled and said, Don't worry." An hour later, Zhao Fu left the icy demon's room. Soon, he received news that Bing Liangyi wanted to see him, so Zhao Fu headed towards Bing Liangyi's residence. On the way, Zhao Fu happened to meet Ice Spirit Valley. When Ice Spirit Valley saw Zhao Fu, she had a complicated expression. On one hand, she was shocked by Zhao Fu's forces, but she was also grateful for Zhao Fu's help. On the other hand, she could not accept that Zhao Fu and her mother had done such a thing. Zhao Fu smiled as he walked over, picked her up, and walked to the side. Ice Spirit Valley said coyly, "What are you doing? Put me down." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I won't let you go." Ice Spirit Valley hit Zhao Fu with both hands, trying to break free from Zhao Fu's hands. However, Zhao Fu could not break free at all, and Zhao Fu allowed her to hit him as he carried her to Bing Liangyi's room. Seeing this, Bing Liangyi and Bing Xianxia not only did not stop them, but they also smiled. A few hours later, Bing Liangyi leaned on Zhao Fu's shoulder and said, "Husband, this time we have heavily injured the gold refiner army. I feel that the war will end even faster. His Majesty will most likely make a move against Bing Qixue, and our chance will come." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "What do you want?" Bing Liangyi said, "I want both sides to suffer great losses and then get rid of them together. That way, we can successfully seize power." Zhao Fu smiled and did not say anything. Bing Liangyi asked in confusion, "Why aren't you saying anything? You don't want to help us?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "No. It's just that there's nothing to say." Bing Xianxia said happily, "As long as we successfully seize power, we can be together openly and won't have to hide like this." Zhao Fu nodded. Ice Spirit Valley looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes, her face slightly red. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so powerful and so perfect, making her feel quite fond of him. Moreover, she was now Zhao Fu's woman. The next day, just as they had expected, after suffering such heavy losses and being unable to take down the Ice Origin Kingdom, the Gold Refiner army in the east decided to retreat and look for their next target. This reduced the pressure on the Ice Origin Kingdom by half. The Gold Refiner faction in the east would most likely retreat soon. Even if they did not retreat, the Ice Origin Kingdom did not have to fear them at all. With the Ice Origin Kingdom's strength, they could even take the initiative to attack. The three factions started to wait and made preparations. As soon as the remaining Gold Refiner faction retreated, they would act. Book 1, Chapter 125. A few days later, the remaining Alchemy faction retreated, believing that there was no need to attack the Ice Origin Kingdom anymore. Even if they did, they would suffer great losses, and the gains would not make up for the losses. As soon as this faction retreated, the Pure Ice King's side made their move. An old man wearing black clothes knelt in front of the Pure Ice King and said, "Your Majesty, Bing Qixue and the second princess consort have already taken my poison. This poison is colorless and odorless, and normal people are unable to detect it. Taking it once won't be dangerous, but taking it many times will be fatal. Your Majesty wants the second princess and her son to die within 3 months. Just let them take the poison once a month, and they won't show symptoms of poisoning. Your Majesty can rest assured." The Pure Ice King smiled in satisfaction. "All right. You can leave first." The old man nodded and left. 3 months? The Pure Ice King wondered if it was too long, but it would be too obvious if the mother and son died in such a short time. The Pure Ice King decided to let them live for another 3 months. The Ice Demon and Bing Qixue did not know about this. In the main hall, the Pure Ice King began to evaluate the merits and rewards. The greatest contributor was naturally Bing Qixue. The Pure Ice King called him up and gave him a generous reward. Everyone felt quite surprised. They had thought that the Pure Ice King would cripple Bing Qixue, but after thinking about it, it was not yet time to do so. However, Bing Qixue would not be the legatee, so there would not be any surprises. Next, it was Bing Wui's turn to accept the Pure Ice King's reward. Everyone looked at Bing Wui. After Bing Qixue was destroyed, he would be the new legatee. If he was lucky, after Pure Ice King died of old age, he would become the future king. After the reward ceremony was over, the celebratory feast began. The Pure Ice King and his family sat at the same table. Other than the 5 princesses that Zhao Fu had seen before, there was also a pale, beautiful woman wearing a plain white dress. She was the 3rd princess, Pure Ice Jade. She usually stayed in the palace to recuperate. If it wasn't for such a joyous occasion, she wouldn't have come out. Seeing that she did not have many years left to live, the Icy Demon let her go. Ice Spirit Valley, Bing Qixue, and Bing Wui were also sitting at the table. The Pure Ice King smiled and said, "It's been a long time since our family sat together like this." Bing Hu lightly smiled and said, "That's right. We haven't had a meal together in a long time. Let's enjoy this warm reunion." Icily Charming smiled as she raised her glass and said, "Of course, let me toast your Majesty." The Ice-Cold Demon drank the wine. The Pure Ice King laughed and drank the wine in front of him. He praised, "Second princess, you have a good son. He abandoned his studies and is very talented. He will become a good king in the future. Don't worry, I will support him." The Icy Immortal felt strange. She did not understand why the Pure Ice King would say such a thing. She did not believe that he would not abolish his son. Bing Qixue felt a dense sense of fatherly love and felt a sense of warmth in his heart. Bing Wui was very unhappy. He was still waiting for the Pure Ice King to cripple Bing Qixue so that he could become the new successor. Icy Cold Clothes frowned slightly. Judging from the tone of the Icy King, he would not abolish the School of Ice. This would put them at a disadvantage. When the Pure Ice King said this, he naturally had a purpose. He did not want anyone to suspect that he was the one who poisoned the mother and son. The icy demoness smiled and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Icy Cold Cloves could not help but laugh. "Your Majesty. Not only did Xianxia perform well, but my son also did well." The Pure Ice King smiled and nodded, "I know, I won't mistreat him." Frost Leaf sat on his seat and watched the parties fighting openly and covertly. He did not want to say anything. The third princess lightly coughed a few times. The Pure Ice King smiled as he said, "Third princess, you're not feeling well, so you should go back first." Icy Cold Jade apologetically said, "I'm sorry for interrupting everyone's fun." Icy Cold Cloves looked at Icy Cold Jade. Her parents had been ordered to be killed by the Pure Ice King, and now that she was sick, it seemed that she would not live for long. Icy Cold Cloves said gently to such a pitiful woman, "It's fine. You should rest well and not come out." Icy Cold Jade smiled as she looked at Icy Cold Cloves and said, "I'll be going back first." After Icy Cold Jade left, everyone continued to celebrate. At that moment, Icy Cold Jade walked to her palace by herself and suddenly saw a person walking around, feeling quite unfamiliar. She asked curiously, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu felt quite bored and looked at the sickly beauty as he smiled and said, "Me? You probably don't know me, but it seems like you're sick." Icy Cold Jade felt that Zhao Fu did not have any ill intentions, so he should not be a bad person. She said weakly, I'm sick." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I just learned how to treat all sorts of strange illnesses. Can I treat you?" Icy Cold Jade smiled as she said, "Sure, thank you." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You're welcome." Icy Cold Jade wanted to say something, but she suddenly felt dizzy and her body powerlessly fell over. Zhao Fu immediately caught Icy Cold Jade, who was about to fall over, and asked caringly, "How are you?" Icy Cold Jade lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and felt Zhao Fu's aura. She felt quite comfortable and her face became slightly red as she said, "I'm fine." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'll take you back." Zhao Fu said as he picked up Icy Cold Jade's body. Icy Cold Jade said softly, "Don't be like this. I'm a princess, and it's not good for others to see me." Zhao Fu laughed as he said, "But there's no one around right now. Also, if I put you down, can you go back by yourself?" Hearing this, Icy Cold Jade did not say anything and allowed Zhao Fu to carry her into the room with a red face. The banquet ended. Bing Qixiue said, "Mother, I think it's best that you don't continue with your plan. There's still time, and I feel that Royal Father doesn't have any intentions of harming us." The Icy Cold Demon frowned as she said, "I also felt that his attitude today was quite strange, but based on my understanding of him, he wouldn't be so kind." Bing Qixiue continued to say, "I don't really want the throne. If possible, I'd rather our family reunite like today." The Icy Cold Demon said coldly, "You don't need to say anything else, I won't give up." Bing Qixiue called out, "Mother, don't make things difficult for me." The Icy Cold Demon said, "Little brother. You're not doing this for us or for yourself, you're a citizen of the Ice Origin Kingdom. Think about it, if Royal Father doesn't abdicate, the Ice Origin Kingdom will be destroyed by his hands. Do you want the Ice Origin Kingdom to be destroyed?" Bing Qixiue did not know what to say. In another room, Bing Wui said angrily, "Mother, this isn't going according to plan. I don't think Royal Father wants to abdicate my second brother at all, what should we do now?" Icy Cold Cloves said seriously, "I was quite surprised today as well. If he doesn't want to abdicate Bing Qixiue, the situation will be disadvantageous to us. Not only will you become king, but will also be in danger." Bing Xianxia said worriedly, "Right now, our faction is too weak. If we try to seize power, we won't succeed." Icy Cold Cloves said with a cold expression, "Right now, there's only one way." Book 1 Chapter 126 Bing Xianxia asked, "What method?" Icy Cold Cloves said, "Kill Bing Qixiue. As long as Bing Qixiue dies, my son will have a chance to become king and we will have a chance to seize power." Ice Spirit Valley couldn't help but say, "Do we really have to do this? We are a family." Bing Xianxia said, "Qixiue has always respected me, and I can't bear to kill him. Moreover, the second princess is not someone to be trifled with. Icy cold clothes said coldly, there's nothing we can do about it. By the way, where did he go? We still need his help. Xianxia shook her head. I don't know. I told him to wait for me in the palace, but I didn't see him. Xiaofu was trying his best to treat the third princess. After some time, Clear Ice Jade fell into his arms. Xiaofu hugged her and smiled as he asked, how is it? Are you feeling much better now? Although Clear Ice Jade didn't want to admit it, her illness was miraculously much better. She didn't feel uncomfortable at all. With a light snort, he said, you bad guy, I won't thank you. Xiaofu chuckled and said, I don't need your thanks. I will continue to treat patients in the future. Bing Qingyu whispered. No, I'll let it go this time. But how can there be a next time? Don't forget, I am the princess. What you did is a capital offense. Xiaofu did not mind and said with a smile, I don't know how many times I have committed such a capital crime. Crystal Ice Jade was confused. What? Xiaofu smiled and said, I still have something to do. I'll come back tomorrow. Crystal Ice Jade quickly said, no, you can't come. Xiaofu did not answer her and left the room. Bing Qingyu was a little annoyed, but thinking about her encounter with Xiaofu, she felt a sense of sweetness. If only she had met him earlier. He returned to his room. Bing Xianxia said tenderly, hubby, where did you go? We have been waiting for you for a long time. Xiaofu said with a smile, I went to do some things. Why are you looking for me? Thinking that the situation has changed, I want you to kill Bing Qixue. That way, my son will have a chance. Xiaofu said, I'm afraid that's not possible. Icy Cold Clothes asked, why? Xiaofu smiled and said, it's nothing. I don't want to kill him. Bing Xianxia said, husband, if you don't want to kill us, we can think of other ways. I believe that with husband here, any problem can be solved. Hearing this, Icy Cold Clothes did not say anything. Xiaofu then went to the Icy Demon's residence. Bing Qixue had already left, and only the Icy Demon and Icy Ting were left in the room. Walking into the room, Xiaofu looked at the two of them and smiled. You guys were waiting for me too? The Icy Demoness nodded. Xiaofu picked up the body of the Ice Demon and let her sit in his arms. The Ice Demon's face turned red and she struggled, my daughter is still here. Icy Colding was not surprised at all, because Xiaofu and the Icy Demon were entangled every day, so it was impossible for her not to know. Seeing that the Icy Husky did not respond, the Ice Demon knew that her daughter knew about this and could only sigh. Xiaofu smiled as he said, our Ice Beauty, come over as well. Icy Colding looked at Xiaofu before walking over and sitting in Xiaofu's embrace. Xiaofu hugged the mother and daughter as he said, go ahead. What's the matter? The Icy Demon told Xiaofu about what had happened and Bing Qixue's thoughts to see if Xiaofu had any objections. Xiaofu said, I don't want to have a headache, and it depends on what you want to do. I'll definitely help you. The Icy Demon gave a trace of a smile and said softly, thank you, husband. Following this, Xiaofu started to bully the two of them, but Xiaofu suddenly stopped and looked at the Icy Demon. The Icy Demon asked curiously, what is it? Icy Colding looked at Xiaofu in confusion. Xiaofu frowned and said, there's a hidden poison in your body? You've been poisoned. The Icy Demon said in confusion, how is that possible? I didn't feel anything. Xiaofu said, this poison is quite hard to detect, and I didn't notice it just then. Icy Colding said, who would poison my mother? Something flashed in the Icy Demon's mind, and she said with an incredibly cold expression, the person who poisoned me was your imperial father. Now I understand why he treated us so well, it was because he wanted to kill us from the start. Icy Colding said in shock, no way. How could imperial father do such a thing? The Icy Demon coldly harumphed, this is your imperial father. I didn't want to kill him, but now he has to die. He wanted to kill us first. Icy Colding still did not believe it, is imperial father really that vicious? The Icy Demon said coldly, if I'm not wrong, Qixue also has this poison in his body, and there's more poison in his body than in mine. Icy Colding said worriedly, let's go take a look immediately. Xiaofu said, this poison is a slow-acting poison, don't be in such a rush. The icy demon said softly, "Husband, help my son detoxify the poison first. Help my son detoxify the poison first, and then we'll accompany you. We'll definitely satisfy you." Zhaofu was still quite unwilling and said, "You've never satisfied me before." Icy Cold Ying's face became slightly red as she said, "Husband, hurry up and go. I'll do anything you want me to do." Hearing this, Zhaofu gave a satisfied smile and said, "That's fine." The icy demon rolled her eyes at Zhaofu. The three of them packed up and immediately called Bing Qixue over. Zhaofu still did not want Bing Qixue to see him, so he had them cover Bing Qixue's eyes. Bing Qixue sat on a chair by the side. Zhaofu stretched out a hand, and a powerful aura covered Bing Qixue as he said, "There's indeed poison in his body, it's the same poison as you." The icy demon said angrily, "Do you believe me now? How vicious is your imperial father?" Icy Cold's expression was quite unsightly, she now believed her mother's words. Bing Qixue asked curiously, "What is it?" The icy demon said angrily, "Your imperial father sent people to poison us in an attempt to kill us. If it wasn't for this person's help, we wouldn't even know we died." Bing Qixue's expression was quite unsightly as he thought about how his own father wanted to poison him to death. The icy demon said, "Are you still willing to believe in your imperial father? Don't show any mercy, either he dies, or we die, understand?" Bing Qixue fell silent and did not say anything. The icy demon did not say anything to Bing Qixue and instead said to Zhaofu, "Please help my son detoxify the poison." Zhaofu nodded and pushed out with a hand, sending a massive wave of energy into Bing Qixue's body, and a black aura came out of Bing Qixue's body. A few seconds later, Zhaofu pulled back his hand and said, "The poison has been detoxified." Even though this poison was quite powerful, it was easily detoxified by Zhaofu. Now that the poison had been detoxified, Zhaofu hugged the icy demon. The icy demon's face became slightly red as she said, "Qixue, don't take off the cloth. Don't take off the cloth and leave by yourself. Also, don't tell anyone about this, understand?" Bing Qixue nodded heavily and left the room. Book 1, Chapter 127 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123 The Ice Demon gave Zhaofu a list of names and told Zhaofu to control them or kill them. However, he could not reveal news of their deaths for now, because once it was leaked, the Ice King would definitely notice. Zhaofu looked at the list and smiled as he said, "No problem." The first target on the list was a veteran of 2 dynasties. When the previous king was still alive, he supported the Pure Ice King. Now that the Pure Ice King had become the new king, he naturally supported him. In addition to his identity, he had great power in the Ice Origin Kingdom. It was this senior statesman who had suggested that the Ice Origin Kingdom attack Qin, and he was Qin's enemy. Zhaofu soon came to a tall, luxurious house that was made of precious silvers now wood. It looked holy and majestic, and it was one of the most luxurious buildings in the royal city. This was the home of the senior statesman, Bing Shanlin. It was quite easy for Zhaofu to sneak into the Lin family's residence, and as soon as he entered, he heard cries of pain. He looked over and saw a tall young man, who reeked of alcohol, punching and kicking a beautiful woman. "Stinky woman, I'll beat you to death today. You can't even do a little thing." The woman did not say anything and allowed the man to hit her. It seemed that she was used to it, and there was no point in apologizing. The 2 female attendants next to her looked quite scared and did not dare to stop him. Zhaofu frowned and looked at the list. Bing Shanlin had a son, and this man was most likely Bing Shanlin's son. He was called Bing Xiao. The one being hit was most likely Bing Zhao's wife, Bing Xiaowan. Bing Xiao kicked Bing Xiaowan hard again, which made Bing Xiaowan's face darken in pain. Zhaofu could not take it anymore and said, "Stop." Bing Xiao looked at Zhaofu and said drunkenly, "Who are you to tell me to stop?" Bing Xiaowan said in a soft voice, "Thank you for your good intentions, but this has nothing to do with you. Don't worry about it." Now, Bing Xiaowan didn't want to implicate Zhaofu, because she knew that Bing Xiao was Bing Shanlin's son, and he had a lot of power in the Icy Origin Kingdom. However, Zhaofu did not mind and said, "What are you to me?" "Bastard." Hearing this, Bing Xiao cursed and raised his fist to hit Zhaofu. Zhaofu's eyes were filled with disdain. He reached out one hand and grabbed Bing Xiao's neck, lifting Bing Xiao up. Bing Xiao's face turned red as he struggled to breathe. Bing Xiaowan quickly said, "Please let go of my husband." Zhao Fu looked at Bing Xiaowan and said, "You still want to plead for this kind of man?" Bing Xiaowan lowered her head sadly. "He's my husband, and also Bing Xiang's son. If you hurt him, the consequences will be severe. Put my son down." A berating voice rang out. Two mature beauties walked out with a few maids. One was dignified, wearing a purple dress, and the other was fierce, wearing a red dress. They were Bing Shanlin's two wives, Bing Xiuelu and Bing Huiyan. The one who had berated Zhao Fu was Bing Huiyan. Hearing this, Zhao Fu threw Bing Xiao aside. Bing Xiao gasped for air. Bing Xiuelu asked, "What happened?" The two maids answered nervously, "Young master hit madam again, and this lady was kind enough to stop young master." Bing Xiuelu sighed, "Huiyan, your son needs to change his bad habit. How can he always hit Xiaowan for no reason?" Bing Huiyan snorted coldly, "Even if my son hit her, it's our family's business. What does it have to do with you? And who are you? If you don't talk, I'll call someone." Zhao Fu snorted, "I'll teach you a lesson today." Boom, a powerful power flowed out of Zhao Fu's body, and pale white roots grew from the ground, binding up the two beauties, Bing Xiao, and the others. Facing this power, they could not resist at all, and their expressions were quite unsightly. Zhao Fu helped Bing Xiaowan up from the ground and asked caringly, "Are you all right?" This made Bing Xiaowan feel quite touched, and her eyes became moist as she shook her head. Zhao Fu said, "What do you want to do with them?" Bing Xiaowan said softly, "Let them go, don't make a big deal out of this." Zhao Fu sent a wave of power into Bing Xiaowan's body, healing her injuries and the bruises on her body, and said, "I won't hide it from you, I've come to wipe out your family." "What?" Bing Xiaowan looked quite confused, she could not believe that the kind Zhao Fu had come to wipe out her family. Everyone else felt quite startled, they had never thought that things would turn out like this. Bing Xiao said fearfully, "Don't kill me." Bing Xiuelu and Bing Huiyan also looked quite afraid, and Bing Xiuelu said, "We can discuss this. You know who we are and what the consequences will be." Bing Huiyan said, "Why do you want to wipe out the Bing family? I don't remember having an enemy like you." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I made a deal with someone." Bing Huiyan asked, "Who?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "Do you think I'll tell you?" Bing Huiyan said, "No matter what the deal is, we're willing to pay back tenfold. Please let the Bing family go." Bing Xiaowan said sadly, "You want to kill me as well?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "How is that possible?" Bing Xiaowan looked at Zhao Fu in confusion, while Zhao Fu directly bullied her. Bing Xiao looked at this scene angrily. The others were quite dissatisfied as Zhao Fu bullied Bing Xiaowan in front of him. After a while, Bing Xiaowan's face blushed as she leaned into Zhao Fu's embrace and said coquettishly, "You're a bad guy. I had a good impression of you, but it turns out that you didn't have any good intentions from the start." Zhao Fu lightly laughed. Bing Xiaowan hugged Zhao Fu with both hands and looked at Zhao Fu, "Let them go, and I'll go with you." Zhao Fu said, "They've treated you so badly, and you still want to plead for them?" Bing Xiaowan nodded. N. The two beautiful maids quickly said, "Madam, please take us with you." If Bing Xiaowan left with Zhao Fu, then as her maids, they would die miserably. Bing Xiaowan smiled as she said, "Sure." Zhao Fu thought about it and smiled as he said, "There's no need for that. You don't have to go." Bing Xiaowan looked at Zhao Fu strangely. Half a day later, Bing Shanlin returned from dealing with administrative matters. He felt it was strange that he didn't see his wife and son. As he walked towards the inner courtyard, he heard some noises and angrily walked towards a room. Indeed, he saw a scene that made him furious. "Someone come!" Bing Shanlin roared. However, no one came, causing Bing Shanlin to be shocked. Bing Huiyan also came to her senses and looked at Zhao Fu pleadingly. Zhao Fu didn't pay attention to her. He waved his hand, and a few pale roots came out from the ground, binding Bing Shanlin's body. A massive power entered Bing Shanlin's body, controlling him. Book 1 Chapter 128 After a while, Zhao Fu was hugging the two beautiful women and Bing Xiaowan, and the maids were lying beside him. Ice Snow Dew asked, "What did you do to them?" Zhao Fu said, "Now that they are under my control, if you don't obey me, I can kill them at any time." Bing Huiyan snorted lightly. We didn't say that we were disobedient, why are you threatening us? Zhao Fu chuckled. Bing Huiyan looked at Zhao Fu and asked, just who sent you? Zhao Fu thought for a moment and said, it doesn't matter if I tell you now. It was the second princess who asked me to destroy your family. The Ice Origin Kingdom is about to change. Hearing this, the women were shocked. Bing Xiuelu said, the second princess is so bold? How dare you rebel? Isn't she afraid that her whole family will be executed? Bing Huiyan said seriously, that might not necessarily be the case. With Bing Qishua's current reputation, it will be easy for him to become the new king. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, with my help, it will be even smoother. As long as Bing Qi becomes a king, all of you who call yourselves Pure Ice King will be executed. Bing Huiyan gave a flirtatious smile as she hugged Zhao Fu. Is Lili still willing to kill us? Zhao Fu smiled and said, don't worry, I won't hurt you. Hearing this, all the women heaved a sigh of relief. Zhao Fu said with a smile, I have to go somewhere else, so I'll leave first. All the girls nodded in agreement. Zhao Fu suddenly thought of something and reminded him, also, don't hurt Lil Wan. If I find out, don't blame me. Hearing that Zhao Fu was still thinking about her, Bing Xiaowan revealed a happy smile. Bing Huiyan said, we wouldn't dare. Other than my son, who would hurt her? Zhao Fu nodded and disappeared. Today was a night with a bright moon and few stars. Zhao Fu spent a lot of time in the Bing family, and at this time, Zhao Fu came to another military tent. The second person on the list was a general of the Ice Kingdom. He controlled a large army and was also a great threat. He was a target that had to be eliminated. Without his support, the Pure Ice King would lose an arm. His name was Ice Abyss. Zhao Fu entered the tent. There were 8 people inside. A valiant-looking man sat beside the table. He was Ice Yuan. Apart from him, there was also a woman in armor with a hot figure and a handsome face. When Ice Abyss saw Zhao Fu appear, his eyes turned cold. Capture him. Yes. The 7 women shouted and rushed toward Zhao Fu. The 7 women's bodies gave off a cold light and started to freeze, forming a magic formation. They gave off powerful auras as they rushed at Zhao Fu. These 7 women had been carefully chosen by Ice Abyss, and they could form the Ice Women Killing formation to protect him. Even a World Realm expert would not be able to do anything to them. Facing the 7 women giving off powerful auras, Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and grabbed at the air, causing a terrifying power to lock the 7 women in the air. Ice Abyss looked quite confused as he said, I never thought that Zhao Fu would be so powerful. However, Ice Abyss quickly calmed down and asked, whose side are you on? The second princess or the 5th princess? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, the second princess. Ice Abyss smiled as he said, if it's the second princess, that's not bad. I can accept Bing Qishue becoming the king of the Ice Origin Kingdom. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised as he asked, you support the second princess seizing power? Ice Abyss said, with the Heaven Awakened world becoming more and more dangerous, Bing Qishue becoming king is the best choice. Right now, not only does His Majesty lack power, but he is also extremely narrow-minded. I have to be careful to avoid his suspicions. Right now, he's still the king of the Ice Origin Kingdom. I won't help you, nor will I help him. I'll obey whoever wins and becomes the new king. Zhao Fu thought about it and said, that's fine. Just in case, I'll leave a restriction in your body. Ice Abyss said, all right. Zhao Fu walked towards Ice Abyss. Suddenly, an ice needle soundlessly shot towards Zhao Fu, causing Zhao Fu's expression to fall. He immediately unleashed a defensive barrier, but it was pierced through by the ice needle. Zhao Fu immediately used his Void Realm's power to grab at the ice needle. Ice Abyss immediately ran to the side. He was incomparably shocked. That was an incomparably precious treasure that could kill experts above the World Realm. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and grabbed Ice Abyss. Ice Abyss coldly harumphed, he had been too careless and had believed him. If it was an ordinary person with World Realm cultivation, they might have died to that silent ice needle. With Bing Qishue's suspicious and narrow-minded personality, in order to gain his trust, one had to be sufficiently loyal and would not be easily convinced. Zhao Fu walked towards Ice Abyss. Now, Isabis was completely panicking and begged, "Give me another chance, I'm willing to help you take the throne." Zhao Fu said coldly, "I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it." A powerful wave of energy entered Isabis's body. Zhao Fu was still quite angry at being deceived by Isabis, so he intentionally tortured Isabis, causing him to feel immense pain and hell. There was a barrier set up around the tent, so no sound could be heard. Seeing Isabis's pained expression, the 7 women said furiously, "We're going to kill you, you actually dare to do this to our lord." Zhao Fu looked at the 7 of them and released their shackles. They immediately gave off a cold aura and charged towards Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu waved his hand and a massive wave of energy sealed their bodies. Zhao Fu said disdainfully, "You still want to kill me? You're just a bunch of ants." The leading woman coldly harumphed, "What do you want?" Zhao Fu gave an evil smile and walked towards them. Late at night, Zhao Fu prepared to leave. The woman on the ground coldly harumphed, "Stop." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "What do you want? Do you want more?" The woman cursed, "Damn bastard. What did you do to our lord?" Now, Isabis was lying on the side like a corpse. Zhao Fu said, "His life isn't in danger, he's just under my control. Also, I won't let go of his control, so don't even think about it." The woman said, "Then aren't you going to control us? Aren't you afraid that we'll leak the news?" Zhao Fu smiled confidently and said, "You can try." The woman immediately leapt up and punched towards Zhao Fu's perfect face. However, just as she was about to hit Zhao Fu, the woman's body stopped. It was as if her body had been sealed by some sort of power. The woman sensed the power sealing her body and said coldly, "So you've long since left seals in our bodies." Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and lifted the woman's chin as he smiled and said, "What's your name?" The woman said coldly, "Ice Dragon." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'll remember it. When I have time, I'll come again. You should prepare yourselves." The woman said angrily and embarrassedly, "You might as well kill us." Zhao Fu ignored her and turned to leave. Book 1, Chapter 129 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. The third on the list was a woman who controlled a merchant group. This merchant group was the wealthiest in the Ice Origin Kingdom, and it was only because of the secret support of the Pure Ice King that it could reach such a scale. Zhao Fu infiltrated the merchant group. A woman wearing a white dress with a graceful figure and an intellectual temperament was sitting on a chair, thinking about something. She was Zhao Fu's target, Bing Luo. Zhao Fu was just about to make a move when 4 women walked in. One was beautiful and alluring, called Bing Xiaochun, one had a sexy figure called Bing Lingyia, one had a charming temperament called Bing Xuanghao, and one had a sweet appearance called Bing Mingli. Bing Xiaochun smiled and said, "Big sister, what are you thinking about?" Bing Luo said, "I feel that something is amiss recently. It seems that a faction is helping the 2nd princess and the 5th princess." "What sort of faction is it?" "I have been investigating, but I have noticed a person who might be related to this matter." Bing Xuanghao asked, "Who is it?" Bing Luo shook her head, "I'm not sure. I only know that he likes to wear a cloak and has entered the princess's residence a few times. His identity is very suspicious." Bing Lingyia said softly, "We do not have to worry about this matter. Isn't His Majesty willing to support Bing Qixue to become king?" Bing Luo knew that the Pure Ice King had poisoned Bing Qixue and his mother, but she could not tell others. She could only sigh and say, "The matter is not as simple as you think." Bing Xiaochun smiled and said, "Now that the 2 alchemist armies have been repelled by us, what else could happen? Big sister, don't think too much about it." Bing Luo shook her head, "If that faction is not found, it will always be a hidden danger. I am also worried that the 2nd princess has been plotting something." Bing Mingli said, "I have seen that the 2nd princess is very normal. Recently, she has been staying at home and has not met anyone. She should not be doing anything." "Ah. You are wrong. She is indeed plotting something." A man's voice suddenly sounded, causing the expressions of the women present to change. They saw a man wearing a black cloak appear. Bing Luo said with a cold face, "It's you?" The other women looked at Bing Luo strangely. Bing Luo explained, "He is the one who enters the princess's residence." Bing Xuanghao asked, "Why are you here? Why are you looking for us?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, haven't you all been looking for someone to support the consort? I've come to tell you. Bing Luo said, then. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, no problem, but if you want to know, you have to pay a price. Bing Luo asked, what price? Bing Luo asked, what? A few hours later, Zhao Fu toyed with Bing Luo as he smiled and said, you're not bad. Why didn't the Pure Ice King touch you? Bing Luo, Chen, Luo, 1, Mochen, 1, Bing Luo, 2, Bing Dynasty, Chen, Mo, Chen, Bing Mo, many 2 Chen, 1 2, the 2, Zhao Zhao of, Zhao, Sure, of Mo, Fu Chen, and 2 2, 1, King everyone, hearing, Bing, Fu 1 Bing Luo asked coldly, then what's your goal? Zhao Fu smiled and said, I don't have a goal, but the second princess does. I'm just following her orders. Bing Luo immediately asked, what's the second princess's goal? Zhao Fu smiled and said, why should I tell you? Bing Luo angrily harumphed. Bing Shuanghao said flirtatiously, now that we're all yours, tell us. Zhao Fu smiled and said, all right. Let me tell you, the princess's goal is to help Bing Qixue ascend to the throne. The women's expressions changed. Bing Luo hurriedly asked, then how is her plot progressing? Zhao Fu smiled and said, it's going very smoothly. I'll also tell you that before I came here, I already controlled Iceberg Mountain and that general. The second princess will quickly start a coup and help Bing Qixue seize the throne. Hearing this, the women's faces turned pale. Bing Mingli thought of something and asked nervously, why are you telling us so much? Could it be that you want to? Zhao Fu smiled and said, dead people don't reveal secrets. Hearing that Zhao Fu wanted to kill them, the women felt afraid and wanted to escape. However, no matter how much strength they had, it was impossible for them to escape. Bing Luo said with a cold expression, if you want to kill me, then kill me. Let my 4 sisters go, they're innocent. Big sis, the 4 women looked at Bing Luo and called out emotionally. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, I'm just teasing you, I can't bear to kill you. Bing Mingli rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, you really scared me to death. The other women let out sighs of relief. Bing Luo looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled and said, what is it? Bing Luo said coldly, we can serve you and provide you with more women. Please help His Majesty. Zhao Fu lightly laughed. Those who obtained the trust of the Pure Ice King were indeed loyal. Now, they were all thinking of helping the Pure Ice King. Looking at Bing Luo, Zhao Fu coldly said, do you think that's possible? You should give up on him. Otherwise, don't blame me. Bing Lingyi softly persuaded, don't be angry. My big sis hasn't adapted yet. She'll be fine in a few days. Now, they were clear about the situation. The Pure Ice King had lost their support and was destined to be ousted. They were not that loyal to the Pure Ice King. Bing Shuang said with a smile, didn't my big sis like you a while ago? Zhao Fu lightly snorted. Bing Luo turned her face away. Thinking of what had just happened, her face turned slightly red. She did not expect that she would treat Zhao Fu that way. Zhao Fu said, I still have things to do, I'll be leaving first. Bing Mingli asked, are you going to continue controlling the others? Zhao Fu nodded. Bing Mingli smiled and said, got it. Come back tonight. Zhao Fu revealed a trace of a smile and nodded before leaving the room. The few women looked at Bing Luo and started to persuade her. The Pure Ice King no longer had any hope, so she did not want to throw her life away. However, Bing Luo's thoughts could not be changed in a short period of time. Zhao Fu's 4th target was another minister of the imperial court. He snuck in. He saw a voluptuous and beautiful woman feeding a baby. Beside her was a gentle-looking man. He was Zhao Fu's target. The two of them looked at the baby lovingly and did not notice that Zhao Fu had snuck into their room. Zhao Fu did not waste any time. A hand appeared and grabbed the man, and a powerful evil power entered his body. The beautiful woman cried out in panic, what are you doing? Quickly let go of my husband. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, if you want your husband to live, immediately come and serve me. Otherwise, I'll kill him now. The beautiful woman glared at Zhao Fu in shame, but for her husband's life, she walked towards Zhao Fu. Book 1, Chapter 130 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123. Only later did Zhao Fu find out that she was called Bing Zhumei. Zhao Fu left her behind and had to deal with the next person. Bing Zhumei lay on the bed in tears. Zhao Fu found another target, which was another minister. There was only one person in his house, and everyone else had gone out to play, so Zhao Fu had him under control. After another 2 days, there was only one person left on the list. Zhao Fu went to that minister's residence by himself and found that there was another man who had snuck in and entered a beautiful woman's room. The man looked quite good-looking, but he also looked quite romantic, while the beautiful woman looked quite virtuous. After entering the room, the man impatiently hugged the beautiful woman. Zhao Fu pushed open the door and said righteously, "You dared to do such a thing, I'll immediately call people to catch you too." Even though they did not know Zhao Fu's identity, what they did could not be seen. Hearing Zhao Fu immediately call people, they did not have time to think. The man's face turned pale and he hurriedly rushed out of the window, wanting to escape. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and waved his hand, causing a ray of light to shoot through the man's body, causing him to fall to the ground and die. The beautiful woman collapsed to the ground and cried. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed, "What else do you have to say?" The beautiful woman said, "I didn't follow the rules of a woman, but please don't tell anyone." Zhao Fu shamelessly said, "You did such a thing, and you still want people to not tell anyone? I hate this kind of thing the most." The beautiful woman begged, "I can die, you can kill me now, but I want to preserve my reputation and not bring shame to my family." Zhao Fu said, "What reputation do you want?" The beautiful woman could not refute him and could only lower her head and cry. At that moment, a young man walked in and looked at the scene in front of him and asked curiously, "What happened?" He was a general called Bing Yu, and he was Zhao Fu's target. Zhao Fu said righteously, "If I saw this man sneaking into your mansion and came over to have a look, I would have found this man and your wife together. If that man wanted to escape, I would have killed him." Bing Yu looked at his wife. The beautiful woman was called Bing Xiaowan. She lowered her head and did not have the face to look at Bing Yu. Bing Yu sighed, "Pack your things and leave." Bing Xiaowan looked up at Bing Yu and cried as she said, "Husband." Bing Yu said, "Don't say any more." Bing Xiaowan lowered her head and cried on the ground. Bing Yu turned to Zhao Fu and said, "Thank you for your help. I will especially thank you for your help. This is a family scandal, so please don't spread it around." Zhao Fu said, "No problem." Suddenly, Bing Xiaowan smashed into a wall as if she was seeking death. She no longer had the face to continue living. Bing Yu was startled. He wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and an invisible force grabbed the beautiful woman. Bing Yu hurriedly went up and said, "Why are you so stupid?" Bing Xiaowan cried and said, "I don't have the face to face you anymore. I might as well die." Bing Yu said, "I've been away for many years, and I have my reasons for you to do such a thing. Since things have come to this, I don't want to talk about it anymore. You leaving is the best outcome." Bing Xiaowan cried and said, "I'm sorry, husband." Zhao Fu asked curiously, "How did you get together?" Bing Xiaowan started to explain. Originally, Bing Xiaowan had been waiting for Bing Yu to come back. However, waiting for a long time caused her heart to feel empty. That man took the opportunity to appear and used flowery words to obtain Bing Xiaowan. Hearing this, Bing Yu sighed and did not know what to do. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Friend, I'll help you deal with this." Bing Yu looked at Zhao Fu strangely and saw Zhao Fu pick up Bing Xiaowan and walk towards the bed as he said, "What are you going to do?" A pale root stretched out from the ground and bound the young man. A powerful evil qi entered his body, and the young man soon lost consciousness. Bing Xiaowan asked softly, "What did you do to my husband?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "He's fine, don't worry." Bing Xiaowan said with a red face, "Then what do you want to do to me?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I want to punish you." 2 hours later, Bing Xiaowan weakly nestled in Zhao Fu's embrace and said, "You were so righteous just a moment ago, but it turns out that you're so bad." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "How do you feel?" Bing Xiaowan said with a red face, "Yes, I'm very satisfied." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Then I'm leaving." Bing Xiaowan said, "You're leaving just like this? You're not going to take me away?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, yes, I'll be the master of this place from now on. Bing Xiaowan asked, what about my husband? Zhao Fu said, he's already under my control, and something big is going to happen in the Ice Plain Kingdom. You need to make preparations. Bing Xiaowan said, what big thing? Zhao Fu smiled and said, the second princess is about to rebel and have Bing Qixue become the king. Bing Xiaowan looked quite shocked, no wonder you want to control my husband. If the second princess succeeds, can you let my husband go? I'll serve you well in the future. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, sure. Bing Xiaowan happily smiled and said, thank you, you'll be my only man in the future, no one can compare to you. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and left. After returning to the Ice-Cold Charm's residence, Zhao Fu smiled and said, I've finished what I wanted. The Ice-Cold Charm rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, why don't you play with a few more women? Zhao Fu chuckled and said, how can they compare to you? Zhao Fu went up and hugged the Ice-Cold Charm. The Ice-Cold Charm lightly harumphed, however, I still have to thank you. With you controlling them, there won't be any accidents. Right now, His Majesty doesn't know about this and is most likely still immersed in his plan to kill us mother and son. Zhao Fu asked, when are you going to act? The Ice-Cold Charm smiled as she said, I'm waiting for a good opportunity to act, it should be within this week. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, if there's anything you need, just tell me. The Ice-Cold Charm hugged Zhao Fu and smiled as she said, thank you, husband. At that moment, Icy Cold Charm walked in from outside. Seeing this scene, her face became slightly red as she called out, husband. When did you come back? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I just came back, you should come over as well. Icy Cold Charm obediently came to Zhao Fu's side. Time gradually passed, and the Pure Ice King felt quite anxious, wondering if 3 months was too long. Why was it so long? After thinking about it, the Pure Ice King decided to act early and planned to kill Bing Qixue and his mother within this month. The old man who had poisoned them did not say anything and followed the Pure Ice King's orders, continuing to poison the Ice-Cold Charm and Bing Qixue's food. However, his luck was not as good as last time, as Zhao Fu just happened to be by the Ice-Cold Charm's side. Book 1, Chapter 131 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlols 123 Zhao Fu sensed that the elder had snuck in and slammed out with his palm, sending a massive wave of energy towards the elder. The elder crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The ice demon asked, what is it? Zhao Fu said, just now, someone tried to sneak in. I don't know who it was, but I've heavily injured him. The ice demon put on her clothes and the two of them went to the courtyard outside the room, where they saw the elder on the ground. It's you. The ice demon's expression became cold, she recognized the elder's identity. The elder's expression was quite unsightly as he stared at Zhao Fu and said, who are you? The elder had never thought that the queen's residence would have such a terrifying expert. Even with his strength, he had not been able to block a single attack. Zhao Fu laughed as he said, me? Take a guess. The elder coldly harumphed, you're the person who helped the queen, right? I advise you to stay out of this is the Ice Origin Kingdom's internal affairs. Zhao Fu laughed as he said, so what if I get involved? The elder coldly said, you'll definitely pay the price. Zhao Fu laughed as he raised his hand, preparing to kill the elder. The ice demon stopped Zhao Fu and said, don't kill him yet, he's still useful. Hearing this, Zhao Fu held on to the ice demon and hugged her. Seeing this, the elder cried out in shock, you shameless couple. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and waved his hand, sending out a wave of energy that sent the elder flying. Following this, the ice demon had Zhao Fu hide and called over Bing Qixue, saying, look at this yourself. This person is your royal father's most trusted person, and it was him who poisoned us. Are you still going to speak up for your royal father? Bing Qixue looked at the elder with a complicated expression and did not say anything. The elder hurriedly explained, it wasn't His Majesty's order, I acted on my own. It has nothing to do with His Majesty. You're His Majesty's son, so you have to believe in His Majesty. The ice demon looked at Bing Qixue and said, you have to declare your position, I won't tolerate you continuing like this. The old man quickly spoke up, Your Majesty, your mother committed adultery with a man in order to seize the throne of the Ice Origin Kingdom. You must not believe it, otherwise the Ice Origin Kingdom will be finished. Bing Qixue waved his hand, and his finger gave off a cold light as he cut open the elder's throat. Blood spurted out, and the elder clutched his throat as he unwillingly fell to the ground, dead. Bing Qixue said, "I'm willing to overthrow my father." The icy charm gave a satisfied smile and said, "My good son, this is what you've been looking for. Now, prepare yourself." The icy demon returned to the room and said with a smile, "Let's start." Jiaofu walked out and nodded with a smile. The ice-cold charm came to the palace and found the pure ice monarch as she lightly laughed and said, "Your Majesty, I'm very curious. I just obtained a snow jade deer. This is a rare delicacy. Our family can sit together and have a good meal." Looking at the poisoned icy imp, the pure ice king thought about how the icy imp would soon die, so he did not refuse and immediately said, "Sure." The princesses also received the news. The sixth princess and third princess did not know anything, so they did not think too much about it before coming over. Icy Cold Clothes frowned and said, "I don't know what the icy imp wants to do, but she faintly feels that it is not simple." In the end, she decided to go and take a look. The whole family sat on a round table covered with red cloth. On the table, there was already wine and dishes that looked, smelled good. It made people want to have a big meal. The icy demon smiled as she said, "Everyone, let's eat together, this snow jade deer's meat is quite rare." The third princess smiled as she said, "Hmm." The icy demon smiled as she said, "Third princess, your complexion looks quite good. It seems that you're going to recover soon, right?" The third princess thought of Xiaofu, and her face became slightly red as she lightly nodded. The pure ice king looked at the third princess and smiled as he said, "What medicine have you been eating recently for you to recover so quickly? I'm quite surprised, I need to properly reward that doctor." The third princess's face became red as she said, I'll properly thank him." Icy Cold Clothes stared at the icy demon and said, "Third princess, why did you call us here?" The icy demon placed a piece of meat into Queen Bing Huer's bowl and smiled as she said, "It's nothing much, isn't it good for everyone to have a good meal together?" Icy Cold Clothes lightly harumphed, evidently not believing her, but he did not say anything. The icy demon picked up another piece of meat for the pure ice king and smiled as she said, "Your Majesty, how many years have we been husband and wife?" The pure ice king's expression froze, he could not remember, and he asked awkwardly, "Why are you suddenly asking this?" The icy demon smiled as she said, "It's been 32 years. The pure ice king awkwardly smiled as he nodded, It's been that many years." The icy demon poured another cup of wine for the pure ice king and smiled as she said, "Your Majesty, how many years have you been on the throne?" Hearing this, the pure ice king frowned. The other princesses also looked at the icy demon. The icy demon looked at the countless gazes and smiled as she said, "Your Majesty, ever since you became king, our icy origin kingdom's strength has been declining. You've been king for so many years, shouldn't you step down?" The pure ice king said coldly, "Second princess, you're going too far. Aren't you afraid that I'll banish you to the cold palace?" The icy demon lightly laughed as she said, "Why would I be afraid of banishing me to the cold palace? Your Majesty, didn't you want to poison me to death?" Hearing this, the other princesses all looked quite confused. The pure ice king's expression changed as he understood that the matter had been leaked, and he immediately shouted, "Men, capture the second princess." However, there was no response. This caused everyone present to feel quite startled, and they hurriedly left, planning to leave this hall. The icy demon calmly and confidently sat on the table as she smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I'll give you one last chance. I'll give you one last chance. If you abdicate now, I won't kill you." The pure ice king coldly harumphed, "Stop dreaming. Since you dare to speak to me like that, second princess, you're dead." The pure ice king did not pay any more attention to the icy demon and hurriedly ran out, worried that there might be an ambush. Outside, Bing Shanlin and the others walked in. Seeing this, the pure ice king was overjoyed and immediately called out, "Hurry and capture the second princess." Bang! A muffled sound rang out as Bing Yu punched towards the pure ice king's chest, sending him flying and causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. The pure ice king looked quite confused as he said, "You guys?" Bing Hani's expression became quite unsightly. These people were the pure ice king's most trusted people, so why did it seem like they had betrayed him? the icy demon lightly laughed as she said, "Your Majesty. Do you think you can still escape?" The pure Ice King's face became pale. He had never thought that things would turn out like this. He started to panic and felt that everything was over. Bing Huer sighed as she said, "Your Majesty. If you step down now, you might be able to live." Hearing this, the pure Ice King immediately said, "I'm willing to step down. Don't kill me, and I'll immediately make you the new king of the Icy Origin Kingdom." Book 1, Chapter 132 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mikeir. It's too late. The Iceman said furiously, "Do you really want to kill me?" The Iceman said with a smile, "I won't kill you, but I'll leave this decision to the fifth princess." Icy Cold Clothes looked quite confused. "What? Leave him to me?" The Iceman smiled and nodded. "If you want to kill him, then kill him. If you want to let him go, then let him go. I definitely won't interfere." Icy Cold Clothes said with a cold expression, "Why?" The Iceman said with a smile, "There's only one king in the Icy Origin Kingdom, and I don't want your son to fight for it. I don't want to act against you and your son. Right now, the power of the Icy Origin Kingdom is in my hands, and you need to understand the current situation." Icy Cold Clothes started to think. Thinking about the death of her beloved big brother, a trace of killing intent appeared in her eyes as she said, "All right. I promise you." This was already the best choice, or else they might die. However, this was not very likely, as she believed that Zhao Fu would protect them. Even though Zhao Fu was a bit fickle, he still valued them greatly. The Iceman gave a satisfied smile. Icy Cold Clothes looked at the third princess and asked, "How do you plan to deal with him? Your whole family died at his hands." The third princess looked at the Iceman and shook her head with a complicated expression, saying, "I don't know." Icy Cold Clothes said coldly, "I want him to pay for my big brother's death." The Iceman begged, "Don't kill me, I was wrong in the past. Please give me another chance. The Queen, please help me." The Queen Bing Huer could not help but say, "Can't we let him off?" The Iceman said, "That's what he says now, but if he had power, would he still do this? Do you believe what he's done all these years? Since you poisoned us to death, he'll also poison you to death." Bing Huer looked quite troubled as she said softly, "I don't care, just deal with it quickly." Icy Cold Clothes took out a sword and walked towards the Iceman. The Iceman hurriedly got up and ran to the side. A sword pierced through the Iceman's chest, and he looked at the sword with an unwilling expression as he powerlessly fell to the ground, blood flowing all over the ground. Icy Cold Clothes pulled out her sword and smiled. "Big brother, I've finally avenged you." The other concubines looked at the dead Pure Ice King with different expressions. Killing the Pure Ice King with a single sword strike and not torturing him was already merciful. At this time, Zhao Fu walked in and said with a smile, "Have you guys settled everything?" Seeing Zhao Fu walk in, the beautiful women all gave a trace of a smile. The Icy Demoness smiled and said, "It's done. It's all thanks to your help. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for me." The third princess saw that Zhao Fu was very familiar with her, and after thinking about it, she understood their relationship. She felt quite disappointed, as she had thought that Zhao Fu only had her. Icy Cold Clothes glared at Zhao Fu and snorted. "Why did you choose to help the second consort instead of me?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I did it for the good of the Ice Origin Kingdom. Bing Qixue becoming the new king is something that everyone is looking forward to, and there are many more factions supporting the second consort. Choosing them will be beneficial to the stability of the Ice Origin Kingdom. In the end, the Heaven Awakened world will become more and more difficult, and Bing Qixue is more suitable. He has the ability to deal with things, but your son is a bit lacking, so having him become a king is not bad." Icy Cold Clothes said, "All right, that's enough." Zhao Fu smiled and hugged Icy Cold Clothes as he said, "How about I make it up to you?" Icy Cold Clothes' face became red and she nodded. Deep into the night, there were only a few lonely stars in the deep blue sky. The Ice Origin Kingdom was completely silent, and the night was intoxicating. Within the hall, Zhao Fu hugged the women as he smiled and said, "Now that this matter has been resolved, I'm going to return to my faction." Bing Huer said reluctantly, "You're leaving so soon? Isn't it better to stay in the Ice Origin Kingdom for a few more days?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, when I have time, I'll come to the Ice Origin Kingdom. Bing Xianxia lightly harumphed as she said, who knows when you'll be free. Moreover, your faction is so far away, and it might take half a month to go back and forth. How many days can you spend with us? Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, I'm actually someone from the ancient STEM domain? Hearing this, the women looked quite shocked, and Icy Cold Clothes said, aren't you an emperor? The ancient STEM domain doesn't have any empires. How can you be someone from the ancient STEM domain? Zhao Fu loudly laughed as he said, have you heard of the Qin Empire? The women looked at Zhao Fu in shock, feeling a massive blow to their hearts. Their minds went blank as their hearts rapidly thumped. The man lying next to them was the great enemy of the ancient STEM domain's many royal kingdoms and factions. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, you didn't expect this, did you? Icy Cold Beauty smiled as she said, indeed, no wonder no one has been able to break into the Qin Empire. So it's because you're the ruler of the Qin Empire. You've hidden yourself too deeply. Bing Huer smiled as she said, I'm also quite surprised, but this is good for us. In the future, we won't have to worry about the threat of the Qin Empire, and you can come back to see us often. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Icy Cold Beauty looked at Zhao Fu and said, you bad fellow, you're not helping us out of the goodness of your heart, right? You want to take revenge on the Ice Origin Kingdom for attacking the Qin Empire, and you also want to control the Ice Origin Kingdom and get rid of an enemy faction. Icy Cold Clothes lightly harumphed as she said, I underestimated you. I thought you were just lustful. I never thought that you would be so scheming. If you didn't tell us, we would have been toyed with by you. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I'm not telling you now because I trust you. Icy Cold Beauty smiled as she said, I don't plan on pursuing this matter. After all, you bad fellow, not only did you help us, but you're also our man. In the future, if the Ice Origin Kingdom is in danger, we'll need your help. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, that's no problem. News quickly spread throughout the Ice Origin Kingdom that the Pure Ice King had suddenly died and passed the throne to Bing Qixue, who had become the new king. Even though the ordinary residents were quite surprised by this, they were still quite happy that Bing Qixue had become king and were willing to support him. The officials and soldiers understood that things were not so simple, and they guessed that Icy Cold Beauty had succeeded in seizing power and killed the Pure Ice King to support her son. There were many ministers who supported Bing Qixue, and now that he had devoured the Pure Ice King's faction, no one could shake the throne. Some people were angry but could only give in, while others were dissatisfied and wanted to do something. As such, the situation in the Ice Origin Kingdom was not very stable. Zhao Fu did not have time to care about these things. With Bing Qixue's abilities, he would most likely be able to handle it. On the day that Bing Qixue became the new king, Zhao Fu returned to the Qin Empire. Book 1, Chapter 133 Rumble. A group of green-armored cavalrymen gave off a massive aura as they charged towards a city wall. They instantly broke through the city wall, and the green-armored soldiers started to fight with the other soldiers. Blood flew everywhere as cries continuously sounded out. Now, the Shenmu Kingdom was attacking another alliance. As expected, this alliance was unable to defend against the Shenmu Kingdom's attack. Some people in the alliance chose to surrender. After hearing that those who surrendered to the Shenmu Kingdom were treated well, some people were unwilling and immediately chose to escape. Now, there was only one alliance left, and only a third of the alliance's forces remained. Zhao Fu had just returned and heard this news, so he was not too surprised. He did not bother with this matter and went to the other worlds to check on the situation. This was because Zhao Fu wanted to head to the water domain. If the other bases were fine, even if something happened to Qin, the other bases would be able to provide reinforcements. Moreover, with the Jin family around, they would be able to help out. There would not be 2 or 3 factions spawning near Qin. Their safety would not be too threatened. As for the final water race Imperial Star, Zhao Fu could not wait any longer. By now, the last of the allied factions were gathered together in distress. They had never thought that they would soon be destroyed by the Godwood Kingdom before being destroyed by Great Qin. They did not have any confidence in stopping the Godwood Kingdom, and they knew that they had no chance of winning. Ai! What should we do now? The Shenmu Kingdom will most likely attack us soon. With our current strength, we won't be able to stop them. That's right. Let's think this through. when they attack, we'll just eat them. I don't have the heart to resist anymore. Even if we resist, we'll lose, and countless people will die. Then should we submit to the Shenmue Kingdom? Yes, I think submitting to the Shenmue Kingdom is a good idea. The Shenmue Kingdom is very benevolent to us Heaven-awakened world people, unlike the other worlds. As such, I suggest submitting to the Shenmue Kingdom. Che, have you been bribed by the Shenmue Kingdom? Why are you supporting the Shenmue Kingdom like this? I don't care. Submitting to the Shenmue Kingdom is the best choice. What else do you want? Humph. Isn't submitting to Qin good? His abilities are also from the Heaven-awakened world, and he's been there for many years. Qin has nothing to say about how he treats the residents, so we understand Qin even better. Do you know more about the Shenmue tax? Yes. Although Qin is cruel to his enemies, he is still very good to the people. It's mainly because we have known each other for so long and have a certain understanding of each other. That Shenmue Kingdom is, after all, an external force. Who knows what they will do to us in the future? But we used to be Qin's enemies. Will Qin accept us? That's right. Let's see what Qin wants to study first. If Qin is willing to take us in, that would be the best choice. Everyone nodded. I support this decision. Zhao Fu was currently in the Chaos World. Ericina looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Those people who passed with you have sent you many messages. Do you want to reply?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Are you asking me when I'm going back?" Ericina nodded and said, "You seem quite impatient." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Right now, the situation is quite special. The people in the Chaos World are all waiting for me to appear, and I don't want to appear in the Chaos World. I'm worried that something will happen, and if the Chaos World joins in attacking the Heaven-awakened world, the Heaven-awakened world will be in an even more difficult situation." Ericina asked, "Are you planning on not replying to them?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Ericina rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, "Did you treat us like this in the past? You knew we were in a hurry to find you, but you purposefully did not reply?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "How could that be?" Ericina lightly harumphed. Zhao Fu went up and hugged Ericina as he said, "I'm planning on going to the water domain, and I came to say goodbye to you." Ericina nodded and said, "I know you won't be staying in Qin for too long." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I still have to go to other worlds, so I'll be leaving first." By now, Zhao Fu had just received news that the Alliance wanted to see him. Zhao Fu thought about it and returned to Qin. The people who had come were all ambassadors from the Alliance. Zhao Fu sat at the top of the hall and smiled as he said, "What do you all want to see me for?" A black-haired elder respectfully bowed and said, "Your Majesty. You should know that the Alliance only has 1/3 of its forces left and is powerless to stop the Divine Wood Kingdom. Any royal kingdom's faction can destroy us, so we've come to see you on behalf of the various factions." Zhao Fu nodded and said, "What do you want?" The black-haired elder said, "The various factions' leaders want to submit to you, but because of what happened in the past, they are hesitant and want to see your Majesty's attitude." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "Submit to Qin? That's fine. I don't want to bicker with you about what happened in the past." Everyone looked delighted, they had never thought that it would be so easy. The black-haired elder said excitedly, "Is that true, Your Majesty?" Zhao Fu nodded. The black-haired elder bowed again and said with a smile, "Your Majesty is broad-minded, far-sighted, and talented. We admire you. I wonder if Your Majesty has anything else to say. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first." Zhao Fu thought for a moment and said, "There's nothing else." The black-haired elder smiled and bowed again. "Then we'll take our leave." Everyone left and immediately returned to tell the various leaders of the Alliance about the good news. Upon hearing this news, the various leaders were pleasantly surprised. Joining Qin meant that their safety would be guaranteed. In the future, they would no longer have to worry like before. If they were unlucky, they might be captured by other worlds as slaves, resulting in an even more tragic outcome. It was hard to imagine that the Alliance, which had allied together to resist Qin, was now begging to join Qin. If they knew about the situation in the future, would they have chosen to join earlier? The various factions started to prepare for a mass migration. Some unnecessary things were abandoned, and some buildings were destroyed so that they could not be left to the people of other worlds. However, most of the houses, castles, and palaces were not destroyed because it took too much effort and money to build. In the future, as Qin expanded, they might come back. The buildings that were destroyed were mostly defensive structures. The Divine Wood Kingdom naturally knew about such a large movement. A general immediately said that he would lead the Divine Wood Kingdom's army to intercept them, or else they would head to Qin. However, Divine Wood Kingdom Duan did not agree and was thinking. Because those factions were too scattered, they needed a large number of soldiers to intercept them. If Qin suddenly attacked from the other side, it would cause massive losses to the Divine Wood Kingdom. When he had just arrived, he had heard about how terrifying the Qin Empire was. As such, he did not dare to be careless when facing Qin. Book 1, Chapter 134 Inches the end, Divine Wood Duan did not give the order to stop them. Now that the alliance was gone, the Divine Wood Nation Medicine would have to face Qin. This matter needed to be discussed and future plans needed to be made. Divine Wood Duan summoned a few leaders of the alliance and told them in detail about Qin. Some of them flattered and said that the Divine Wood Nation was very powerful. Although Qin had some power, it could be easily destroyed. They also said that Divine Wood Duan was the true master of this land. Divine Wood Duan naturally did not believe these words. After hearing the details about Qin and learning everything about Qin, Divine Wood Duan was shocked. He had underestimated Qin and began to respect Qin's son. With his ability, he admitted that he could not reward such a powerful empire in 20 years. On Qin's side, they were also worried that the Divine Wood Nation would attack the people who were moving Qin. There were too many of them. There were not only soldiers, but there were also commoners who could not fight. Furthermore, they were carrying many things, so their progress was slow. If they suddenly attacked the Divine Wood Nation, it would cause these factions to suffer heavy losses. Qin had also sent an army to receive them. Thankfully, the Divine Wood Nation did not attack. Qin's army brought those factions back to Qin one after another. With Qin's support, the factions felt more at ease. They entered Qin with smiles. In the hall, the leaders bowed to Zhao Fu. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. "Welcome to Qin. I have already ordered people to prepare a banquet to welcome all of you." Everyone smiled. "Thank you, Your Majesty," said a coquettish woman at the banquet with a smile. "I originally thought that Your Majesty was very terrifying. Now that we have interacted with each other, I realize that Your Majesty is very good. We should enter Qin earlier." Upon hearing this, the leaders of the other factions smiled and nodded. Everyone had heard of how brutal Qin was and how terrifying Qin's master was. They had always been afraid of Zhao Fu. Now that they had interacted with Zhao Fu and tore apart the mysterious veil, they realized that Zhao Fu was not as terrifying as the rumors said. Their previous worries seemed unnecessary. "Your Majesty, let me offer you a toast," the charming woman said with a smile. Zhao Fu smiled as he picked up a cup and drank it in one gulp. The other leaders also drank the wine in their cups. A middle-aged man asked, "Your Majesty, what's Qin going to do next? Will he confront the Shenmue Kingdom head-on?" Everyone looked at Zhao Fu. They were more concerned about this issue. Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Qin does not intend to expand. If the Divine Wood Kingdom dares to attack, then Qin will fight back." The situation in the Heaven-Awakened world was not suitable for expansion, as the larger one's territory was, the weaker one's control would be. Qin's main task was to develop and solidify his strength. The middle-aged man asked, "How confident is Your Majesty in dealing with the Divine Wood Kingdom?" Everyone was a little nervous. They had just joined Qin, and if Qin was destroyed by the Divine Wood Kingdom, then they would have made the wrong choice. Zhao Fu lightly laughed. "I, Qin, did not even fear the allied armies of the various kingdoms, so why would I fear the Divine Wood Kingdom? To you, the Divine Wood Kingdom is incredibly powerful, but it is nothing to Qin. If he dares to attack, it will be his death." Hearing this, everyone felt at ease and smiled. That was right, even the alliance of so many kingdoms in the ancient STEM domain had not been able to destroy Qin, so how could the Divine Wood Kingdom destroy Qin? Everyone toasted to Zhao Fu. After the banquet ended, Zhao Fu headed to another world's base to complete some things that he had not been able to do before. In the end, Zhao Fu returned to the heaven-awakened world and thought of something before going to the underworld. The underworld and godly world were also being attacked by the card world and alchemy world, but the numbers were much smaller. Qin's bases in the godly world and underworld had not been attacked yet. The reason why Zhao Fu came here was because he had suddenly remembered that he had not come to see his 12 skeleton cavalrymen in a long time. Right now, the 12 skeleton cavalrymen were at the bottom of the Yellow Springs, absorbing Yellow Springs' power to grow. Zhao Fu came above the Yellow Springs and waved his hand, causing a wave of law energy to spread out. The massive Yellow Springs River automatically parted, revealing the bottom of the Yellow Springs. The 12 skeleton cavalrymen sat cross-legged together while the 12 skeleton warhorses stood guard. The skeleton cavalrymen had gone through great changes. Their bones seemed to be platinum, and their armor had become platinum with pictures of the Yellow Springs on them. Their weapons had also become platinum, and there were many mutilated corpses engraved on them. The soul flames in their heads had become platinum, and they seemed to have an eternal and undying aura. The auras that the 12 skeleton cavalrymen gave off were also quite terrifying. They were far more powerful than when Zhao Fu had come to see them last time. They continuously absorbed Yellow Springs' power and raised it to the limit. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. These skeleton cavalrymen had made great contributions to Qin, and Zhao Fu had not forgotten about them. The 12 skeleton cavalrymen's soul flames flickered as they looked up at Zhao Fu and respectfully knelt on one knee as they said, "King." They no longer sounded as clumsy and sluggish as before, and their voices now contained a boundless deathly aura, as if they were from hell. When they saw Zhao Fu this time, they felt a massive impact in their hearts because they could sense that Zhao Fu had become even more terrifying. Even though their strength had increased by so much, Zhao Fu still gave them a feeling that he was unreachable. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You've all grown quite well, continue to cultivate. I just came to see you, is there anything else?" The skeleton cavalryman said, "King. When will we be able to return to the battlefield?" Zhao Fu thought for a moment before smiling as he said, "Qin is no longer the Qin from back then. If you want to return to the battlefield, you need to break the signs of your power and allow your power to enter the next stage. Only then will I allow you to return." The skeleton cavalryman said, "Yes." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Continue to cultivate." Zhao Fu waved his hand, and the Yellow Springs started to merge again. The skeleton cavalrymen once again sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb the Yellow Springs' power. They desired to fight, to kill, and to die. They wanted to break through to the next realm as soon as possible. After seeing the 12 skeleton cavalrymen, Zhao Fu returned to Qin and prepared to head to the water realm. However, something disrupted Zhao Fu's plans, because another faction had spawned near Qin, and it was an alchemy faction. After this alchemy faction appeared, it was not in a hurry to attack, and at first gathered information. Now, there were 4 factions in this area. Qin was a native, while the other 3 were other factions. Zhao Fu also sent people to gather information on this alchemy faction. After hearing about this, Divine Wood Duan frowned because this also disrupted his plans. Book 1, Chapter 135 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. This alchemist family was called the Feng family, and it was a royal kingdom-level family. Its holy beast was a type of blue bird, and even though its attack power was quite average, it seemed to have some sort of special ability. The person in charge of this operation was the Feng family's young master, Wind on Snow. Perhaps it was because of Qin, but the appearance of so many royal kingdom-level factions at the edge of a world was quite unusual. The Feng family was quite cautious and did not stupidly charge at Qin like the other factions. Otherwise, Qin would have shown them what it felt like to feel pain. Zhao Fu and his subordinates were discussing the Feng family's matters. The Feng family was also gathering their elders to discuss this matter. This region made the Feng family feel quite strange. The Feng family's faction was not weak, and it should have spawned in the central region. Why had it appeared here? This region was quite big, but there were only 3 factions. 2 of them were factions from other worlds, and the last one was a local faction in the Heaven Awakened world. What was even more strange was that this local faction seemed to have allied with the Alchemist world's faction. Weren't they enemies? How could they have allied with it? A tall, slim, and wise-looking woman called Feng Linghui said. I feel that this Qin is quite special and has shocking power. We have to be careful when dealing with him. The voluptuous woman called Feng Jiao lightly laughed as she said, that's not necessarily the case. Perhaps this faction is trying to ally with another alchemist faction, which is why they've survived. Otherwise, they would have been destroyed long ago. A beautiful woman with a haughty aura, Feng Yumin, said, I think so too. Otherwise, how could there only be one Heaven-Awakened World faction in such a large region? The beautiful woman with a seductive figure, Feng Xiaoxiao, said, the key is that he's our only target. Apart from him, we can only attack 2 other factions or go further away to find Heaven-Awakened World factions. A beautiful woman with a fit and bright figure, Feng Xiaoyang, said, also, it won't be easy to get rid of him because he's allied with another alchemist faction. If we attack him, we'll have to face another alchemist faction. A beautiful woman with fair skin and a cold and alluring aura, Feng Yintian, said, I think we should retreat and respawn somewhere else. The beautiful woman wearing a white dress, Feng Lingyao, said, if we go back like this, not only will the Feng clan lose face, but we will also be punished by the rules. This will be disadvantageous to us. The last one was Feng Lingyu, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure. She looked up at Wind on Snow and asked, young master, what do you think? Do you want to stay here or return to the alchemy world? A cold beauty sat on top. She was Wind on Snow. She pondered and said, I want to see what's so special about this Qin. This is also the first time I'm leading you into a world war. I don't want to go back like this. Hearing this, the crowd did not say anything. They did not know what they were going to face next. The Jin family received a message saying, the Feng family asked the Jin family to give up the alliance with Qin. After Qin is killed, the Jin family can give half of it to the Jin family. Jin Tai came to Zhao Fu as soon as he heard the news. He knew that the Feng family had not figured out the situation yet. It was not that Qin begged the Jin family not to fight, but that the Jin family was afraid of Qin. Jin Tai already knew that the Jin family was no match for Qin. Your Majesty, what do you think? Jin Tai looked at Zhao Fu nervously and asked. At this moment, Jin Tai knew that Zhao Fu was already an emptiness realm expert. He admired Zhao Fu even more. Zhao Fu smiled and said, promise her that the Feng family will attack Qin. Then, I, Qin, will hold the Feng family back. The Jin family will attack from the back. Strive to destroy the Feng family. Jin Tai smiled and said, Your Majesty is wise. The Feng family soon received the news. Jin Tai promised that he was willing to dissolve the alliance with Qin. He was also willing to retreat the army a certain distance away and promised not to interfere with the war. Feng Xiaoyang smiled and said, Young lord, we will immediately gather the army and attack Qin. Feng Xiaoxiao smiled and said, I heard that the master of Qin is quite fond of women. After Qin is killed, let me play with him. Feng Lingyao snorted and said, a scourge like him should be castrated. Who would want to keep him? Feng Linghui advised seriously, Young lord, don't be in a hurry to attack. The Jin family agreed too easily. They might be plotting something. Feng Xiaoxiao smiled and said, they don't have to do anything and they can have half of Qin. Who wouldn't be willing? I think you're thinking too much. Feng Lingyu said, I don't think we need to worry too much. The alchemy world and the heaven-awakened world are enemies. Why would 2 enemies form an alliance? Feng Yumin smiled and said, I think we can attack. With the Feng family's strength, even if they are plotting something, we can deal with it. Seeing that Wind on Snow was still unwilling to attack, Feng Linghui called out, Young lord. Wind on Snow said in a low voice, let's wait a little longer. It seemed that Wind on Snow was still very cautious and was not in a hurry to attack. She felt that this was quite strange. On the other side, Qin and the Jin family were ready and waiting for the Feng family to attack. However, the Feng family did not move at all. Zhao Fu asked Jin Tai to send someone to ask. The Feng family's reply was, don't be in a hurry to attack Qin. We need to take it step by step. Their agreement is still valid. He felt that he had been tricked by the Feng family. Zhao Fu felt quite angry and wanted to take the initiative to attack. Shenmu Duan's original plan was to digest this region and then attack Qin. He was not too willing to attack the Alchemy World faction because there were no benefits. After hearing that the Feng family was going to attack Qin, he was quite happy to see this happen. He wanted to use this opportunity to destroy the three factions and become the overlord of this region. However, the Feng family did not attack, which made him quite disappointed. Now, Shenmu Duan would not attack first. He wanted to see what would happen next. Xiaofu thought about it and asked Jin Tai to negotiate with the Feng family to see if he could gain their trust. Xiaofu understood that the Feng family would not be easy to deal with. The Feng family knew that Jin Tai wanted to negotiate and did not refuse. They wanted to understand what kind of faction the Jin family was so that they could better defend against them. However, for safety's sake, Wind on Snow sent Feng Linghui to negotiate with the Jin family. Feng Linghui was Wind on Snow's most trusted person. She should be able to handle this matter well and give Wind on Snow a good explanation. Under Feng Linghui's suggestion, Wind on Snow purposely leaked the secret information to Qin so that the Jin family and Qin family would have an internal conflict. Xiaofu saw through all of their schemes and gave a disdainful smile. He immediately made some small movements as if he was on guard against the Jin family, making the Feng family feel quite pleased. Book 1, Chapter 136 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123 Feng Linghui took a team of soldiers to the Jin family's base and observed the surroundings. Feng Linghui was quite surprised and felt that the Jin family was not weak. However, with the Jin family's strength, it should be easy for them to destroy Qin. Why did they choose to destroy Qin instead of Qin? What was the reason? Feng Linghui was quite confused, and she felt that she could figure it out this time. The Jin family had no reason to hide this from Feng Linghui. They came to a large hall. Jin Tai looked at Feng Linghui and said, "Why are you alone? Why didn't the Feng family's master come? Does he look down on the Jin family?" Feng Linghui smiled as she said, "It's not convenient for our young master to leave. I'm her most trusted person and can make some decisions on her behalf. I'll tell our young master the truth about this negotiation. Please forgive us." Jin Tai said angrily, "The Jin family has retreated far away. Why didn't you attack? We lost face, and Qin is suspicious of us." Feng Linghui smiled as she said, "I'm very sorry. We didn't think it through. I brought a gift to apologize to you." The guards immediately carried out boxes of jewelry. Jin Tai said calmly, "I won't make a fuss about it this time. I hope you won't do it again." Feng Linghui smiled as she said, "I won't." Jin Tai asked, "How do you plan to attack Qin?" "The Jin family will cooperate with you." Feng Linghui smiled and did not answer. Instead, she smiled as she asked, "I'm a bit confused. Why did the Jin family ally with Qin instead of destroying Qin? I believe that with the Jin family's strength, they can dominate a region." Jin Tai thought to himself, the Feng family doesn't know how monstrous Qin is. The Jin family's strength is not enough. If it wasn't for the fact that the Jin family is of some value to Qin, they would have been destroyed by Qin long ago. Jin Tai would not say these things, and he did not know how to answer Feng Linghui's question. Xiaofu walked in and smiled as he said, "I can sue you." Feng Linghui looked at the cloaked man and asked curiously, "Who are you?" Jin Tai said with a smile, "He is Qin's master." Feng Linghui's expression changed drastically when she heard this. Why has the master of Qin state appeared here? Feng Linghui soon remembered everything. From the beginning, the Jin family had no intention to break the alliance with Qin. Instead, they had been setting up a trap to destroy the Feng family. Fortunately, the Feng family did not attack, or the result would be unimaginable. Now, Feng Linghui also understood that she could not escape. Without panicking, he calmly asked, "What's your purpose in doing this?" Xiaofu said with a smile, "What purpose could there be? It's as simple as destroying your Feng clan." Jin Tai also said with a smile, "With Qin's power, how could your Feng clan resist? You'd better surrender to Qin as soon as possible, or you'll suffer." Feng Linghui was shocked. With the power of the Jin family, they were flattering Qin. This Qin's power was not ordinary. It was almost the same as she had expected. Now, she understood why an alchemist faction would ally with a Heaven Awaken World faction. The Heaven Awaken World faction was simply too powerful, and the alchemist faction was forced to ally with a Heaven Awaken World faction. Feng Linghui said, with your Jin family's power, you might not be able to destroy Qin, but with our two families' power, we should be able to destroy Qin. We're both alchemist factions, so we're on the same side. I can understand that you're under pressure, but you need to know that Qin is just using you. He'll make a move against you sooner or later. Hearing this, Jin Tai understood this and felt quite conflicted. Zhao Fu looked at Jin Tai. This caused Jin Tai to stop thinking, and he called out, "Don't try to deceive me with your lies. The alliance between the Jin family and Qin state is unbreakable." Feng Linghui frowned. Just how powerful was Qin for the Jin family's young master to be so afraid? Zhao Fu said in satisfaction, "Don't worry, if there's no need, I won't act against the Jin family. You can leave now." Jin Tai heaved a sigh of relief and left the hall. Zhao Fu smiled as he walked towards Feng Linghui. A group of soldiers stood in front of Feng Linghui. Feng Linghui said, "What do you want to do to me?" With a smile, Zhao Fu waved his hand, and a huge force sent the soldiers flying. They fell to the ground and fainted. Feng Linghui's expression turned ugly. The strength of the master of Qin state wasn't just ordinary. Now that she thought about it, the most obvious choice for the Feng family was to leave this area. However, no one would have thought that a monster like Qin would be in the border region. Zhao Fu walked up to Feng Linghui. Feng Linghui looked at Zhao Fu coldly. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and lifted Feng Linghui's chin. Feng Linghui didn't resist, she knew that it was meaningless to resist. After a long time, Zhao Fu held Feng Linghui in his arms and said, "You can go back now." Feng Linghui was surprised. "You want me to go back to the Feng family?" Zhao Fu nodded with a smile. Feng Linghui said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll leak this out? Or do you want me to go back and be a chess piece to get information for you?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "You're smart indeed. I want you to go back and help me destroy the Feng family." Feng Linghui said coldly, "You should know that I won't betray the Feng family. How do you plan to force me?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "You'll know when you go back." Feng Linghui said, "Can I leave now?" Zhao Fu nodded and replied, "Yes." Feng Linghui immediately put on her clothes and left the Jin family. She planned to tell Wind on Snow about this important news. She didn't know what Zhao Fu was going to do, but she didn't want to care. She hurried back to the Feng family and found Wind on Snow. Just as she was about to speak, her body stiffened. Wind on Snow asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Feng Linghui now knew what Zhao Fu was going to do. Her body was already under his control. After understanding this, Feng Linghui gave up on telling Wind on Snow. Her body regained its freedom and she said, "Nothing." Wind on Snow asked, "What did you gain from your negotiation with the Jin family this time?" Feng Linghui tried and realized that she couldn't say anything about the Jin family. She could only answer, "Nothing." Wind on Snow continued to ask, "What did you discuss with the young master of the Jin family?" Feng Linghui couldn't say anything and said again, "Nothing." Wind on Snow frowned and looked at Feng Linghui. She was a little disappointed. She said, "You can leave now." Feng Linghui left the room and immediately wanted to take out a dagger to end her life. She was worried that it would endanger the Feng family. But just as she had this thought, her body stiffened on the spot. A wave of heat emanated from her body. This made Feng Linghui hate Zhao Fu very much. End of chapter 3174. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.